Wherever leaves dance, fire will burn. The flames illuminate the village and new leaves will sprout again. The resolute old voice echoed in Yunting's ears, making his already throbbing mind even more confused. What's wrong with me? Seems I drank too much with my roommates last night. Hangover is terrible. And who keeps shouting in my ear? Can't you see I'm sleeping? After a moment, Yunting's mind cleared a bit, but the voice grew louder and more annoying. Unable to open his eyes, yet he passively listened to the endless chatter, muttering inwardly, what leaves? What fire? Once fire burns, the tree is gone. How can new leaves sprout? That makes no sense. Huh. Wait, that sounds familiar. Where have I heard it? Let me think. Right? Isn't that the famous quote from Naruto? The will of fire that the third Hokage always talks about. Is a roommate playing Naruto anime in the dorm. It's been over for so long, and they're just now catching up. Just as Yunting was about to blame his roommate for not wearing headphones, a brilliant light burst into his dark vision. Unable to shield his eyes, he was forced to receive it. When his eyes finally adjusted, he saw everything around him. His body trembled violently, and waves of shock surged in his heart. What is going on? It was too unexpected. He was no longer in the cramped dormitory, but on the rooftop of a large building. Looking around, unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar buildings filled his view. Further away, there was an endless sea of towering trees. In that moment, Yunting's mind raced. This seems like Konoha village from Naruto. As someone who had watched all of Naruto, Yunting was very familiar with the architectural style of Konoha, especially the three large lifelike carved heads on the towering cliffside, ironclad evidence. So, I've transmigrated. With mixed feelings, Yunting looked down and realized he was standing on the Hokage. Then the old voice that had been chattering in his ear must belong to the third Hokage. Subconsciously, Yunting slowly turned to his right. There stood an elderly man in a white Hokage robe, wearing a Hokage hat, holding a pipe, passionately delivering his speech. It was indeed the third Hokage. In that instant, Yunting felt his mind explode. Suddenly, the sense of alienation and detachment from the new world. The next second, the surrounding information that he had deliberately ignored came flooding in. Noise, cheers, excitement. Yunting suddenly realized that Konoha was holding a celebration with a massive crowd surrounding the Hokage building. He and the third Hokage were the center of attention. So what was his identity? How could he stand shoulder to shoulder with the third Hokage at such a moment? Yunting was panicking. Transmigrating was one thing, but being the focus of attention made him extremely uneasy. He could only barely maintain his composure while frantically searching his memory for information about the body he had possessed to avoid revealing anything. After all, in this world where Orochimaru frequently changed bodies and spiritual techniques, like the spiritualization technique, existed, any discrepancy might arouse suspicion. However, things always went in the worst direction. Soon the third Hokage finished his long-winded speech about the will of. Then he looked at Yunting with a meaningful gaze. Yunting, please keep talking. Give me more time. Or just say something. Why are you staring at me like that? I don't know how to respond. Yunting wanted to cry. He was still in a state of who am I, what am I doing, completely clueless. Fortunately, his potential exploded in crisis. Following the principle of if you don't move, I won't move, he quickly reacted, also returning a meaningful gaze, one mixed with admiration and respect for the third Hokage. In that moment, Yunting's acting skills exploded, far surpassing the rookies before his transmigration. As if mirroring, the two men stare down. The noisy crowd quickly fell silent, all eyes fixed on the pair on the rooftop. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Maintaining a gaze whose meaning even he didn't know, Yunting unblinkingly continued his deep eye contact with the third Hokage. He refused to believe that an old man could outlast him in a staring contest. Sure enough, soon the third Hokage's eyelids twitched imperceptibly. He took a deep breath, then after a deliberate laugh broke the silence. Seeing the new saplings grow strong makes us old folks very gratified. From now on, the future of Konoha will be entrusted to young people like Yunting. Without time to think about the coincidence of his name, Yunting hurriedly replied modestly, Lord Third Hokage, your prestige remains strong. Konoha's development still needs you. Flattery was always the safest answer. As expected, even though Yunting didn't know the context, his words pleased the third Hokage. The future ultimately belongs to you. The third Hokage waved his hand meaningfully, then glanced at the expectant crowd below. He sighed almost imperceptibly, then quickly returned to normal and smiled at Yunting. Time is short. The villagers must be impatient. Yunting, are you ready? Ready for what? With a huge question mark in his mind, Yunting nodded solemnly on the surface. Then I entrust the future of Konoha to you. The third Hokage took off his Hokage hat and handed it to Yunting. Take it and put it on. Yunting's pupils contracted sharply. As a Naruto fan, he knew the symbolic meaning of the Hokage hat. This was undoubtedly the succession to the next Hokage. With the third Hokage still alive, this could only mean the succession from the third to the fourth. But why was the fourth Hokage's hat on his head? Although Yunting hadn't seen his own face, the black hair hanging down was unmistakable. Not blonde. So he wasn't Minato Namikaze. So why him? Yunting's mind was in chaos. But at this moment, with the third Hokage handing him the hat, and the entire village watching, he had no time to think. Finally, he mechanically took the Hokage hat, then slowly placed it on his head, the hat that countless people coveted. Beside him, the third Hokage took a deep breath and announced loudly, hereby, I declare Senju Yunting as the fourth Hokage of Konoha. The next moment, the entire Konoha village erupted in cheers. Fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage. At that moment, the entire Konoha village boiled over, all the villagers cheering at the top of their lungs for their new generation Hokage. Even though he had been pushed onto the stage like a duck driven to the shelves under such a fervent atmosphere, Yunting still could not help feeling a surge of excitement. After all, this was the position of Hokage. Anyone who had read the original work knew how exalted this position was and how many people yearned for it. Yet today it had fallen in such a muddle-headed way into the hands of someone who had once been nothing more than an ignored university student. To suddenly ascend to such a lofty position and become the focus of everyone's attention, it was only natural that his emotions ran high. Yet amidst this excitement, Yunting suddenly recalled how the third Hokage had mentioned his full name earlier, Senju Yunting. Senju. Was it that Senju clan? In the original work, aside from the first and second Hokage, the only members of the Senju clan who appeared were Tsunade and Nawaki. The latter had met a tragic end, leaving Tsunade as the last scion of the Senju. So what was the story behind this? He had never heard of such a person existing in the original story. And now that very person had become the fourth Hokage. Could this be because he had crossed over into this world? While waving and greeting the enthusiastic villagers of Konoha all around him, Yunting thought, say, could it be that Namikaze Minato no longer exists because of my arrival? Yunting looked down at the crowd below. At this moment, most of those in the front rows were Konoha's jonin. There stood the current generation's Ino Shikacho, Trio Narashikaka Yamanaka Haichi, and Akimichi Choza, the still present Uchiha clan head Uchiha Fugaku, as well as the Hyuga clan brothers Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi, among others. Seeing characters who had once appeared only in a manga, now standing vividly before him, each with their own distinct expression as they watched him, Yunting could not help but feel deeply moved. After observing for a while longer, he finally spotted a glint of bright blonde hair in the crowd. At this moment, Namikaze Minato was applauding with a gentle smile, tinged with faint regret. Noticing Yunting's gaze, Minato paused for a heartbeat, then broke into a radiant smile utterly devoid of malice as he offered his congratulations. Setting aside his enemies within and without Konoha, for the people of this village, Namikaze Minato is nothing short of a paragon, flawless in both character and ability. Yunting mused inwardly. I really do not know what virtue or ability I possess to have pushed him aside and become Hokage instead. As Yunting lamented in his heart and was about to return Minato's smile, a slender, graceful arm suddenly slipped into his field of vision, looping around Minato's neck. Beside Minato stood a young kunoichi with a cascade of beautiful long red hair and a lovely face. She seized his head and firmly pressed it into her ample chest, both hands stroking his hair as she spoke loudly and carefreely to comfort him. Looking at Minato's face, only half visible, awkward, yet brimming with happiness, and catching that thick scent of love that seemed to waft over even from a distance, Yunting did not need to guess to know that the red-haired woman was Uzumaki Kushina, the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and future mother of Naruto. He had originally harbored a sense of guilt toward Minato, but after experiencing the massive psychological damage dealt to him, a perpetual bachelor, by this lovey-dovey pair, that trace of guilt evaporated without a trace. Displaying affection so brazenly in public, they deserved to be blasted by a fire release. Not far away beside the couple, a still young Hatake Kakashi with his rebellious, white hair glanced sidelong at Uzumaki Kushina with those deadfish eyes of his, then shook his head helplessly. Though he was quite withdrawn at this stage under the influence of his socially gifted mentor Kushina, he was occasionally affected. Is it really alright for Sensei's wife to act like this in front of so many people, he thought. I get the feeling that Minato Sensei is dying of embarrassment. Noticing all the eyes turning their way, the empathetic Kakashi hastily tugged his mask higher, lowered his head, and pretended not to know the couple at all. Later on, besides recognizing those figures mentioned above, Yunting also spotted several acquaintances who in the future would already be adults, yet were now still just little brats. There was the gloomy-faced Hatake Kakashi, the still lovely little girl Yui Kurenai, the young Sarutobi Asuma, already sporting a full beard as he hovered diligently beside her gecko Hade with a toothpick in his mouth, and Ebisu occasionally lifting his round black sunglasses to secretly size up the mature ladies nearby, among others. Of course, the most eye-catching of all was that figure in an outrageously garish green jumpsuit, bowl-cut hair, and thick eyebrows. My Guy, who at this moment was burning with boundless passion. When he noticed Yunting looking at him, Guy became even more excited, raising another green jumpsuit high above his head and waving it vigorously as he shouted, Lord Fourth, this is the battle attire I prepared especially for you, representing youth and hot-blooded passion. Once you wear it, you will be the very embodiment of invincible youth. Burn brightly, Hokagesuma's youth. My thanks truly. Yunting thought darkly, hastily, turning his gaze away, lines of exasperation practically etched across his face. He would rather die than wear such an embarrassingly hideous green jumpsuit. After the Hokage succession ceremony came to an end, Konoha village gradually returned to its usual state. Sitting in the Hokage's office that had once belonged to the third and now to himself, Yunting dismissed his assistants and the ANBU guarding his side. Then he slumped lazily into the chair, staring blankly out the window at the streets of Konoha. Once the excitement faded, reality returned to weigh upon his mind. He did not know what had caused him to wake up and become the current fourth Hokage, but since he was already here, he could only accept it. Just as when he had faced the third Hokage earlier, all he could do now was grit his teeth and continue walking this path. However, this position of Fourth Hokage was anything but easy at the moment. Just as when Namikaze Minato first assumed the title, the actual authority Yunting now held was smaller than ever. Within the village, though he was nominally the highest authority, many matters still required the approval of the third. Most importantly, the ENBU, which were theoretically directly under the Hokage, were still under the third Hokage's control. Even if he wished to take over their command, the latter would refuse under the lofty pretext: "You are still young and lack governing experience, stay by my side and learn more." On top of that, there was Shimura Danzo operating outside the ANBU and controlling Root with boundless ambition, as well as the two elder advisors Mitokado Hamura and Kohor Yutane, whose bodies had aged, but whose desire for power had not. As a newly appointed Hokage with shallow roots, Yunting was heavily constrained. If all this could still be smoothed over with time, then the true crisis for him lay in forces outside the village. How had Namikaze Minato become the shortest-lived Hokage in history? It was precisely because of the Nine-Tails rampage 1 year later. Now that Yunting had replaced Minato as the fourth, it meant that if the Nine-Tails still appeared, then he would be the one who had to fight at the forefront. How many tailed beast bombs could he withstand from the Nine-Tails? Would he end up replacing Minato as that short-lived fourth Hokage? At this thought, a chill involuntarily ran down Yunting's spine. Fortunately, there was still 1 year left. To resolve this life-and-death crisis, the most crucial factor for him was, as for how strong this body currently was, Yunting now, with ample time to sort through the memories in his mind, quickly came to understand everything. Senju Yunting, hailing from the Senju clan, was 21 years of age. Before assuming the position of the fourth Hokage, he served as a Jonin, mastering the 5 nature transformations of water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth. Due to his outstanding performance in the Third Great Ninja War, and the third Hokage's forced resignation over the war's aftermath, he was nominated as a candidate for Hokage. Subsequently, during high-level discussions, he was officially proposed as the fourth Hokage. Inside the Hokage's office, the 21 years of Senju Yunting's life flickered through his mind. After a long pause, when he reopened his eyes, a cold sharpness, unseen in peacetime, gleamed within his gaze. This signified that he had finally fully assimilated and mastered this body. From this moment on, he was the true Senju Yunting, and no outsider could detect any anomaly. "I never thought the Hokage roster would gain an unexpected figure like me," Yunting, or rather Senju Yunting, murmured. But since reincarnation could be made real, altering the original story was no cause for astonishment. Shaking his head, Yunting soon redirected his focus to the paramount matter at hand: strength. As the sole surviving male of the Senju clan, possessing the powerful physical energy and abundant chakra inherited from the Senju lineage, Senju Yunting's strength ranked among the highest, even among elite Jonin. This was one of the reasons he could succeed to the Hokage position. After all, to become the shadow of a village, one's personal power must command respect. Of course, the true key to his surpassing Minato Namikaze, who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, likely lay in the surname Senju. Whether it was the legacy of the first and second Hokage, or the influence of Tsunade, one of the 3 ninja Sanin, his status as the sole male of the Senju clan granted him immense political capital. In contrast, Minato Namikaze, despite his more remarkable combat record, was born a commoner, naturally far behind Senju Yunting in standing. Even though Minato became the apprentice of Jiraiya, many of Konoha's high-ranking officials did not wish for the Hokage position to be perpetually passed down through the lineage of Hokage disciples. Thus, various struggles ensued among the high ranks. Ultimately, through compromise among all parties, he, as a member of the Senju clan, secured the title of fourth Hokage by a razor-thin margin over Minato Namikaze. This was the conclusion Yunting reached after merging his own memories with his past life knowledge of the original story. Nevertheless, while Senju Yunting was proficient in as many as 5 nature transformations, commanded numerous jutsu, and possessed the formidable physical resilience of the Senju clan, making him a fearsome opponent even among Jonin, rivaling Kakashi Hatake, before the latter mastered Kamui over a decade later. Even so, he was far from a match for the nine-tailed fox. Even with prior precautions, the elusive masked man Obito Uchiha, who wielded space-time abilities, made it extremely difficult to prevent his success. Therefore, the crux of everything lay in strength. He needed even greater power. By the way, didn't reincarnators always have cheat-like benefits? Yunting glanced around, and seeing no one, whispered softly, "Cheat code. System. Deep Blue. Let's add points. System." Yunting called out for a while. Just as he was about to give up suddenly, a series of beeping sounds rang in his mind. Because the host has called system more than 5 times, responding to the first law of time-space reincarnation, the system is now being generated for the host. Ding. Respected host, the Naruto enhancement system is at your full service. So I had to shout system 5 times before you deigned to respond. Yunting was at a loss for words. But since his cheat had arrived, he let it go and eagerly began to explore. In simple terms, the Naruto enhancement system offered a vast array of ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and bloodline limits. After paying a certain cost, he as the Hokage could instantly master them, bypassing the intermediate learning stages. However, there were 2 prerequisites. First, to acquire an ability, he must first possess its training method. For example, to directly learn a certain ninjutsu, he needed the training scroll for that technique. For a bloodline limit, he required the blood of someone with that lineage. Second, acquiring abilities also consumed a resource called Hokage prestige points. The stronger the ability, the higher the points required. For instance, a Drank Jutsu like the body replacement technique cost 50 prestige points. A Crank Jutsu like Fire Release Great Fireball technique cost 100 points. A Brank Jutsu like Fire Release Great Fire Annihilation cost 500 points. A Rank Jutsu were in the 4-digit range, and Shrank Jutsu were 5 digits or more. Bloodline limits were even more expensive. The wood release, which Yunting desired most, was priced at a staggering 500 prestige points. Good heavens. So this was what it meant to be called the strongest bloodline limit. Fortunately, the system offered a newbie gift pack, granting him a 90 discount on his first exchange. Moreover, as a member of the Senju clan, though he did not possess wood release like the first Hokage, his bloodline inherently carried the latent genes for it. This drastically reduced the prestige points required to exchange for wood release, ultimately costing only 1 Zuzu. After reading all the conditions, Yunting's eyes lit up. Setting aside the prestige points, if he had been anyone else, the first prerequisite would have been an insurmountable hurdle. After all, how could an ordinary person collect so many jutsu scrolls? If they had them, they might as well spend time learning on their own rather than waste prestige points. But he was the fourth Hokage. He had full access to all of Konoha's ninjutsu, meaning he could exchange and learn them all, especially the forbidden techniques and the Scroll of Seals. Ordinary jutsu could be learned solo, but these forbidden arts, for instance, the Flying Thunder God technique. Even the third Hokage, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, and the exceptionally talented Sannin, could not master it. In the entire ninja world aside from the second Hokage, only Minato Namikaze had succeeded. Yunting himself had no confidence, but that was precisely where the system's value came into play. Imagining himself wielding all kinds of powerful forbidden techniques in the future, he would have burst into laughter to celebrate, if not for the need to maintain the Hokage's dignity. However, the next moment he could no longer hold back, because the prestige points column displayed a gigantic 0, dousing him like a bucket of cold water. Why are my prestige points 0? Yunting demanded in disbelief. The system replied coldly, Hokage prestige points are generated from the host's deeds, as Hokage being known, respected, and admired by the people. Since you have just been promoted to Hokage and have yet to accomplish anything, your prestige points are 0. Well then, Yunting felt helpless. Facing reality, he had to start from scratch. The question was, how could he earn prestige points now? Do something big. No way. His orders might not even leave the Hokage's office. Yet prestige points were crucial to his strength, and strength was crucial to his survival. He could not afford to slack off. Yunting had to think carefully about how to accumulate prestige points as quickly as possible. A new day dawned. After a night of agonizing deliberation, left with no other choice, Yunting first arrived at the Hokage's office. After all, he had a job to attend to. He couldn't just shirk his duties on the very first day to handle his own affairs. Soon after finishing the few documents, merely signing and stamping them, Yunting waved for the assistant, a man with a familiar bushy beard and the surname Sarutobi, to carry them away. Just as he was about to stretch and take a well-deserved rest, a knock came at the door. He looked up to see the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in casual attire, a pipe in his mouth, greeting him with a smile. Yunting, how do you feel about your first day as Hokage? Clad in the Hokage's Haori, Yunting quickly rose and gestured for Sarutobi Hiruzen to enter while hinting, it's going well, much easier than I expected. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression remained unchanged as he replied, things are different now. The Wind and Earth countries have signed a ceasefire with us, leaving only the Cloud and Mist ninjas with occasional skirmishes at the border. That won't last long, and the end of the war is approaching. For us in Konoha now, the top priority is swift recovery from the war's devastation. Yunting nodded. With the foundation of the Fire Country's leading nation, Konoha's recovery should be rapid. The daimyo's economic aid is one thing, but for Konoha the income from ninja missions is more crucial. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. The mission assignments are coming up next. If there's anything you don't understand, Yunting, feel free to ask this old man. Yunting, then I'll have to rely on the third Hokage. 10 minutes later, the new fourth Hokage of Konoha, the third Hokage, and a group of assisting chunin sat in a spacious office. Yunting picked up the scrolls detailing various missions, and with Sarutobi Hiruzen's help issued mission orders to the arriving Konoha ninjas. After finishing the assignment for a jonin leading 3 genin, another person walked in alone. Fourth Hokage-sama. Third Hokage-sama. Yunting looked up in slight surprise. Previously, the ninjas who entered had addressed the third Hokage first, then. This reversal of order was a first. Then upon seeing the visitor, he let out a soft exclamation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, thinking Yunting might not recognize him, introduced, "My guy. No, this is Mariboshi Kosuka, an elder of Konoha who served under the second Hokage. He is a steadfast upholder of the will of fire, devoting his life to the village. Though his official rank is only genin, that's due to personal reasons. Kosuka's strength is outstanding, even so when assigning him missions, Yunting, you need not be constrained by his genin rank." Then Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted Mariboshi Kosuka as an old acquaintance. "Kosuka, I've told you many times, no need to call me Sama. Just call me Hiruzen. I learned a great deal from you in the past." Kosuka's reaction was unexpectedly calm. His gaze shifted between Hiruzen and Yunting. As an old fox, he understood the subtle conflict between the two Hokages. By nature, he would have preferred to see the legitimate fourth Hokage truly in power rather than an old friend still clinging. But his words carried little weight. He could only express his discontent through coldness toward his old friend. At the end of the day, he is the Hokage. He shook his head, murmuring softly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression dimmed slightly. He knew exactly whom this gesture, but some things are truly hard to let go. Yunting, observing all this, was quite surprised. He had some recollection of Kosuke, the eternal genin. What he hadn't expected was that the man possessed such noble. If anyone were truly the heir to the will of fire, it might be him rather than Yunting, the official Hokage. Looking at the man who stood tall despite his left eye and leg being disabled, Yunting addressed him respectfully, Senior Kosuke. Hokage-sama. This time Kosuke bowed in reverence. At the same time, Yunting received his first notification of gaining Hokage reputation points 1. Such a perfect subordinate. If only all Konoha ninjas had such integrity. Yunting sighed while earnestly discussing the mission with Kosuke. Throughout this, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unusually silent. In the time that followed, Yunting, now familiar with the procedures, handled the remaining tasks with ease. Sarutobi Hiruzen soon regained his composure and occasionally offered advice. 2 hours later, most of the work was done, leaving only one last person. Hatake Kakashi. Yunting frowned slightly, looking at the ninja card with Kakashi's portrait. A nearby Chunin quickly explained. It's like this Fourth Hokage-sama. Jonin Hatake Kakashi was ambushed on the mist battlefield, resulting in the loss of his entire team. This caused severe psychological trauma, making it difficult for him to serve as a squad leader in subsequent missions. The future arrangement for Jonin Hatake requires your decision, Hokage-sama. As elite combatants essential to the village, every Jonin warranted careful attention. Especially a prodigy like Hatake Kakashi, who achieved Jonin rank at 12. It was only natural for his future to be submitted to Yunting, the Hokage. Yunting thought for a moment. If he recalled correctly, after Rin's death, Kakashi was assigned to the ANBU by Minato Namikaze, and spent the following time protecting the pregnant Kushina Uzumaki. It was witnessing the new live's gradual growth that helped him emerge from his shell. Of course, the subsequent sacrifice of Minato and Kushina was another matter entirely. But Yunting was not Minato Namikaze. Not only did he lack the ability to meddle in ANBU affairs, he had no personal connection with Kakashi, who was a disciple of the third Hokage's lineage. Conveniently, the very person who should decide was right beside him. So Yunting handed the matter to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The latter frowned deeply, pondering for a long time before saying, Kakashi is no longer fit to lead as a squad commander. Let him join the ANBU for some training. As expected, everything returned to its original course. Yunting had no objection. Thus Kakashi walked in somberly, received his ANBU assignment, and walked out just as somberly. With that, the day's Hokage work came to an end. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yunting left the Hokage building and headed toward the village streets. To earn reputation points, he decided to take matters into his own hands. He resolved to be Hansen. The method for Yunting to gain Hokage reputation points is quite straightforward. Since there are no significant events at the moment for him to earn reputation points, he decided to accumulate them gradually. As the esteemed Fourth Hokage, he would visit the villagers warmly and kindly, engaging with the simple-hearted folk, adopting a down-to-earth demeanor, hoping that they would be touched and grant him reputation points. Therefore, after finishing work at the Hokage building, Yunting did not return to the desolate Senju clan grounds, but instead strolled around the village in his Hokage robes, enthusiastically greeting the villagers. Greetings, Fourth Hokage. Thank you, Elder. Please walk slowly and watch out for that small stone ahead. Oh, let me. Hokage-sama, please try some authentic 3-color dumplings. They are on the house. Oh no, that cannot be. Even Hokage cannot eat for free. You must accept my payment. Hokage-sama, when I grow up, I will become Hokage, just like you, to protect the village and everyone. What an admirable aspiration. Then you must study hard at the Ninja Academy, strive for improvement, and never skip classes or lose focus. Only then can your dream come true. Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. As he walked along, Yunting greeted every passing villager with sincere warmth, his smile nearly frozen in place, yet the system's constant echo of Hokage reputation point 1 made his heart blossom with joy. In a short period, he had already accumulated over 50 reputation points. By the end of the day, he expected to earn at least 300 or 400, if not more. If he continued at this pace, within a little over a month, he would be able to exchange for the highly anticipated Wood release. For Yunting, the reason Wood release was his first choice was not only because he belonged to the Senju clan, but also because, given his current strength, although the system offered numerous abilities, most would not provide him with decisive help. Few abilities could significantly enhance his strength and contest the Nine Tails, and most were quite expensive. Among these abilities, Wood release, renowned for its association with the god of the ninja world, and its capacity to counter tailed beasts, undoubtedly stood as his top choice, representing both the Senju clan and Konoha. The thought of wielding Wood release in the future, emulating the first Hokage's sweeping prowess, filled Yunting with excitement, and his smile grew even more radiant, making the nearby young women blush. Hokage-sama is so handsome. Yes, indeed. I heard Hokage-sama is still unmarried. Oh, I wonder what kind of girl he likes. It's a pity that I am already married, otherwise with my 36D figure home. Hearing the increasingly suggestive words, Yunting, considering the reputation points they had contributed, chose not to dwell. While continuing to earn reputation points, he noticed a shop's curtain at a nearby corner that caught his attention. Ichiraku ramen. As a staple throughout the history of Hokage, Yunting naturally had a lasting impression of it. Since he had come to this world, he certainly intended to savor it. Welcome. Oh, it's Hokage-sama. Daddy, come out quickly. Hokage-sama is here. As Yunting lifted the curtain and stepped inside, a cheerful girl's voice rang out. Now still a cute little girl, Ayam was standing on a high stool, barely managing to peek over the counter. Upon seeing Yunting, her face lit up, and she immediately turned to shout towards the back, he's here, he's here. Soon under Yunting's gaze, the renowned owner of Ichiraku Ramen, looking a bit younger than in the original story, hurried out wearing an apron and holding a rolling pin. The presence of Hokage-sama is truly exhilarating. Ayam, yes. Prepare the ingredients today. I will showcase my skills in front of the Hokage and uphold the reputation of Ichiraku Ramen. Hi, Yunting. Watching the father and daughter filled with excitement and seemingly ready for battle left Yunting quite speechless. Thus it seemed that those who could befriend Naruto since childhood unaffected by the influence of the nine-tailed fox were indeed all passionate fools. Ahem. Yunting quickly cleared his throat several times to draw the attention of the father and daughter back, saying, "Excuse me, I haven't placed my order yet." So Hokage-sama hasn't ordered yet. The owner awkwardly scratched his head and said, "That's right, sir." Ayam looked up at him with her big innocent eyes and added, "Yes, daddy." Ahem. So excited, so excited. The owner coughed a few times, straightened his expression, and turned to Yunting. "So Hokage-sama, what ramen would you like to order?" Seeing the topic finally return to the main point, Yunting breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the menu posted on the wall to his left. From top to bottom it read, Ramen 60 Rio, Special Ramen 70 Rio, Wild Vegetable Ramen 65 Rio, Pork Bone Ramen 60 Rio, Special Char, Shu 75 Rio, Miso Char Shu Noodles 90 Rio. Yunting was not a penniless Naruto. Both the assets left by the Senju clan and his salary as Hokage were more than enough to disregard money, so he naturally ordered the most expensive miso char shu noodles. "Alright, 1 bowl of miso char shu noodles." The owner replied with a beaming smile, and quickly got to work skillfully preparing the ramen. Soon a large bowl of fragrant ramen was placed before Yunting with a generous amount of char siu on top. "Enjoy," the owner and Ayam said in unison. Yunting smiled and nodded, then took out his chopsticks and began to enjoy the long-awaited Ichiraku ramen. Quite delicious. As he swallowed the steaming ramen, Yunting's eyes lit up, genuinely praising. "Thank you for the owner immediately beamed with delight. At that moment, Yunting's hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly as he heard a different voice from the system in his mind. From the owner, Hokage reputation, 0.5. 5 points of reputation added at once. Yunting had thought he could only earn 1 point from everyone. What was different about the owner compared to others? Yunting glanced at the ramen on the table. Was it because he sincerely praised the ramen's deliciousness, which was also the owner's pride, thus making the latter's admiration for him as Hokage higher than that of others? Was this the reason why he earned more points? After reaching this conclusion, Yunting's eyes brightened. It seemed he could accelerate the rate at which he earned reputation points. On the 10th day since he succeeded as the 4th Hokage, Yunting finished another monotonous day of work at the Hokage building and strolled through the village as usual. When he encountered villagers, he still wore a smile and occasionally stopped to inquire about their daily lives. However, what others did not know was that Yunting was well aware of the forced nature behind his smile. He had underestimated the situation. He thought that his reputation points would steadily increase, but the reality was that as time passed, the points he earned dwindled, even though he had learned how to gain more points from individuals. The reason for this was that he could not continuously exploit the same person. Just like the shop owners on the street, he could initially gain reputation points from them and even cater to their preferences for more. However, when he interacted with them the next day, no matter how well they got along, it became increasingly difficult to earn reputation points from them. The only exception was the ramen shop run by Ichiraku. As long as he praised the deliciousness of the ramen after finishing it, the owner would consistently grant him 5 reputation points. But ultimately, one person's contribution was limited. Now Yunting had to rely on encountering new faces to earn reputation points. However, although Konoha village was large and its population was certainly not that of a small village, not everyone had the time to go out. Thus, as time went by, the number of new faces Yunting could encounter became fewer and fewer, which made him quite anxious. However, the experiences of this period were not without their rewards for Yunting. At least through these 10 days of communication with the villagers, listening to their joys and sorrows, he gained a deeper understanding of the entire village, even of this world, and this era, and lost that sense of detachment he once had. Listening to the villagers genuinely respecting him as Lord Hokage, the remnants of his former arrogance as a traveler faded away, and he willingly integrated into this new world. In terms of the fashionable terminology used among Hokage, he had formed a bond with this world. Though such bonds imply unavoidable responsibilities, they serve as an anchor that tightly connects you to the world. For Yunting, who was like a tree without roots, it was crucial to hold on to this bond tightly. At this moment, after attentively listening to a villager complain about the harsh and unfeeling enforcement of the Konoha police force, Yunting looked at the satisfied, departing figure of the villager, slightly furrowing his brows. The Uchiha clan. This was not the first time he had heard villagers voice complaints about them. However, the Konoha police force wielded significant power, making it difficult for even the 3rd Hokage to intervene, let alone him at the moment. Moreover, he belonged to the Senju clan, and most Uchiha members believed that he had usurped the position of 4th Hokage that rightfully belonged to Uchiha Fugaku. Under such circumstances, many Uchiha became even more dissatisfied with the village than in the original work, leading to the increasing strength of the radical martial faction within the clan. Sigh, troubles just keep piling up. Yunting currently had no good way to address the hidden dangers posed by the Uchiha clan and could only delay for now. If he could just hold on until he attained the overwhelming power of the first Hokage, then these issues would no longer be concerns. Ultimately, it all came down to strength. For Yunting, this brought him back to the matter of reputation points. So how can I improve efficiency? He pondered, frowning. Just then a spirited voice came from not far away. 111. 112. 113. Yunting was startled and muttered, "No way." As he spoke, he turned to look. Sure enough, just as he thought, a rather eye-catching green figure was hopping towards him. It really is this guy. Yunting's lips curled slightly. The newcomer was Might Guy. Over these days, Yunting had frequently run into him. No matter the weather, he would consistently come out to. After each encounter, Yunting would instinctively avoid him. After all, he didn't want to end up in a situation where Guy excitedly presented him with a matching green jumpsuit. That imagery was simply too glaring. But this time he couldn't escape. 116. 117. Suddenly Guy exclaimed excitedly from not far away, "Lord Hokage." Then he continued to hop towards Yunting while maintaining his frog-jumping posture, repeating, 118. 119. Seeing this, Yunting could only helplessly stop in his tracks. To prevent Guy from pulling out a green jumpsuit the moment Guy arrived, Yunting spoke first. "You're Might Guy, right? I've been observing your persistent training in taijutsu these days, very impressive. Keep it up and don't stop because of my presence. I believe you will become a great ninja in the future." "A great ninja? Are you referring to me?" Guy, who had stopped reaching for his ninja pouch, stared in amazement at Yunting, whose face was filled with admiration, and remained motionless for a while. Just when Yunting wondered if he had said something wrong, suddenly tears streamed down Guy's face like a waterfall. "Whoa, Lord Hokage believes I can be a great ninja. I am so moved. For your expectations, I will increase today's frog jumps from 1,000 to 3,000. Also, I'll add another 3,000 kicks and 5 laps of walking upside down around the village. Lord Hokage, I will not let your expectations down," Guy announced loudly with passionate enthusiasm, tears of excitement streaming down his face. At this moment, Yunting's expression was equally one of astonishment. Although he had seen various exaggerated displays of Guy in the original work, experiencing it firsthand was another matter. However, that was not the primary reason. What truly left him in disbelief was the message in the system: reputation points from Might Guy 50. Reputation points 50. Yunting could hardly believe it. He tentatively said, "Go for it. Burn your youth, Guy." "Understood, Lord Hokage. I'll let my youth burn." Reputation points from Might Guy 50. He actually earned reputation points again. At that moment, Yunting looked at Might Guy with eyes full of surprise, no longer harboring any thoughts of leaving. For he had discovered a great treasure. "Kai, the badge of youth is forged in passion. Never let your fire dim." "Hokage-sama, you speak with absolute truth. For the sake of youth, I shall run 50 laps around Konoha right now." "Kai, youth knows no bounds." "Yes, Hokage-sama. After completing today's training, I shall add an extra 3 hours." "Kai, you are a genius of relentless effort. I have unwavering faith in your boundless future." "Well, Hokage-sama, your trust humbles me beyond words. To honor your expectations, I must strive ever harder. Let my youth blaze forth." "Kai, effort never betrays its master. Keep racing down the path you believe in." Hokage-sama, yais. Kai. A peculiar incident had recently unfolded in Konoha. For reasons unknown, the newly appointed Fourth Hokage Yunting had formed an unexpectedly harmonious rapport with Might Guy, the village's most renowned eccentric dresser and performance artist. Their spirited exchanges left many villagers astounded, even fretting that the young Hokage might be led astray. Yunting, however, remained utterly unconcerned. After all, accumulating reputation points was hardly beneath him. Indeed, his recent gains rivaled those of his earliest days. And all thanks to Might Guy. Each impassioned monologue Yunting delivered on youth and fervor would ignite Guy's zeal, instantly rewarding him with 50 reputation points. Thus his reputation soared at an astonishing pace. Should he one day acquire the wood release technique, Might Guy would unquestionably deserve credit for the lion's share of that achievement. As usual, Yunting arrived at Guy's customary training ground, intending to harvest yet another round of reputation points, only to wait in vain as dusk approached, still without sight of his target. This defies logic. Guy would never be late, not by nature. A gentle breeze stirred the crimson and black Hokage robe as Yunting stroked his chin, utterly baffled. At that moment, a soft ripple split the air. Then a shadowy ANBU operative materialized, kneeling respectfully before Yunting, voice muffled yet reverent behind his animal-shaped mask. "Hokage-sama, Might Guy collapsed from physical exhaustion this morning at 9 o'clock and has been admitted to Konoha Hospital. He will likely be unable to train for some time." Physical exhaustion. Yunting blinked in disbelief. This was Might Guy, whose very physique mocked mortal limits. Even as a member of the formidable Senju clan, famed for their unparalleled corporeal resilience, Yunting himself felt humbled merely observing Guy's exertions. Otherwise, how could the 8 Gates technique, a secret art demanding unimaginable bodily fortitude, have been mastered to its final gate by only 2 men across generations, Might Due and his son Might Guy. Their daily regimen, so extreme it would cripple any ordinary shinobi within days, left them not broken but vibrant, exuberant, and fiercely alive. Yunting had long suspected the Might lineage bore ancestral ties to the Senju clan, or perhaps even to the Azura path itself. Thus news of Guy's collapse struck him like thunder. Yet after a moment's reflection, the outcome began to make a grim kind of sense, and perhaps it bore his own fingerprints. Yunting cleared his throat, a faint flush coloring his cheeks. It seemed his persistent outpourings of inspirational rhetoric, his impassioned sermons on youth and vitality, had so inflamed Guy's spirit that the man repeatedly overextended himself beyond his original training plan, ultimately overwhelming his body's endurance. No human frame, however extraordinary, is forged of unyielding iron. Every vessel has its breaking point. A quiet pang of guilt settled upon Yunting, who one cannot endlessly shear the same sheep. Cough. Inform Konoha Hospital, treat Might Guy with the finest medicines available. Ensure no lasting impairment remains. Expenses shall be drawn from my personal account. Yunting instructed, voice tinged with sincere remorse. Understood. A whisper of wind, and the ANBU vanished. Yunting sighed deeply, then turned toward it. Even the smallest mosquito yields blood. With the big fish temporarily off limits, he'd settle for solace at Tuchi's counter. His Shadow Guard unit demanded attention too. A Hokage, after all, required trusted confidants at his side. The Shadow Guard, traditionally the elite retinue sworn to stand closest to the Kage in every hidden village. Its members need not be peerless warriors, nor even necessarily jonin, for the Kage themselves stood unrivaled in strength. Why seek protection from others? More than security, the Shadow Guard served as extensions of the Kage's will, handling sensitive tasks, shielding authority, and executing orders with absolute fidelity. Thus its ranks were reserved exclusively for those whose loyalty was beyond question. Since assuming the mantle of Hokage, Yunting had left the Shadow Guard vacant. He deemed it unnecessary, until now. As his reputation points surged and the wood release drew near, he needed loyal eyes and ears to shield his secrets from prying outsiders. Inside the Hokage's office, Yunting sat at his desk, meticulously reviewing dossiers of all Chunin and Jonin-ranked shinobi in Konoha, classified documents of the highest sensitivity. Yet for the Hokage, such access came effortlessly. If memory serves, Minato Namikaze, upon becoming 4th Hokage, selected 3 Shadow Guards: Hatake Kakashi, Izumo Kamizuki, and Kotetsu Higain. Yunting located their files among the stack. Chosen by Minato, and later capable of synchronizing the Flying Thunder God technique, these 3 undeniably possess exceptional aptitude. But familiarity breeds closeness. They know Minato intimately, while I've shared no battlefield bond with them. A Shadow Guard must be chosen not for talent alone, but for unwavering personal allegiance. Yunting shook his head, setting aside their dossiers and resuming his search. An hour later, 3 files rested before him, and he nodded satisfied. Shirakumo Hassan, Konoha Jonin, master of wind release, swordsmanship, resolute in character, seasoned in command. Tegu no Konoha, special Jonin, expert in diverse weaponry and trap deployment. Hyuga Tokima, Konoha, special Jonin, possessor of the Byakugan, unmatched in reconnaissance. These 3 would form Yunting's Shadow Guard. Each possessed formidable skill, and crucially had fought shoulder to shoulder with Yunting during the last great ninja war, forging bonds of deep mutual trust. Send for them. Hokage-sama, a young assistant bearing the surname Sarutobi, hurried in. Summon Shirakumo Hassan, Tegu no, and Hyuga Tokima to this office immediately. As ordered. Half an hour later, predictably, Shirakumo Hassan and his comrades accepted without hesitation, pledging themselves as the 4th Hokage Shadow Guard. To serve as the Hokage's personal guard was the highest honor any Konoha shinobi could aspire to. And thus Yunting's inner circle, his trusted vanguard, was finally complete. In November of my year 47, over a month after the village welcomed its 4th Hokage, within the grounds of the Senju clan, Yunting stood alone at the center of a vast training ground. The accompanying Shadow Guard members had been stationed around the perimeter, forbidding outsiders from entering. To be honest, ever since his arrival in this world, Yunting had been preoccupied with accumulating reputation points, and with Umbu agents constantly shadowing him, he rarely had the chance to test his current strength. After all, memories were one thing, but actually executing them in combat was another. He had no desire to invite external suspicion due to a momentary lapse. Thus it was only now, after finally establishing his own team, that Yunting truly took the opportunity to assess his own ability. Recalling the ninjutsu techniques in his mind, Yunting moved his hands, swiftly crossing his fingers in front of his chest to form seals, snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Vast chakra gathered in Yunting's throat, then rapidly spewed from his mouth, transforming into a colossal fireball hurtling forward. Boom. The towering trees within a 10-meter radius were instantly reduced to ash beneath the raging flames. So this is what true ninjutsu feels like. Yunting gazed at his own hands. Compared to what he had once seen in animated shows, the reality was far more visceral and overwhelming. But the release speed of the technique was a bit slow. Drawing from his memories, Yunting knew that his current sealing speed was fully half as slow as the original Boda's normal state. In a real battle, this would undoubtedly be fatal. I really need to practice more in the field. Yunting sighed. While he didn't initially demand the terrifying speed of 6 seals per second like Uchiha Itachi, he at least hoped to reach the level of an elite jonin. And so he set to work. Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Water-style Water Fong Bullet. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Lightning-style Ground Strike. Leveraging the immense chakra reserves of the Senju clan and his mastery over all 5 chakra nature transformations, Yunting lavishly unleashed one dazzling jutsu after another from his memories, striving to acclimate himself and restore his peak combat state. Thus, in the days that followed, aside from work and earning reputation points, Yunting dedicated considerable time to fully recovering his peak combat prowess. A week later, perhaps due to his own latent combat talent, or perhaps through merging with the original Bodas battle memories, Yunting achieved perfect control over his full strength in just a few days. Moreover, integrating his past life knowledge from a higher vantage point, his abilities even subtly surpassed their former level. On the Senju clan training ground, Yunting, clad in the Hokage robe, and Baiyu and Yeshan distanced themselves from each other, forming the seal of opposition. Hokage-sama, please instruct me. Baiyu and Yeshan drew his longsword, and with a single step, he vanished in a piercing sonic boom, reappearing before Yunting in an instant. His blade flashed, aiming straight for Yunting's chest. Clang. Prepared, Yunting produced a kunai to block Baiyu and Yeshan's longsword. Simultaneously, his other hand swiftly retrieved another kunai from his ninja pouch, coating it with wind-nature chakra that sharpened into a keen edge, and hurled it at his opponent. Swish! The kunai tore through the air with a shrill screech. Baiyu and Yeshan's body disappeared from its original spot, leaving only a few fallen leaves drifting down slowly. Leaf replacement jutsu. The next instant, Baiyu and Yeshan's figure appeared behind Yunting. Bang! The longsword struck Yunting, but his body suddenly erupted in white smoke, revealing a split log landing before Baiyu and Yeshan. Whoosh! 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 Before the latter could react, a barrage of shuriken flew toward him from all directions. Baiyu and Yeshan took a deep breath, swinging his blade with masterful swordsmanship to deflect them all. Yunting paid no mind. He too employed the body flicker technique, moving even faster than Baiyu and Yeshan to appear before him, launching into a fierce close-quarters duel. Clang, 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 clang. Kunai and longsword clashed, sending dazzling sparks flying. For a moment, the entire training ground was filled with the afterimages of the two fighters. Hyuga Takuma, watching from the sidelines, broke into a sweat. Even with his Byakugan activated, he struggled to keep up. On the field, Yunting wielded his kunai with simple, incisive strikes, targeting Baiyu and Yeshan's vital points with rapid thrusts, leaving no wasted movement. Having fought for some time, Yunting showed not a single bead of sweat. His breathing remained steady, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. On the other side, the fatigue on Baiyu and Yeshan's face was unmistakable. After another clash, with Yunting feeling the unyielding power and his own numb arms, Baiyu and Yeshan marveled inwardly at Yunting's physique. Finally, he made up his mind, leaping backward and rapidly forming seals. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Several potent air bullets shot from his mouth, like a continuous stream of bullets hurtling forward. Seeing this, Yunting showed no sign of panic, executing a series of large leaps across the training ground to dodge each vacuum sphere. Ignoring the successive explosions behind him, he turned his gaze to Baiyu and Yeshan, only to find his opponent had taken the opportunity to prepare a finishing move. Noticing the sharp, wind-natured blade now enveloping Baiyu and Yeshan's sword, Yunting's face registered anticipation. This must be the technique Baiyu and Yeshan had created himself, wind-style vacuum blade. In terms of rank, it was on par with Kakashi's lightning cutter both glass. Then let me personally test the power of this jutsu. Yunting's hands moved rapidly, forming seals with a speed far surpassing his initial attempts. Water-style water dragon bullet jutsu. The chakra within Yunting surged violently, and in an instant a colossal water dragon rose around him, taking shape. Of course, Yunting was not using the 44 seals required by the original technique as Kakashi and Zabuza did. Instead, he deliberately chose the second Hokage's simplified version. Though the seals were simplified, the power remained undiminished. Moreover, supported by Yunting's vast chakra reserves, the water dragon before him was twice as formidable as those conjured by others. Rumble. Soon at Yunting's command, the water dragon above charged like a rampaging flood toward his enemy. Baiyu and Yeshan, seeing this, dashed forward while swinging his vacuum blade, unleashing one powerful wind slash after another, carving deep wounds into the advancing water dragon. After a few breaths, the water dragon was severed into a dozen pieces and collapsed with a great crash. Yunting's expression remained unchanged as he faced the onrushing Baiyu and Yeshan, forming seals again. Water-style Great Waterfall Jutsu. A massive tidal wave surged outward from Yunting, transforming the entire training ground into a vast lake in moments. When all was calm, only Yunting stood on the water surface, while Baiyu and Yeshan was nowhere to be seen. Is it over? Outside the arena, the spectating Shujiyui asked nervously. With veins bulging and his Byakugan activated, Rishang Dijian fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said no. Not yet. The moment his words fell, as if echoing his statement, the previously calm water surface on the field suddenly erupted with intense ripples. In front of Yunting, a tremendous explosion suddenly resounded from the water surface. Before anyone could react, Baiyu and Yeshan emerged from the water, wielding the razor-sharp vacuum blade, charging toward the former, who was right in front of him. Slap! The next instant the blade had just touched Yunting's body when the latter transformed into a mass of water that splashed onto him. Water clone. When did this happen? Not good. Bayun Yeshan's face changed drastically. As he was about to quickly retreat, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his body, as if he could not muster his speed. This water is problematic. He glanced at the water, soaking his body, realizing belatedly. It's not just the water from the water clone, but also this lake beneath my feet. At this moment Yunting's true body emerged from the water surface behind Bayun Yeshan. He spoke while simultaneously reaching out his hand. In an instant streams of water rapidly drew out from the lake, converging around Bayun Yeshan and forming a massive water sphere that enveloped him. It was the water prison technique. Moreover, it was a modified version by Yunting himself, more concealed and even more powerful. An ordinary water prison technique cannot hold Yeshan's vacuum blade. Only by combining the residual power of the previous great waterfall technique can I truly trap you. Yunting explained with a smile. The redand white Hokage's imperial robe draped over him remained immaculate, without a single wrinkle. No wonder the Hokage-sama used such a powerful great waterfall technique earlier. Bayun Yeshan within the water prison shook his head with a wry smile, then dispelled the vacuum blade in his hand. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. You truly deserve to be the fourth Hokage. Yunting smiled faintly and casually dispelled the water prison technique, saying, Go back and rest well. You don't need to be on duty today. Yes. Bayun Yeshan sheathed his long sword, bowed to Yunting, then bid farewell to his two companions before turning and leaving. The lake on the training ground would not dissipate for a short time. Yunting found another new training ground in the Senju clan territory, one with high confidentiality and a barrier. He ordered Shijui and Rishiang Dijian to stand guard outside and allow no one to disturb him. Then he activated the barrier and began to ponder quietly within. Bayun Yeshan's strength was not to be underestimated. Among the Jonin, he was definitely an elite. Yet in that battle he had barely used a combination of a few ninjutsu techniques to defeat his opponent without much effort. Although there was an element of strategy involved, it was enough to prove his current strength. At present, perhaps due to the perfect fusion of two souls, he possessed benefits such as faster hand seal speed, more brilliant ninjutsu combinations, and quicker learning speed, making his current strength somewhat stronger than the original Boda's peak. Now he was not unworthy of the title of Fourth Hokage. However, these were still insufficient against the nine-tailed fox and the elusive Yuzebo Daitu, who wielded the power of spacetime. Therefore, he still needed the power of wood style. Yunting checked his Hokage reputation points. Over the past month of accumulation with the continuous contributions from the major source, known as Maite Kai, his reputation points finally broke through 10,000. This meant he could finally exchange for wood style. And the reason he chose this barrier-protected training ground was precisely to keep it secret after he exchanged for wood style. Yunting had a plan in mind. Now was not the best time to reveal wood style. Only when a certain event erupted soon would be the moment for his stunning debut. It was also the day to reclaim Hokage authority. Thinking of this, Yunting's eyes burned with fierce determination. After a long while, when he regained his composure, he said to the system word by word, exchange for Kekkei Genkai wood style. Come on. Since the death of Chinsho Jujin, let the strongest in the ninja world, the most authentic wood style of the Chinsho clan, reappear in the world. Confirm exchange for Kekkei Genkai wood style. Confirm. Deducted 10,000 reputation points. Kekkei Genkai wood style has been exchanged. Before he could lament the depletion of his reputation points earned over a month of effort, in the next second Yunting felt boundless life energy born within his body out of nowhere. Its magnitude was far beyond even his own Chinsho constitution. At this moment, the cells within Yunting's body seemed to possess infinite vitality, ceaselessly dividing. He felt as if immersed in a sea of life, and the bloodline of the Chinsho clan was continuously purified and strengthened at this moment. Finally, the hidden recessive genes deep within his bloodline, the Kekkei Genkai wood style, which only a handful of Chinsho members had activated over 1,000 years, was finally awakened in Yunting's hands. With a flash of inspiration, Yunting pressed his palms together and shouted, wood style tree world advent. Vast chakra surged out from his body. The next second, the training ground within a 100-meter radius around him seemed to be struck by an earthquake. Cracks split open on the ground, and within them thick trees uprooted themselves, growing rapidly upward until they reached the top of the barrier. In an instant, a magnificent forest replaced the training ground, unfolding before Yunting. Feeling that every tree in the forest could be controlled for attack and defense, Yunting's joy was written all over his face. Finally, he had successfully mastered wood style. Moreover, this wood style was by no means a defective product like Das. In the hands of a legitimate Chinsho clansman like him, the former, though not yet comparable to the level of the first Hokage Chinsho Jujin, still held potential for future development that was by no means inferior to the latter. After this, it's time to go to the Chinsho clan's archives, brush off the thick dust, and find those long-buried wood-style secret techniques to learn. After his excitement gradually calmed down, looking at the vast man-made forest before him, Yunting said thoughtfully, now that he possessed wood style to fully develop its abilities and unleash its full potential, relying solely on the instinctive wood style techniques he could use was insufficient. He also needed to incorporate various powerful wood style secret techniques. The latter was not lacking in the Chinsho clan. If he remembered correctly, the archives even contained wood-style secret technique notes personally written by Chinsho Jujin, but since no one in the Chinsho clan had possessed wood-style since then, they could only be shelved. Now he could take them to study himself. In short, with wood-style acquired, his strength would experience rapid progress in the coming, and this also meant that from now on Yunting finally had the ability to resolve the internal and external troubles that had been troubling him since his transmigration. Whether it was the Third Hokage High Council or the future Ninetales incident, Yunting extended his hand, and under the wood style that could pacify everything, all was within his grasp. In the year 48 of the Wood Leaf, as Yunting focused on developing his wood release abilities, a new year quietly arrived. During this time, while the outside world appeared calm, undercurrents were actually stirring. Beyond the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth were retreating wearily to their homes, quietly and diligently tending to their respective wounds. The frequency of operations by the mist ninjas from the land of water was gradually decreasing, not only due to the immense deterrent posed by Might Guy's previous feat of single-handedly defeating 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but also because of the unrest subtly revealed by the bloodline clans within. In contrast, the land of lightning remained unsatisfied with the status quo, continuously probing along the borders of the land of fire, causing the relationship between the two nations to remain as volatile as a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. Meanwhile, outside the 5 great nations in the overlooked small nation of the Land of Rain, the Akatsuki organization, which would eventually influence the entire ninja world, was undergoing a transformation under the guidance of the masked man claiming to be Uchiha Obito, taking a path entirely opposite to its original style. Within the Land of Fire, due to dissatisfaction within the village stemming from the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's compromise with the Land of Earth during the Third Great Ninja War, he reluctantly stepped down, yet continued to secretly wield significant power over the Leaf Village. Meanwhile, independent from the Umbu, the roots, entrenched deep in darkness, remained under the control of another Leaf advisor, Shimura Danzo, who could not be commanded even by the Third Hokage. At this moment, in the underground root base, in a dimly lit office, Shimura Danzo, known in the ninja world as the Darkness of Shinobi, sat in a chair leaning on his cane. Standing nearby was his most capable assistant, Oil Girl Ryoma. "What has our new Hokage been busy with lately?" came Danzo's cold and deep voice. Oil Girl Ryoma adjusted his sunglasses and replied as usual, aside from stamping documents at the Hokage building and chatting with villagers after work, he has been spending quite a bit of time on personal training recently. Because there are Byakugan users among his shadow guards, our people cannot investigate closely, so we are unaware of what the Fourth Hokage is truly practicing. If we cannot investigate, then so be it, Danzo said faintly, then suddenly seemed to think of something, snorting coldly. He's just a kid relying on the Senju named Lucky to have risen to power. He probably knows just how idle this Hokage is and can only vent his energy on training. Hiruzen has certainly played a good hand. Evidently, Shimura Danzo was still displeased that he could not become Hokage, especially since the Sannin he recommended, Orochimaru, also failed to attain the position. Forget about the Fourth Hokage for now. What has Orochimaru been up to lately? Danzo's cane tapped the ground heavily as he expressed his dissatisfaction. The progress of the experiments assigned to him has slowed down significantly compared to the past. What is he thinking? Is he still unable to recover from his failure to become Hokage? As for Orochimaru, it seems he has not been affected by his failure in the Hokage election. Oil Girl Ryoma hesitated for a moment before voicing his judgment. On the contrary, he seems to be spending even more time in the laboratory lately, although much of his research does not fall within the range of what we requested. The resources assigned to him by the root are not meant for personal use. It seems I must personally remind him, Danzo Cole. Additionally, recently, Orochimaru's experiments have required a significant number of living subjects which the root could not fulfill, so he personally went out to bring back many. This incident seems to have left some traces and has already attracted attention within the village. Ryoma, you should send someone to suppress this matter first. As for Orochimaru, it seems I cannot delay any longer. I must talk to him in detail as soon as possible. With that, Danzo stood up and walked towards the root laboratory. By the way, the internal situation in the Mist Village has been unstable lately, and it seems the higher-ups are increasingly at odds with the Bloodline Limit clans. Send another team of root ninjas there. If there's an opportunity, let's add a bit of fuel to their conflict. With that, Danzo's figure vanished into the darkness, leaving behind his cold and ruthless voice echoing in the room. Understood, Oil Girl Ryoma replied calmly. Deeply rooted in darkness, the root continuously absorbed nutrients from the Leaf Village's main body, yet when facing external enemies, it would still unsparingly wield its sword. This was an extremely sharp, double-edged sword. Likewise viewed as a double-edged sword, the Uchiha clan, which was seen as a thorn in the side of the Leaf advisors, was also quite lively at this time. At the South He Shrine, every so often the main ninjas from the Uchiha clan would gather here for a closed-door meeting to discuss major clan matters. Today was no exception. Inside the shrine, Uchiha Fugaku, seated in the foremost position, frowned as he observed the noisy scene of people on either side. The reason for this was none other than the dissatisfaction among the clan members towards the upper echelons of the village. Especially this time, from their perspective, the Uchiha clan had contributed significantly during the Third Great Ninja War, and faced great sacrifices, the position of Hokage, which should have belonged to them, had slipped away again, and their former enemy, yet another Senju, had risen to the rank. It should be noted that counting the first and second Hokage, the 4 faces on Hokage Rock now included 3 from the Senju clan. This left them who had jointly founded the Leaf Village with the Senju clan and were considered its elders feeling quite aggrieved. Thus the emotions within the Uchiha clan were quite volatile, and the martial faction was gaining considerable power. While it was not to the extent that 6 or 7 years later, with a few exceptions the majority, would support a bloodless revolution, there were already faint signs of such a tendency. As the head of the family, Uchiha Fugaku felt particularly exhausted at this moment. Although he would eventually choose a bloodless revolution, it was more due to the overwhelming public opinion. Essentially, he still hoped to resolve conflicts through more peaceful means. Finally, after several hours of meetings, Uchiha Fugaku managed to pacify the clan members' emotions and returned home exhausted. He saw his son Uchiha Itachi staring blankly by the pond and approached to pat him on the shoulder, saying, "Itachi, what are you thinking about?" For his son, who possessed exceptional talent as a ninja, Uchiha Fugaku was always quite satisfied and proud. "Father, I am contemplating ninjutsu." Itachi, still a child, was lying. Having been taken to the battlefield by his father at 4, and having personally killed someone, he was now pondering a question that many adults would never consider: what is the meaning of life? Uchiha Fugaku naturally did not know that his son at such a young age already possessed the potential of a philosopher. He comfortingly said, "If you have any questions you can come and ask me," then stepped into the house. Inside, Uchiha Mikoto, whose belly had begun to show a slight bulge, greeted him warmly. After a moment of tender interaction between the couple, Uchiha Mikoto smiled and said, "Today, I ran into Kushina on the street, and I didn't expect that she was pregnant just like me." "Kushina is pregnant. It seems Minato is about to become a father," Uchiha Fugaku said with a slight pause. Having teamed up with Namikaze Minato during previous battles, and with Mikoto and Kushina being close friends, the relationship between the two families was quite good. What a pity if Minato becomes Hokage, the Uchiha clan situation would be much better. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly. He then recalled that Kushina was the host of the Nine Tails, and during her pregnancy, it would be difficult to ensure that external forces wouldn't take advantage of the situation. However, after a moment of thought, he snorted slightly. "If I can think of these things, the higher-ups of the Leaf Village surely can as well. Perhaps at that time, they will not only guard against external enemies, but also against me, the one with the Sharingan." Unbeknownst to Mikoto, who had no idea about her husband's recent line of thought, after finishing her story about Kushina, she gently rubbed her belly and said expectantly, "I wonder if it will be a boy or a girl for both me and Kushina. If they are both boys, I imagine they will become the best of friends in the future. Of course, they will be remarkable ninja partners." Uchiha Fugaku placed his hand on his wife's belly, smiling with anticipation. In the Hokage office, the acrid smell of smoke permeated the room. Yunting did not smoke. The only person who could smoke freely in his office was the esteemed third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki Protection Plan. After taking the scroll specially handed to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yunting opened it to read, his expression becoming complex. So has this day finally come? Looking at the information on the scroll about Uzumaki Kushina's pregnancy issued by the Konoha hospital, Yunting couldn't help but think of the impending chaos of the Nine Tails in October. The countdown has undoubtedly officially begun. Across the desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking his pipe, said, "Kushina, as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, being pregnant is extremely critical for Konoha. After all, during this period when she is at her most vulnerable, it is likely that hostile forces will come to disrupt her. If the Nine Tails goes out of control, it will pose a severe threat to Konoha." Yunting suppressed his thoughts and agreed. Indeed, especially during labor, that is also the time when the Nine Tails is most prone to going out of control. Hiruzen nodded. There will be the tightest protection by then, but before that the village also needs to arrange for more Umbu personnel to protect Kushina. Is it possible to take Kushina to a concealed place where outsiders cannot know to spend her pregnancy period there? This way we can avoid external scrutiny to the greatest extent. At the very least, it would keep those with ulterior motives from knowing her due date, allowing her to go through this day with minimal risk. A sudden idea struck Yunting. Hiruzen seemed a bit tempted, but after a moment of thought he hesitated. Given Kushina's personality, it would probably be quite difficult to manage. Just the thought of how Naruto, who inherited his mother's personality, would react if confined to one place for 10 months, made Yunting shake his head decisively. If that were the case, the one nicknamed Blood Red Chili Pepper, combined with the irritability often experienced by pregnant women, would likely not last long before turning her hiding place into ruins. Forget it, let's pretend I didn't say that. Yunting lowered his head again, flipping through the list of Umbu protection selected by Hiruzen, where Kakashi Hitaki's name was listed. Kakashi requested to join after Minato learned of the plan. Hiruzen explained Minato hopes that Kakashi can maintain a calm mindset while protecting Kushina and move past the shadows of his past. Witnessing new life gradually coming into the world is indeed a warm ray of sunlight that someone like Kakashi, who has fallen into despair, can tightly grasp. The personnel arrangement by the third Hokage is quite reasonable. I have no objections. Saying this, Yunting also signed his name next to Hiruzen's on the scroll. Since it concerns the Jinchuriki, even though Hiruzen has considerable power, he must discuss it with Yunting, who is in that case I will instruct the Umbu to take care of it. Picking up the scroll, Hiruzen stood and bid farewell to Yunting. Soon only Yunting remained in the Hokage office. Unlike his clan member Tsunade, who would have piles of documents on her desk every day after becoming the fifth Hokage, Yunting had it much easier. After swiftly handling the few documents, he stood up from his chair and looked out the window, though his true attention drifted far. The chaos of the Nine Tails is approaching. He had thought about whether he should take the opportunity to eliminate the mastermind before their arrival in the Land of Rain. Previously, he lacked the capability, but now possessing wood release and having mastered several powerful wood release techniques over time, he felt confident. After all, Uchiha Obito at this point is still just a teenager. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, his combat skills are still quite immature. This was evident when Minato fought against him, quickly seeing through his abilities and severing his right arm in one move, almost ensuring that he could not escape. At this moment, Uchiha Obito was far from the level of strength he would possess in over a decade that would shake the ninja world. However, Yunting's good ideas were practically impossible to realize. Just his current identity as the fourth Hokage determined that he could not act recklessly. Not to mention going to the Land of Rain, even just stepping outside Konoha would have enormous consequences. Moreover, Uchiha Obito was not without assistance at this time. He had Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, and Konan, who was also not to be underestimated. With the three of them working together, Yunting could not guarantee whether he would be able to come back after entering. Though he could use wood release, he was not Senju Hashirama. Therefore, what Yunting could do now was to continuously improve his strength while remaining vigilant. However, even with the strongest protection, how effective would it be against an enemy who possesses the power of time and space and has unparalleled infiltration abilities? Could he really stay by Uzumaki Kushina's side at all times? Come on. A woman is in labor, and it would be acceptable for her husband to be by her side. What kind of situation would that put him in? He is not the neighbor Wong. Forget it, there's still time to think about it later. Yunting rubbed his forehead and sat back down at his desk, pulling out a long scroll bound with fine strings that looked quite... This was a contract scroll regarding summoning beasts that he had accidentally found while searching for wood release techniques in the Senju clan's archives. The object of the contract was none other than the slug from the Wet-Bone Forest, one of the three great holy places of the ninja world, which had deep ties to his Senju clan. Unrolling the scroll, Yunting looked at the names of past ninjas who had signed. Aside from the majority, which were familiar names from the Senju clan, it also included names from the Uzumaki clan, the Kagaya clan, and others. These were undoubtedly the top noble ninja clans in the ninja world. Yet when faced with a contract from one of the three great holy places, they all flocked to it. One can imagine the allure of the Wet-Bone Forest. Yunting continued to scroll down, and when he saw the names of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tsunade listed nearby, he nodded in understanding. Flipping further back, he found a blank space. Clearly, this summoning contract still had available slots. Without any hesitation, Yunting bit his finger and signed his name in the empty space right after Senju Tsunade, then pressed his bloodied fingerprint below Senju Yunting. The reason the first Hokage was so powerful besides wood release was also due to the sage arts he practiced. Aspiring to evolve from a miniature version of the first Hokage to the complete form, Yunting naturally would not miss this opportunity. He did not have to worry about not being able to cultivate. The reason Tsunade, who was also from the Senju clan, could not cultivate the Wet-Bone Forest sage arts was due to her physique being unable to withstand the corrosive damage that accompanies the training. But Yunting was different. Possessing wood release like the first Hokage, his life recovery speed was extremely fast, and he was not afraid of corrosive effects at all, fully meeting the conditions for cultivating the Wet-Bone Forest sage arts. Moreover, even if the cultivation did not go smoothly, he still had the system. As long as he approached the training methods of the Wet-Bone Forest sage arts, he could exchange for sage arts through the system. So why not take advantage of this opportunity? The contract was signed, and just as Yunting was contemplating whether to summon the slug now that he had some free time, he suddenly saw white smoke emerging around his body. Is this the reverse summoning technique? As soon as Yunting's voice fell, he vanished from his spot. In the next second, members of the fourth generation Umbu rushed into the Hokage's office, only to find it empty. Yun Yishan, leading the group, narrowed his pupils and urged, "Quick, call the third Hokage." Unaware that his actions had caused a commotion in the Hokage building, Yunting opened his eyes again to find himself in an unfamiliar place. Before him stood rows of trees reaching into the clouds. These trees had no branches or leaves, their bare trunks and branches exuding a pale hue, giving an eerie bone-like impression. Nonetheless, the forest was unexpectedly filled with moist and refreshing air, especially the immense life energy he sensed which was intertwined throughout the atmosphere. With just a gentle breath, Yunting felt a wave of comfort fill his limbs. So this is the Wet-Bone Forest. It truly lives up to its name as a treasure land, he remarked. At that moment, as if sensing his presence, a variety of blue and white slugs poked their heads out from the woods looking toward. Soon a larger slug than the others slithered over to him and spoke in a voice that was surprisingly gentle for its appearance. "Excuse me, are you Lord Qinsho Yunting?" "You needn't call me that, just address me by my name as the slug sage does," Yunting replied hastily. He knew that the entire Wet-Bone Forest was home to the slug sage alone, and the seemingly small slugs before him were merely its avatars. This meant that he was indeed speaking to the slug sage itself. This sage, like the toad sage of Mayaboko Mountain, had lived for thousands of years, deserving of his utmost respect. "I apologize, I'm used to calling every one of my contract partners Lord." It may take some time to change my habit. Also, I am not a true sage, just a slug that has lived a long time and knows some sage techniques. So you can simply call me Living Slug, which is my name. The slug's voice remained soft and amiable, its words exceptionally humble and reserved. Indeed, just as he remembered, the sage of the wet-bone forest possessed an unexpectedly good temper. At that moment, Yunting couldn't help but mourn silently for Orochimaru, who had contracted the dragon cave. Since the sage had said so, Yunting no longer kept his distance and called out, "Living Slug." The slug nodded happily and continued, "Since Lady Tsunade, it has been a long time since anyone new has come to the wet-bone forest. When I saw Lord Yunting's name, especially as another member of the Qinsho clan, I took the liberty of summoning you, hoping that I did not interrupt your important matters." For the Living Slug, despite having various contract partners over its 1,000-year lifespan, the ones it had spent the longest time with were still the Qinsho clan, naturally making it more fond of them. Through past stories from Tsunade, it understood that the Qinsho clan had nearly become extinct, which saddened it greatly. Thus, upon seeing another Qinsho name appear on the contract scroll it placed in the outside world, it acted contrary to its character and summoned Yunting with a small hint of stubbornness. Hearing this, Yunting waved his hand and said, "It's not a bother, I have nothing pressing at the moment." After all, the summoning contract scroll was right there in the Hokage's office. Even if others were unaware, the experienced Sarutobi Hiruzen would immediately understand what had happened upon seeing it. So he was not worried about any issues arising there. Now that he was in the wet-bone forest, he took this opportunity to explore this sacred place. "Would you like to see my true form, Lord Yunting?" After a short while, the Living Slug perched on Yunting's shoulder. "Is that possible?" Yunting was quite curious about the Living Slug's true form. According to his understanding, the original work never fully summoned the Living Slug's true form. Even Tsunade could only summon a small part of its true form. "Of course, there's no problem. Lord Yunting is my contract partner, and we will fight side by side in the future. It's only right to understand each other better." As the Living Slug spoke, it led Yunting deeper into the wet-bone forest. Yunting looked around and saw slugs of various sizes, blue and white, secreting transparent mucus all over the ground and trees along the way. They appeared not disgusting at all. On the contrary, they had a certain charming innocence to them. Along the way, the slug on his shoulder suddenly asked curiously, "Is the outfit you're wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robe? Are you saying Lord Yunting is now the new Hokage of Konoha?" "Indeed, I am the fourth Hokage now, Yunting." "That's impressive. It reminds me of Lord Hashirama from decades ago, who was also a Hokage," the Living Slug exclaimed. "Huh, I can't compare to the first Hokage." Yunting laughed and waved his hand. In this exchange, Yunting unknowingly arrived at his destination. As he passed through the last pale tree and arrived at a clearing, he looked up, and despite having mentally prepared himself, he could not help but display an expression of sheer shock. So huge. Even having experienced various massive buildings made of steel and concrete in modern times, when Yunting gazed upon the immense Living Slug before him, which was beyond description and appeared endless, he was still left speechless with shock. At that moment, he finally understood the meaning of a sage. Before him was a being that, even without using any sage techniques, could cause the earth to quake with just a slight movement of its body, and its power was likely not inferior to that of its class large ninjutsu. Taking advantage of Yunting's moment of daze, the slug on his shoulder jumped down and slithered over to the true form of the Living Slug, merging its tiny body into it. In the next second, the massive head of the Living Slug moved. It lowered its head slightly, looking at Yunting, who was no larger than a pebble, and spoke gently with the same warm tone. "Lord Yunting, for our first true meeting, I hope for your guidance in the future." "And I hope for your guidance as well, Living Slug," Yunting said solemnly, feeling a slight sense of relief as he looked at the Living Slug, which remained as welcoming as ever. As future comrades bound by contract, the Living Slug, after a warm exchange with Yunting, fulfilled its obligations by carefully detailing its various abilities to the latter. In addition to its renowned ultimate healing abilities within the ninja world, it possesses skills such as tongue and teeth adhesion, the art of splitting, and visual sharing, among others. Among these, the rare offensive technique of tongue and teeth adhesion is a skill that Orochimaru has acknowledged could kill him. Moreover, due to its status as a mollusk, purely physical attacks are ineffective against the Living Slug. These are merely a portion of the opponent's displayed strength. After all, both Yunting and Tsunade are currently only summoning a small part of the Living Slug, unable to unleash its full power. One wonders if Senju Hashirama could achieve that at his peak. Yunting shook his head. Although the Hashirama cells within him could be considered a bug facing the enormous Living Slug, if he wanted to forcefully summon it all, he would likely be drained of all chakra in an instant, with the Hashirama cells unable to replenish in time, leading to his demise. Bringing the topic back, Yunting then presented the core purpose of his signing the summoning scroll to the Living Slug: to practice sage arts. The Living Slug's gentle voice expressed no surprise. Anyone familiar with the three great holy lands would naturally be very interested in its sage arts, though very few could ultimately succeed in practicing them. The Living Slug did not refuse, patiently explaining, "If Lord Yunting wishes to practice, I will not refuse. However, please understand, unlike Myaboku and the Dragon Cave, the sage arts of the Wetbone Forest are not suited for human practice. Over the past 1,000 years, only Lord Hashirama has succeeded in practicing them. Even Lord Tsunade had to give up after a period of practice. The process of practicing sage arts is fraught with danger. A slight misstep could lead to being assimilated by natural energy and thus perish. Please keep this in mind, Lord Yunting. I understand, Yunting replied, but just because Tsunade cannot practice does not mean I cannot. Although both belong to the same clan, Yunting and Tsunade are not particularly close in terms of blood relations given the vastness of the Senju clan and its numerous branches. If one were to take it seriously, he and Tsunade, who is over a decade older than him, could be considered peers, hence he addressed her by her name. The living slug took no heed of this, merely feeling surprised by Yunting's confidence. So, what makes Lord Yunting think so? Yunting spoke with facts. He clasped his hands together, and in an instant the ground around him erupted like an earthquake, shooting forth thick trees one after another. Soon amid a booming sound, the originally snow-covered bone forest was rapidly adorned with patches of vibrant green. Since Lord Hashirama could practice the wet bone forest sage arts, it must be due to his possession of the wood release, granting him a life force far beyond others. Standing among the trees, Yunting confidently proclaimed, "Now that I also possess wood release, the probability of successfully practicing sage arts should be even greater." Wood release, huh? The living slug mused. At this moment, looking at Senju Yunting, it seemed to see through him to that invincible old friend in the ninja world who remained kind-hearted despite his imposing nature. If that's the case, Lord Yunting truly has a chance of succeeding in practicing sage arts. The living slug quickly came to its senses and congratulated. "I agree to your request, Lord Yunting. So shall we start practicing sage arts now?" Yunting was about to agree, but upon noting the time he realized he had been gone for a while, so he changed his answer. "Not today, I still have some matters to attend to. Let's start tomorrow. I will set aside some time each day to learn sage arts in the wetbone forest, and I will rely on you for that, living slug. It's no trouble at all. Having you around, Lord Yunting, is just what I need to alleviate my boredom," the living slug cheerfully replied. "Oh, does Tsunade not come here often?" Yunting asked curiously. The living slug replied, "As for Lord Tsunade, she spends most of her time drinking and gambling. Even when she comes to the wetbone forest, it's often to evade her creditors." "Oh, that indeed fits Tsunade's style. Just the bills signed by Tsunade that were sent to the Senju clan every year." Yunting recalled. He had lost count of how many stacks he had received in the past. At first he had helped pay some of them off, but seeing that the bills kept arriving in greater numbers, he eventually gave up that thought. After all, no matter how wealthy the Senju clan's assets were, they couldn't withstand her extravagant spending. For this reason, while traveling around, or rather while on the run, Tsunade had even sent letters back cursing him for being ungrateful. Now reflecting back, Yunting could only say he was right to do so. Moreover, the elders of the Senju clan indeed had foresight. They chose to entrust the Senju clan's legacy to him rather than to Tsunade, who had a more legitimate claim. Apart from the patriarchal mindset, they understood Tsunade's personality well. If it were handed over to her with her spendthrift style, it wouldn't be long before the Senju legacy would be completely depleted. At this moment, Yunting couldn't help but think of Kato Dan, who had been following Tsunade. One wondered whether this girl was a blessing or a curse following such a whimsical adult at such a young age. It could be imagined that her childhood must have been quite colorful. After a moment of silence for her, just as Yunting was preparing to form seals and leave, he suddenly remembered something, dropping his hands to say to the living slug, "By the way, living slug, please help me keep the wood release a secret." "Should I keep it a secret from Lord Tsunade?" The living slug quickly grasped the situation. "Yes, due to certain matters, the wood release cannot be exposed yet. Additionally, rather than you directly informing her, I am more looking forward to her natural reaction upon hearing it herself," Yunting said with a grin of schadenfreude. "I can imagine that as the legitimate grandson of Senju Hashirama, Tsunade's expression will be quite rich upon hearing the news of my wood release." "I see. Although we are both contract partners, since you, Lord Yunting, have requested secrecy, I will keep my mouth shut in front of Lord Tsunade. Besides," at this point a hint of anticipation crept into the living slug's tone, "I would love to see Lord Tsunade's reaction then. Rest assured, when that day comes I will specifically remind you, living slug," Yunting said with a smile as he bid farewell, transforming into a cloud of smoke and leaving the wetbone forest. Watching the spot where he had vanished, the living slug shifted slightly, smiling and saying, "What an interesting contract partner." Within the Hokage office, the previously empty space is now filled with ninjas. However, compared to the initial panic, the crowd's demeanor has calmed significantly. This is naturally thanks to the astute third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The latter is seated in the Yunting position, smoking a cigarette while looking down at the spread wetbone forest contract scroll on his desk, silently lamenting that even a fallen noble ninja clan should not be underestimated. It is important to note that he had put considerable effort into forming a contract with the Holy Land for his disciples Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Ultimately, it was their own qualities that allowed them to open the gates of the Holy Land. Unlike Tsunade, who easily produced the wetbone forest contract scroll and succeeded with little effort. Now it is Yunting's turn. How enviable indeed. However, despite this, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels no greed for this contract scroll. One might say he is indecisive and weak, yearning for power, yet it cannot be denied that he possesses a high degree of personal integrity. If it were Shimura Danzo in his place, he would have likely greedily snatched it up without hesitation. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff of his cigarette, he suddenly felt something and quickly got up, stepping aside. In the next moment, a cloud of white smoke erupted from his former position. As the smoke dissipated, Yunting's figure appeared in front of everyone. Fourth Hokage. The others in the room exclaimed, "I'm sorry to worry, everyone, I'm fine. I just want to chat with my newly summoned partner." "Everyone can disperse now," Yunting said with a smile. "Yes." Everyone responded in unison. "Thank you for your trouble, Third Hokage." Yunting expressed his gratitude to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The latter waved his pipe dismissively, saying, "It's no big deal, just explain it to them." "Also congratulations, Yunting. The Sage of Slugs is indeed an extraordinary being." Yunting modestly replied, "The Sage of Slugs is indeed remarkable, with a very friendly and kind demeanor. With him around, not only for me, but if Konoha encounters any troubles, his assistance will be tremendous." "Indeed." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, recalling the Sage of Slugs' immense healing abilities. He then thought of Tsunade, another contract holder from the Wetbone Forest, and sighed. "It's a pity Tsunade isn't in Konoha right now. If there really were any troubles, the two of you together with the Sage of Slugs' abilities could minimize the losses." Yunting fell silent. He knew very well why Tsunade was unwilling to return, and Sarutobi Hiruzen likely understood it too. Aside from needing to unwind to heal her psychological scars, there were probably also unpleasant matters among Konoha's upper echelons she did not wish to confront. The same could be said for Jiraiya. Both of his disciples were unwilling to return to Konoha, clearly indicating that past events in the village had created a rift in their hearts. It wouldn't be until the third died in battle that Tsunade would reluctantly return, not only to clean up Konoha's mess, but also because she did not want Danzo, such a person, to take charge. Of course, Naruto's penchant for words also played a significant role. "Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. As I age, I find myself fond of reminiscing about the past." At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, coming back to his senses, bid farewell. "The third Hokage is still as vigorous as ever," Yunting joked as he saw him off. Halfway through, he suddenly thought of something filled with anticipation and said, "By the way, Third Hokage, when will you let me borrow that crystal ball in your hand? This matter I've brought up numerous times with you." The so-called crystal ball naturally refers to the tool that the third Hokage used to spy on Naruto in the original work. In fact, it has a more specialized term for its activation known as the telescope technique. Yunting had long coveted, since it can observe Naruto's every move from thousands of miles away if it could be moved to another place, such as the bath. Cough cough. Originally, Yunting thought this was standard equipment for the Hokage, but unexpectedly Sarutobi Hiruzen had taken it away. Thus, he had always been asking for it. However, it was clear that the latter was not going to agree. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately shook his head fervently, saying, "No. Cough cough. I told you before, the crystal ball is broken and hasn't been fixed yet. It now seems highly likely that it cannot be repaired at all, so Yunting, you should stop thinking about it." What a joke. The crystal ball is his lifeline. Whenever he is alone, it brings him immense satisfaction. There is no way he would give it away. Not a chance. Without waiting for Yunting to respond, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately walked away with a pace that was surprisingly fast for his age. TCH. Yunting looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's retreating figure in disdain. It is no wonder he was the teacher of the three infamous disciples. Even at this age, his heart remains young. He absolutely does not believe that the crystal ball is broken. It seems that there is now one more reason to usurp the third's power. Yunting returned to his office filled with ambition. Unfortunately, the currently famous novel Paradise of Passion has yet to make an appearance, and Jiraiya is still gathering material. Otherwise, he really wanted to see for himself how good the novel which Kakashi praised, and that is sold like hotcakes in all countries, actually is. Should he send a message to urge Jiraiya for an update? As the fourth Hokage, Yunting naturally has a way to contact Jiraiya. However, if he were to go through this channel to send such a message, he would probably be scolded fiercely. How ridiculous. He is still too ridiculous. As he approaches the realm of mastering sage techniques, Yunting feels he is on the brink of losing himself in excitement. The image of Senju Hashirama crushing the Nine Tails in sage mode is simply too impressive for him. Once he masters it, he does not seek to be on par with Senju Hashirama. After all, he has trained and fought for many years while he has only trained for a short time. However, if he could attain 4 or 5/10 of that ability, it would be more than sufficient. To calm his emotions, Yunting took out another well-known novel, Tale of Perseverance and Ninja. This is the debut work of the Jiraiya he fondly remembers. However, due to the cliched plot of an underdog becoming a great hero, its sales performance was quite poor, which later inspired Jiraiya to embark on his true path as a master of romantic action. Speaking of which, the copy in Yunting's hands was recommended to him by Minato during a casual chat at Ichiraku Ramen. Minato is a devoted fan of this book, even planning to name his unborn child after its protagonist. As he opened the novel's first page, watching the protagonist make his appearance, Yunting's eyes became profound. Naruto. What will become of this unexpected individual? How exciting. The Dampbone Forest. After announcing his itinerary to the outside world, Yunting visited this place daily to learn Senjutsu from Gamabunta. Senjutsu refers to a power forged by harmonizing external natural energy with one's own physical and spiritual energies, then channeling that unified force to perform ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, far surpassing the limits of ordinary chakra. Mastering Senjutsu hinges upon 2 essentials: first, balancing the 3 internal energies within the body; second, absorbing natural energy from the environment. At Myobokuzen, the first of the three great sage mountains. Senjutsu training begins by coating the body in toad oil to attune oneself to natural energy. The damp bone forest employs a different method. The translucent mucus secreted from the mouths of countless tiny slugs, offshoots of the great slug manda, teems with abundant natural energy. Yunting's Senjutsu training thus commenced with applying this translucent mucus directly onto his skin to absorb its natural energy, rendering his progress significantly faster than that of Myobokuzen practitioners. Yet this method bears a grave drawback. The slug's mucus is intensely corrosive. Once applied to the skin, the practitioner must endure simultaneous corrosion and injury while drawing in natural energy. Only those skilled in medical ninjutsu or possessing extraordinary self-regeneration can sustain such torment. However, employing medical ninjutsu accelerates chakra depletion, precisely when one must conserve energy to absorb natural forces, thereby placing even greater strain on the delicate equilibrium among the three internal energies. As for innate regeneration, even clans famed for vitality, such as the Senju or Uzumaki, possess healing prowess insufficient to withstand the mucus's relentless erosion. Thus, Senjutsu training at the damp bone forest proves markedly more perilous than at Myobokuzen. Even Tsunade, a prodigy of rare caliber, abandoned it after several attempts. The sole exception was Hashirama Senju. His success stemmed from the life-sustaining essence inherent in wood release, amplified synergistically by his Senju physiology, yielding regenerative and restorative capabilities so formidable they rendered the mucus's corrosion negligible. Yunting, inheriting wood release himself, naturally inherited this advantage, and thus approached damp bone forest Senjutsu with unwavering confidence. Alas, his Hokage reputation points accumulated sluggishly during this period. This stemmed not only from widespread familiarity with him across Konoha village, but also from the prolonged absence of Might Guy, his esteemed VIP patron, who remained away on mission. Unless he accomplished something truly extraordinary, his reputation would rise at a snail's pace. Hence his disciplined, methodical dedication to Senjutsu cultivation. 3 words, insufficient points. Fortunately, if Senjutsu mastery were measured in percentages, completing 10% meant he could later purchase the remainder at 90% cost within the system, a remarkably humane concession. Bleached, barren trees stretched skyward in an unbroken expanse. Within a deliberately cleared clearing, Yunting sat cross-legged, bare-chested, dozens of small, blue and white slugs clinging to his torso, rhythmically secreting mucus rich in natural energy. From time to time, wisps of acrid white vapor rose from his skin. Yet within mere breaths, emerald life force surged from within sealing wounds with swift, verdant precision. This cycle repeated endlessly, though outwardly unharmed. His upper epidermis had regenerated multiple times, each wave of searing corrosion unshielded, prompting frequent grimaces. I strongly suspect Tsunade abandoned this path, not only for its agony, but also because she couldn't bear witnessing her own body thus ravaged. Yunting murmured softly. After all, she was a woman who even in her 70s still insisted on appearing youthful. What woman devoted to beauty would willingly watch her skin disintegrate like flesh gnawed by demons, especially without regeneration rivaling his own? Even a master medical nin like her could restore herself swiftly, but doing so would drain chakra, relentlessly destabilize the tripartite energy balance, and thereby heighten the risk of Senjutsu failure. Lord Yunting, today's training is complete. Manda's gentle voice resonated beside him after a time. Senjutsu mastery is no sudden revelation. It unfolds gradually, step by deliberate step. Under Manda's patient tutelage, Yunting ceased each day once he fulfilled his prescribed quota. For the body possesses finite capacity to endure natural energy absorption. The tiny slugs that had clung to his torso now slid down one by one, gliding toward nearby skeletal trees. As Yunting rose to dress, a bright feminine voice rang out behind him. Well, if it isn't the legendary Fourth Hokage himself. Why are you standing here half naked? Truly indecent. Yunting paused mid-motion, then resumed, dressing unperturbed. First, I am not half naked. Precision demands bare-chested. Second, this is the damp bone forest, previously uninhabited, now graced by merely one additional presence. Tsunade, you are no longer a girl. Indecent hardly applies. Third, as an active Konoha shinobi, your prolonged absence warrants no excuse. Yet you owe your Hokage at least basic respect. He turned, and there she stood, golden twintails cascading behind her, clad in her familiar tea-green haori and sleeveless gray tunic, arms crossed, posture accentuating her imposing figure, her expression a playful smirk. Their eyes met. Tsunade arched a pale yellow eyebrow. So becoming Hokage has inflated your temper. Tell me, Yunting, do you recall how hard my fist strikes? Yunting blinked. Memories of his younger self fleeing Tsunade's wrath flooded back. A faint twitch tugged at his lips as he retorted, and do you recall the stack of IOUs still weighing down your desk, signed, sealed, and witnessed by me? Her bravado instantly crumbled. Eyes darting left and right, she feigned nonchalance with an exaggerated yawn. Oh, right, I nearly forgot. When did you contract with the damp bone forest, Yunting? How long ago? Yunting merely shrugged, accustomed to her evasion, and let the matter drop. The wet bone forest contract scroll is kept in the clan's archive, so naturally I can contract it whenever I want. By the way, Tsunade, you must know about this, right? Yunting looked at her with a puzzled expression. Tsunade's gaze drifted and she coughed a couple of times saying, "Of course I know." The truth is she had long forgotten where the contract scroll was, however she knew the locations of every wine cellar in the Senju clan's estate. Yunting chuckled as he watched. He had long grown accustomed to Tsunade's eccentricities. He teased, "What brings you to Wetbone Forest today? Are you being chased by debt collectors and have nowhere to run?" "Nonsense." Tsunade seemed to have been hit with a sensitive point and retorted loudly. "It's just that I can't bear to see the living slug alone in the Wetbone Forest, or I come here every now and then to keep it company and chat." "Living slug, don't you agree?" The nearby small slug popped its head out from the trunk, understanding her intention, and replied, "Yes, Lady Tsunade always chats with me for a long time whenever she comes." Yunting smirked and said, "What about that little girl who follows you around? Now that you're here, what will she do? I hope those adults don't take her away and sell her off." "They don't have the guts to do that," Tsunade instinctively replied. But the next moment she realized she had let something slip. She shot Yunting a fierce glare, and then resignedly laid back, confessing, "If Shizen gets into trouble, I won't hesitate to abandon any principles. They aren't that stupid to know where my bottom line is." Indeed, despite her constant debt, Tsunade was one of the legendary three of Konoha, and in terms of combat power, she was not someone those who run casinos could provoke. Moreover, although she was in debt, she still had the capability to repay it, even if it might take much longer than agreed. This is why she had never been turned away by the casinos, earning her the reputation of the legendary big fat sheep in the gambling world. As for her drinking habits, they were notoriously terrible. However, when it came to gambling, despite her continuous losses, she had never flipped the table or resorted to violence. At this moment, seeing her entire situation exposed, Tsunade no longer pretended. With a shameless grin, she approached Yunting, wrapped her arm around his neck, and pulled him close, cheerfully saying, "Yunting, lend me some money." "I have no money." Faced with Tsunade's forceful approach, Yunting felt a suffocating pressure on his nose and struggled for a few seconds before responding irritably. The trick that had always worked before failed today. Unwilling to accept defeat, Tsunade increased her grip and insisted, "How can there be none? Not to mention that the clan elders had unfairly entrusted the Senju clan's wealth to you. Your salary as Hokage is quite substantial, isn't it? Just lend me a little. Don't worry, the interest will be generous." Suddenly a puff of white smoke erupted from Tsunade's arms. In the next moment, Yunting's figure appeared beside her. Although the sensation was pleasant, if this continued, he would suffocate. He had no choice but to use this trick. Rubbing his red nose, Yunting countered, "Interest? Over the years I haven't seen you repay a single principal. Do you expect me to fall for that again? But..." He paused slightly and suddenly pointed out, "If you really want it, I can hand over the position of Hokage and the Senju clan's assets to you. You can spend it however you want, but would you be willing?" Tsunade fell silent instantly. If she truly wanted it, she wouldn't have let Yunting inherit everything, nor would she have been unwilling to return to Konoha until now. Because she knew that all of this meant heavy responsibility. She did not believe she had the capability, nor did she want to bear. Forget it. Stingy. Tsunade waved her hand, helplessly giving up on the idea of borrowing money. After a while, looking at Yunting's Hokage ceremonial robe, she curiously asked, "So how does it feel to be the fourth Hokage?" "It's quite nice, but there are many restrictions. Don't you see, this dignified Hokage has nothing to do every day, so I come to Wetbone Forest to learn sage arts." Yunting answered truthfully, "My teacher in the third Hokage." Son. Tsunade was not unaware of the upper echelons of Konoha. She knew Yunting's current situation as well. However, since she was ultimately his teacher, she could only comfort him by saying, "The more time passes, the weaker the third Hokage will become. You are still young, don't be discouraged. After all, you can outlast him." You wouldn't expect it, but that guy is still alive and kicking after more than a decade. If it weren't for a betrayal from your fellow students, who knows how much longer he could hold on to power." While Yunting thought this in his heart, he maintained a harmonious expression with Tsunade. After all, he already had plans to trip the third Hokage, and it wouldn't be long before he implemented them. It wasn't convenient to discuss this matter with Tsunade now. Then Tsunade avoided this awkward topic and instead asked about another matter. "I just heard you say you are practicing sage arts." "Yes. Can you do it? Don't end up being the shortest-lived Hokage in Konoha." Tsunade arrived just as Yunting finished his practice, so she hadn't seen his performance during the training. Considering her own experience, since she had failed, she did not believe that this person, who she had previously beaten all over the place, could successfully cultivate sage arts. Just because one person can't do it doesn't mean others can't, Yunting retorted. However, seeing Tsunade still doubting him, he rolled his eyes and continued, "How about we make a bet? The wager will be whether I can successfully cultivate sage arts." Upon hearing about the bet, Tsunade's eyes lit up and she eagerly said, "All right. I bet you won't succeed. The way. How about 10 million Ryo? Deal? I bet I will succeed." Yunting nodded with a smile. "As for the wager, I don't expect this stingy person to come up with any money. Oh, let's change it to you doing one thing for me, unconditionally." "It's a deal," Tsunade said, eagerly, afraid that Yunting would go back on his word. In her eyes, there was no way Yunting could succeed, so 10 million Ryo would be a free win. Naturally, she wanted to wrap this bet up quickly. As for the wager she would owe, she was completely unconcerned. No matter how unreasonable the request was, it would never be full. But she selectively forgot that she was someone who always lost when it came to gambling. The only exception was when bad news. However, at this moment the latter condition had not arisen. Watching Tsunade's gleeful expression, Yunting smiled slightly, as if he could see the fish entering the pot. In the days that followed, Yunting made a trip back to Mu Yi, instructing his subordinates to prepare a table of dishes and of course the copious amounts of fine wine that Gang Shou had repeatedly and emphatically requested. After packing everything together, he brought it to Shirgu Lin, intending to have a reunion meal with Gang Shou, whom he had not seen for a long time. To be honest, their relationship had not been particularly amicable in the past due to a certain incident. But with the death of Sheng Shu and the successive passing of the few remaining elders of the Senju clan, who had barely clung to life, the once renowned forest of Senju now had only this man and woman left as its sole descendants. No matter how great the grudges had been, they had dissipated like smoke. At this moment the two sat cross-legged, casually facing each other. The dishes between them had barely been touched, but the wine Yunting had brought was already more than half gone. Most of it had gone down the throat of that drunkard Gang Shou. That old stubborn Jin Shou died 3 months ago, didn't he? Having taken off her long coat, and wearing only a gray sleeveless top resembling a kimono which revealed her extremely voluptuous figure, Gang Shou drank heartily once more before asking with a flushed face. Although Yunting had not drunk much, his mind was a little dazed. After thinking for several seconds, he finally realized that the Jun Shou Gang Shou mentioned was the last clan elder of the Senju clan. This old man, who had been active during the eras of the first and second Hokage, had finally succumbed to time and breathed his last a while ago. This event had also occurred before Yunting's time travel. He nodded and asked casually, "Elder Jin Shou passed away 3 months ago. What about it?" Gang Shou was silent for a moment, then picked up the bottle and filled both their cups, motioning for a toast. She then said, "So did that old stubborn say anything before he died? You were probably by his side, then, weren't you?" Yunting, still feeling the heat of the strong liquor burning through his body, didn't think much and recounted what he remembered Jin Shou saying. What else could he say? He just wanted the two of us, the only remaining Senju, to marry each other and produce a child of pure bloodline to continue the Senju clan. He emphasized that we must not allow the Senju to intermarry with outsiders like in the early days of Konoha village, otherwise the Senju bloodline would become thinner and thinner, and even the number of people bearing the Senju name would decrease year by year. He said he couldn't achieve his goal in life, and he would die with regret. As he finished speaking, Yunting's mind finally cleared. His body stiffened, and he looked at Gang Shou nervously. He suddenly remembered that it was precisely this matter that had caused such a rift between them. It was a story from many years ago. Back then Gang Shou was young and rebellious. With her temperament of a female tyrannosaur, upon hearing that the remaining elders, led by Jun Shou, who were already half in the grave, wanted her to marry the young Yunting in the future to continue the Senju clan with a purer bloodline, she flew into a rage and stormed in, beating up all the elders. What a joke! How could she, the honorable Gang Shahim, marry a little brat so much younger than her? As for the Senju clan, were not influenced by the third Hokage, and even the first and second Hokage, her thoughts leaned more toward the entire village of Konoha rather than just a single clan. After all, the Senju clan was down to just a few people anyway. Life would go on as before no matter what. From the very beginning, Gang Shou had flatly refused, and even vented her anger on Yunting, which led to the latter's memories of being beaten up from time to time. Yunting, who was still young at the time and had suffered this inexplicable disaster, naturally held a grudge against Gang Shou. Of course, as time passed, the old grudges had turned into precious memories. The two no longer dwelled on them. Even when they occasionally sparred later, there was no malice involved. It had become a habit. But this matter itself still existed. If it wasn't brought up, it was fine, but once mentioned, it became awkward. Sure enough, after hearing Yunting's account, Gang Shou's already flushed face turned even redder with anger. That damned old man. Even on his deathbed, he couldn't stay put. Died with regret. He just wanted to meddle in my business. It was precisely because of the constant obstruction of those old fogies back then that her relationship with Jia Tengduan, for whom she had some feelings, had never progressed beyond a formal relationship. Until his death in battle, they had never officially dated. Now, after all these years, he still had to pull this stunt on his deathbed. Thinking about it, Gang Shou, still unsatisfied, boom. A huge crater instantly formed under her fist on the right side. Watching this, Yunting couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Noticing that Gang Shou's eyes were now filled with murderous intent, he hastily declared, "I also think Elder Jin Shou was senile. What era is this? Still clinging to the old ways? Shouldn't it be about free love?" After speaking, seeing that Gang Shou's expression had softened, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Besides, we're more than 10 years apart. Not to mention you, I wouldn't want to marry a woman so much older than me either." Cough, cough. He had spoken too quickly. Noticing the dangerous shift in Gang Shou's expression, Yunting quickly stopped and corrected himself. I mean, Elder Jin Shou's idea was wrong from the start. All they wanted was for the Senju clan to continue and thrive. So they shouldn't have been fixated on just the two of us. Purity of bloodline is secondary. What they should have done was encourage us to spread our branches. For example, if I married dozens of women at once, in just 2 generations our Senju clan would definitely flourish again. Oh, I never expected you to have such a harem fantasy, Yunting. As if seeing him for the first time, Gang Shou's eyes widened, and she looked at him with a half smile. No. I was just giving an example to refute Elder Jin Shou's point of view. Don't take it seriously. Concerned about his dignified image, Yunting quickly denied it. Heh. Gang Shou gave a cold laugh, her expression swiftly turning from sunny to cloudy. So you want someone younger, and that's why you disagree with those old men? Is it because you despise me, an old woman? When she said the word, old, she emphasized it heavily and her hands clenched into fists making cracking sounds. Clearly Yunting's inadvertent but truthful words had deeply stung her, and she was still brooding. Yunting, he never expected Gang Shou to make such a leap in her imagination. He didn't know what to say now. If he disagreed, she would think he looked down on her as an old woman. If he agreed, it would contradict his earlier rebuttal. His head aching, he thought rapidly and managed to come up with a suitable answer. Actually, Elder Jin Shou's arranged marriage was definitely wrong. But if I were to find a marriage partner, not one forced by outsiders, you would absolutely be the best choice, Gang Shou. Who else has more charm than you? Huh. This should work, right? On one hand, he sided with Gang Shou against Elder Jin Shou's methods, and on the other, he specifically complimented her charm, making her his ideal goddess. Now she wouldn't think he was looking down on her. Yunting mentally congratulated himself for his quick wit. However, he didn't notice that the expression on Gang Shou's face across from him was growing increasingly strange. Boom. The next second, an even more violent explosion erupted in Shirgu Lin, sending up thick clouds of dust. Within it came Yunting's furious voice. What are you doing, you crazy woman, Gang Shou? Bang, bang, bang. The piercing sonic booms echoed incessantly. Yunting and Tsunade were seen advancing and retreating, moving at lightning speed through the Shirgu forest. Along the way, many slug clones looked up, but soon returned to their own affairs. I say, Tsunade, what the hell are you going on about? Yunting sidestepped, dodging a heaven-shaking kick from Tsunade that came crashing down from above. After seeing the ground where he had stood instantly crumble, he twitched his mouth and continued to question. Amidst the thick dust ahead, Tsunade strode forward, saying, going on about. No, I just didn't expect the brat to have designs on me. I intend to teach him a lesson he won't forget. Oh, come on. I only said that because you started it. Yunting was utterly speechless. Of course he didn't deny that. After all, Tsunade with her proud figure was immensely charming. Though she was over a decade older thanks to the Yin seal, she not only never aged, but also maintained her youthful appearance at its peak. This meant that even when she was 70 or 80, she would still look like a delicate 20-year-old woman. If only her temper weren't so fierce, she would be the perfect partner. Even so, which Lecher wouldn't be tempted? As a mortal, Yunting was no exception, especially given the special connection. Of course, despite his thoughts, he retorted, Tsunade, that's not fair. If outsiders saw this, they'd say you're a cougar preying on a young man. It's clear who stands to lose more. Cougar. Young man. Tsunade gritted her teeth in fury. She took a deep breath, letting her ample chest heave violently, then snarled, it seems becoming Hokage has really boosted your confidence. Then let me test just how formidable the new Fourth Hokage really is. Yunting's eyes glinted, and for some reason a surge of eagerness welled up in his heart. He decided to go with the flow, stopping in his tracks, and no longer evading. With a smile he said, all right. I too want to see what the renowned one of the three ninja of Mu Yi is made of. The Shirgu forest fell into an eerie silence. Seeing Yunting's serious demeanor, Tsunade's unusual anger from earlier subsided, and her eyes regained their calm. This was an unexpected battle, but clearly both sides were quickly prepared. Then let the fight begin. Earth release, fierce, earth rotating palm. Yunting struck first his hands, forming seals rapidly, and finally pressed his right hand firmly onto the ground. In an instant, the land within 100 meters around him was violently shaken, rising and cracking, as if hit by a massive earthquake, forcing Tsunade to halt and dodge left and right. Taking advantage of this, 2 puffs of white smoke rose beside Yunting, revealing 2 shadow clones identical to him. Then all 3 began to form seals in unison. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, yellow spring marsh. Water release, water collision wave. So much chakra made him arrogant. Without giving Tsunade a moment to breathe, Yunting unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Almost simultaneously, 3 powerful jutsu emanated from Yunting's original body, and his 2 clones surging towards Tsunade from both ground and air in a grand, overwhelming tide. This kid, when did he learn so many techniques? Tsunade, who had just evaporated the initial yellow spring marsh with a single monstrous kick, looked up to see the surging mud river on the ground and the rapidly spinning water tornado in the air closing in. There was no time to dodge. But if you think these can defeat me, you underestimate the 3 ninja of Mu Yi. Tsunade formed seals, and the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead began to glow. The Yin seal, a sealing technique that stores chakra, can release accumulated chakra when needed to achieve instant healing, enhanced attack, and increased speed. At this moment, Tsunade didn't need to fully release the Yin seal, but even a partial release was enough to make her even more whoosh. Her black high heels stomped the ground. Tsunade burst forth with even greater speed, charging fearlessly into the torrent of jutsu. Rumble. The next second, the earth flow river and water collision wave quickly engulfed Tsunade, their residual force continuing to clash and merge across the land. Gradually, a vast muddy marsh replaced the bone forest before Yunting. He remained on high alert. He didn't believe one of the 3 ninja would fall so easily. Sure enough, within just a few breaths, Tsunade burst out of the mud and scathed like a true female Tyrannosaurus, dragging a long trail of dust and charging toward him with ferocious momentum. Bang! Bang! Tsunade's speed was beyond imagination. Yunting's 2 shadow clones couldn't hold out for more than a few moves before turning into white smoke. Feeling the sensation of being crushed by a giant press before the clones dispersed, Yunting, as the original, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He must never let Tsunade's fist land. Earth release, Earth rock wall. Taking advantage of the clone's delay, Yunting quickly distanced himself and used a jet, but the effect was far from ideal. Tsunade casually punched through the thick earth wall, her speed undiminished, as she closed in, shouting excitedly, with a breath reeking of alcohol, "You're just wasting chakra. If you're a man, stop hiding and face me, Heaton brat. Only a fool would face you, Heaton." Yunting rolled his eyes hard. The Senju clan was known for would release vast chakra and vitality, but also for immense physical strength. Yunting was incredibly strong himself, as Bayun Yeshan had learned from experience. But compared to Tsunade, his strength was insignificant. Besides her innate physique, she had mastered the strange strength technique, which required extremely precise chakra control. Combined, a single punch from her could make anyone tremble. Yunting naturally wouldn't play to his weakness against her strength. His overall combat prowess relied more on ninjutsu. He had already used his limited reputation points to exchange for several new jutsu like those he had just used to make his combination attacks more comprehensive. It wasn't that he hadn't considered exchanging for strange strength. But before his time travel, although some said strange strength was a Senju clan secret technique, he had searched the entire clan archive and found no training method. He didn't know why, so he had to set it aside for now. Besides, even if he had exchanged for strange strength, he probably wouldn't be a match for Tsunade in pure physical combat. The same ability wielded by different people yields different results. She had mastered strange strength for years. He didn't think he could compete with it as a novice. The battle continued. Facing one of the three ninja, Tsunade, who had not yet developed hemophobia due to her relationship with Kato Dan, was at her peak. Despite Yunting's many attempts, she, with her richer experience, defused them all. In the end, he was reluctantly dragged into close combat. Bang, 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 bang. The delicate fists, empowered by terrifying strength, struck out rapidly, producing a series of explosive sounds akin to cannon fire. In such a fierce tempo, Yunting dared not show any sign of negligence. However, prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. Before long, as Yunting ducked to evade a whip kick from Tsunade and was about to counterattack, the latter unexpectedly accelerated again. He couldn't react in time and was directly struck by a punch. Bang! Yunting's body stiffened, and the next moment his entire form melted away, transforming into dark soil that fell into the mud pit below. Another earth clone. Yunting, you seem to have mastered this technique quite well now, Tsunade said with dissatisfaction as she retracted her fist. After all, I am over 10 years older, a seasoned warrior of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, so being cautious is only sensible. From behind, Yunting's voice came, accompanied by the sound of several shuriken slicing through the air. Very good. Tsunade gritted her teeth and spoke each word clearly. In the past it didn't seem like much, but now upon hearing the phrase over 10 years, veins began to throb on her forehead. Facing the incoming shuriken, she didn't dodge at all, casually swatting them away, as if swatting flies, causing them to scatter in all directions. Just as she intended to take another step forward, she saw Yunting suddenly pull all 10 fingers back. In the next moment, the previously knocked down shuriken flew back up, rapidly swirling around Tsunade. Amidst this, transparent steel wires suddenly revealed themselves. Before Tsunade could react, they swiftly timed fire release dragon fire technique. A scorching flame erupted from Yunting's mouth, shooting along the transparent steel wires towards Tsunade at high speed. Soon a human-shaped torch appeared in front of him. The plan succeeded. Throughout the process, Yunting deliberately provoked her with words first, then used shuriken to belittle her, while secretly harboring deadly intent. This was the wisdom of battle. In battles between ninjas, while sheer power on paper is important, the mind is even more crucial. At the right moment, even a simple ninjutsu can cause a powerful ninja to bleed. Yunting believed that under this move the vast majority of ninjas would lose their combat effectiveness. However, with Tsunade among the majority, past experiences told Yunting that she certainly was not. So seizing this brief moment, he formed seals once again. Indeed, it wasn't long before footsteps sounded from the torch. When Tsunade reappeared before Yunting, it was evident that she was in a much more disheveled state, with her exposed arms charred black. However, from each wound, green energy quickly emerged, and within moments her arms returned to their previous smooth white state. Aside from a small amount of char on her clothing, Tsunade looked no different from her initial appearance. Some kind of medical indeed. To encounter such a thick-blooded, fast-recovering, and powerful enemy is truly unfortunate. On the other side, regardless of her outward appearance, it was evident that Tsunade had just taken a significant blow. Angrily, she glared at Yunting and said, "Shuriken, steel wires, fire release. These flashy combinations. If I didn't know better, I might think I just faced a Uchiha. Since when did you learn these techniques?" Tsunade questioned herself, unable to comprehend the Yunting, who had now become the Fourth Hokage. She and Yunting knew each other well, having exchanged battles numerous times in the past, yet this recent display of ninjutsu was something he had never shown before. Moreover, this guy seemed to possess an excessive amount of chakra. How could he have grown so much in such a short time since their last? Nonetheless, it was reassuring that he could still uphold the identity of the Fourth Hokage. Tsunade felt somewhat comforted. However, besides that, she was still quite displeased. Having suffered such a significant loss for the first time, she felt uneasy unless she retaliated. Seeing Tsunade's unyielding spirit, Yunting made his final decision. He completed the last seal in his hands and spoke. As long as the technique works, who cares if it's Uchiha or not? Besides, I have learned more techniques than just this one. The next ninjutsu has been in development for quite some time, specifically prepared for you, Tsunade. So be careful. Earth Release, Earth Spirit Giant. With that, Yunting pressed both hands down onto the muddy ground, causing the entire mud pit to churn violently, as if in the next moment a gigantic muddy hand emerged from the pit, followed by another hand, then the entire arm, head, chest, and finally both legs. When the dust settled, a towering, massive earthen giant, about 20 meters tall, stood before Yunting. It was the Earth Spirit Giant. So this colossal toy is your true reliance. After witnessing everything, Tsunade, still full of fighting spirit, teased after her initial surprise. You can give it a try, Yunting replied with a faint smile. As a ninjutsu developed over years, specifically targeting Tsunade's fighting style, it was far more than just a large figure. A try is all it takes. Without another word, Tsunade charged towards the Earth Spirit Giant, her eyes blazing with fierce battle intent. The Earth Spirit Giant also advanced with massive strides. Boom. The violent clash resonated from the center of the two. Like a comet colliding with the earth, a delicate fist collided with an enormous earthen fist many times its size, leaving spectators worried about the outcome for the former. However, the actual result was unexpectedly the opposite. The once imposing and seemingly invincible Earth Spirit Giant was forced to take 3 steps back from Tsunade's minuscule punch. Not only that, but the palm that had just collided with her crumbled like dominoes, causing one of the Earth Spirit Giant's hands to be rendered useless in an instant. On the other side, the only cost Tsunade paid was a slight reddening of the skin on her fist. Impressive. It's rare to encounter such a strong opponent, just the right opportunity for me to loosen my muscles and tendons. Tsunade comfortably twisted her fist, a look of satisfaction on her face. However, Yunting, it seems this giant can't withstand too many of my strikes, which contradicts your earlier confident claims. In response, Yunting remained unfazed. Don't worry, the battle has just begun. As in strength ninjutsu that consumed so much of his chakra, it wouldn't be so easily defeated. Indeed. As the two exchanged words, the Earth Spirit Colossus underwent a transformation. At the severed stump of its hand, a magnetic pull drew the surrounding muck and soil swirling inward, as if drawn by an unseen force. Within a single breath, the Colossus regenerated its lost hand. Tsunade noticed this at once. Her gaze sharpened, eyes narrowing with quiet intensity. I told you, the battle has only just begun, Tsunade. You're still far too impatient, Yunting remarked with a faint smile. Tsunade responded with a cold snort. Regeneration, is it? So what? Let's see whether I can dismantle you faster than you can heal. With that, she clenched her fists and charged forward once more toward the Earth Spirit Colossus. Though one was but a pebble and the other a towering mountain, in that moment the former seemed to dwarf the latter, not in size, but in sheer, overwhelming presence. And so it truly was. The Earth Spirit Colossus possessed formidable strength. Few shinobi could match its raw power. Its colossal frame rendered most jutsu little more than fleeting irritants upon its surface, earning it the designation of unstrength technique. Yet fate had pitted it against Tsunade, a warrior whose physical might surpassed even its own. In that clash, its immense stature became not an advantage but a liability. Thus the battle swiftly devolved into a relentless one-sided onslaught. Was Yunting's newly devised countermeasure against Tsunade flawed? Far from it. Yunting never imagined a single jutsu could overcome Tsunade, the pioneer of medical ninjutsu, whose extraordinary regenerative capacity defied conventional limits. The true key to countering her lay precisely in the Colossus's unceasing self-repair. Even now, as Tsunade tore the Colossus limb from limb, just as she'd vowed, it would within moments reassemble itself and resume its relentless pursuit. Again and again the cycle repeated, each iteration draining Tsunade's chakra and exhausting her reserves. Yunting called this tactic the slow grind of a dull blade. Of course, the Colossus's regeneration was not infinite. It depended entirely on the quantity of muck and earth it could draw from its surroundings. Anticipating this, Yunting had earlier unleashed wide-ranging earth and water release techniques, merging them to warp the terrain itself, thereby cultivating the very mud-soaked landscape ideal for sustaining the Earth Spirit Colossus. Strictly speaking, Earth Release Earth Spirit Colossus, like Sasuke's later Lightning Release Kirin, required precise natural conditions to manifest at full potency. In essence, this was a banquet meticulously prepared by Yunting for Tsunade, and she unwittingly swallowed the first bitter bite upon their initial engagement. Now seasoned by countless wars and honed by decades of combat, Tsunade discerned the pattern after repeated probes. Her eyes swept across the expanse of mudflats, and inwardly cursed Yunting as devious. She resolved to bypass the Colossus entirely, to strike at its source. Yunting had anticipated this move. Though seemingly lumbering, each stride of the Colossus spanned vast distances, its deliberate obstructive gait forcing Tsunade to abandon her attempt after several futile tries. Here Tsunade revealed a critical weakness: unmatched prowess in close-quarters combat, yet conspicuously lacking large-scale area denial techniques. Had she possessed such ability, she could have reshaped the battlefield outright, severing the Colossus's connection to its source. Yet to Yunting's knowledge, Tsunade had never demonstrated any such jutsu. Now drenched in sweat and breathing heavily Tsunade's mood darkened. Never before had she fought a battle so grueling, and yet so strangely frustrating. Not a single wound marred her body, yet she felt utterly ensnared, her vitality waning with every passing moment. If this continued, defeat truly loomed. Tsunade bristled with defiance. Faced with a genuine adversary of this nature, she would not be helpless. Summoning Katsuyu, the living embodiment of healing, would render the Colossus utterly obsolete. But this was a duel between her and Yunting, and Katsu served both as summoning partner. Invoking aid would cost her dignity. Thus, a steely resolve flashed across Tsunade's eyes. Refusing surrender, especially to Yunting, she leapt backward and formed the tiger hand seal. What is this? Yunting frowned faintly. He recalled that same seal being used moments earlier when Tsunade partially released her Yin seal. Could it be? Realizing the implication, his expression shifted, then he moved without hesitation. Moments later, just as Tsunade prepared to fully unlock the Yin seal and unleash her newly forged ultimate technique, the Earth Spirit Colossus collapsed inexplicably and failed to rise again. She halted mid-motion, her gaze shifting to Yunting, puzzled, searching. She knew his jutsu hadn't reached its limit. It's growing late, he announced calmly as he approached. No need for life-or-death combat today, we'll call it here. He walked forward unguarded, declaring the end of the match. In truth, he'd already deduced her next move, though he hadn't expected her to perfect it so soon. Ninjutsu Creation Rebirth, Byakugo technique. Amplified by this art, Tsunade attained not only accelerated regeneration, but also surging strength, speed, and reflexes. A single punch from this state could shatter Madara's Susanoo. Yunting doubted his Colossus, even with its resilience, could withstand such force. It wouldn't even have time to regenerate, reduced instantly to dust. Should the fight continue beyond that point, Yunting would be forced to resort to wood release, an ability he intended to keep concealed. Moreover, each activation of this secret art exacted a toll upon Tsunade's own lifespan. Yunting refused to let a mere sparring match demand such a sacrifice, so he chose to stop first. Seeing him lower his guard, Tsunade likewise abandoned further resistance. She pursed her lips in mild displeasure, then conceded plainly, "Fine, I concede this round. Let's call it a draw," Yunting countered, shaking his head. That was his sincere belief. Neither had unveiled their ultimate techniques. Though Tsunade appeared worn down, it was only because she'd chosen not to disengage. Shinobi warfare bears no ring-bound rules, no time limits, no fixed arenas. Tsunade could easily have withdrawn, retreated beyond the mudflats, and waited, nullifying Yunting's terrain advantage before re-engaging. In truth, without resorting to wood release, Yunting held no means to truly subdue her. Yet while he acknowledged this, Tsunade did not. Defeat is defeat. I'm no fool who denies reality. Those stubborn moments earlier, her swift admission seemed capricious, yet it sprang from deep-rooted pride. Her fair brows lifted with characteristic boldness as she declared, "This bout is yours. You have my word, I'll await our next encounter with anticipation. One warning though I've seen through this jutsu. Next time I won't fall for it. So prepare well, Yunting, or risk weeping tears of blood when I knock you flat. Rest assured, I'll deliver a surprise grand enough to leave you speechless." A mischievous glint danced across Yunting's face. By then his wood release would no longer remain hidden. He imagined Tsunade's reaction upon witnessing that revelation, and smiled, certain she would be profoundly moved. Alright, it's getting late. They'll be leaving now. Tsunade waved farewell, unaware of the deeper meaning behind Yunting's smile. "Oh, and don't forget our bet. If you can't handle it, just give up in time. I don't want to come back and find you turned into a stone." And Tsunade cast a meaningful glance at the Hokage's Haori on Yunting. "The future of Konoha is in your hands." With that, before Yunting could reply, she vanished into white smoke, leaving Shikatsu Forest. Yunting stared at the spot where Tsunade had disappeared, falling silent for a moment before murmuring Konoha. Thinking back, before his transmigration, he had often fantasized about becoming a member of the Akatsuki. Not for any other reason, but to wear that incredibly cool Akatsuki uniform. Of course, pitting himself against the entire ninja world also seemed thrilling. Yet reality was quite different. After all, he had transmigrated into the body of the man destined to become the Fourth Hokage. At this point, who would be foolish enough to abandon the position of leader of Konoha, the greatest power in the ninja world, to become a rogue ninja and join the Akatsuki as merely one of its members? Yunting's mind was not addled. Naturally, he tied his own interests completely to Konoha. As for his childhood dreams, perhaps he could fulfill them later by defeating Akatsuki members and collecting their uniforms as trophies. Shaking his head, Yunting turned to the nearby Katsuyu clone and said, "Sorry, Katsuyu, I made a mess of your home." "It's no trouble," Katsuyu replied gently. "They will regrow in no time. On the contrary, Shikatsu Forest hasn't been this lively in a long while. I thoroughly enjoyed watching the fight just now." "Well then," Yunting nodded with a smile. After bidding farewell to Katsuyu once more, he too left Shikatsu Forest. Because of the extra battle, Yunting returned to the Hokage's office later than expected, forcing him to hasten the processing of the backlog of documents. Yet these minor costs were nothing. After personally sparring with Tsunade, Yunting gained a clearer understanding of his counting would release. His power likely surpassed that of the current Sannin. Thus he felt more confident in facing the key targets of the intricate plan he had meticulously prepared. Then it's time to act. Yunting glanced at the personal file on the desk. In the photo on the upper right corner, a man with pale skin, golden vertical pupils, and an exceedingly dark aura stared ahead. It was none other than Orochimaru, one of Konoha's Sannin, as renowned as Tsunade. "Come in." Closing Orochimaru's file, Yunting called out. Soon the bearded Sarutobi assistant pushed the door open and asked, "Lord Fourth Hokage, what are your orders?" Yunting calmly looked at his assistant and said, "Summon the captain of the police force to my office." Hearing this, the Sarutobi assistant's expression shifted slightly. The so-called police force captain referred to Uchiha. Given the Uchiha clan's grievances over the Hokage position combined with the historical enmity between Senju and Uchiha, their attitude toward the current Hokage was far from friendly, and there had been little contact between them recently. Thus, the Sarutobi assistant was quite surprised to hear Yunting summon Uchiha Fugaku. However, surprise aside, as a subordinate, he simply needed to follow orders. Understood. The Sarutobi assistant quickly acknowledged and turned to carry out the task. Of course, he also took the opportunity to relay this news to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yunting didn't need to see it to guess his assistant's little actions. He paid it no mind. After all, even if they knew it, moreover, once everything settled, he would soon replace the assistant. Then he would definitely get a female secretary with long legs and black stockings. That was the true configuration for a leader. That bearded face was far too unsightly. Soon Uchiha Fugaku, who worked in the Konoha military police force, received this message. His first thought was naturally one of confusion. After all, he had no personal connection with the current Fourth Hokage. Even if there were major village affairs, it wouldn't be his place to discuss them. He was seemingly in a high position, but was actually excluded from Konoha's inner circle of power. Nevertheless, since it was a summons from the Hokage, the village's highest leader, Uchiha Fugaku dared not delay. He set aside his work and headed for the Hokage building. "Lord Fourth Hokage." After requesting permission, Uchiha Fugaku pushed the door open and addressed the young man seated on the throne of Konoha's highest authority with a calm demeanor. Yunting nodded, then cut straight to the chase without preamble. "Captain Fugaku, I've asked you here today to inquire about several cases." "Cases?" Uchiha Fugaku was thoroughly surprised. On his way here, he had pondered the reason for Yunting's son. He had considered the possibility that the latter wanted to reprimand the Uchiha clan, given the recent discontent within the clan, often voicing complaints about the village. He had also wondered if the new Hokage might instead try to win him over. After all, he was well aware that Yunting held a title, but lacked real power, while the Uchiha clan itself was a formidable ally. A union between the two could be a viable option. As for the conflicts between them, they could be set aside temporarily in the face of genuine interests. For this reason, Uchiha Fugaku had spent considerable time evaluating the situation. But what he least expected was that Yunting had called him over cases. The Konoha military police force was responsible for protecting the village and handling various affairs within it, naturally accumulating many cases. As its overall commander, it was only natural for the Fourth Hokage to consult him about certain cases. So was this truly about official business? Seeing Yunting's earnest and unremarkable expression, Uchiha Fugaku was somewhat speechless. It is indeed. Yunting paid no heed to Uchiha Fugaku's reaction. Even if he intended to deal with the Uchiha clan, it would be lit. Thus he proceeded with official matters. "I've reviewed the case files of the police force. Over the past few months, there have been 6 missing persons cases in the village. One was the work of human traffickers, another was a murder where the victim was secretly buried. Both cases were quickly solved by the police force, and the perpetrators were apprehended. Well done. However, regarding the remaining 4 cases, although the files indicate they were closed, the descriptions are sketchy, and upon careful scrutiny, there are many loopholes. Captain Fugaku, you can see for yourself." By now, Uchiha Fugaku had composed himself. He took the files and looked at the 4 cases Yunting had specific. Almost immediately his brow furrowed. As the captain of the Konoha military police force, having handled many cases and being experienced, Uchiha Fugaku could naturally see that these 4 missing person cases had problems in both the investigation process and the results, and there was likely a great deal of foul play involved. The complainants of the 4 missing person cases happened to cross my path after work a few days ago. After some inquiries, I learned that they were also very dissatisfied with this outcome. Not only were there no living witnesses or dead bodies, but they were even denied the opportunity to learn the details of the cases. In the end, they only received a cold notification that the victims were dead, the bodies could not be recovered, and the murderer had already been brought to justice. Yunting tapped his index finger on the table, looking at Uchiha Fugaku, whose expression had slightly changed, and said, "I think we both understand some things clearly, Captain Fugaku. I won't pursue the internal affairs of the police force. You can handle it yourself. However, starting today, these 4 missing person cases are once again placed in your hands, Captain Fugaku. I hope the police force will take them seriously and ultimately bring a satisfactory result to the families of the missing." Seeing that Yunting did not delve into the police force's responsibility, Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief and immediately assured, "I swear to the Lord Fourth Hokage that the police force will go all out to handle these 4 missing person cases and solve them as quickly as possible." "Alright, I'll be waiting." Yunting nodded and gestured for him to leave. Outside the Hokage building, Uchiha Fugaku walked out of the entrance with a gloomy expression. Although Yunting said he would not pursue the matter, these 4 falsified cases were still like a heavy slap to the police force, or more precisely to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha were proud people. This pride was manifested in the police force through strict enforcement of the law without mercy. The villagers could call them cold and heartless, but they had never been accused of corruption or falsification. But today was undoubtedly an exception, and in front of the Hokage no less. Uchiha Fugaku decided that when he returned, he would not only root out the rats inside the police force and deal with them severely, but also mobilize the entire clan's strength to solve the 4 cases and find the true culprit in the shortest time possible. No matter how lofty the latter's status might be to uphold the dignity and reputation of the Uchiha clan, they would arrest even the Heavenly King. The show is about to begin. Inside the Hokage's office, Yunting sighed as he looked out at the scenery. The mastermind behind the 4 missing persons cases in Konoha, judging by the methods, was almost certainly Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. After failing to be elected as the 4th Hokage, the latter had devoted almost all his energy to the path of forbidden research, a road of no return. In the original story, Orochimaru's defection should have occurred after the Nine Tails incident. It was precisely because villagers, and even ninjas, kept disappearing in the village that following the clues they discovered, he was conducting human forbidden experiments prohibited by Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen then personally intervened, intending to capture him. Unfortunately, the latter's momentary softness allowed Orochimaru to escape. Yunting's current actions were aimed at advancing this event. In his plan, the real target was not Orochimaru but Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just imagine, the 3rd Hokage's own prized disciple defected, and the 3rd Hokage had the opportunity to capture him, but chose to be soft-hearted, allowing such a great threat, who knew Konoha inside out, to escape. Once this was exposed, what a blow it would be to his prestige. And at that time, as the 4th Hokage, he would personally capture Orochimaru, and even would release, which was highly symbolic to Konoha, would no longer be hidden, and would be revealed. One could imagine how shocked the people of Konoha would be. In this way, with the 2 Hokage's prestige rising and falling, would it not be the easiest for Yunting to regain control of Konoha? Good steel should be used for the blade. Yunting had hidden his wood release for a long time precisely to achieve a stunning effect at the most critical moment. And the key to all this, Orochimaru was also cooperating with him. Although the other party was not yet as reckless in abducting people as he would later become, he had clearly already started this step. It might have only just begun, but who could blame Yunting, who was very attentive and had been monitoring the missing person situation in the village. As soon as he noticed something amiss, he immediately seized the small clue and was determined to uproot it. For this purpose, he deliberately brought in the Uchiha police force. The latter would surely do their utmost to investigate the matter for the sake of their own reputation. It was thought that with the power of the Uchiha clan, it would be enough to give Orochimaru and the Root, who supported his experiments, a hard time. Of course, for Yunting, the Uchiha were merely a visible force to attract the other side's attention. In secret, he had also dispatched members of the Shadow Guard to covertly investigate Orochimaru's secret base. Konoha ninja were not allowed to leave the village without permission. Therefore, Orochimaru's secret base could only be within the vast forests of Konoha. With Hyuga Takuma's Byakugan, the search would be much easier. However, a single pair of Byakugan was not enough. Yunting deliberately wrote a letter for Takuma to deliver to the Hyuga clan head Hyuga Hayashi, hoping to obtain his covert assistance. He was not worried that the latter would leak the letter to the 3rd Hokage. The Hyuga clan had been able to stand firm in Konoha for many years, not only because of the strategic value of the Byakugan, but also because they maintained a detached neutrality in politics. After all, he was the 4th Hokage. The Hyuga would not be unwise enough to offend one side for the sake of another. Of course, it would also be normal for them not to help. What surprised Yunting, however, was that Hyuga Hayashi actually replied agreeing to send clan ninjas to help. This was an unexpected delight. In fact, not only Yunting was surprised, even his younger brother Hyuga Hizashi was puzzled by his elder brother's actions. He privately inquired, "Clan head, why do you want to help the 4th Hokage?" When he reached the end, Hizashi suddenly paused and couldn't continue. Why help the 4th Hokage? As a member of Konoha, wasn't that the proper thing to do? Why was there? But the current situation was that the 3rd Hokage still held power, while the 4th Hokage, after all, only had an empty title. Thinking this, Hizashi reorganized his words and was about to speak again when the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, raised his hand to stop him and said calmly, "Hizashi, I understand what you mean. But I want to ask you, who is the leader of Konoha now? It's the 4th Hokage, but the 3rd Hokage abdicated, the 4th Hokage took office. Legitimate and proper, isn't that so?" At this point, Hizashi seemed to understand something and murmured, "Yes. The 4th Hokage is legitimate and proper, thus the orthodox. Since the former has requested it, the Hyuga, as members of Konoha, naturally should contribute." Having said this, Hyuga Hayashi's eyes rapidly turned sharp as he looked at his younger brother and said, "Hizashi, you must remember that the Hyuga clan has been able to survive until now precisely by adhering to orthodoxy. The main family protects the Byakugan, and the branch family protects the orthodoxy of the main family. At the same time, we not only uphold our own orthodoxy, but also respect the orthodoxy of the outside. Do you understand?" "I understand." So his elder brother had agreed to the 4th Hokage because of the orthodox concept he had always revered as a creed, not because of the profit-driven active investment on the 4th side that he had guessed. Thinking of this, Hizashi clenched his fists in his sleeves. So the branch family would always have to be subordinate to the orthodoxy of the main family. Unaware of the conversation between the brothers, Yunting found his spirits high for some time. The 3rd Hokage did not take to heart his meeting with Ujibo Fu Yue, assuming their talk concerned only a village matter. The crimes committed by Da Shiwan had drawn the scrutiny of the two great houses of Mu Yi Bo and Rixiang. It was only a matter of time before they caught up with him. Moreover, under the tutelage of Huaxiu, his arcane studies had progressed smoothly. Everything was moving in a favorable direction. Yet the planner Yunting felt a touch of idleness. After work, he still wandered the village at will, only now his wanderings covered a broader range than before. He still offered smiles to the villagers he met along the way, though these familiar faces no longer bestowed upon him any fresh measure of esteem. Before he knew it, he had come upon a quiet spot. Looking more closely, it was the Mu Yi Memorial Stele. Since he had come this far, Yunting walked in passing grave after grave. Reading the dense rows of names carved for those who had given their lives for Mu Yi, his features grew solemn. Lord Hokage. At that moment, a boyish voice, still edged with youth, sounded beside him. Yunting turned and saw a small boy whose clothes bore the crest of the Yuji Bo clan, politely bowing in greeting. Yunting stepped forward and with a kindly hand upon the child's head asked, "A child of the Yuji Bo, what is your name? Why are you here alone?" "My name is Yuji Bo Yu. I came to pay my respects to the elders of my clan." The boy, named Yuji Bo Yu, replied, his small face grave with earnestness. "Yuji Bo Yu." Yunting paused. He lowered his gaze to study the child more closely. Though the pronounced folds of his features were not yet visible, the facial lines were cut from the same mold. No wonder the boy seemed familiar at first glance. Yunting rubbed the small head of the young Yuji Bo Yu once more. Later, he thought he might not have such a chance again. "It is getting late. Hurry home, or you will worry the elders." Satisfied, Yunting smiled at Yu. The future Yu might one day bring calamity to his clan, but to Mu Yi village he would be steadfastly loyal. One's position shapes one's thinking. A man like that was naturally liked by the Hokage of Mu Yi. "Yes." Yuji Bo Yu bid a polite farewell and turned to walk home. Halfway home, recalling Yunting's earlier manner toward him, the small scheming boy thought to himself, "The elders say the fourth Hokage bears deep prejudice toward the Yuji Bo clan, but that does not seem to be the case. Rumors cannot be trusted." Before the memorial stele, watching Yuji Bo Yu's retreating figure, Yunting's smile faded. Calmly he said, "Come out." "I did not expect one of the famed three Sannin to enjoy hiding in the shadows to spy." "I did not mean to spy," came a reedy voice from the trees. "I only found the place I wished to visit already occupied, so I—" From the nearby woods, De Shiwan's distinctive hoarse voice sounded. He stepped forward in his Jounin uniform, as if nothing were amiss. His golden vertical pupils fixed on Yunting like a snake's, he smiled with an amused edge, and said, "Nevertheless, I saw an amusing scene. I did not expect the Hokage born of the Qianshou clan to show no bias toward the Yuji Bo." Yunting frowned. "Bias? Does she want that assertion of yours is misplaced? The Yuji Bo are as much a part of Mu Yi as any other. How could I, as Hokage, harbor prejudice? Especially, precisely because it was before a child that many dropped their masks," that she once said with relish. "Our once revered second Hokage declared the Yuji Bo an evil clan. Those who inherited his legacy, now sitting in high places, took those words as scripture. Even my so-called kind third teacher did not truly believe otherwise. I did not expect that Yu Qianshou by birth as the fourth would show such divergence. How curious. It seems that the winds of the future will not blow in only one direction. You overinterpret De Shiwan." Yunting did not wish to linger on the matter and replied lightly. Then he looked at his companion and asked calmly, "What have you been busy with recently, De Shiwan? It is rare to see you these past months." De Shiwan chuckled. "The development of ninjutsu, deeper research into chakra, the mysteries of the soul. Too many things to name. The Hokage's absence on my path is hardly surprising." Yunting nodded. "Your learning is indeed profound, De Shiwan. I admire it. But what brings you to the memorial stele?" "I had no choice. Lately I hear a maddening buzz in my ears like insects. I needed to clear my head, so I came here to see an old acquaintance." He added with an ambiguous smile, "For instance, my unfortunate disciple." With that he approached the stone engraved with Qianshou Shengshu's name and placed the flowers he had prepared. Watching De Shiwan's back, Yunting's eyes flashed with a hidden edge. That man seemed to suggest he had perceived something. A cold wind brushed past. The memorial stele seemed suddenly chillier than before. De Shiwan turned away from Yunting, paid no heed. Looking at the tombstone of his former disciple, he sighed. Human life is so fragile. Who would have thought that a few small explosive tags could end the bloodline of the Qianshou? Who would have thought that once heroic shinobi would grip the last of his power with weathered hands? Yunting's gaze flitted a following his meaning. He said, So, De Shiwan turned back, his vertical pupils burning with fervor and resolve. "I will with all haste, and within the limits of time, pursue that eternal possibility. Thus tragedy will not repeat itself." The sun sank behind the western hills. At the memorial stele, only Yunting remained. He pondered what De Shiwan had said. It seemed the man had noticed something amiss, yet appeared outwardly unconcerned, a paradox that unsettled Yunting. But Yunting possessed memories of a prior life. Coupled with the later episode in which De Shiwan was expelled into a secret base by the Third's forces, the unfolding events no longer surprised him. An answer formed in his mind. He realized he had long overlooked the key point. With De Shiwan's intelligence, why would he be foolish enough to abduct victims for experiments right under Mu Yi's nose? Outside Mu Yi and even beyond the borders of the Huajigua, there were abundant living people for his experiments. Even without venturing out himself, the route could assist. The risk of exposure would then be minuscule. To abduct people beneath Mu Yi's own gaze was by any measure imprudent. Yunting had once thought she was so consumed by research that he lost all caution and acted without consequence. But now it seemed the opposite. He was calculated. Could it be that Shiwan deliberately wanted the third to discover him, using the opportunity to sever ties and flee Mu Yi? After all, for someone like him, the restrictions of Mu Yi would only fetter his development. Only by breaking free and leaping into a vaster realm could he indulge in unfettered study, and within finite time become the master of truth, the ultimate individual he aspired to be. The more Yunting thought, the more his conjecture felt right. Shiwan had spent many years in Mu Yi and must have had attachments. Rather than cutting them himself, he would prefer to have another's hand make a clean break. To that end, he flouted consequences and seized villagers for human experiments, deliberately creating leverage for others to seize. With Yunting's recollection of the original events, the notion only grew more convincing. Now that very leverage had fallen early into Yunting's hands. If so, he resolved, then he would grant Shiwan what he saw. When a cat catches a mouse, if the mouse deliberately offers no resistance, the entire process is undoubtedly shortened. On the surface, the Uchiha security squad mobilized in full force, while secretly the Hyuga clan, led by the Shadow Guard, operated behind the scenes alongside the indifferent Orochimaru, the mastermind behind it all. With the cooperation of the three parties, just as Yunting anticipated, it was not long before the collected evidence, Orochimaru's criminal record, and even the secret base where he conducted human vivisection experiments, was compiled and presented before Yunting. Fourth Hokage, what shall we do now? In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Fugaku asked with a heavy heart. Upon discovering that the mastermind behind the missing persons cases was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninja, he immediately sensed the complexity of the matter. Especially after delving deeper, he vaguely realized that the Uchiha clan had unwittingly involved the current Fourth Hokage in this matter, unknowingly entangling themselves in the power struggle between the third and Fourth Hokage. It must be known that Orochimaru was the direct disciple of the third Hokage. Should such a scandal be exposed, it would not only ruin his own reputation, but also significantly damage the prestige of the third Hokage. This would inevitably trigger an even greater power struggle within Konoha. The mere thought of this gave Uchiha Fugaku a severe headache. The Uchiha clan's current position in Konoha was already precarious. If they became the center of a power struggle, success would be fortunate, but failure would only add fuel to the fire, placing them in grave danger. However, given the tremendous effort they had already invested in the Orochimaru matter, withdrawing now was simply impossible. Therefore, the only option now was to follow the Fourth Hokage, who had just betrayed them, all the way to the end. With a murderous resolve in his eyes, Uchiha Fugaku said decisively, Orochimaru has harmed villagers and conducted forbidden human experiments in secret, flagrantly violating Konoha's regulations with irrefutable evidence. I earnestly request Fourth Hokage to issue an order. The Konoha security squad is willing to apprehend this culprit. By saying this, Uchiha Fugaku undoubtedly pledged his allegiance, firmly siding with Yunting. The security squad's contributions this time will be remembered. Yunting nodded appreciatively upon hearing this, then calmly added, however, this matter is not urgent. Orochimaru is still one of the legendary three ninja of Konoha and has made significant contributions. Even if he has committed grave offenses, we should discuss it thoroughly before making a decision. I propose leaving this matter to the third Hokage to decide. After all, emotionally and logically, as Orochimaru's teacher, he is better suited for this. At first, upon hearing Yunting say, not urgent, Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed involuntarily, resembling a situation where the emperor is calm, but the eunuch is anxious. But soon after hearing that the matter would be left to the third Hokage, he was momentarily stunned, then relaxed his brow, no longer objecting. By the way, many members of the security squad participated in this investigation, so I assume quite a few now know the truth about Orochimaru. Yunting suddenly asked, having just thought of something. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up in understanding. Yunting sighed and said, I see the Orochimaru matter can no longer be concealed within the village. Since it cannot be hidden, there is no need to continue futile efforts. Guarding against the people's voice is more difficult than guarding a river. What we can do now is to resolve this matter as swiftly as possible. Someone outside the door, Sarutobi's assistant, hurriedly entered. Yunting took out the evidence scrolls on the desk and handed them over, saying, deliver these quickly to the third Hokage for review, and please convey my message. The evidence against Orochimaru is conclusive. Do I earnestly request the third Hokage to make a prompt decision, lest it be too late. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's assistant's expression changed. Though unclear about the specifics from Yunting's tone, he could roughly deduce that Orochimaru, as a disciple of the third Hokage, had gotten himself into serious trouble. Without a moment's delay, he anxiously hurried with the scrolls towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. In contrast, a leisurely Yunting returned to his seat, sipping the tea on the table gently, then smiled faintly. Now it depends on the choices our respected third Hokage will make. Uchiha Fugaku also looked forward to it. Inside the Hokage tower, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Shortly after receiving the scrolls anxiously handed over by Sarutobi's assistant, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed casually, showed a rare expression of extreme dismay. Orochimaru. When uttering these three words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was filled with shock, regret, and he had long suspected Orochimaru's secret illicit activities, but at the time, they were not severe. Coupled with his stern warnings, Orochimaru had indeed restrained himself somewhat thereafter. But who would have thought that the so-called restraint was merely a prelude to even greater acts? Gazing upon the detailed, incriminating evidence against Orochimaru within the scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew his disciple was doomed this time. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt deep regret. He regretted having sent Orochimaru to Root as his proxy to monitor Danzo. In hindsight, it was as if he had pushed them together, not achieving his initial intentions, but instead uniting two ambitious and ruthless men. How could he not see that behind Orochimaru's reckless forbidden experiments stood the staunch support of his old friend? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe vigorously, appearing as if he had aged a decade. Nearby, Sarutobi's assistant recalled Yunting's instructions and hurriedly repeated them. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's right hand holding the pipe twitched slightly. How could he not understand Yunting's implication? This was a pressing demand for him to take a stand. Since that was the case, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes first showed reluctance, then unwavering resolve. He rose abruptly, took an old battle uniform from the wardrobe, and wore it after a long time. Contact the Umbu. Together with me. Capture the rogue ninja Orochimaru of Konoha. Fully armed, Sarutobi Hiruzen issued the order with a cold and resolute tone. At this juncture, for Konoha and the will of fire, the third Hokage himself would take action to enact righteous justice against his own disciple Orochimaru. Soon the Hokage tower buzzed with activity. Yunting stood and gazed out the window just in time to see Sarutobi Hiruzen in black combat attire leading a swift team of Umbu ninja rushing out. Judging by the direction, it was toward the secret base where Orochimaru was currently located. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku sighed, saying, "The third Hokage has ultimately made the most correct choice." Yunting remained silent until Sarutobi Hiruzen's silhouette vanished beyond sight, then said, "He has made the right decision, but it is uncertain whether he will see it through. Our third Hokage is at his core somewhat soft-hearted." Saying this, Yunting turned to Uchiha Fugaku, who had unknowingly stepped onto his ship, and continued, "As the initiators of this drama, we naturally must see it through to the end. Clan Chief Fugaku, I entrust you with the task I just assigned. As for me, I will draw the final curtain on today's movement. Captivates, stillness bores. A windmill that refuses to spin may at times evoke a certain austere charm, but in truth it holds no aesthetic value whatsoever." To Orochimaru, the Hidden Leaf Village, where he had dwelled for over 3 decades, had become precisely such a bloated, lifeless windmill, profoundly tedious. Originally, had he seized control of the windmill, he could have breathed new wind into it, spurring its rapid, purposeful rotation. Yet he had lost to another. Surprisingly, when he met that once dull figure again, he perceived within him the stirrings of fresh wind, though regrettably this breeze would require considerable time before it could truly rise and sweep across the land. For him, time was the rarest of all resources. Thus, rather than wait idly as that breeze gathered strength, he would become the wind itself, shaping reality according to his own design. He brushed a finger lightly over the Konoha forehead protector resting upon his brow, then smiled with detached indifference. With a final stroke of his brush upon the scroll, he summoned a serpent, swallowed it whole, and watched as it dissolved into wisps of white smoke. Having completed the ritual, he lifted his gaze toward the door. His expression softened, almost imperceptibly, as if a long-burdened weight had finally settled. "At last you've arrived." In the next instant, the stone gate exploded inward. Silhouettes surged through the breach. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, the third Hokage, and a squad of AMBU operatives. Orochimaru. The third Hokage's voice thundered through the chamber, furious, raw, unrelenting. Orochimaru, meeting his gaze, allowed the faintest flicker of surprise to cross his features. He had expected team leader Hashirama Senju to lead this mission, not his own master. How intriguing. Unaware of Orochimaru's inner thoughts, Hiruzen first locked eyes with his disciple, now alien distant, then swept his gaze across the chamber. When his eyes fell upon row of glass tanks containing suspended human organs, profound disillusionment hardened his face. Why? Orochimaru stirred from his reverie, chuckling, a dry serpentine rasp. "Because I must master every jutsu, grasp the absolute truth of this world. Just as the first man who mixed yellow and blue named the resulting hue green, I merely pursue the same act of, yet you must not sacrifice innocent lives." Hiruzen roared. Orochimaru's sneer deepened. "My the path to truth demands sacrifice. For ordinary souls who drift through life without purpose, offering themselves to a grander cause is the highest honor they could ever attain." Hiruzen's face froze, icy, immovable. He knew with chilling certainty that his most cherished student had fallen too far. "Orochimaru, you have succumbed to madness. As Hokage, and as your teacher, I must restore what has been broken." So, summoning technique. A plume of smoke billowed upward. From the mist emerged Enma, the Monkey King, the third Hokage's oldest comrade in arms. "Hiruzen, why summon me? Who is the foe?" Surveying the chamber filled with Konoha shinobi, the towering silver-furred ape frowned in confusion. "Hiruzen, what's happening here?" Orochimaru. Enma glanced first at Orochimaru, bewildered, then scanned the room. Understanding dawned swiftly. His voice turned glacial. "Hiruzen, I warned you long ago this student walks a crooked path. Now your indulgence has birthed catastrophe. What an insufferably verbose old relic." Orochimaru cast a cold, dismissive glance at Enma, then fixed his gaze on Hiruzen, grave, deliberate. "Master Hiruzen, You know full well I will never surrender quietly. So tell me, Master Hiruzen, have you steeled yourself to kill me? Can you truly bring yourself to strike? Hiruzen faltered, his breath catching midair. That very instant, Orochimaru's lips curled into the faintest smile. His hands blurred into seals. A piercing sonic wave erupted from his palms. Glass tanks shattered across the chamber in cascading explosions, and the shrieking tide rushed toward Hiruzen and his men. Oh! In a heartbeat, every AMBU operative collapsed, blood gushing from both ears. Even Enma staggered, barely holding his ground. Only Hiruzen remained upright, still combat-ready. And in that same breath, Orochimaru lunged, slipping past him like a shadow, and fled toward the exit. Kill him, Hiruzen. This is your only chance. Enma bellowed. Yet Hiruzen stood frozen, his peripheral vision tracking Orochimaru as he reached the threshold. In that fleeting moment, memories surged: the boy's laughter, the youth's earnest gaze, the young man's quiet resolve, all flickering vividly behind his eyelids. Reason dictated his duty. Yet reality defied logic. He could not raise his hand against the student he had raised, taught, nurtured, every step of the way. At the doorway, Orochimaru paused, glancing back just once. A subtle tremor passed through his eyes. So, Master, you still cannot do it. With that he turned away, and ran, never looking back. Enma stared incredulous at Hiruzen. Hiruzen lowered his head, silent for a long moment. I could not bring myself to strike. Then silence swallowed. In a dim corner, a small, blue and white slug, having witnessed everything, retracted silently into the shadows. What a poignant, heart-wrenching drama between master and disciple. Perched high upon a branch not far from Orochimaru's lair, Hashirama Senju, channeling visual data through a slug perched upon his shoulder, observed the entire confrontation unfold. Indeed, a performance exactly as foreseen. Hiruzen Sarutobi ultimately could not deliver the fatal blow. In the original timeline, such leniency, born of personal sentiment, might have been contained given Hiruzen's unparalleled authority as Konoha's supreme leader. But now the Fourth Hokage stood alive and vigilant. Such clemency thus became a lethal political vulnerability, delivered straight into his hands. Any strategist with even rudimentary political acumen would seize this opening, strike, while the wound bled deepest. And this entire scheme had been conceived by Hashirama himself. That was precisely why he had entrusted Orochimaru's apprehension to Hiruzen. And unmistakably, he had not disappointed. Moreover, Hashirama had reserved for himself the final act, personally arresting Orochimaru. Against such a backdrop, Hiruzen, the third Hokage, would possess no avenue for redemption. This was why Hashirama waited here. Takuma, have you located Orochimaru? He had brought only Hyuga Takuma, whose Byakugan was indispensable for tracking the fugitive. Hokage-sama, Orochimaru has been pinpointed. Takuma activated his Byakugan and reported instantly. Hashirama smiled faintly. Then, the serpent hunt begins now. Lush trees whizzed past. Although Orochimaru had eluded the third Hokage, the countless wars he had endured left him with a persistent sense of impending danger. The source of this unease was none other than the fourth Hokage, Senju Yunting, who had caught him off guard. Initially, he had not planned to defect from Konoha so soon, as his experiments had only just begun. At first, he had only captured ordinary civilians, not conspicuous ninjas. In his estimation, Konoha's investigation efficiency would not be so swift, especially with Danzo's route covering for him. Yet reality proved otherwise, as if a hidden hand had been waiting patiently for its prey to appear. Left with no choice, he decided to go with the flow. Between leaving early or late with his exposure already partial, the former was naturally preferable. Familiar with every aspect of Konoha, he had prepared accordingly, confident in his escape. The process unfolded just as he had anticipated. The only surprise was that the one sent to arrest him was not Senju Yunting, but his own teacher. However, upon reflection, he understood it as the laughable result of political strife. A futile struggle. There are many clever people in the world, yet they waste their time on endless power and profit struggles that have persisted for millennia. Little do they realize that compared to eternal time, none of this matters. Orochimaru sneered coldly and accelerated onward. But before long, through the snakes he had left along the way, he sensed pursuers closing in, among them the very Senju Yunting he had been contemplating. So that's why you didn't show up earlier. You were waiting for me here. Quite an appetite, aren't you afraid of choking? Even as he spoke, Orochimaru did not slow down, but instead quickened his pace. Though he was not intimidated by Senju Yunting, this location was still too close to Konoha. Wasting too much time would allow more pursuers to catch up. He was never reckless. A kilometer away, Hyuga Takuma, who had been following closely, suddenly said anxiously, "Lord Hokage, Orochimaru has accelerated." Yunting frowned slightly. He himself was fine, but for Hyuga Takuma this was already the limit of his speed. Continuing would only leave him further behind. Fortunately, a kilometer was not too far. He patted Hyuga Takuma on the shoulder and said, "You've done well, Uli. Takuma, you go back and lead the reinforcements." With that, Yunting abruptly increased his speed, nearly doubling it, as he pursued Orochimaru. So fast, truly worthy of the Hokage. Stopping, Hyuga Takuma stared at Yunting's retreating figure in awe. Then a hint of worry crept onto his face. After all, the enemy ahead was one of the legendary Sannin renowned throughout the ninja world. He dared not delay, and quickly turned back to guide the reinforcements as instructed. Ahead, Orochimaru frowned slightly as he watched the figure drawing ever closer. After all, he is the Hokage. Oh, I may have underestimated him. He had known of Senju Yunting's strength from the previous wars, but he had not expected such significant progress in yet that alone was far from enough to stop him. Orochimaru surveyed the surroundings, shaking him off in the short term, thus he decided to stop and deal with Senju Yunting first. If the opportunity arose, he would not mind eliminating a Hokage and acquiring a Senju body. After all, in this era the Senju were a rare breed, highly valuable. Behind him, seeing Orochimaru gradually slow down, and sensing his intentions, Yunting prepared himself. On a verdant patch of open ground, Orochimaru stood still wearing the uniform of a Konoha Jonin, waiting quietly. Soon a gust of wind swept by, and Yunting appeared before him in the Hokage's ceremonial robe. Oh, if it isn't our esteemed Fourth Hokage. Orochimaru spoke first, his voice a uniquely hoarse taunt. Yunting smiled faintly. It's been only a short while, and yet Lord Orochimaru has transformed into a rogue ninja of Konoha. Truly how unpredictable life can be. Orochimaru chuckled as well. I must thank the Fourth Hokage for his contributions to this turn of events. If you were truly innocent, you wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Yunting's smile faded, his tone turning cold. I am not the third Hokage who would let you leave with such immense harm to Konoha. Gave birth to you, nurtured you. The knowledge, techniques, ninjutsu, and even the corpses you possess are all Konoha's wealth, and I will not allow you to take them away. So Orochimaru, will you surrender, or shall I take matters into my own hands? If it's the latter, I wouldn't mind bringing... The atmosphere grew intensely tense. Facing Yunting's ultimatum, Orochimaru paused for a moment, then let out a low, sinister laugh. The younger generation these days truly lacks the humility to respect their elders. Fourth Hokage. Such a noble title. Most ninjas would likely feel an insurmountable sense of resistance, but that's for others, not me. Though I hold little regard for the title of Sannin bestowed by Hanzo, my esteemed Fourth Hokage, do you truly understand who stands before you? Ridiculous politics may have granted you the name of Hokage, but it does not grant you the substance of one. Today I would not mind slaying a Kage to create the shortest reigning Hokage in history. As he spoke, Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes glinted with icy killing intent. Having participated in the second and third ninja wars and faced countless opponents, he saw the new Hokage as still too green. Since the other was seeking death, he was willing to oblige, just as he had done to countless who had fallen before him over the past 3 decades. Orochimaru. In response, Yunting spoke calmly, but his words carried an unyielding resolve. Now I will make you re-understand the meaning of Hokage. It will be quick. Then I shall wait and see. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. As an rank ninjutsu created by the third Hokage, Orochimaru, being his direct disciple, naturally learned, a raging wind blew forth from him, instantly scattering the incoming shuriken clones. Although wind release great breakthrough is just a basic crank ninjutsu, without hand seals the scale of the gale varies, depending on the user's ability. When used by a skilled ninja, the wind can uproot a large number of trees. When the chakra-infused Yunting executed it, it resembled a devastating typhoon. Seeing his own ninjutsu being blown away, Orochimaru, with his long black hair wildly fluttering excitedly, licked his lips and sighed. What an enviable amount of chakra. Such a powerful physique, I truly wish to dissect and study it. Fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing fireball was expelled from Orochimaru's mouth towards the ground, rapidly expanding into a sea of flames that rolled forward violently under the influence of the gale. In terms of ninjutsu research, Orochimaru at this moment was not inferior to the so-called ninjutsu, Dr. Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the wind's properties, the fire release he executed would only cause greater damage. In an instant, he turned the entire situation around. Seeing the massive wave of fire engulf Yunting, Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then regretfully turned to leave. He naturally did not believe that this ninjutsu could kill Senju Yunting, but it could certainly give the latter some trouble, and though he was quite envious of the Sunjust physical body, he was currently on the run, surely still pursued by many from. To avoid unnecessary surprises, he decided to escape successfully first before considering anything else. However, while he wanted to escape, others were unwilling to let him go. In the instant Orochimaru turned, Yunting suddenly emerged from beneath him, holding a kunai reversed in his hand, aimed directly at his neck, with a cold glint. Tear. Unlike the sensation of flesh, something different returned to Yunting's hand. In the next moment, Orochimaru transformed into a mud clone, collapsing with a loud boom. The Fourth Hokage really does remember me fondly. At that moment, Orochimaru's signature voice echoed from behind Yunting. Then came the sound of venomous snakes hissing. Hidden shadow snake hands. Dozens of venomous snakes suddenly burst forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, baring their sharp fangs and lunging towards Yunting's back. Bang! Just like Orochimaru before, Yunting's body transformed into a mud clone, but this time with several explosive tags attached. Boom boom. The continuous sound of explosions rang out. As dust flew everywhere, dozens of fragmented snake bodies scattered in all directions. When Yunting's true form reappeared, his eyes remained fixed on the dust, his hands ready to form seals again. Suddenly, a sharp sound of air being sliced through rang out, and Orochimaru's conspicuous head flew out, spitting a long sword that rushed towards him with incredible speed. Yunting's eyes twitched slightly. Although he was already aware of Orochimaru's ability to extend his neck infinitely, witnessing it with his own eyes was still exceptionally eerie. The opponent's speed was astonishingly fast. He could only abandon forming seals, and drew his kunai to respond. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed several times in an instant. In the end, it culminated with Yunting's kunai being severed by Orochimaru's sword, forcing him to retreat. What great strength! With his head returning to his body, Orochimaru twisted his neck and looked at Yunting, saying, "Unfortunately, I still can't compete with that brute Tsunade." Yunting's response to this was a massive fireball. In the perception of Yunting, the organs within Orochimaru had been completely destroyed by lightning. Continuing this way would serve no purpose but to be a futile effort. Thud! He ceased his lightning release, giving a gentle shake of his palm, causing the charred corpse of Orochimaru, still with its elongated neck, to topple to the ground. Only a remarkably sharp Kusanagi sword remained clutched in his palm. What a sword! Yunting released it from his right hand, retrieving it with his left, admiring the blade that had withstood the lightning's baptism without a trace of damage. Meanwhile, the deep wound on his hand, which had been bleeding profusely, healed rapidly on its own. Before long, Yunting's right palm was as good as new, as if the injury had never existed. The Senju clan, especially individuals like him who inherited, would release, and possessed a particularly rich bloodline, had a recovery speed far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. After putting away the Kusanagi sword, Yunting turned his gaze towards Orochimaru's body on the ground. If it were anyone else who had just slain one of the legendary 3 ninjas, they would have let their guard down. But Yunting was not just anyone. He was all too aware that Orochimaru was notoriously difficult to kill like a cockroach. Although this was not a decade later, and he had previously confirmed that the opponent was indeed lifeless, it was always wise. Yunting reached into his ninja pouch, pulling out 4 shuriken and attaching wind nature to them. Whoosh! 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 The shuriken flew towards Orochimaru's head, chest, hands, and legs, moving at more than double the speed of ordinary throws. If they hit, the latter would be torn to pieces without a doubt. This would ensure that he could not die any more thoroughly. However, changes were indeed occurring next. Just as the shuriken were closing in, suddenly a pair of pale arms burst forth from Orochimaru's abdomen, opening up the way, and a brand new Orochimaru crawled out from within the corpse. As if peeling off a human skin suit, when Orochimaru stood before Yunting again, he was covered in disgusting slime, but bore no injuries. Is this Orochimaru's body replacement technique? A secret technique that could be considered a bug, it was the most perfect form of body substitution. However, like a series of Orochimaru's other secret techniques, it had its own repulsive traits. Unexpectedly, this fellow had developed it by this point. Yunting frowned as he observed everything before him. He found it hard to understand the principle of this technique. After all, he had just inspected the deceased shell carefully and found nothing else. Truly cautious. Lord Fourth Hokage. At this moment, the fully restored Orochimaru spoke. When he mentioned Lord Fourth Hokage, his tone no longer bore the previous mockery, instead carrying an air of utmost. I didn't expect that after becoming Hokage, Yunting's strength has improved so much. He truly deserves to be the inheritor of the Senju clan that has lasted for 1,000 years. Previously, I had been overly arrogant, but now it seems that if I don't resolve to kill you with all my might, I might very well die. After calculating everything that had happened today, Orochimaru felt an overwhelming sense of crisis, having miscalculated Yunting's strength. Without further hesitation, he slammed his hands on the ground and shouted, "Hidden Shadow Snake Hands." Instantly, a multitude of snakes, far more than before, were summoned, surging like a tidal wave towards Yunting. To be honest, among all the animal snakes are the ones I despise the most. Frowning at the sight before him, Yunting quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Water release, water collision. Chakra rapidly drained, and a torrent of water swirling like a dragon enveloped him from all sides like a waterfall. As venomous snakes attacked, they could not breach the watery curtain and were instantly crushed by the tremendous water pressure. Yunting did not merely hold his ground. Before long, under his control, the swirling water expanded rapidly, submerging a large number of the surrounding venomous snakes. Just as he was about to pursue the advantage, a large shadow suddenly appeared beneath him. He instinctively looked up to see an incredibly thick snake descending from above, its body thicker than a human's, sweeping. Boom! The water curtain was shattered. Yunting jumped several times, quickly dodging. Just as he stopped, another snake of comparable size suddenly emerged from behind, opening its massive mouth and lunging. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Yunting swiftly spun to evade the giant snake, then drew the Kusanagi sword that he had just acquired, striking fiercely at the serpent's body. In an instant, foul-smelling snake blood splattered everywhere, and the snake, sliced in half by the sword, transformed into a puff of white smoke as it was kicked back into the dragon cave. Only one large snake had been vanquished, yet hundreds and thousands more were charging at him, including some of the large snakes he had previously cut down. Seeing this, Yunting put down the Kusanagi sword, forming hand seals once more. Water release, water severing. A rapid, ultra-high-pressure water jet erupted from Yunting's mouth, akin to an extremely sharp surgical knife, effortlessly tearing apart any small or large snake it encountered along its path. Before long, everything before him was cleared. "Where's Orochimaru?" Yunting surveyed his surroundings. "I'm right here." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Without a second thought, Yunting quickly turned and swung his fist. Bang! Orochimaru made no attempt to resist, allowing Yunting's attack to land, but in the next second, he collapsed, dozens of venomous snakes surging out from within. However, unlike before, the venomous snakes suddenly expanded as they rushed towards Yunting. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions rang out before Yunting. When the smoke cleared, only a large blackened piece of wood lay on the ground, shattered in half. What a strange ninjutsu. On the other side, Yunting, unharmed, reappeared and shook his head at the spot he had just not far away. Orochimaru also rose from underground, a gloomy smile on his face. It seems I was underestimated by the Hokage. As he spoke, he carefully scrutinized Yunting, trying to glean from subtle clues how much chakra the latter had left. It's getting late. At that moment, Yunting suddenly said this. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback. In this situation, it seemed more fitting for him as a rogue ninja to say such a thing. However, Yunting did not elaborate. He turned to glance behind him, murmuring, considering the time, those I invited should be arrived. After all, the stage has been set. How could we do without an audience? What do you mean? Orochimaru suddenly felt uneasy, as if he had overlooked something important. This feeling was quite unsettling. Yunting smiled and suddenly asked politely, what do you think gives me the courage to pursue you alone, Mr. No. Your earlier performance has already affirmed your position as the Hokage. As one of the legendary three ninjas, Orochimaru understood that panic would solve nothing. He had already calmed his emotions and returned to his usual composure, even taking the time to ponder Yunting's question. To quickly seize my weaknesses and use them to set up a trap aimed at the third Hokage, perfectly grasping his psychological responses to achieve a decisive strike, one would not be someone who becomes arrogant at the last moment. Yunting, upon learning that the third Hokage let me off, did not settle for just that, but wanted to achieve more by capturing me. What you rely on is merely one thing. That is your confidence in being able to defeat me. Upon reaching this conclusion, Orochimaru's pupils suddenly constricted and his face was filled with astonishment. Up to this point, he did not consider Yunting to be a reckless person. Yet he could not understand why, having never fought before, the other party possessed such great confidence. Especially now, having some knowledge of each other, the other party not only showed no intention of retreating, but instead expressed his intentions more boldly. What gave him such confidence? Orochimaru was quite puzzled. Meanwhile, Yunting saw that the time was almost right. It was not too early to take action. Thus he finally could no longer hold back his eagerness and explained, Senior Orochimaru, you must be curious about what my reliance is. To thank you for your earlier response, and since the time is right, I shall no longer hide it. Yunting said as he brought his, what I rely on is the talent that the Senju clan takes the most pride in. It is the ability of the god of shinobi, the first Hokage who swept away all opposition. It is the most acknowledged bloodline limit in the ninja world. Would release tree world rising. As Yunting's voice fell amidst Orochimaru's unmasked astonishment, countless trees suddenly erupted from the ground, rapidly growing in every direction centered around him. Soon a vast forest replaced the original grassy field before Orochimaru. Unbelievable. It really is wood release. Orochimaru looked at everything before him in shock. He never imagined that the current Senju Yunting could awaken wood release. It should be noted that he was already 20 years old, and according to common logic, if one had not awakened their bloodline limit by now, the chances of doing so afterwards would be nearly zero. Just like Tsunade. As the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama belonging to the purest lineage of the Senju clan, she had the highest chance of awakening wood release, but still failed to do so, meaning she could only give up. However, who would have thought that Senju Yunting, who was clearly distantly related to Hashirama, could awaken wood release at this age without realizing it? No wonder he dared to come alone and was confident in defeating him. Orochimaru, who had researched Hashirama's cells, naturally understood would release a bloodline limit that once swept the ninja world. He even collaborated with Danzo on human experiments involving wood release, one of which with an extremely slim probability of survival still existed today as a wood release subject. It was precisely because of his understanding that he was even more wary of wood release, especially since the one demonstrating it was not the wood release subject that Danzo had named but a true Senju. What the former displayed was a flawed version of wood release. The latter, however, was 100%. Orochimaru's face revealed unprecedented gravitas. At this moment, he could not afford to think any further, as the tree world rising that Yunting had unleashed was rapidly spreading around him. Bang, 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 bang. The ground beneath Orochimaru shook violently as trees sprang up one after another. Even as he continuously retreated, they still followed him like a shadow. Soon he found himself with nowhere to escape. Multiple snake hands. Orochimaru quickly slapped the ground, and an astonishing number of venomous snakes poured out, counterattacking the trees that surged towards him. It was useless. Faced with the tide of venomous snakes, the trees activated by wood release lunged forward in even greater numbers. Before long, the venomous snakes were ruthlessly slaughtered without any chance to resist. Even the large snakes that Orochimaru summoned afterwards did not escape this fate. They struggled slightly before turning into fertilizer to nourish the trees. Though I anticipated this, it's still absurdly powerful. Orochimaru swiftly dodged the trees that lunged at him. Seeing his ninjutsu easily countered, he did not show it on his face, but inwardly grew increasingly anxious. In the midst of his frantic evasions, he glanced overhead, The originally clear sky was now shrouded by vast lush tree canopies, and he had unknowingly fallen into the domain of wood release. Fire release Great Dragon Fire Technique. A massive fire dragon erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, engulfing the trees that had been pushed close with its residual heat spreading outward. Soon a great fire ignited within the forest. Just as Orochimaru was about to let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly saw the once vigorous flames visibly extinguishing while the trees that had been burned began to sprout new buds at an alarming rate. In just a few breaths, the small forest he had just set ablaze regrew with thick branches continuing to lash out at him from. Clearly, if wood release could be so easily countered by fire release, it would not be dubbed the #1 bloodline limit in the ninja world. I can't continue like this. I must escape the range of this technique. Tree World Rising. Sharp wooden spikes grazed perilously past his face, tearing flesh and causing blood to flow. Orochimaru blinked without hesitation. After determining the direction, he burst into his fastest speed and fled. Not far away, Yunting, who was fully aware of the entire forest, sensed this, and swiftly began manipulating the surrounding trees with more strategic intent to ensnare him. In an instant, the danger faced by Orochimaru escalated. In front, behind, left, right, above, below, countless thick branches were striking at him from everywhere. Even if he managed to cut some down, more would continuously connect, leaving him with a sense of despair. After barely holding out for a while, Orochimaru finally could not evade, and was tightly ensnared by a thick branch around his right leg. This was just the beginning. Soon even more trees surged in, wrapping around his body in circles. Feeling his organs being forcefully compressed inward, sharp wooden spikes pierced deep into his body. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide in shock. Orochimaru utilized the substitution jutsu. A pale moist arm first emerged from his mouth, and soon the reborn Orochimaru crawled out from the tattered remnants of his old body. Looking at the massive thorny tree that had gathered on his old body, nourished by its blood and flesh, Orochimaru took a deep breath, bit his finger, and slammed it onto the ground, summoning technique. With a thunderous boom, a massive plume of white smoke rose within the forest created by the wood release. Amid the resounding crash of toppling trees, a colossal serpent with purple stripes summoned by Shi-wan emerged. Hey Shi-wan, I was sleeping. Why summon me at this hour? To appease my wrath, you must prepare 100, no, 200 living sacrifices for me afterward. Shi-wan's true summoning beast from Longdi Cave spoke with undisguised impatience. To this, Shi-wan replied nonchalantly, not just 200, even 500 will do as long as we survive this ordeal. Shi laughed with delight. It seems you've stumbled into a real mess, Shi-wan. Let me see, a mere brat. He's even wearing the Hokage robe. Have you defected to Shi-wan? Interesting, most interesting. I've never tasted a Hokage before. Today I'll have that delicacy. Don't underestimate this young Hokage. Shi-wan warned no further. He knew well Shi's vile temperament. Once he mentioned the opponent's mastery of wood release, the latter would likely flee the moment things turned sour. That wouldn't do. He had summoned Shi precisely to act as a scapegoat. On the other side, seeing Shi-wan summon a colossal arrogant serpent over 100 meters long, Yunting realized this was Shi. But mere size was nothing. Wood release feared no such opponent. Yunting clapped his hands together, and the vast trees surrounding Shi rapidly extended, forming countless nets that converged upon the serpent. What's this? Before Shi's arrogance could subside, it saw the surrounding forest come alive, surging endlessly toward it in a deadly assault. Rumble. The next moment the earth shook. Whatever happened, the battle-hardened Shi first activated its indomitable snake body, crushing the encroaching trees one by one. Although it couldn't use ninjutsu, its immense size and blinding speed made it a match for all but cage-level shinobi. The very reason Shi-wan tolerated its arrogant and haughty demeanor. Shi, get out of this forest immediately. Shi-wan, standing atop its head, urged. Damn you, Shi-wan. What kind of opponent have you dragged me into? Shi, though arrogant, was no fool. After a few exchanges, sensing something amiss, it cursed Shi-wan inwardly, but followed the command, slithering outward with all its might. Yunting, watching this, had no intention of allowing it. Soon denser would release attacks surged from all directions toward Shi. Even as the serpent continuously destroyed them, endless trees seized every gap to tightly coil around it. This would release. Feeling its strength wane, Shi finally realized the attack was the legendary would release, unseen for decades. Bastard Shi-wan. You. Shi, furious at being made to face such an opponent, was about to curse when it suddenly noticed Shi-wan had vanished. Seizing the moment when the majority of the tree world's power was focused on Shi-wan had slipped away rapidly. This was his premeditated plan. The summoned Shi was a mere pawn, a shield in plain sight. With Shi's abilities, it should buy me enough time to escape. Ignoring the incessant curses from Shi behind him, Shi-wan calculated the time while fleeing at top speed toward the forest's edge. By now the trees blocking his path, though still present, had diminished in both number and ferocity. Almost there. Seeing the faint light ahead, Shi-wan breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Shi, who had passively absorbed the brunt of Yunting's power, was in dire straits. Though its strength was astonishing, breaking free from the wood release's bindings time, and again it eventually reached it, finally wrapped in layers of branches and trees, unable to move. Shi roared in agony and seething hatred. Shi-wan, you just wait. I will never forgive you, before vanishing in a puff of white smoke and retreating gravely wounded to Lonely Cave. Having inadvertently deepened the enmity between Wan Shi and Shiwan, Yunting glanced at the spot where the serpent had disappeared, then turned his gaze to Shiwan, now on the verge of escape. It was too late to stop him now. A new approach was needed. With this thought, Yunting clasped his hands again, forming a seal different from before. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away, a large group was racing toward the battlefield between Yunting and Shiwan. Aside from Hinata Takuma, who had joined midway to guide them, the others were nearly all renowned jonin, or clan heads of my Uchiha Fuyue. Hinata, the contemporary Inoshikacho, Aburame, Shibi, Minato Namikaze, Minato, and so on. They had been summoned here by Uchiha Fuyue. Of course, his influence alone might not have sufficed, but with the added weight of the Fourth Hokage Yunting's authority and the sudden defection of Shiwan, various factors had compelled them to set out together. Why did Shiwan do such a thing? Along the way, Namikaze Minato furrowed his brow and sighed. As a disciple of Jiraiya, learning of his teacher's comrade's defection weighed heavily on his heart. Not to mention the immense negative impact of one of the legendary Sannin defecting from but his teacher, beneath that perpetually cheerful exterior, must be deeply wounded by the news. Faced with Namikaze Minato's lament, the others remained silent. The former might still naively believe their mission was to capture Shiwan, but the more informed clan heads, especially those with sharper senses, had sensed something amiss upon learning that the third Hokage had already departed, followed by the fourth, who had requested their company. Above all, it was Uchiha Fuyue who had summoned them. When had the Uchiha clan grown so close to the fourth Hokage? Hadn't their relationship been strained? Moreover, from Hinata Takuma, they learned that the fourth was pursuing Shiwan. Sharp minds like Nara Shikaku immediately leaped to further conclusions. What about the third Hokage? He should have confronted Shiwan first. Had he let the latter escape? That shouldn't be. Nara Shikaku frowned deeply. Whatever their thoughts, he and many in the group now understood that their true purpose here was not to change the outcome, but to bear witness as spectators to the monumental events about to unfold. Just as the group was lost in thought, a faint commotion echoed from afar. Though the sound was extremely weak due to the distance, everyone present was a jonin and could easily discern it. Byakugan. Hinata's pure white eyes bulged with veins. Compared to Hinata Takuma's 1 kilometer range, Hinata, with his flawless Byakugan and greater strength, could easily see 2 kilometers away. This is... Turning his gaze toward the source of the sound, Hinata's face suddenly showed astonishment. In the Byakugan vision of Hyuga Hizashi, 3 distinct sources of chakra were clearly visible 2 kilometers away. Among them, the cold and sinister chakra of Orochimaru was one he was quite familiar with. He could identify it without needing to see his face. The other chakra appeared to belong to a colossal snake-summoning beast, and its chakra nature was strikingly similar to Orochimaru's. It was undoubtedly the 10,000 snakes. What truly left him astonished was the final chakra. When did someone possess such pure and immense life-nature chakra? What kind of ninjutsu could create such an effect, spreading so widely? At this moment, the trees in the forest covered by the chakra seemed to exude a sense of being alive. A living forest. For a moment, Hyuga Hizashi began to doubt his own Byakugan. After a brief silence, he organized his thoughts and said, "A battle is occurring 2 kilometers to the east. On one side is Orochimaru along with his summoning beast 10,000 snakes. The chakra of 10,000 snakes has just disappeared. It must have been driven back. Is it the fourth Hokage battling Orochimaru?" Uchiha Fugaku, standing nearby, inquired. Hyuga Hizashi shook his head. "I am not quite sure. I have not encountered the chakra of the one fighting Orochimaru, and it seems the latter has employed some kind of extensively wide-range ninjutsu, obstructing my sight with chakra spread across the area, preventing me from observing further. Regardless of whether it's the fourth Hokage or not, since Orochimaru is right ahead, we must swiftly capture him. Orochimaru harbors far too many secrets of Konoha. He cannot be allowed to escape." At this moment, Nara Shikaku, the highest-ranking jonin present, spoke up. "Understood." The group accelerated once more, quickly closing the 2-kilometer distance. As they neared the battlefield, Minato Namikaze drew a special kunai and said, "Everyone, I will go ahead first." As the renowned yellow flash of the ninja world, possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze was undoubtedly the most suitable choice for the vanguard. "Your task is to hold Orochimaru back for a moment, preventing him from escaping. By the time we arrive, the battle will all—" Nara Shikaku reminded. "Understood." Minato nodded, preparing to move ahead. Just then, an incredibly intense vibration suddenly erupted from the nearby battlefield. Minato halted his steps, and everyone instinctively looked up. In the next moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning roared in their minds, leaving them dizzy. At this moment, even Hyuga Hizashi, who always maintained perfect etiquette, couldn't help but gasp in shock at the immense cloud of dust ahead, let alone the others. What is that?" At this moment, similar astonishment also struck Orochimaru. Just as he was about to rejoice at having escaped, he suddenly noticed a strong disturbance in the vast forest behind him, stirred by the chakra of Yunting. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Yunting, standing atop the treetops, completed his hand seals. In the next second, the entire forest erupted in fervor. All the trees within a kilometer radius began to move as if they had legs, swiftly gathering in front of Yunting, forming a tight cluster. In the end, a dragon's roar echoed. A wooden dragon several times larger than 10,000 snakes coalesced from the assembled trees. As Yunting leaped atop its head, the imposing wooden dragon's eyes suddenly glowed, fiercely soaring high into the sky, looking down upon everything around. Orochimaru, you cannot escape, surrender now. Standing atop the dragon's head, Yunting in his Hokage robes declared to Orochimaru, now, just a small black dot below. What an annoying tone. Orochimaru looked up at the vividly lifelike wooden dragon, his eyes flashing with a hint. Those possessing bloodline limits truly enjoy an unparalleled advantage. With minimal effort, they can surpass the life work of most ninjas. Even he who had researched and developed various ninjutsu found the so-called ninjutsu a joke in the face of Shinji Yunting's wood release. This is the tragedy of the ordinary. Yet the more so, the more he yearned to obtain it. At this moment, Orochimaru developed an intense interest in bloodline limits, especially the immensely powerful ones. However, all of this depended on whether he could survive and escape. Just then Yunting's gaze shifted to the right. There's several Konoha ninjas he was quite familiar with had already arrived and witnessed his current state. The stage is set. Since the audience has arrived, let's quickly complete this act. The corner of Yunting's mouth curled slightly. He understood that the third Hokage's decision to let Orochimaru leave could only be considered the completion of the first half, only by defeating Orochimaru with wood release in front of everyone could it be truly fulfilling. He was well aware of the significance of wood release in the minds of the Konoha people, and he knew that once the news of his possession of wood release spread, it would cause an immense shock. But that was not enough. Only by witnessing its authenticity and witnessing its power could he intimidate everyone in one fell swoop. Only then could he swiftly seize power with great prestige after the third Hokage's downfall, thereby avoiding some troublesome conflicts in between. It is worth noting that prior to this, although he bore the title of Fourth Hokage in terms of personal prestige, he likely paled in comparison to Minato Namikaze. Konoha village, after all, is a violent organization, and the importance of strength is self-evident. To this end, he specially devised a plan to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The current Orochimaru was that heavily weighted chicken, while the others present were the monkeys. Of course, besides that, Yunting also had numerous ideas for harvesting reputation points. Just like now, the system continuously chimed with notifications like 15 reputation points from XX, 20 reputation points from XX, and so on. While still inferior to the eccentric might guy, every bit adds up. This is far better than the usual 1 reputation points. In another way, would merely textual descriptions or hearing from others achieve such effects? Yunting could foresee that after today his stagnant reputation points would experience a significant surge. Seeing this, he no longer delayed and decided to quickly end this battle. A loud dragon's roar echoed through the Yunting took a step, and the understanding wooden dragon, after a long roar, moved with a massive body, charging towards Orochimaru with an unparalleled momentum. Before the wooden dragon reached him, the chilling gale had already forced Orochimaru to retreat repeatedly. Orochimaru's pupils contracted as he forced himself to stop. Bloodied hands suddenly slammed onto the ground and shouted, "Triple Rashomon." In an instant, 3 giant Shura gates of varying shapes, all gaping wide, stood in front of the wooden dragon, one after another. This was the strongest physical defense technique currently possessed by Orochimaru. Since the first Hokage, only Orochimaru could deploy the Gate of Resurrection. However, he could only summon 3 gates rather than the Pinnacle 5. In response, Yunting commanded the wooden dragon to charge forward without hesitation. Boom. The first gate was instantly smashed. Following closely was the second. The third. In the face of the powerful wood release, the so-called Gate of Resurrection merely delayed time slightly. In this brief window, Orochimaru behind the gates unleashed his ultimate technique. 10,000 snakes formation. Countless snakes rushed out from Orochimaru's enormous mouth in a frenzy. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Soon an uncountable number of snakes intertwined, transforming into an immense sea of snakes that rapidly spread forward. Its power was 100 times greater than the previous Shadow Snake's technique. Yunting observed as nearly everything before him was covered by snakes. In an instant, it felt as if the wooden dragon beneath him was about to be submerged. As expected of one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Although he is not yet in his complete form from a decade later, he is still formidable. Yunting mused in his heart. Coincidentally, the members of Konoha at the edge of the battlefield also wore expressions of shock upon witnessing this scene. So is it true that Orochimaru is extraordinary? Narashikaku shook his head helplessly. With such a massive sea of snakes, it was difficult for them to assist, even if they wanted to. Kushina's face also revealed a hint of concern. Surrounded by the multitude of snakes, even with his flying thunder god technique, it would be hard for him to reach Orochimaru in a short time. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku opened his 3-tomo Sharingan, silently observing the battlefield. Perhaps he was contemplating how he would respond if he found himself in such a situation. Just then, Hyuga Hizashi suddenly spoke. Lord Hokage will definitely be able to handle this. After all, he possesses wood release. Yes, wood release. Having grown up hearing stories about the god of shinobi, and with their elders having witnessed the first Hokage's wood release sweeping the world, the Konoha ninja were filled with longing for this long-lost, yet still vividly remembered bloodline limit. Everyone quickly turned their gaze to Shinji Yunting, who did not disappoint them at this moment. Wood release flower tree world descends. Even though Yunting is now known for his vast chakra reserves after continuously performing numerous jutsu, and then using this upgraded version of Tree World Descends, he felt for the first time a sense of chakra depletion within him. However, the effect was quite evident. As before, trees that had been dormant underground suddenly burst forth from the soil, rapidly growing and expanding. What was different this time was that all the trees were adorned with numerous blossoms. Under Yunting's control, all the petals swiftly bloomed, releasing toxic pollen into the air. As a powerful technique that had once briefly incapacitated Uchiha Obito, transforming the target into a sea of snakes, even with such a massive number, it could still easily cause them to faint. In an instant, the previously fearsome sound of hissing snakes echoed across the sky, and the horrifying sea of snakes fell completely silent, bringing stillness to the entire battlefield. In the next moment, the wooden dragon beneath Yunting moved. After crushing a large number of snakes that posed no resistance, the dragon's tail swung tightly, wrapping around Orochimaru, who had also inhaled the pollen, and fell into a brief stupor. At this moment, the battle was effectively over. Now, Orochimaru, will you still resist? The dragon's head lowered as Yunting asked again. At this time, due to his body modification, the already awake Orochimaru felt the unyielding confinement surrounding him, and upon hearing Yunting's familiar words, understood his current predicament. Instead of despairing at the imminent danger, he smirked and said, "Resist. Even if I surrender, do you think Konoha's prison can hold me?" Yunting shook his head and replied, "With your talent, naturally, you cannot be contained for long. So Orochimaru, will you not confess?" "Confess? No. Even now, with his situation dire, Orochimaru showed no signs of regret, instead mocking. "I never believed I did anything wrong. The pursuit of truth throughout history has always involved the sacrifice of individuals. Even someone as powerful as the Fourth Hokage who possesses would release cannot escape the constraints of mortal thought. Like the first Hokage, despite having treasures, you did not know how to excavate them, ultimately dying like a mere mortal. How tragic. How despicable." The mad scientist's reasoning. Yunting concluded in his heart regarding Orochimaru, his expression suddenly turning serious as he stated, "I understand your thoughts, Orochimaru. Therefore, I now pronounce the final judgment. In the name of the Fourth Hokage of Konoha, I hereby sentence the rogue ninja, Orochimaru, to death. The only fate for all rogue ninjas captured in the ninja world is execution. Not every rogue ninja is like Uchiha Sasuke, nor will they have someone as special as Naruto Uzumaki by their side. If the third Hokage were here, Orochimaru might have had a chance to live. However, now that he was captured by Yunting, there was no way he would let this enormous trouble go." With a cold expression, Yunting reached out, and a small portion of the wooden dragon's body wrapped around Orochimaru suddenly constricted, rapidly absorbing the dwindling chakra within him. The wood dragon technique itself possesses the ability to absorb chakra. Once a ninja's chakra is completely depleted, by handling Orochimaru in this manner, it not only afforded dignity to someone who had once greatly contributed to Konoha and earned the title of one of the legendary three ninjas, but also prevented him from using strange escape techniques, like the snake substitute technique. Although Yunting did not understand such secret techniques, he was well aware that even the most advanced ninjutsu requires chakra to support it. Without the latter, it is like a ship without water, unable to sail. At this moment, the chakra within Orochimaru visibly flowed away, and his life force continued to dwindle. However, unexpectedly, Orochimaru remained silent, throughout his face adorned with an inscrutable smile. After several breaths, the wooden dragon could no longer absorb chakra, and Orochimaru's life force had vanished. The wooden dragon released its hold. Looking at Orochimaru collapsed on the ground, no longer able to tear out another version of himself, as he had before, Yunting could finally confirm that he was truly dead. So this is how it ends. So simply, so plainly. Yunting felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, even though he was the one who had killed him and the reality lay before him. In this world, no one knew better than Yunting the immense impact that Orochimaru would have on the entire ninja world, and the technique of Edo Tensei, which he perfected based on the second Hokage's foundation, completely altered the combat dynamics of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Not to mention, the most impressively terrifying aspect was his ability to return intact even after dying countless, so much so that even now, having personally killed Orochimaru, if he were to suddenly appear alive before him again in the future, Yunting was certain he would not be surprised. However, such a situation should not occur. After all, this Orochimaru is not the one from a decade later, and techniques like Edo Tensei and Curse Seals have not yet been developed. Thinking this, Yunting nodded to himself, dismissing those unnecessary thoughts. Overall, this plan was successfully completed, and he had achieved great success. Next, it was time to reap the rewards that belonged to him. Lord Hokage, Lord Fourth. After concluding the battle with Orochimaru, at Yunting, the elite shinobi of Konoha, who had their mouths agape during the entire fight, came to their senses and respectfully approached Yunting. The respect they exhibited was far more sincere and intense compared to their previous encounters with him. Under the dual stimulation of witnessing the authentic wood release technique wielded by Yunting and the silent body of Orochimaru nearby, everyone present, as long as they weren't idiots, understood that from today onward the sky above Konoha would change. In response, Yunting nodded. With the situation already in his favor, there was no need for him to make any unnecessary gestures to win their hearts. After dispersing the wood dragon and flower tree techniques, he directly commanded seal Orochimaru's body, and send it to the analysis team for research upon returning to Konoha. Even in death, a ninja's corpse can yield a wealth of information regarding their original techniques and secrets. It can be said that every powerful ninja who has perished is a treasure trove. A prime example is Senju Hashirama. The renowned Hashirama cells have been studied by various factions in the ninja world for countless years. If Yunting were to die in the future, his treatment would surely be no less than that of his ancestors. At this moment, the head of the Konoha analysis team, Yamashiro Kaido, was present in the crowd. Hearing this, he immediately responded and took out a sealing scroll to store Orochimaru's body. Thus, under the complex gazes of the crowd, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of the ninja world ended his life, and the rogue ninja from Konoha has been eliminated. This operation has come to a close. Yunting was speaking when he suddenly interrupted himself, turning to look behind the crowd. There a figure was rapidly approaching them. It's the third Hokage, Hyuga Hisashi said. Upon hearing this, the crowd had varying thoughts. Yunting observed the scene and said casually, the arrival of the third Hokage is just in time, some matters should be discussed here. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato among the crowd opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately it turned into a sigh. The others also tacitly maintained their silence. Thus, in an atmosphere thick with tension, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived before the crowd dressed in battle attire. Upon seeing Senju Yunting and the Konoha elite shinobi gathered here, and then noticing the evident battle traces left by Orochimaru around, although he had his suspicions, Sarutobi Hiruzen still asked, "Where's Orochimaru?" The crowd instinctively looked at Yunting, and after he nodded in affirmation, Yamashiro Kaido raised the sealing scroll in his hand, and answered, "Lord Third, the rogue ninja Orochimaru has been defeated by Lord Fourth, and his body has been recovered." Did it come to this conclusion after all? Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes, and at that moment he appeared to have aged several years. Yunting noticed this, but felt no pity. He challenged, "Lord Third, if I remember correctly, it was you who took the lead in attempting to capture Orochimaru. Why did it not succeed? With your strength you shouldn't have failed." Faced with Yunting's questioning, Sarutobi Hiruzen reopened his weary eyes, wanting to say something, but finding himself at a loss for words. Observing this, Yunting shook his head, and answered for him, "Naturally, Lord Third had the ability to capture Orochimaru, but in the end personal feelings outweighed duty." Faced with a disciple he had watched grow, he ultimately could not bring himself to act, allowing him to escape. "Am I right, Lord Third? The truth is indeed so," Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply sighed and admitted. Although he was unsure how Yunting knew such detailed information, knowing the latter spoke the truth, his character wouldn't resort to deception even at the risk of severely damaging his reputation. Compared to the ruthless Danzo, although Sarutobi Hiruzen also had his ambitions, he ultimately still held on to his principles. Indeed, after Sarutobi Hiruzen admitted the truth, the expressions of the crowd, including Namikaze Minato, changed. As Hokage, allowing a rogue ninja to escape was something they could not accept regardless of their deep emotional ties. Ninjas see completing missions as their duty, and under the influence of the will of fire, the people of Konoha also deeply cherish their comrades. However, this concern does not extend to rogue ninjas who have betrayed the village and their comrades, especially when the Hokage himself actively sheltered a rogue ninja. In the eyes of the Konoha ninjas, the third situation was akin to, "While we are ready to fight to the death, why does the sovereign surrender first?" In an instant, the gazes of the crowd towards Sarutobi Hiruzen changed. Seeing this, Yunting firmly reiterated Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions. "Lord Third, you previously reviewed the evidence scroll I provided regarding Orochimaru's crimes, which only recorded 4 cases of missing persons related to him. However, in reality, this was merely what we had discovered in recent months. In the preceding years, even decades, the number of living individuals forcibly subjected to Orochimaru's experiments is far greater. You have also seen the rows of glass jars containing human organs in Orochimaru's secret base. Do you think that such a scale can be achieved by a mere few individuals? Orochimaru did not stray onto the dark path overnight. It can be said that over these years he has disregarded human life, conducting forbidden research explicitly prohibited by Konoha. His crimes are indeed heinous. Thinking of old feelings, it's understandable that you initially couldn't bring yourself to act, but I want to ask. After Orochimaru had killed several of your accompanying Umbu, why did you still not act and allowed him to leave? Do those Umbu from Konoha not matter to you?" At this statement, the Konoha ninjas were immediately in an uproar, while Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale. At that time, after Orochimaru used that sonic wave ninjutsu in the secret base, the team of Umbu accompanying Sarutobi Hiruzen fell one after another. Although not all perished, there were indeed casualties, and the survivors were gravely injured. Sarutobi Hiruzen witnessed this, but still did not act, which undoubtedly was a grave error on his part. Is the life of his disciple worth something, but not that of his subordinates? Especially when the former was a rogue ninja. At this moment, as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation had undoubtedly plummeted to an unprecedented low among the people. Ultimately, he himself felt deep remorse and guilt under Yunting's final strike. Without needing Yunting to say anything more, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sounding older than before, acknowledged, "Regarding Orochimaru's defection, I was initially negligent in my guidance, and for my selfish reasons I allowed him to escape. Furthermore, I ignored the lives of my fellow villagers. I am willing to bear all punishments from the village, and hope that everyone will cooperate with Lord Fourth in the future to help Konoha thrive. Third generation, Lord Yu." Although displeased with the third generation's attitude regarding Orochimaru after all these years, as Hokage his merits and efforts need not be elaborated upon. Hearing the other party take the initiative to admit fault and accept punishment, some of the Konoha ninjas present felt a twinge of sympathy. However, at this moment Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted with a wave of his hand. He was not pretending wrong was wrong, and he was willing to bear all consequences. Moreover, this statement was also a way of expressing the end of his political life, simultaneously transferring the power of Konoha to Yunting. In fact, after allowing Orochimaru to leave, he had already realized this, but he did not expect Yunting to act so swift. Truly formidable youth. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yunting, and with his decades of experience, he could easily discern that the events of today were orchestrated by the latter. The choice lay before him. He had voluntarily chosen the path of no return, and others could hardly be blamed. Moreover, Konoha could no longer afford internal strife. Yunting Konoha's future is now in your hands. With a hint of melancholy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having finally let go of everything, said solemnly to Yunting. I promise Konoha will thrive under my leadership, Yunting replied earnestly. This marked the true power transfer from the third Hokage to the fourth Hokage. On the side, the clan leaders of the Hyuga Uchiha Nara Yamanaka Akimichi, and Oil Girl along with renowned jonin like Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina witnessed this moment. Thus Yunting's plan was a complete success. From this day on he truly grasped the power of Konoha, becoming the rightful fourth Hokage. After a simple yet grand ceremony, the people of Konoha left the place without any lingering attachment. On the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally learned of Yunting's awakening of would release, feeling both shocked and reminded of the first Hokage. Perhaps he really could make Konoha even more glorious. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt more at ease. Within the vast battlefield left in tatters after the clash between Yunting and Orochimaru, a small white phosphorus snake suddenly emerged from a half-destroyed serpent carcass that Yunting had initially slain, its golden vertical pupils filled with complexity as it glanced towards Konoha before vanishing into the forest. Originally, the first half of the year in Konoha was supposed to be uneventful. However, Yunting's arrival made this period particularly extraordinary, as two significant events that shocked the ninja world occurred during this time. First, one of the legendary three Orochimaru was killed after his defection. Second, the fourth Hokage awakened would release. When Yunting and a group of Konoha ninjas returned to the village, these two events quickly spread without concealment. For a time, they became the talk of the town. Konoha, the root base. In the shadows, Danzo Shimura had remained still for a long time until Oil Girl Ryoma entered to report Lord Danzo. All relevant laboratories have been shut down and documents regarding human experiments have been destroyed. I understand, Danzo said, pressing his hands on the cane, his voice low. Have the root members quickly transfer the experimental equipment. Since conducting experiments in Konoha and the Land of Fire is too risky, we will move them to the surrounding small countries. Additionally, have them be cautious on the way. That Senju brat has been attempting to find dirt on me. It is no longer a time when Sarutobi Hiruzen is in power. When mentioning Sarutobi Hiruzen, a clear change flickered in Danzo's eyes. He never expected that after fighting against him for so many years, his old friend would be usurped by a junior, especially under such a simple scheme. So Hiruzen, have you truly aged? But I will never admit to being old. If it weren't for my delay back, then regarding the Hokage position, would I have waited until now? Danzo muttered to himself, then asked, have you investigated the matter regarding Orochimaru? Is he confirmed dead? Oil Girl Ryoma replied expressionlessly, we have examined the battlefield where the fourth fought with Orochimaru and found no marks left by the latter. Combining this with the eyewitness accounts of several Konoha jonin, the root has confirmed Orochimaru's death. What a pity. Although Orochimaru had his own ideas, it must be admitted that he possessed unparalleled talent in research. Danzo spoke these words with genuine regret. In his view, all the researchers in Root combined couldn't match even half of Orochimaru's talent. For this reason, upon learning of the latter's defection, he had been willing to take the risk of sending Root ninjas to assist. But ultimately, it was a step too late. As a result, the subsequent research in Root would undoubtedly slow down significantly, perhaps even come to a standstill. Danzo instinctively touched his right arm, tightly wrapped in bandages, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he said, so how is the investigation regarding Senju Yunting's would release? When it came to would release, Oil Girl Ryoma's face displayed rare fluctuations, very strong. Extremely strong. This conclusion was drawn after Mato Guy personally visited the battlefield. He even stated that the wood release he used was probably not even half as effective as that of the fourth. A counterfeit is ultimately a counterfeit. Danzo shook his head in disappointment finally, saying for the time being let Root remain silent. Understood. At the Sarutobi clan in Hiruzen's home, the disciples of the second Hokage Mito Gate Flame and Tsurugi Kamaru were now gathered together with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you are foolish. In the reception room, Mito Gate Flame said with great agitation. As fellow disciples of the third Hokage and stakeholders in the Hokage lineage, Hiruzen's loss of power was equally a heavy blow to these two Konoha advisors. He did not believe that without the third Hokage to constrain him, these two advisors could still have much influence over Senju Yunting's affairs in Konoha, especially now that the latter possessed would release the very symbol of Konoha and had directly killed one of the legendary three Orochimaru. At this moment Mito Gate Flame was criticizing Hiruzen for being foolish, not regarding his relinquishment of power. In the given circumstances this had already been a foregone conclusion, nearly impossible to change. What truly frustrated him, however, was Hiruzen's decision to let Orochimaru go. Had it not been for that incident, there would not have been the subsequent palace coup. Although he had previously rejoiced in his old friend's kindness, allowing them to grasp more power. Now, however, this kindness had backfired, leaving him resentful. At this moment, facing his old friend's accusations, Sarutobi, Hiruzen merely smoked his pipe expressionlessly. Although he had previously offered to accept punishment after all those years as the third Hokage, Yunting ultimately did not make things difficult for him, allowing him to enjoy his retirement. Quickly, the acrid smoke filled the entire room, causing Mito Gate Flame, who was about to say something again, to cough violently as soon as he opened his mouth. Enough flame. Tsurugi Kamaru, who was watching, patted him on the back and said, given this situation, we should consider. Then the two discussed this topic. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak, but took out the crystal ball he had treasured and placed it in a box, then called a Sarutobi clansman in and handed it to him, saying, deliver this to the fourth Hokage and say it is a gift from me. Understood. The Sarutobi clansman took the box and turned to leave. Watching all this, the two Konoha advisors stopped their discussion, exchanged glances, and Tsurugi Kamaru spoke up. Hiruzen, what do you think we should do next? What should we do? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two and finally spoke. There is an example. I believe you can learn from it. Who? The two advisors from Sunagate here. While the Leaf Village was engaged in heated discussions about two significant matters, the other four great nations, equally renowned, soon received the news. Wind Country. The fourth Kazekage Raza, who had just returned from panning for gold, looked at the message from the Leaf Village handed to him by his subordinate and couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of talent in the Leaf. Even though they lost one of the three Sannin, they gained a stronger fourth Hokage with would release. It is said that the latter is only in his 20s, truly a young man. Raza turned his head to gaze out at the sand village covered in wind and sand. After enduring 2 ninja world wars, the current strength of the sand ninja has dropped to its historical lowest, and the successors are lacking to the point where he, as the Kazekage, must personally go to the desert to seek gold. The once grand ambitions have long since dissipated. Now all he hopes for is to restore the village to its former pinnacle as much as possible. Perhaps truly transforming hostility with the Leaf into friendship, or even further forming an alliance, would be a good path for the current sand village. Suddenly Raza thought of this, and his eyes brightened. Earth Country. The third Tsuchikage Inoki was on a hospital bed receiving treatment from a gentle and lovely nurse when he heard about the Leaf Village intel from his son Kuratsuchi. Upon learning that the new Hokage possesses would release, he let out a deep sigh, memories flashing back in his mind. I can only hope that this fourth Hokage, who is also from the Senju clan, can have a personality akin to his predecessors. If he turns out to be like Uchiha Madara, the future of the ninja world will not be peaceful. After a long while, Inoki expressed his sentiments. However, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and as the third Tsuchikage, his powerful aura erupted as he pushed himself up, resolutely stating, "No. Seeing the Leaf Village rising again, how can I, as the Tsuchikage, waste time lying in bed? I must rally. I must." Oh. A crisp and loud sound of a fracture echoed in the hospital room, followed by Inoki's pig-like way. It turned out he had excitedly gotten up and hurt his old back again. "Lord Tsuchikage, how many times have we told you not to overexert yourself?" said the nurse, rolling her eyes and scolding him without hesitation. "How dare you speak to me like this? I am the Tsuchikage." Inoki trembled with pain. The nurse was unyielding. "Even if you are the Tsuchikage, you are a patient in the hospital, and patients should listen to us. Be gentle. Be gentle." The ensuing chaos in the hospital room was utter pandemonium. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi scratched his head, habitually keeping silent as he watched everything unfold. Lightning Country. Inside the Raikage's office. The muscular fourth Raikage was rapidly lifting a barbell thicker than his arm, while listening to his secretary Mabui's report. This was the office state that Kuratsuchi yearned for, yet the fourth Raikage enjoyed it long ago. Unfortunately, the latter, with his mind filled with muscles, rarely shifted his attention to his secretary. In his eyes, the barbell was probably more appealing than her. Would release. After hearing Mabui's report, as eyes filled with fiery battle intent, as he said, "I've long wanted to experience the legendary would release's true power. I wonder how much of the first Hokage's strength the current fourth Hokage possesses. My boss is a battle maniac," and although Mabui feels helpless, she still reminded him, "Raikage-sama, currently the Leaf Village is on the rise. The village elders have suggested reducing friction along the Fire Country's border to avoid unnecessary troubles." Reduce? No. At times like this, we must demonstrate the strength of the Cloud Ninja. Only then can we secure greater benefits in future negotiations with the Leaf. Those elders are getting more muddled as they age, and we shouldn't heed them. The Raikage firmly refused. Mabui was not surprised upon hearing this. After all, the Raikage style had always been this way. By the way, Raikage-sama, Karabi has run out of the Cloud Thunder Valley again and wants to hold a concert in the village. She suddenly remembered something and added. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she immediately regretted it. Sure enough, A's eyes lit up, filled with anger, as he exclaimed, "Damn Karabi. What on earth is he thinking all day long? As his older brother, it is my responsibility to teach him a lesson. Mabui, please take care of the remaining documents on my desk." After saying this, he ignored Mabui's calls, and with a loud crash he vanished without a trace. Looking at the wall that had been blasted open again, and then turning to the towering stack of documents on his desk, Mabui was at a loss for tears. Lastly, in the water country, the fourth Mizukage Shizun remained expressionless on his doll-like face after hearing the report from his subordinate. Once he was the only one left in the office, a shadow slowly appeared behind him. Its full form was unclear, but one ominous blood-red eye with 3 tomo was continuously spinning. At the Leaf Village in the Hokage's office. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen's disheartening resignation, Kuratsuchi has experienced both pain and joy during this period. Gaining true mastery over the military power of the ninja world's foremost nation, all Leaf ninjas, including those once famous figures, obeyed his commands, and the satisfaction from all this brought him immense joy. However, soon the weight of the workload, which was far heavier than at the beginning, made it impossible for him to be happy any longer. Looking at the mountain of documents before him, Kuratsuchi let out a deep sigh. For this, he spends most of his time each day, to the extent that when Sarutobi finally sent over the crystal ball, he hadn't even had a chance to use it once. But the path he chose must be endured with determination. Kuratsuchi summoned a group of shadow clones to work diligently together. 2 hours later, the shadow clones dispersed, and Kuratsuchi, exhausted from the multiple burdens, rubbed his forehead. With the help of the clones, his work efficiency greatly improved, but the fatigue accumulated by each clone ultimately returned to him, the main body. This is why many people know the benefits of shadow clones, but seldom truly call them to help. Fortunately, Kuratsuchi possesses the Senju physique, allowing him to regain energy after a short rest. Just continuing like this while my body can take it, my spirit is bound to grow weary. I don't know how the third Hokage managed to endure for so many years. Although the current heavy workload is largely related to the transition of power, aside from that, many minor matters do not require the Hokage to personally review and decide. It seems I must find someone to share the burden. Kuratsuchi shook his head. This unexpectedly heavy workload undoubtedly shattered his original plan. Not only did it force him to pause his training in sage arts, but he also hadn't had the chance to use the rapidly increasing reputation points during this time. While power is important, the strength supporting it is undoubtedly even more crucial. Kuratsuchi is clear about this. Narashikaku is quite good. He is the leader of the Jounin class, and being from the Nara clan, is naturally intelligent. He could definitely help me share some of the burden. Additionally, Namikaze Minato can also be considered, since he was once the Hokage in the original story. Aside from his tendency to give ninjutsu some odd names, his abilities are unquestionable, and his character is far more noble than my own, which is full of hidden malice. Had it been in the past, Yunting might have harbored reservations about selecting Nai Liang Lu Jiao and Bo Shui Min, both of whom shared deep ties with the third Hokage. But now that the overall situation was settled, he naturally no longer entertained such thoughts. They were all Muyi ninja, and as the true Hokage, Yunting naturally treated them equally. After all, the former's contributions to the village were equivalent to his own contributions. Coincidentally, by promoting the two to his side, he could send a message to the outside world that the old ministers associated with the third Hokage could still be valued in his new dynasty. Yunting's eyes lit up as he thought this far, and he immediately called out, "LVZ, what orders do you have, Lord Hokage?" Soon a beautiful woman pushed the door open and inquired. Shanzhong LVZ, a special jonin of the Shanzhong clan, currently serving as the fourth Hokage's secretary. After seizing real power, Yunting promptly dismissed the bearded Yuan Fei assistant, who had been an eyesore to him, replacing him with the female secretary he had always desired. After a round of screening, the young, beautiful, blonde-haired, long-legged Shanzhong LVZ caught his eye at first glance. After all, isn't it standard for a boss to have a female secretary by his side? The Hokage was no exception. Gazing at the female secretary before him, dressed in a black women's suit with her long legs wrapped in black stockings beneath a pencil skirt, Yunting was quite satisfied. This also fulfilled a small, long-cherished wish of his. "Go and summon Nai Liang Lu Jiao and Bo Shui." "Yes." Shanzhong LVZ responded promptly and crisply, then quickly walked away in her high heels, not forgetting to close the door behind her. Young, beautiful, diligent, quick, and never asking unnecessary questions, she had even voluntarily moved out of the Shanzhong clan and ceased private meetings with clan members after being selected as Hokage secretary. Who wouldn't like such a smart and self-aware person? The matter of Nai Liang Lu Jiao and Bo Shui Min being promoted by Yunting to assist in village affairs proceeded without any obstacles. The former, being a smart man, naturally did not refuse. As for the latter, although he had missed the Hokage dream, he had long hoped for being able to participate in Mu Yi's affairs and truly serve the villagers of Mu Yi was an absolute joy for him, a man who embodied the will of fire. Speaking of the will of fire, many in Mu Yi village revered it as a life creed and adhered to it throughout their lives. But to his shame, Yunting, the fourth Hokage of Mu Yi, had little interest in it. The so-called will of fire, in his view, was merely a shallow expression of values, far from being a true ideology. Yunting, a person formed under the influence of thousands of years of thought from the great celestial dynasty, naturally remained unaffected by it. Perhaps someday, he could lecture them on old Marx and old Mao and truly open their eyes. Yunting mused to himself. If only Qian Shouzhu Jian had been exposed to old Marx and old Mao back then he probably wouldn't have foolishly established the one-country village system and would have long overthrown the idle daimyo and nobles. However, with Qian Shou Zhu Jian's intellect, he probably couldn't have grasped these things. But if it were Qian Shou Fei Jian, he would definitely have gotten it. The topic had strayed too far. Having mentally slandered his own ancestors, Yunting's attention returned to reality. With the help of Nai Liang Lu Jiao and Bo Shui Min, the time he spent on work was indeed greatly reduced. This finally freed him up to attend to his own matters. Inside the Hokage building, before a heavily guarded secret chamber, Qian Shou Yunting stood patiently submitting to the identity check by the Umbu station there. After seizing control of the Hokage's authority, Yunting had immediately carried out a thorough purge of the Umbu. He could overlook ordinary ninja with close ties to the third Hokage, but for the Umbu, the most important and tightly bound direct subordinates of the Hokage, he had to have absolute control in his own hands. Now many former Umbu had removed their masks and become ordinary ninja in the open. At the same time, many with clean backgrounds were selected into the Umbu. One noteworthy point was that he did not expel Kakashi, instead he allowed him to continue protecting Jiao Xi. This was also a form of protection for this genius who was currently lost in confusion. Now that Yunting had replaced the Umbu with his own people, he had complete control over them. So why did he have to undergo an inspection by Umbu ninja at this moment? The only explanation was that what they guarded was too important, forcing them to be cautious. After all, in the ninja world, techniques like the basic transformation jutsu and the more profound face-copying jutsu were not uncommon. Yunting understood this well, so he allowed the Umbu to inspect him. After a tedious process, the leading Umbu respectfully said, "Lord Hokage, you may enter." Yunting nodded. Soon the seal techniques around the chamber were temporarily lifted one by one as the surrounding Umbu ninja performed hand seals. Without needing a reminder, Yunting immediately pushed the door open and entered. Inside the chamber was extremely spacious, and the only thing that caught his eye was a massive scroll on a central stone platform. This was the object of Yunting's visit, the sealed scroll. Its reputation needed no explanation. As a forbidden book kept by successive Hokage, it contained various powerful forbidden techniques of Muyi. So-called forbidden techniques referred to ninjutsu that were either extremely powerful, required exceptionally high training conditions, or caused great harm or even death to the user. They were sealed away because they were unsuitable for dissemination among ordinary ninja. Only those exceptionally talented ninja with unwavering loyalty to Muyi after obtaining the Hokage's permission had the opportunity to learn a forbidden technique from the sealed scroll. Bo Shui Min's Flying Thunder God technique was learned in this way. As the fourth Hokage, Yunting naturally had the privilege to peruse the sealed scroll at any time. Previously, due to a lack of resources, he had not visited often. But now, having gained a significant boost in reputation in Muyi due to the wood release incident, his reputation points were unprecedentedly abundant, allowing him to spend them on forbidden techniques from the sealed scroll. Opening the sealed scroll, the first thing that caught Yunting's eye was the renowned multiple shadow clone technique. He couldn't help raising an eyebrow, his thoughts immediately turning to Ming Run, who was still in Jiao Xi's womb. Speaking of which, back then Ming Ren's ability to steal the sealed scroll probably couldn't have happened without the help of the third Hokage, that old pervert who was always watching. Recalling the rigorous checks he had just undergone and comparing them to how easily Ming Ren had obtained the sealed scroll in the original story, with not a single Umbu ninja in the vicinity appearing, Yunting couldn't help shaking his head. It was fortunate that Ming Ren was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the son of Bo Shui Min. If it were anyone else, even if they voluntarily returned the sealed scroll after stealing it, they would inevitably face imprisonment. Afterward, he had also persistently tried to bring back the rogue Yuji Bo Zhuju, believing that everything could return to. Little did he know that if the latter did return, although he might not be executed due to being the last bloodline of the Yuji Bo clan, he would likely spend most of the rest of his life in prison. Yuji Bo Zhuju was probably well aware of this. He would have to be a fool to return to Muyi with Ming Ren. After a moment of reflection, Yunting redirected his attention to the sealed scroll. Yunting redirected his attention to the scroll of seals. Naruto, with his poor taijutsu and reliance on numbers to prevail, was perfectly suited for the multiple shadow clone technique. Yet that did not mean he needed it. The number of shadow clones offered little help to him. Spending that chakra on his more proficient ninjutsu would be far more beneficial. Moreover, though his current reputation points were abundant, they were not enough to learn every forbidden technique he laid eyes on. He would have to make a careful selection. Yunting continued flipping through the scroll of seals. For symbol seal. Not worth considering for now. Dead demon consuming seal. No. Such bad luck. I'd never learn that. Bringer off darkness technique. A powerful jinjutsu that could compensate for my shortcomings in illusion. It's not too expensive either, so worth considering. Impure world reincarnation. Powerful indeed. But this technique created by the second Hokage was never truly completed. It was Orochimaru who later perfected it and further developed it into the true impure world reincarnation of the future. Now that Orochimaru has kicked the bucket and I lack the ability to do so, I'll pass. By the way, just in case, I'll memorize the hand seals for impure world reincarnation. If I die years later and someone completes the technique to summon me, I could then reverse the seal with impure world reincarnation release, and what a grand surprise that would be. With that thought, Yunting quickly etched the reverse hand seals of impure world reincarnation into his memory. Then he continued browsing, giving the Scroll of Seals a thorough overview. Aside from the aforementioned techniques, the Scroll of Seals also contained mutual multiplication explosive tags, spiritual transference technique, 8 gates, released formation, flying thunder god technique, and many others. The reputation points required to exchange these techniques varied. Cheaper ones like Bringer of Darkness technique cost 20,000, while mutual multiplication explosive tags cost 30,000. The most expensive, the space-time-related flying thunder god technique, required 250,000, the 8 gates, released formation 300,000, and the incomplete impure world reincarnation a staggering 320,000. Considering that the original price of the wood release Kekkai Genkai was 500,000, and that Kekkai Genkai were generally priced much higher than techniques of comparable power, this was telling. One could imagine the immense power of these forbidden techniques. Especially impure world reincarnation, a technique that could snatch souls from the Reaper himself, an existence so bugged that even its incomplete version was priced exorbitantly high by the system. Clearly, the system's evaluation criteria for techniques were not solely based on manifested power. Fortunately, Yunting did not need to exchange for impure world reincarnation, otherwise, even his self-proclaimed wealth would not withstand such a drain. After the events of Orochimaru's defection and the revelation of wood release, Yunting now possessed a staggering 800,000 reputation points. This was a number previously unimaginable, yet through his meticulous planning and maximizing the influence, he had reaped a bountiful harvest. The vast majority of those 800,000 points came from the leaks he had once harvested. Unlike before, when revealing the truth only yielded 1, now facing Yunting again, they contributed 5, 10, 15, and so on, varying from individual to individual. Unfortunately, still no one surpassed Might Guy. Moreover, what Yunting found frustrating was that reputation points could only be harvested within a certain range around him. This meant his hope that news of wood release would generate a continuous stream of points from the entire ninja world was dashed. Of course, even without that limitation, the latter was still a fantasy. After all, reputation points were generated only when people were genuinely impressed and respected the Hokage. For those outside the Land of Fire, the news of Yunting possessing wood release was likely more curiosity and concern than joy. Even within the Land of Fire, apart from Konoha, the reactions of ordinary citizens were probably not that high. After all, you could not expect people who had to hire ninjas at a cost to deal with problems to have a deep reverence for the Hokage. In contrast, the officials and nobles who directly governed them left a more profound impression. Therefore, during the past days, no matter how busy Yunting was, he had to spare time to go among the people and harvest. The villagers, unaware of the reason, simply thought he remained as approachable as ever, and thus grew even more respectful. Now back to the present. Yunting currently had a fortune of 800,000, but 500,000 of that was untouchable. It was reserved for the Shikatsu Forest Sage mode. In the system, sage techniques were priced far higher than ninjutsu, even surpassing Kekkai Genkai. The Shikatsu Forest Sage mode was priced on par with the most expensive wood release. The reason was not only that it introduced a new energy system exponentially multiplying the user's power, but also that the Sage mode exchanged from the system was certainly not the half-baked version that Jiraiya needed the 2 Sannin Toads to maintain, nor Naruto's 5-minute charge-up. It was the kind of instantaneous, long-lasting Sage mode like Hashirama Senju's, a single clap of the hands, and he was in the mode ready to stay for a long time. With Sage mode plus would release, Yunting would be infinitely close to the state of the god of Shinobi. Therefore, for him, that 500,000 must not be touched. As for why he did not exchange it immediately, apart from the fact that instantly mastering such a technique would be too shocking, especially under the constant watch of the slug Katsuki, making it hard to explain. He also considered that since time was still early, he could invest more effort into training in Sage mode on his own, making progress, so that when he later exchanged it, the required points would be somewhat reduced. Having grown accustomed to frugality, he always had a mindset of careful budgeting. After all, there was still considerable time before the Ninetales rampage, and with his current strength he could handle any intermediate incidents, so there was no rush. Of course, necessary preparations were still needed. Hence the 500,000 points were set aside. Thus Yunting could only use 300,000. Among them, he could only choose one of the forbidden techniques like Flying Thunder God or 8 Gates. Without much hesitation, he quickly selected Flying Thunder God. The 8 Gates was indeed a formidable forbidden technique, but for someone wielding wood release like Yunting, opening the first 7 gates was merely icing on the cake. Once he obtained Sage mode, it would be even more dispensable. After all, a single wood release secret technique would suffice to match the power of the first 7 gates. The true essence of the 8 gates undoubtedly lay in the 8th gate. Just as when Guy opened the 7th gate against Uchiha Madara, it was only a tickle, but opening the 8th gate, that final kick, nearly ended the story. Yet such a glorious result came at the cost of one's own life. Since Yunting was unwilling to learn the dead demon consuming seal, he certainly would not learn the 8 gates, a technique that also demanded one's life. Especially considering it cost 300,000 points, with the first 7 gates offering little help and the last gate killing him after a single use. How could that not be a loss? With that effort, he might as well learn the Flying Thunder God technique. If he could not win, he could at least escape. Moreover, if he could not defeat an enemy, even with Sage mode, and would release, he did not believe that the power of the 8th gate would truly kill that opponent. All things considered, the 8 gates was indeed a shortcut to immense power, but for Yunting at his current level it was by no means an indispensable aid. In contrast, the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu, would be far more beneficial in combat. Thus, after selecting the Flying Thunder God technique, he also chose Bringer of Darkness technique and Mutual Multiplication explosive tags, exhausting his budget. With a few hundred points left, he planned to exchange for some ordinary ninjutsu to expand his arsenal and become more versatile. With that, the grand shopping spree came to an end. Yunting's strength was about to see an all-round improvement. For a similar large-scale purchase in the future, he would likely have to wait until after the Ninetales rampage. Inside the Hokage office. With the help of Nara Shikaku and Namikaze Minato, Yunting's workload as Hokage significantly decreased, allowing him more energy to review the new ninjutsu he exchanged for from the ceiling techniques, and even find some spare time to connect emotionally with his female secretary. Ritsuko, are you getting used to living alone? If you want, you can go back to live with your parents. It's nothing I wouldn't mind. Yunting casually mentioned to his female secretary while browsing through the few documents. Compared to a certain lively and infatuated girl from the mountains in the future, Yashiro, Ritsuko appeared more composed and calm. She replied, for work purposes, I believe it's best to move closer to the Hokage building. My parents think so too. Thank you for your kind offer, Hokage-sama. Yunting smiled. Having understanding parents, Ritsuko, you are very fortunate. By the way, your parents are running a flower shop. Yamashiro, Ritsuko replied. Yes, many members of the Yamashiro clan have flower shops. My parents' shop is just a small-scale one. Yunting nodded. Just like the Nara clan running a medicinal herb shop particularly famous for their deer antler product in Konoha, in the ninja world, the Akimichi clan running a restaurant, the Yamashiro clan with their flower shops, and the Uchiha clan dealing in weapons, each ninja clan has their ways to generate income. Of course, if we talk about who is the wealthiest among them, it must be the Senju clan. After all, the majority of the land and houses in Konoha were originally created by Senju Hashirama using wood release. The latter may not care about these things, but how could the clever Senju Tobarama miss the opportunity to make a fortune? That's right. The Senju clan's means of making money is through real estate. At the early stages of Konoha's development, the gap, compared to other ninja clans, may not have been obvious. But now just looking at the prosperity outside speaks volumes. This is also why, despite Tsunade constantly losing money and gaining infamy, there are still people willing to lend. Although the Senju clan's wealth has diminished due to its decline, even what remains is enough for Yunting, who currently holds the Senju assets, to become the richest person in Konoha. Yunting may have cared about this before, but now as Hokage he is in a higher position and does not regard it as highly. He suddenly instructed, Ritsuko, passed the word down to have someone count the number of people in Konoha who are currently facing housing difficulties or are simply wandering outside. Where there is wealth, there is poverty, and Konoha is no exception. Now what Yunting wants to do is to help the latter. Once the count is done, tell those people that if they wish, they can temporarily stay on Senju clan land for only 100 ryo a month. If they truly have no money, we can also offer them an interest-free loan, which they just need to repay on time. Yunting's approach is essentially low-cost housing rental. A mere 100 ryo is minimal, not to mention the interest-free loan. The reason for not giving it away for free is to prevent these people from developing a lazy mindset of entitlement. This can be seen as a small help he provides for the impoverished as Hokage with thoughts from his past life. After all, in this world, hardly anyone cares about the impoverished, who are as inconsequential as weeds. Even the will of fire rarely shines upon those ninja who possess no talent. Yet ironically, this group accounts for the largest proportion of the population in the land of fire and the entire ninja world. Yamashiro Ritsuko's face was filled with astonishment upon hearing this. If she had been puzzled about the initial investigation task, but had not asked too many questions, she could not help but inquire when Yunting mentioned renting the clan land. Hokage-sama, are you really going to open up the Senju clan land? It is known that a clan's land is not only a residence for the ninja clan, but also holds significant symbolic meaning. Moreover, the Senju clan land is not located on the outskirts, but in the center of Konoha, a place where every inch is worth its weight in gold. Just to rent it for such a small amount, Yamashiro Ritsuko felt a pang of sympathy for Yunting. The Senju clan currently only has 2 members, and one of them is unwilling to return, so it's too wasteful for. It would be better to do a good deed, help the villagers, and at the same time bring more vitality and liveliness to the clan land. I believe that if the first and second Hokage were still around, the compassionate former and the rational latter would definitely agree. Yunting looked out at Hokage Rock, speaking calmly. In that moment, Yamashiro Ritsuko felt an extraordinary sense of grandeur from the young Hokage before her. This feeling was even stronger than when she first learned that he possessed wood release. I understand. I will take this matter seriously. She nodded earnestly. Remember to prioritize one thing: help those in urgent need, not just those in poverty. I understand. Yamashiro Ritsuko replied energetically. By the way, since I am your secretary, I naturally need to be on standby at all times. The Senju clan's territory is quite large. Oh, why don't you move closer to me? Yamashiro Ritsuko instinctively began to respond, but quickly caught herself. Her long legs wrapped in black silk were quickly tightened. After considering for a moment and glancing at Yunting several times, she finally gritted her teeth and said, all right. As expected, Yunting's act of kindness drew astonishment from many ninja clans and gratitude from Konoha villagers, especially those at the bottom. Thus, he unexpectedly gained a batch of reputation points. Apart from these work-related matters, Yunting had also become proficient in the few ninjutsu he learned recently. Among them, the special kunai required for the Flying Thunder God technique was also completed. Yunting took out a special kunai from his ninja bag. Unlike the trident-like kunai used by Namikaze Minato, the kunai in his hand while inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique resembled an ordinary one. This way the secrecy of launching the attack is higher, making it easier to ambush others. One wonders what Namikaze Minato was thinking when he took out such an obvious trident kunai. Didn't he just inform the enemy of the Flying Thunder God coordinates? Yunting shook his head, played with the special kunai for a while, and then put it away. He had not informed others about learning the Flying Thunder God technique. For a ninja, keeping one's abilities confidential is extremely important. A typical example is Haiden. When no one understood his abilities, he could even kill shadow-level powerhouses. However, once his abilities were known, a team of Jounin could easily capture him. Currently, there is no need for Yunting to expose the Flying Thunder God technique. Naturally, he would keep it hidden, which would allow him to present a delightful surprise to potential formidable enemies in the future. Yunting had coveted Sandai Huiying's crystal ball for a long time. Now that it had finally fallen into his hands, his longing was at last sated. Yet after several gleeful experiments, he unexpectedly discovered that the crystal ball was not nearly as omnipotent. In principle, it could surveil a person's every movement within Muyi village from a distance, but such power depended on mastery of that person's chakra nature. In other words, unless one knew someone intimately, it was difficult to pinpoint them within the crystal sphere. The reason Sandai Huiying could keep his gaze fixed upon the crystal ball all day was that after decades he had come to know the people of Muyi thoroughly. With the crystal ball, now Yunting could at most observe a few familiar faces. He had already been covertly surveying several bustling public baths, or rather the commercial street beside those baths, a vantage that allowed him to grasp Muyi village's daily life without leaving home. A pity that such a small civic project could not be realized in the short term. Still better than nothing. He might as well check on Shanzhong LVZ, the girl in black stockings. How was her poverty relief work progressing? No sooner said than done. Yunting cast the telescope technique upon the crystal ball, and in an instant a familiar face filled the orb. At the main gate of Muyi. While Yunting as Sandai Huiying conscientiously inspected his subordinates' work, two Muyi guard squad ninjas stationed at the village entrance suddenly frowned. Their Xiaolin Yin opened, and they glared at a rapidly approaching silhouette, barking, "Who goes there? Stop right there." The newcomer did not slow. As the two Yujibo ninja were about to move, the man finally halted at the gate and exclaimed with feeling, "You're back after all. Who are you? Wait. Huh. Is that Lord Zilayi?" One Yujibo ninja was about to demand the newcomer's identity, but upon seeing the conspicuous white hair and the character Yu on his forehead, he hesitated. He then looked at the man's face and, once certain, corrected himself. "You're Yujibo Mao, aren't you?" Yujibo Mao cried in surprise. At the gate, Zilayi, one of the Muyi Sanrun, turned and laughed heartily. "I did not expect Lord Zilayi to remember my name." Yujibo Mao was astonished. During the earlier war between Muyi and Tujigua, he had briefly followed Zilayi when the latter served as overall commander for Tujigua, hence his recognition. Zilayi would normally have worn a pleased expression when hearing such praise. As a commander, it is only natural to know each of your men. But now that customary smile carried a hint of strain. Seeing this, Yujibo Mao, mindful of the village's recent upheavals, quickly guessed the reason and promptly completed Zilayi's registration. "Lord Zilayi, welcome back to Muyi. You may enter," Yujibo Mao said. "Thanks, Mao," Zilayi replied. Zilayi patted his shoulder. As he was about to step inside, he halted and asked in a low voice to Shiwan, "Is he truly as the rumors say?" Yujibo Mao nodded. Zilayi was silent for a moment, then at last stepped. Yujibo Mao looked back and felt the figure of this famed Muyi Sanren to be unexpectedly desolate. 15 minutes passed. As Yunting continued to study the crystal ball diligently, a sudden whoosh sounded outside the window, followed by the Inbu, who guarded him, manifesting and reproaching sharply. Yunting frowned slightly, swiftly stowed and concealed the crystal ball, then went to the window. Perched on the eaves and surrounded by a ring of Inbu ninja, a familiar figure came into view. "No need for such a fuss. Let Zilayi come in," Yunting said with a smile, waving his hand. At his words, the Inbu dispersed at once. Zilayi, the cause of the commotion, scratched his head awkwardly. Having leapt through the window into the Huiying office, he hurriedly apologized to Yunting. Sorry. When Sandai taught here, I used to climb through windows. Oh, I forgot to stop," he explained. Yunting waved it off. "You need not change, Zilayi. I will instruct the Inbu not to block you in future." Zilayi shook his head. "No, better to correct the habit. It was an indulgence and ought to be amended." He glanced about the Huiying office, whose style had been altered beyond recognition, and suddenly felt a stranger's distance from the present Muyi. After all new faces had replaced the old, in former days the Inbu would never have challenged him upon seeing his face. But the times had changed. The freedom enjoyed under Sandai no longer fit Dai's rule. The latter was not particularly familiar with him, and because of Gangsho could in some sense be regarded as a rival in affection. Thus Zilayi, outwardly a bon vivant, yet inwardly tender, knew he too must change. Seeing this, Yunting did not press further, and instead asked, "Zilayi, why have you returned to Muyi so suddenly? Weren't you on a sojourn collecting material in the western continent?" "Indeed, the priestesses of Guejigua had their own character. I had meant to gather more material there." But I heard a piece of news and hurried back. Zilai Yi said, his expression grave. Is it because of Dashiwan? Yunting asked calmly. Zilai Yi drew a deep breath and nodded gravely yes. So what do you intend to do, Zilai Yi? Do you mean to accuse the village of wrongdoing for killing Dashiwan? Setting aside his refusal to surrender and his desertion, consider only that he for selfish ends harmed villagers and conducted inhumane forbidden experiments. His death is hardly lamentable. Those charges are supported by ample evidence. If you doubt them, feel free to inspect the records. But remember this, do not let personal feelings overrule Mu Yes law and justice. Yunting said it without courtesy. Zilai Yi heard him and fell silent for a long while. To be honest, he did not know why upon receiving the news he had rushed back heedless of everything. What had occurred was done and it was too late to change it. Yet that impulse, the decades of bond he had shared with Dashiwan, propelled him home. Standing now before Yunting the Fourth Hokage, he found himself at a loss for words. As Yunting had said, Dashiwan deserved his fate. Mu Yes' actions were just and proper. So what could he reproach? Could he ask Yunting why he had not spared him, then hoping to reform Dashiwan upon his return? Would that have succeeded? Zilai Yi shook his head. Though sometimes naive, he understood that Dashiwan's nature would not have been swayed by him. If there was blame to be laid, it belonged to himself. The comrade who upon sensing Dashiwan's deviation had failed to pull him back and thereby allowed him to tread the irrevocable path. Zilai Yi's eyes dimmed. At last he said, I have no objection to the village's course. But as an old friend of many years, I wish to bid Dashiwan a final farewell. I beg you, Hua-ing, grant me permission. Dashiwan's body is now in the analysis room. Take this authorization and say your farewell, Senior Zilai Yi. Yunting did not refuse. He wrote an authorization and handed it over. After offering his thanks, Zilai Yi quickly left the Hokage office. This time he used the door. Watching his retreating figure, Yunting's thoughts turned to someone else. If this one had come, then surely the other of the Sanrin would soon respond as well. Pushing the time slightly forward, the shocking news from Konoha had just begun to spread. As a famous gambling street in the entire ninja world, Tsunade spent a significant amount of her traveling time here. At this moment it was no exception. In front of a spacious gambling house, Tsunade, holding a large sum of money borrowed, with an IOU, boldly pushed the door open. Beside her, a little girl named Kato Shizune, holding a pink piglet, could only follow her in with a face full of despair after several unsuccessful attempts to persuade her. The gambling house was originally bustling with excitement. However, the moment Tsunade entered, there was a momentary silence followed by an eruption of enthusiasm, like a volcanic explosion. While the Konoha Sannin may not be known to them, the legendary money-spending child was a well-known figure on Tsunade. The woman who entered had blonde hair, a voluptuous figure, and was wearing a green coat with the character Gamble on it. This perfectly matched the legendary appearance of the big cash cow. Thus the opportunity to strike it rich had arrived. In an instant the entire casino erupted in excitement. The gamblers present rushed forward, hoping to secure a seat at the gambling table beside Tsunade so that this goddess could bless them. After a chaotic scuffle, calm was finally restored under the intervention of the casino owner. The gambling game began. Tsunade, filled with excitement, started shaking the dice. For her, losing money was something she didn't need to worry about, as she had long since grown accustomed to it. What she truly enjoyed was the entire gambling process. However, today was somewhat unexpected. After several rounds of gambling, Tsunade was quite astonished to find that amid her continuous losses, she still managed to win, leaving her stack of money nearly unchanged from its original amount. What was going on? Over the years, Tsunade had summarized her unique situation when it came to gambling. If she was continuously losing, it meant that everything around her was normal. If she suddenly won, it meant that something very unfavorable had happened to her. But what did it mean that after such a long time she was neither winning nor losing? Tsunade expressed her confusion. The gamblers sitting at the same table, who had gone through many hardships, were equally puzzled. They were muttering about why this big cash cow seemed so off. Where was the promised divine blessing? Could it be that the real person didn't come? They had heard that there was a transformation technique among ninjas that allowed them to change into others. At this moment, the only one who was genuinely happy about this situation was Kato Shizune. After all, if they lost all this money, then Tsunade and Shizune would have to sleep on the streets tonight. Time passed by slowly. Compared to previous times, Tsunade spent a significantly longer time in the gambling house this time. In her joy, she simply shrugged off her thoughts and rolled up her sleeves to continue gambling with great enthusiasm. The onlookers, seeing that the legendary cash cow seemed to be more myth than reality, gradually dispersed in disappointment. The sounds of big win and small win echoed once more. The gambling house, being a place where all sorts of people gathered, often saw its patrons indulging in wild tales while enjoying themselves. Soon a rather explosive piece of news was shared by a newcomer. Have you heard? A big event happened in Konoha recently. A big event? What kind of event? One of the Konoha Sannin, Orochimaru, defected. The Konoha Sannin. Those are extremely famous figures. How could one possibly defect? Who knows? Some say he went insane and conducted experiments on living people. After being discovered, he defected. Others say he was forced to do so. You have to know that the current Hokage was once his rival, the latter nearly won. Do you think the current Hokage can tolerate someone who threatens his position being so close? That makes a lot of sense. So where did Orochimaru escape to? He better not come here. If things get violent, Tsunade Street will be destroyed. Yeah, no need to worry. Orochimaru was killed on the spot by the current Fourth Hokage shortly after his defeat. Is that true? He was one of the Sannin renowned on the battlefield in recent years. How could he be killed so easily? Of course it's true. You have to know that the Fourth Hokage he faced this time possesses the wood style. Wood style? Is that the wood style of the first Hokage? It can't be a lie, right? The news has been spreading in Konoha for a long time. How could it be fake? You have to know that the current Fourth Hokage shares the same surname as the first, both being Senju. If that's true, then it's quite normal for Orochimaru to die under the wood style. Yeah. In an instant, news about Konoha quickly spread throughout the gambling house. Everyone was eagerly discussing the conflicts between such big figures. Among them, a well-informed gambler glanced at Tsunade's table and muttered, "I heard someone say that the legendary cash cow is one of Konoha's Sannin. I wonder if that's true." At this moment, Tsunade's originally flushed face, filled with excitement, gradually stiffened. Her ears weren't deaf, and she naturally heard the conversations within the house. Initially, she thought it was just the ramblings of a drunken person, but as more and more people mentioned it, her brows couldn't help. The news of Orochimaru's defection had already shocked her greatly. Although she was quite dissatisfied with Orochimaru for not protecting her teammate due to the death of Rope Tree, they had fought side by side for many years, and hearing about her teammate's defection left her with a complex mix of feelings. It's worth noting that this was one of the Konoha Sannin defecting, so one can imagine the blow to Konoha's reputation. However, one shocking piece of news after another left her heart tumultuous like raging waves. Orochimaru was actually killed by Yunting. While she didn't have the same deep connection to Orochimaru as Jiraiya did, she still felt somewhat unsettled upon hearing this news. However, soon the news of Yunting possessing wood style struck her like a sharp sword, instantly breaking through her previously complicated thoughts. Wood style? Is it really wood style? It can't be fake, can it? However, she was well aware of Orochimaru's prowess, and for Yunting to kill him it indeed required the use of wood style. So Yunting really has wood style? Tsunade didn't know whether to be happy or sad. If so, it meant Konoha had gained a powerful wood style user, which could counterbalance the impact of Orochimaru's defection. But on the other hand, it was sad that Orochimaru was ultimately dead. Moreover, the most critical point was that she, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, the pure bloodline of the Senju clan, had never awakened wood style, while Senju Yunting had succeeded. How could she bear it? She had cried privately many times after discovering her lack of talent for wood style during her childhood. Beside her, Jing-in, equally startled by the news, was about to muster the courage to speak when she suddenly heard the previous speaker exclaim loudly, "Jing-in." "Yes." Jing-in replied instantly, her sudden grip causing the little piglet in her arms to roll its eyes. "Get the money ready, we're going back." "Prepare to leave," Tsunade ordered. "Understood, Lady Tsunade." Jing-in promptly gathered all the money from the table into her bag, and the piglet that had jumped to the ground finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Lady Tsunade, are we returning to Konoha?" After everything was tidied up, Jing-in assumed they were headed back to Konoha, especially after such a significant event. To her surprise, Tsunade shook her head, saying, "No, we won't be going back. Some matters can also be clarified elsewhere." Unlike Jiraiya, who occasionally returned to report information, Tsunade genuinely did not wish to go back to Konoha. Even though the situation had changed now that Yunting was the Hokage, she felt uneasy about returning. The thought of someone inevitably comparing her to Senju Yunting after awakening the wood release made her feel quite displeased. So she decided not to return. After all, there were still places to inquire about the unfolding events. Moreover, mastering the wood release was not something one could achieve overnight. Considering the timeline, it was highly likely that Yunting had already awakened the wood release when she had previously competed against him. At that time, he had kept silent about it, probably feeling quite smug inside, especially in the face of her. With this thought, anger filled Tsunade's eyes. "Just wait, old grudges, and new ones, we will settle them together soon." Return to the inn, Tsunade huffed, preparing to go back, even setting aside her daily drinking plans. Jing-in could only carry the piglet with a hint of disappointment and follow behind her. Tsunade planned to inquire about everything from Yunting in the Wetbone Forest. However, due to Yunting taking over the reins from the third Hokage, he had to spend time dealing with official matters which delayed his training in the Wetbone Forest. Consequently, Tsunade, who had waited many days, was infuriated. After demolishing several bone trees in frustration, she finally proposed to the living slug, "Summon that kid here." The slug refused, saying, "Lady Tsunade, Lord Yunting has been very busy lately. Summoning him without permission would be quite rude, so I must refuse." "Then you can go and tell Yunting that I'm here, and ask him to come find me. That should be fine." After some soft persuasion, the slug reluctantly chose this less impolite roundabout way. There is a sensory connection between the summoning contracts. Sensing the slug's desire to be summoned, Yunting paused, briefly puzzled, but complied nonetheless. Summoning jutsu. As the white smoke dissipated, the smaller slug appeared in the Hokage's office, greeting gently Lord Slug. After responding with a smile, Yunting curiously asked, "Is there something you need? I've never seen you so proactive." "It's because of Lady Tsunade." The slug explained everything. Yunting nodded in understanding after hearing it. After Jiraiya returned to Konoha, he had been wondering when Tsunade would send him a message. Unexpectedly, as soon as she left, Tsunade followed closely behind. But did she still not want to return to Konoha? Thinking about Tsunade inviting him to the Wetbone Forest, Yunting did not refuse, and said to the slug, "Then I'll trouble you, slug." "Not a trouble at all," the slug replied gently. After saying this, it transformed into white smoke and returned first. Following that, Yunting also turned into white smoke and was summoned to the Wetbone Forest. The Umbu ninjas secretly protecting the Hokage remained still upon seeing this. They had long grown accustomed to such situations. Wetbone Forest. It remained a scene filled with moisture characterized by white bones among the trees. The area severely damaged by the battle between Yunting and Tsunade had long since regrown with trees. However, in another area there were rows of trees that had been snapped in half. Considering what the slug had said earlier, Yunting naturally understood who was responsible. At this moment, the instigator who had been waiting for a long time rushed over upon seeing him. "Hey, Tsunade." As Yunting was about to wave hello, suddenly a seemingly harmless, yet incredibly violent pale fist came towards him. Even now, he dared not take this punch, he'd quickly shutting his mouth and dodging. Boom. Like a massive earthquake erupting after a violent noise, the spot where Yunting had been standing was instantly transformed into a gigantic pit. If that punch had landed, even with his robust vitality, he would have likely been knocked into a crater. At this moment, watching Tsunade, this violent woman, relentlessly pursue him, as if intending to strike down Uchiha, and Yunting felt a surge of unease as he dodged swiftly, while shouting, "I say, Tsunade, I don't think I've offended you, have I? Why are you treating me like a mortal enemy upon our first meeting? Can you please stop? Do you know I'm the Hokage? You are a Jonin of Konoha. Are you trying to usurp me? Hokage. Oh, I'm so scared. Since I respect the Fourth Hokage so much, do you also want to designate me as a rogue ninja?" Tsunade sneered. During the waiting period, she hadn't been idle either. After gathering and analyzing the information she received, she could roughly piece together the entire process without Yunting needing to say much. Although Orochimaru deserved his punishment, she could not help but notice Yunting's crucial role in pushing things along. Coupled with the third Hokage's retirement, it was evident that this whole scenario had been meticulously plotted by her clan's younger brother. No wonder when she inquired about him, he showed no signs of worry. It turned out he had long been preparing a big surprise. While she claimed no interest in Konoha's power struggles, the relationship between Orochimaru and the third Hokage was ultimately close to her. Yet under Yunting's deliberate prodding, they all ended up in such a predicament, it was unrealistic to say she felt no anger. Not only her, but Jiraiya also harbored resentment. However, the latter was more rational, and with his relationship with Yunting not being closed, he could not act as recklessly as Tsunade. Just joking. It was just a joke. Seeing Tsunade say this, Yunting waved his hands repeatedly, feeling a bit awkward. Yet Tsunade was still relentless. In addition to the aforementioned matters, she was equally furious about Yunting's concealment of the wood release during their previous battle. The thought of him seeming to fight fiercely all the while enjoying himself at her expense made her blood boil. So now old grudges and new ones would be settled together. Crack crack. Tsunade clenched her fists and coldly declared, "If you don't want to be hit by me, then use the wood release. Those jutsu you used last time can no longer be effective against me." Yunting did not refute. The combination of various jutsu during their last encounter to create an optimal environment for the Earth Release Earth Spirit Giant was indeed challenging to achieve against an opponent who was already prepared. After all, she was one of the legendary Sannin, and to suppress this violent woman, he would indeed need to use the wood release. This was also what Tsunade hoped to see. In that case, Yunting formed hand seals and declared, "Then I shall follow your wishes, Lady Tsunade. Be careful." A battle that was anticipated has begun. Wood release silent kill binding technique. Bang, bang. Thick, sturdy wooden spikes rapidly grew from behind Yunting, piercing towards Tsunade like javelins. It really is wood release. Tsunade's eyes lit up, then her expression turned complex. In the next moment, the incoming trees tightly bound her who had not reacted. If it were anyone else, this technique would absolutely leave them immobile. But the one bound was Tsunade, one of the legendary three and adept in physical techniques. She moved swiftly, almost without pause, easily tearing apart the trees binding her. Yunting, watching, was not surprised. Although wood release has excellent resistance against ninjutsu, its effectiveness against physical techniques is merely average. Boom. With a fierce stomp of her right foot clad in black heels, Tsunade created a massive pit in the ground, and propelled by tremendous force rushed towards Yunting at high speed. Wood release tree world barrier. Wood release wood plank barrier. Rows of defensive wood release techniques were summoned by Yunting, positioned between the two, but they were quickly dismantled by Tsunade with brute force. Just as she was about to close in, Yunting suddenly extended his right hand. Wood release violent tree spear. Instantly, a giant tree rapidly sprouted from the surface of his right arm. Wielding it, the enormous tree, with a fierce gale, smashed down towards Tsunade. Seeing this, Tsunade finally halted her advance. As the giant tree approached, she let out a light shout and raised her powerful hands. Rumble. The violent airwaves spread out in all directions from the center of their clash. The bone forest was blown down without any chance of resistance. In the center of the battlefield, Tsunade did not retreat in the slightest. The giant tree above her began to crack. However, under the powerful life regeneration speed, the giant tree quickly returned to its original state and new wood continuously grew from Yunting behind, adding weight to the oppressive force of the giant tree. In the end, even Tsunade frowned. At this moment, a violent tree spear also sprouted from Yunting's left arm, thrusting towards her. Tsunade had no choice but to temporarily retreat. In the following moments, relying on the violent tree spear technique, Yunting managed to trade blows with Tsunade in close combat. Yet in terms of agility, he ultimately could not match her. During another clash, Tsunade finally seized the opportunity, snapping 2 giant trees in half with 2 powerful kicks. Taking advantage of the moment while the giant tree had yet to recover, she swiftly lunged in and landed a powerful punch mercilessly on Yunting's main body. Ultimately, a wooden substitute took Yunting's place and bore the brunt of the attack. "You really show no mercy, Tsunade." Yunting appeared from a distance, saying as he clasped his hands together and continued, "Would release tree world descending." In an instant, a vast expanse of trees erupted from the ground, rapidly growing and expanding, soon replacing the original landscape and forming a lush, thriving forest. Tree world descending, huh? Tsunade, surrounded by the greenery and vibrant trees, was suddenly flooded with thoughts, and familiar images from her childhood flashed through her mind. She instinctively looked towards Yunting, and at that moment, she seemed to see the person she had deeply admired and remembered. Meanwhile, after summoning the tree world, Yunting did not immediately control it to attack, but also turned his gaze towards Tsunade, calmly saying, "You just witnessed would release, Tsunade. You must be quite aware of the power of the tree world descending technique, so we need not continue fighting. It would be too exhausting for both of us." Previously, Yunting had used so many wood release techniques, not just for the sake of battle, but also to show Tsunade. Especially the tree world descending, the vast forests around Konoha were all cultivated by Senju Hashirama, which Tsunade had seen many times in her childhood. This could be considered a nostalgic treat for Tsunade. Her feelings towards wood release were surely deeper than his. After sweating profusely, she lost interest in continuing the fight. Moreover, the sprawling forest before her truly evoked her memories. Yunting did not disturb Tsunade's contemplation. After signaling to the nearby live slug, he left with a bang. When he returned, he had a large jar of wine in hand. "I think you really need this now," Yunting said, pointing to the jar of wine as he looked at Tsunade. Tsunade did not hesitate, snatching the wine and pouring it into her mouth. Noticing how quickly she downed the drink, Yunting cleared his throat and lifted the bowl in his other hand, saying, "Don't finish it all, leave some for me." "Not for you." Tsunade wiped her mouth, responding tersely. Although they had stopped fighting, it didn't mean her anger had dissipated. Yunting shrugged, merely watching Tsunade enjoy the wine. After a long while, when the jar was emptied, Tsunade's face had gained a slight flush, but her eyes remained clear. Finally, she spoke up, asking, "How did you awaken would release?" Yunting was not surprised and smiled, saying, "I thought you would hold back from asking." Tsunade snorted heavily at his words. Yunting did not provoke her further. He could not say that the awakening of wood release was due to the system, so he shook his head and replied, "It just happened suddenly right when I became Hokage." Oh, disappointment was evident on Tsunade's face. Yunting understood her thoughts, as she had clearly been stimulated by him, and wanted to see if she could awaken wood release as well, given that his awakening method was abnormal. Unlike the Sharingan, which can only awaken under mental stimulation and is not much limited by age, wood release is influenced by physical attributes, often allowing early determination of its awakening potential. Originally, Yunting, like her, had no wood release potential, but now that he could awaken it, it undoubtedly sparked her thoughts. Just as the Sharingan is significant to the Uchiha, wood release holds deep meaning for every Senju. Unfortunately, Yunting's answer extinguished the hope that had just ignited in Tsunade. But there might still be a glimmer of possibility. At this moment, Yunting contemplated and stroked his chin, speaking with a hint of hesitation. Tsunade's eyes widened, and the extinguished flame reignited. "Do you have a way, oi?" Fearing Yunting was teasing her, she felt a strong urge to strike again. After all, this person before her had a history. When Orochimaru defected, I obtained a piece of information during my confrontation with him. It was that aside from myself, there is currently another person who can use wood release. Since Orochimaru was already dead, Yunting could fabricate the story as he pleased, making the information he provided not seem abrupt. As expected, Tsunade did not believe him and said, "Now that only the two of us remain from the Senju clan, how could there possibly be another person with wood release?" Yunting thought to himself that this was still an understatement. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito Zetsu, and even Danzo, who are not of the Senju clan, could all use wood release, believe it or not. Of course, he explained, on the surface, would release human experiments. A clandestine experiment conducted by Orochimaru and Danzo in the shadows. They selected 60 infants as test subjects implanted with Hashirama cells for cultivation, hoping they could withstand. 59 of the infants died one after another. The last one was about to be abandoned by Orochimaru, but unexpectedly, he survived, inherited the power of wood release, and was named Ja, now serving in the root. Danzo. Orochimaru. Tsunade's eyes blazed with fury, knowing that Yunting would not fabricate such matters. She was enraged both at the two for disregarding so many infants' lives, and at their exploitation of Hashirama's cells. After all, these Hashirama cells were undoubtedly extracted from Hashirama's corpse. Orochimaru is dead. As for Danzo, he is but a dead man's words. Even if we interrogate him, he will shift all blame onto Orochimaru. We can deal with him later. Yunting comforted her. Tsunade calmed down, trusting that Yunting would not break his promise, and refocused on Jia. "So a non-Senju has acquired wood release?" Yunting said yes. However, compared to the first Hokage and myself, the wood release displayed by the young man named Jia is but a flawed version, far inferior to the true Senju's power. "Then is the method you mentioned to me earlier because of this Jia?" Tsunade inquired. Yunting first nodded, then shook his head, and said, Jia's ability to inherit would release flawed or not indicates that his body contains factors capable of bearing would release. But this alone is not enough. If we add Hashirama's cells, and most importantly myself, the most authoritative awakened would release user, combining the three after numerous experiments, there might be a slight chance to awaken would release within you. Upon hearing the word experiment, Tsunade instinctively thought of the would release human experiments Yunting had mentioned and frowned in refusal. Yunting quickly explained, of course it's not human experimentation. After all, you are a Senju yourself. Although you have not awakened would release, the latent genes for would release still exist. What we need to do now is not to find a suitable subject, but merely to stimulate the would release genes within you. Yunting himself had awakened would release with the help of the system, but he had observed the entire process carefully. The would release he possessed did not come from nothing. The system's indescribable power delved deep into his bloodline, awakening the deeply hidden would release factors, thus enabling his successful awakening. This also aligned with the system's discount on would release when he exchanged for it, because he himself possessed the would release bloodline. To exchange for other bloodline limits, he would need to have the corresponding blood. Recalling this, a thought occurred to him, whether a similar awakening method could be used to awaken would release in Tsunade. Without the system's help, this would undoubtedly require extensive experimentation and advanced biotechnology. Fortunately, Konoha lacked none of these. The world Yunting now inhabited had a rather skewed technological development. Many households had refrigerators, gas stoves, and even televisions, and people had the capability to build cross-sea steel bridges, yet many aspects remained at a medieval level, with warfare primarily relying on swords and cold weapons. This left him, who had experienced it firsthand, utterly speechless. In terms of biotechnology, aside from prodigies like Orochimaru, Konoha's level was quite formidable. To some extent, it even surpassed the biological level of his previous life. This was the foundation of Yunting's confidence when he spoke those words to Tsunade. Of course, the greatest confidence came from his own living example. As someone who had not initially awakened would release, but had truly awakened through external forces, studying the characteristics of his blood cells and tissues would strictly speaking be of greater help to Tsunade's awakening than Jia, or even Hashirama's cells. After all, Madara, Obito, Danzo, and others could use would release by suppressing Hashirama's cells with the power of the Uchiha. Jia, on the other hand, only obtained a flawed version of would release. Tsunade would naturally not follow either of those paths. Instead, she would take a completely different route, with Yunting's model as the primary reference and Hashirama's cells and Jia as auxiliary aids. However, if this were to be done, the workload would undoubtedly be enormous. After a long period of effort, there was a possibility of research failure or inability to continue. For this reason, Yunting specifically warned Tsunade lest her hopes be too high and the disappointment too great. The latter nodded indifferently. For her, gaining it would be a stroke of luck, but losing it would be no loss, and she would have no regrets. I didn't expect you to be so. After the plan was settled, Tsunade looked at Yunting and suddenly spoke emotionally. Consider it an apology for keeping things from you before. Saying this, Yunting suddenly smiled and added, besides, you are my sister. Who else would I help if not you? Upon hearing this, Tsunade felt a shiver run down her spine. In terms of seniority, she and Yunting were of the same generation, so calling her sister was not wrong. But the problem was that he had never called her that before. Now suddenly using such an intimate tone caught off guard, she felt not the slightest joy, but rather an awkward discomfort. Get lost. Instantly reverting to her ferocious female state, Tsunade said with disdain. Sure thing. Yunting chuckled. This woman had finally returned to normal. He was quite unaccustomed to her earlier sentimental demeanor. So when do you plan to return to Konoha? As time was running out, Yunting finally asked. Tsunade hesitated for a moment and said, if the experiment requires my blood cells or something, you can come to Shirgu-Lin to fetch them from me. I don't want to go back just yet. Why, oi? Yunting frowned slightly. Now was different from the past. It was an era where he as Senju was in power. The old order could never be overturned. Even if Tsunade still had things she disliked, she could simply raise them with him for resolution. Why stay away from home for so long? Tsunade shook her head. Compared to the rules and regulations of Konoha, I'm freer outside and have gotten used to this kind of life. Besides, if I go back and see too many things, I'll inevitably feel down. Having witnessed the Senju clan's rise and fall from prosperity to desolation, she did not like to evoke memories by seeing those places. Seeing Tsunade's firm attitude, Yunting did not persuade further, only explaining, by the way, I've let some poor villagers of Konoha temporarily stay in a few houses in the Senju clan compound, just letting you know. It's empty anyway, let them stay. Tsunade said indifferently. Alright, I'll be going now. The wood release experiment still needs some preparation. He'll remind you when it's time. Okay, sometimes you should come back and visit. Alright, from now on gamble less and drink less, at least be a good example for that little girl by your side. Since when did you become so naggy? You're more annoying than the third Hokage. If you're going, just go quickly. Don't forget our bet. Bang. Yunting turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared from Shikatsu Forest. Tsunade was stunned for a moment. A bet? What bet? Oh right. She had previously made a bet with Yunting about his training in sage art. If he succeeded, she would have to unconditionally agree to one of his requests. Before this, she was absolutely confident about this matter. But now, thinking that Yunting possessed wood release and her own grandfather, who also had wood release, had successfully mastered sage art back then she instantly became panicked. Katsuyu! Tsunade immediately shouted. Lady Tsunade, what are your orders? Katsuyu, who was on standby all day and in all directions, quickly appeared before Tsunade and asked. Tsunade asked, how is that brat Yunting sage art training going? Katsuyu replied with great satisfaction, very well. Lord Yunting with his wood release can offset the negative effects of Shikatsu Forest sage art, so his training progress is very fast. Tsunade's expression changed upon hearing this. So it's highly likely that he has succeeded in mastering sage art. Katsuyu nodded. Yes. At this point Tsunade's face was already dark. She knew she was going to lose another bet. Katsuyu. She spoke again. I'm here, Lady Tsunade. Katsuyu was still full of energy. You knew all along that Yunting could use wood release. So when Yunting started training in sage art, you also expected him to succeed. It was just a high probability, lady. After all, even with wood release training in sage art still carries risks. Even so, why didn't you remind me back then? You didn't ask Lady Tsunade. Besides, Lord Yunting specifically instructed me not to reveal his wood release. So I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade. Having witnessed the bet between Yunting and Tsunade, Katsuyu naturally understood Tsunade's current feelings. Every time she came here to hide from debts after losing all her money, she had a similar expression. But this time it was even more intense. In this regard, it could only apologize. Tsunade had no interest in further conversation. She habitually started thinking about running away. After all, who knew what outrageous request that brat might make later? However, recalling the tantalizing prospect Yunting had just painted for her thoughts of running away instantly dissipated. Tsunade looked down at her own peaks that dominated the ninja world, her expression unreadable. Could it be that she really had to sell her charms? Konoha Village Hokage's office. Having agreed to research the awakening of wood release with Tsunade, Yunting did not delay and quickly began preparations after returning. For a research experiment, aside from specimens, the most important things are undoubtedly researchers and funding. In terms of personnel, Konoha did not lack such talents, and as Hokage, Yunting could easily mobilize them. As for funding, the Senju clan had ample resources. Although he said he wouldn't give Tsunade a single cent, he always kept a large share for her in his heart. Now it was just right to take a portion of it for research, making the best use of resources. With both in place, the experiment involving wood release, Yunting deliberately raised the confidentiality level of this experiment to top secret. This meant that aside from the experiment personnel, only he as Hokage had the authority to know about this research experiment in the entire Konoha. After all, among the research specimens, besides Konoha's precious Hashirama cells, there would also be his and Tsunade's blood cells. In addition, as an unexpected person, a boy named Ko would also provide assistance at that time. Although the boy was still under the control of Root, Yunting would soon take steps to bring him out. As a member of the Senju clan, he had the right to reclaim all things related to wood release. Incidentally, this would also serve as a severe warning to Root. As an entity operating outside the Hokage's authority, Root had grown too powerful to control under the third Hokage's indulgence. He would not tolerate such an uncontrolled organization continuing to grow. For now, without sufficient justification, he could not forcibly disband this vast underground organization. But necessary restrictions and sanctions were still essential. With this thought, Yunting suddenly spoke. Someone. Lord Ho, an ANBU ninja appeared kneeling on one knee. Yunting ordered, send all the files on Root to me. Yes. With that, the ANBU ninja vanished again. Although Root members were implanted with the tongue-tied seal upon joining, preventing them from revealing Root's information to outsiders. But Root was still part of Konoha. Even if it had its own channels for personnel, funding, and equipment, it still relied on Konoha's support. This meant that Konoha had always been aware of Root's details. This was one of the reasons behind the third Hokage's leniency toward Root, aside from personal feelings. Of course, no matter how much they knew, there were always areas that Root deliberately concealed and were unreachable. For example, the various forbidden experiments Root conducted with Orochimaru, such as the Sharingan and Ko, etc. These people and matters were buried deep underground, unseen by sunlight. But once exposed, there would be no room. What Yunting was about to do next was to expose the one he was most confident about. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several dark figures swiftly darted through the dense forest, startling the nearby beasts into frantic escape. How much further? The leader wearing the Hokage's Haori was none other than the current fourth Hokage, Senju Yunting. Lord Hokage, about 3 kilometers left. The ANBU ninja beside him, dressed in black and wearing a cat-faced mask, replied. Yunting said, I didn't expect Danzo to set up roots so remotely. Speed up. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Then the entire group suddenly increased their speed. Yunting conducted his tasks with decisiveness and efficiency. Since he intended to bring the subject back, he quickly organized a team to personally venture forth after gathering intelligence on the Root organization. In addition to himself and the Shadow Guard team, he brought along 4 covert squads. This was not only to bolster their numbers, but also to prevent Danzo from acting rashly in a moment of desperation. After all, the latter had a history of orchestrating the assassination of the third Hokage. It was after all the stronghold of the Root, and one could never know if there would be strange, mutually destructive sealing techniques laid in wait. Although he was powerful, it was still necessary to maintain proper precautions. Lord Hokage, we have arrived, a ninja from the Umbu said after a while, having previously scouted the Root, and then led the group to a shaded area. Though this place appeared unremarkable compared to its surroundings, once an Umbu ninja within the team formed hand seals and dispelled the illusionary barrier, a deep iron door soon came into view. Enter, Yunting commanded, pushing the door open and stepping inside. The others followed closely behind. Who goes there? Halt. Soon the sound of the guarding root ninjas questioning and the clattering of drawn swords echoed from within the iron. However, upon hearing, Lord Hokage has arrived, especially when they saw the distinctive Hokage robes, and Yunting's face, their intent to attack was instantly quelled. Although they had joined the root and sworn loyalty to Danzo, they understood that they were ultimately leaf ninjas, and thus dared not act presumptuously in the presence of the Hokage. Of course, this was provided that Danzo did not order an attack. If he were to do so, these already brainwashed members of the root would undoubtedly strike the Hokage without hesitation. For them, Danzo was the true leader sustaining Konoha. Even now, although these root ninjas did not dare to impede Yunting's progress, their subtle encirclement stood in stark contrast to the attitude of the leaf ninjas he had witnessed in the past. Yunting couldn't help but smirk at the sight. How ironic it was that as the shadow of a village he was treated like an enemy by his own people in his own home. If the leaders of the other 4 great ninja villages heard of this, they would surely laugh their heads off. Yunting, with a stern expression, led the Umbu deeper into the underground. Soon they arrived at a massive on a suspended steel framework spanning in all directions. The master of the root, Shimura Danzo, leaned on his cane, quietly awaiting their arrival with a large group. As Yunting strode forward, he waved his hand, prompting the Umbu ninjas behind him to swiftly disperse and occupy advantageous positions. Thus, one side was comprised of animal-masked Umbu ninjas, while the other consisted of root ninjas with more varied mask designs. The two sides faced each other, creating a palpable tension in the air. In this heavy silence, Danzo, caught off guard by Yunting's sudden arrival, maintained his calm demeanor as he stepped forward with his cane and spoke in a deep voice. The Fourth Hokage's unexpected visit to the root base. May I ask the purpose of your presence? This was Yunting's first meeting with the infamous shadow of the ninja world after becoming Hokage. Glancing at Danzo's right eye and arm wrapped in white cloth, he replied with a faint smile, "As Hokage, it is only natural that I understand everything about Konoha. Since the root serves as a training institution for the Umbu, I should not have any issue coming to take a look. Furthermore, as Elder Danzo is a member of Konoha's advisory council, it is only fitting for me to pay my respects." Danzo regarded him intently, replying, "You need not worry, Fourth Hokage. The root has been quite busy of late, and I have had little time to attend to matters which has led to your unexpected visit. It's nothing. I've been quite bored sitting in the office, so it's good to get out and stretch my legs," Yunting said with a smile, glancing around and marveling. The root's base is indeed remarkable. It seems Elder Danzo has put in considerable effort in this regard. I wonder if Elder Danzo has the time now to give me a proper tour here. After I return, I would like to have the Umbu learn from it as well. Since the Fourth Hokage has said so, I would be more than willing to oblige, Danzo replied without refusal, well aware that Yunting's presence here could not be easily dismissed. Though uncertain of his true intentions, he had already removed anything inappropriate from the root, and thus was not worried about what the Hokage might discover. Thus, for the time that followed, Danzo, leaning on his cane like a genuine tour guide, led Yunting around the premises. As Danzo had mentioned, the root ninjas were extremely meticulous in handling traces. As Yunting walked through, he indeed found no signs of any irregularities. However, he did not care at all. His goal in coming here was never those unlawful experiments or materials, but rather living. Danzo could move the experiments, but he had always kept the boy named Jia, who had unexpectedly gained wood release, close at hand. Though the boy could not fully harness the power of wood release, he could still grow into an exceptional jonin. For Danzo, who had suffered significant losses in the Land of Rain, he certainly would not let go of such a promising seedling. He must nurture him carefully. Therefore, during this time, rather than observing the base, Yunting was more focused on observing the members of the root. Jia, being only about 10 years old despite wearing the root uniform and mask, his slender and short stature stood out among the group of ninjas. Especially since he possessed wood release, albeit in a defective form, his body still radiated a faint vitality. This was something outsiders could not perceive, but only Yunting, who possessed true wood release, could detect. Combining the two observations, after some time, Yunting finally spotted Jia, who was on alert duty in a corner of the root base. He then came to a halt. At this moment, Danzo also noticed Jia, who was executing his guard duty not far away. However, he did not pay much attention, knowing that aside from himself, very few were aware of Jia's abilities. Externally, including the Hokage, it was impossible for anyone to know. However, the next words from Yunting tightened his heart suddenly. "Elder Danzo, I've heard a rumor that Orochimaru previously collaborated with the root on forbidden experiments. Is there any truth to this?" Yunting suddenly posed this question. Danzo, maintaining his composure, denied it outright, saying, "Nonsense. Fourth Hokage, you have seen the root base. There is no foundation for conducting any experiments here." "Oh, what if it was Orochimaru who mentioned it? You know, he told me quite a bit before he died," Yunting replied with a smile that was not quite a smile. "Orochimaru." At that moment, Danzo's expression finally shifted slightly. "It is merely the words of a traitorous ninja. How could the Fourth Hokage believe the provocations of such a person?" Danzo struck his cane heavily on the ground, his face stern. Though he said this, a hint of doubt arose in his heart. Was it possible that Orochimaru had really left behind some instructions before his death? This was not in line with the other party's character. Danzo did not believe that Orochimaru would have any last-minute regrets. After all, he and Orochimaru were of the same ilk, always walking on what they deemed the righteous path, never swayed by others. What good would it do for him to reveal the secrets of the root? If Orochimaru truly wished to take revenge on the Fourth Hokage or Konoha, he would not divulge anything at all, because he was well aware that only by continuing the struggle with the Hokage could the aforementioned possibilities be realized. With such thoughts, Danzo quickly calmed down, assuming that Yunting this junior was merely trying to deceive him. Moreover, even if there were something to it, just as he had stated earlier, without concrete evidence, a mere traitorous ninja, especially one who was already dead, could not possibly hold any weight. No, wait. There was indeed a piece of evidence. Danzo's gaze suddenly sharpened as he inadvertently noticed Jia. Given that Yunting had deliberately stayed here and just said those words, the astute Danzo immediately sensed something was up. Danzo's reaction was decisive, regardless of whether Yunting had truly discovered something. He was about to alert Jia. However, Yunting, who had been prepared long before Danzo, would not let him succeed. In a flash, he appeared before Danzo, blocking the line of sight between the two. Then, while placing a hand on Danzo's shoulder like an old friend, he glanced at Jia in the distance and unleashed the technique he had prepared. Jinjutsu Shadow Walking Technique. In an instant, Jia, caught off guard, felt darkness envelop him. Despite having his eyes open, he could see no light, only endless darkness. Meanwhile, before Danzo could react, Yunting's hand was already on his shoulder. So fast. Sensing the murderous intent swirling around him, Danzo dared not move, merely watching Jia in the distance flail about like a headless chicken, anxiously on guard. Then, as Yunting threw several shuriken at him, the blind Jia made the most appropriate response a ninja could. Would release wooden pillar wall. Rows of wooden pillars shot up from the ground, quickly bending and forming a protective arch in front of him. Soon the shuriken struck the wooden pillars, producing crisp sounds. Yunting released his grip on Danzo and then dispelled the shadow walking technique. As Jia looked over in confusion, he sighed and said, "Would release. What explanation does Elder Danzo have?" Danzo fell silent, not only due to the fact that Jia's identity had been exposed, but also because Yunting's earlier actions left him with a deep sense of apprehension. He suddenly realized that if Yunting truly wanted to kill him at this moment, he might not be able to resist. This forced him to adopt a more cautious attitude in dealing with the impending trouble. Danzo remained silent for a moment. However, that did not mean Yunting would stop. He glanced at the root ninjas who had been attracted by the commotion and continued to press on. Before his death, Orochimaru told me that he once collaborated with the root on wood release human experiments, and that a child unexpectedly survived and inherited the wood release. Initially, I did not believe it. Now it seems he did not deceive me. This boy before me who can use wood release is named Jia, correct? Since Orochimaru was no longer around, Yunting naturally felt free to attribute all that he knew to him. Upon hearing the name Jia from Yunting's lips, Danzo's composure finally broke. The fact that Jia could use wood release, let alone his name, was something outsiders could not possibly know. The only ones who knew were a select few high-ranking members of the root. But those people had been marked with the tongue destruction seal, and they would never betray him. The only exception was Orochimaru. Now, for Yunting to pinpoint this individual accurately and speak his name clearly indicated he had detailed information. Thus it must have been Orochimaru. Even now, Danzo could not fathom why Orochimaru would harm others without benefit, but there was no time for further contemplation. He had to defend himself. The Fourth Hokage should not believe a single word from the traitor Orochimaru. He does this merely to sow discord between the root and Konoha. The wood release experiment was conducted privately by Orochimaru, and it was only because I discovered it in time that it did not continue. As for Jia, I took him from his side to prevent him from coveting powers he should not possess. How truly twisted. Yunting smirked, slightly unwilling to dwell on the matter any longer. After all, the testimony of a dead traitor could not harm the high-ranking elders of Konoha. Therefore, he pointed directly at the crux of the matter. If that is the case, why not hand Jia over to Konoha? The status of wood release within the village, Elder Danzo, you should be well aware. This child Jia possesses immense potential as a ninja. As a tool, he can receive the most comprehensive training under me, becoming a member of the root. Without a true name, without feelings, without a past, and without a future, only then can he unleash his potential to become a sharp sword for Konoha, eliminating all enemies. When Danzo spoke these words, he was indeed sincere, but he also concealed his own selfish desires. Yunting did not hold back, directly pointing out, at the same time, he is also your weapon, Elder Danzo. The wood release pertains to the secrets of Konoha and cannot tolerate any personal concealment. Elder Danzo, you have overstepped your bounds. Danzo fell silent. As the Fourth Hokage and a member of the Senju clan, I have made my decision. With that, Yunting fixed a gaze at Danzo that brooked no argument. From this day forth, Jia will be removed from the root and managed directly by the Hokage. Elder Danzo, you will face house arrest for 1 year due to your failure to report. Do you have any objections? Danzo's eyes flickered. After Jia's exposure, he realized that he could no longer protect him. Receiving such a punishment was not beyond his expectations. Ultimately, he had been defeated in this sudden confrontation and resigned to his fate, responding calmly, I have no objections. Then please, Elder Danzo, lift Jia's tongue destruction seal. Yunting waved for Jia to come over. Jia, who had been completely bewildered from the beginning, could only comply. He then watched as Danzo lifted his tongue destruction seal. At this moment, he could not comprehend what it meant to break free from the tongue destruction seal. It was only when he heard Danzo explain that he was leaving the route to follow the Fourth Hokage that Jia instinctively obeyed the order, removing his mask and standing next to Yunting. This matter could be considered concluded. Just as Yunting was about to leave with the group, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Tuanzong saying, "By the way, Orochimaru was once a member of the route. Regardless of whether he genuinely collaborated with the route on forbidden experiments, the route still bears the fault of negligence. Thus, recently many clan leaders have been complaining to me that the route has recruited too many of their clansmen. As punishment for its dereliction of duty, the route shall henceforth forfeit the authority to directly recruit members." Yunting spoke lightly, yet after hearing this, Tuanzang's anger, which had not even been roused by the loss of Kino, finally ignited. Fourth Hokage. As the Dark Blade of Konoha, the route has made immense contributions to the village while enduring heavy casualties. If we cannot replenish our losses in a timely manner, how can the interests of Konoha be safeguarded? How can the security of Konoha be maintained? Yunting's move to cut off the route's supply of personnel was undoubtedly a fatal blow to its reserve strength. How could it not infuriate Tuanzong? He continued, "Perhaps the Fourth Hokage is unaware that Orochimaru actually came to the route as the Third Hokage's spy. He was not even subjected to the tongue cutter seal. If you wish to assign blame, you should go to the Third Hokage. Moreover, the ninja clans of Konoha are already formidable. If the route does not periodically siphon off their elite forces, they would likely become too powerful to control, even threatening the Hokage's authority. The Fourth Hokage must reconsider." To this, Yunting remained resolute. Regardless of the reasons, since Orochimaru was a member of the route cannot shirk responsibility. Elder Tuanzong, you and I both know certain things quite well. If I truly wish to investigate further, even the most deeply hidden secrets would eventually be exposed. For the sake of internal unity in Konoha, Elder Tuanzong had best accept this outcome. Furthermore, I am not saying the route cannot replenish its personnel, only that from now on it must submit reports. Recruitment can be handled by the Umbu after filing the necessary paperwork. This way, the issue of the clans becoming too powerful that you mentioned, Elder Tuanzong, can still be resolved. Bringing the route, a force that had long operated outside the bounds of power, under his true control was not something that could be accomplished overnight. In the original timeline, the Third Hokage had once disbanded the route only for it to secretly persist under Tuanzang's command, rendering the effort futile. Now what Yunting could effectively do was to tighten the noose little by little. Just as the route would have to submit personnel reports, hereafter the Umbu's grip over it would grow stronger. Tuanzong was well aware of this. But the route had erred first, and the authority of the Hokage was right before him. Shinsho Yunting was not Sarutobi Hiruzen. Faced with a legitimate punishment, even if Tuanzong was unwilling, he could only reluctantly accept it. Just as in the decades of cooperation with Hiruzen, the latter had also made moves against the route. But so what? As the shadow of the shinobi, he had never lacked the patience to wait. Now it was the same. Watching Yunting's retreating figure, Tuanzong, forced to compromise, kept telling himself this, yet he still could not suppress his fury and humiliation. After all, he could still swallow his pride when facing his old comrade Sarutobi Hiruzen. But now Shinsho Yunting was merely a junior. His contributions to Konoha were not even a tenth of Tuanzang's. Yet precisely because he had become Hokage, he acted so domineeringly before him. How could Tuanzong accept this? At this moment, Tuanzang's obsession with the position of Hokage reached an unprecedented depth. Leaving the route, returning to the sunlight. Looking at the Kino following beside him, Yunting felt that this trip had ended satisfactorily. Bringing down Tuanzong was never something that could be achieved overnight, especially since the old forces of Konoha were still deeply entrenched. Though Yunting held power, his time in office was still short, and his foundation was not yet solid. Without sufficient evidence, as the Hokage, Yunting, situated within the chess game of power, could not act arbitrarily, but had to proceed step by step according to the rules. Now he had undoubtedly completed the first step. Hokage-sama. At that moment, Kino, with a hint of confusion, asked, "What should I do next?" Yunting reached out and patted his head, smiling. "Next, go and embrace a new life." Moreover, Kino was just a code name. From now on, you shall be called Yamato. In Konoha village, within the Sarutobi clan compound at Hiruzen's residence, the former Third Hokage, now a retired old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had been staying at home ever since he handed over his power, spending his days smoking, reading, and writing, a life of tranquility. Today should have been no different. Just as Hiruzen was smoking his pipe and reading a book, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. "Hey old man, seeing you so relaxed now, it seems retirement life is much better than I imagined," said Jiraiya, who had come. As he spoke, he pushed open the door and strode in. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised. He tapped his pipe and said, "You're back." Saw Orochimaru for the last time. He knew very well that this disciple of his who was sentimental would rush back no matter where he was upon hearing the news about. Jiraiya nodded. Compared to the initial shock, his emotions had now calmed considerably. For both master and disciple, their feelings toward Orochimaru were deeply complicated. But regardless, since the former had died, all grudges and entanglements vanished like smoke. The two tacitly refrained from discussing the topic further. Jiraiya sat cross-legged in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, studied his complexion, and then continued the earlier topic with a meaningful tone, teasing, Old man, your complexion is much better than before. It seems laying down the burden of the Hokage was indeed a good choice. Yunting is young, but he is indeed a very qualified Hokage. I have nothing to worry about, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a smile, taking a puff from his pipe. Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh. In addition to greeting his teacher, his visit was also meant to probe the latter's true thought. After all, his teacher had not stepped down voluntarily, but had been defeated in the struggle with the current Fourth Hokage. Although Jiraiya felt a deep bond with the third Hokage, Konoha had just recovered from a great war, and external threats still loomed, it could not afford internal turmoil. For the sake of the greater good, if his teacher refused to let go, Jiraiya hoped to persuade him to voluntarily withdraw and enjoy a peaceful retirement. Now it seemed he had been worrying needlessly. As Jiraiya's teacher, when the former said those words, Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly understood the underlying meaning, which was why he had responded as he did. And it was indeed from his heart. After all, Shinsho Yunting, who had inherited the wood release, possessed the strength, prestige, and means to befit the role of Hokage. Even if Hiruzen had any ideas, it would be difficult to realize them. Sarutobi Hiruzen's regard for Konoha was no less than Jiraiya's. He would never do anything to harm the village. Having said that, there was no need to delve further. In the following time, the master and disciple, unburdened and open-hearted, finally enjoyed a lively conversation. Most of the talk came from Jiraiya, who had been traveling abroad for a long time. Especially when he spoke eloquently about the differences and delights of local customs and industries, Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to maintain a serious expression, but the pipe in his hand, which he had been holding for a long time without smoking, indicated he was listening intently. In matters of old lechery, the master and disciple were truly cut from the same cloth. Just as one was talking with gusto, and the other listening with great interest, suddenly a roar from Biwa outside the house interrupted their discussion. Asuma, you are sneaking a smoke again. Come here. How old are you? Immediately put that cigarette out. What about the other ones you have hidden? Hand them over. Do you think I would believe you? Crackle and pop. Outside the house, chaos erupted. In the end, Asuma, Sarutobi caught red-handed, shouted in pain, I won't come back to this house again, and dashed out. Outside, People Lake had no way to stop him, and still simmering with anger, she could only turn her ire back inside, scolding, Sarutobi Hizashi. Look at the good example you set. Cough cough. People Lake, we have guests at home. Jiraiya is here. Even so, Sarutobi Hizashi instinctively extinguished his pipe. Humph. You two chat first, let Jiraiya stay for dinner later. That guy never knows how to use the front door when he comes back. People Lake didn't say much more, still giving Sarutobi Hizashi face. Inside the room, Hizashi, relighting his pipe, sighed deeply and said to Jiraiya, You saw it too, this retirement life is not as good as I imagined. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, saying Asuma has grown up, it's normal for him to be a bit rebellious. But Asuma, this child. Sarutobi Hizashi shook his head, not continuing. Every family has its own difficulty. Jiraiya also didn't know what else to say. After enjoying a sumptuous meal prepared by People Lake, as he was about to leave, Sarutobi Hizashi finally asked, When are you planning to leave? He knew his disciple was restless and didn't intend to keep him back. After all, there was no need for him to serve as Hokage now. Jiraiya smiled and said, After visiting Minato's family, I heard Kushina is already pregnant, and I want to see my future grandchild first. I imagine he will become a great ninja just like his parents. Minato and Kushina's child, huh? Sarutobi Hizashi was also quite looking forward to it. Well then, I'm off, old man. Jiraiya waved his hand and disappeared into the twilight. Sarutobi Hizashi watched his figure remaining motionless for a long time. At a concealed observation point across from Minato and Kushina's house, Kakashi Hitaki, with white hair and a cat-faced Ambu mask, stared intently at the residence. Living there was not only the target of his long mission, but also his sensei's wife. It seems that Kushina is making more food than usual today. Is she hosting someone? Through the small kitchen window, Kakashi could see the red-haired Kushina, looking more gentle than usual, happily humming a tune while stirring a dish. It seems that person holds a high place in her heart, Kakashi thought as he took out pen and paper to jot it down. After quickly finishing his notes, he looked back again, this time focusing more on Kushina's slightly rounded belly. Witnessing the birth of a new life from nothingness was indeed an indescribable emotion for someone like him who was trapped in cold despair. Time passed second by second. Under Kakashi's observation, Kushina had prepared a full table of dishes. At that moment, his teacher Minato Namikaze returned home from a day's work, apologizing profusely amid Kushina's complaints while hurriedly helping with the final touches. Once everything was ready, finally the guest that the couple had been waiting for arrived. Jiraiya, one of the legendary three of Konoha. From another perspective, he was also his grand teacher. Kakashi noted this down again, then stretched and prepared to take a break. With that person around, it didn't matter whether these protectors were present or not, because the former was the greatest guarantee of safety. Meanwhile, at the Namikaze household, as Jiraiya stepped through the door and caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, he exclaimed, I always heard Minato say that Kushina's cooking was superb, but I thought you were just bragging, especially since the blood-red chili back then didn't seem like someone who could cook. But now it seems I was terribly mistaken. Of course, to me Kushina is the perfect wife, and she will certainly be an excellent mother in the future. Minato said proudly, Don't think that just because you praise me you'll forgive you for coming home late. You promised to come back early to prepare dinner with me. Kushina, hearing this, looked pleased on the surface, but still huffed. I couldn't help it, the fourth Hokage assigned too much work today, and I had to get Jiku to help me out just to make it back in time. Minato scratched his head with a wry smile. It seems you've earned a lot of trust from the Fourth Hokage. Jiraiya was very happy in his heart that his most proud disciple had not been distrusted because of the Hokage election, but was still being used. He quickly helped change the subject, saying, "My stomach is growling, ooh, let's eat. I also want to experience how great Kushina's cooking really is." Seeing this, Kushina was indeed distracted, and immediately led Jiraiya to taste the various dishes she had prepared. "Jiraiya-sensei, try this dish. I learned it from the neighbor's grandma after much effort." "Jiraiya-sensei, try this soup too. I heard from Makoto that it's a 1,000-year secret recipe of the Uchiha clan. It's also because I'm well-liked that I got this recipe. And Jiraiya-sensei, this dish is one I've carefully crafted as a chef. Oh, please give it a good evaluation." Jiraiya-sensei, "Minato, you eat more too." "Huh, why aren't you all eating? There are still so many dishes left. Is it that my cooking is not good? If not, then finish everything I made. Is it easy for me to put in so much effort to make all this food?" Finally, after maintaining a gentle demeanor for so long, Kushina Uzumaki exposed her spicy nature and roared like a lioness when she saw that a large portion of her hard work had not been consumed. Seeing this, Minato and Jiraiya, not daring to provoke her anger, forced themselves to eat until they finished at least 8 people's worth of food before Kushina finally smiled and returned to her gentle wife's side. After a long while, when the two of them barely managed to get through, Jiraiya curiously asked, "Have you two decided on a name for the—" Hearing this, Minato and Kushina exchanged smiles, and Minato affectionately touched his wife's belly, saying, "Of course. I really like the protagonist in Jiraiya-sensei's tale of strong, well, who never gives up. If my Yedo-Beberan child could become a ninja like that protagonist, that would be wonderful. So Jiraiya-sensei, can I borrow the name of that protagonist from your novel?" Jiraiya was taken aback. Naruto. He suddenly felt a bit moved, but still clumsily advised, "Is that really okay? That's a name I just came up with casually while eating ramen." Naruto is a great name. Without waiting for Minato to speak, Kushina nodded at Jiraiya with a smile. Minato wore a beaming smile and nodded along. "Kushina. Minato," Jiraiya said, softly touched. Then he focused his gaze on Kushina's belly. "So this unborn child will be Naruto." The warmth of the Watergate household continued. Kakashi, tasked with covert protection, had reached the time for shift change. After casting one last glance at his teacher's home, he handed over duties to the incoming operative and led his own squad back. The Umbu base. Having finished his work for the better part of the day, Kakashi removed his mask. As he was about to change clothes and leave, his direct superior and Umbu squad leader approached and handed him a document. "Kakashi, your squad will soon welcome a new member. Here are the files. As squad leader, familiarize yourself with them." "Yes." Kakashi took the file. "By the way, this recruit was personally assigned to your squad by the Hokage. So Kakashi, you bear great responsibility. Do not disappoint the Hokage's expectations." "Yes." The conversation concluded, and the Umbu squad leader turned and left. Kakashi stared at the file in his hand, a deep confusion stirring within him. Someone personally assigned by the Hokage? He curiously opened the file and scanned the new recruit's information line by line. Name: Yamato. He can join Umbu at such a young age. Howard release. No wonder. Even someone as composed as Kakashi could not help but be astounded after reading Yamato's dossier. At the same time, he was surprised that the Fourth Hokage would entrust such an important figure to his leadership. He had never imagined the Fourth placed so much trust in him. All he could do was repay that trust with his utmost effort. After destroying the file, Kakashi changed into civilian clothes, adjusted his forehead protector diagonally, pulled up his mask, and walked out of the Umbu base. It was already evening, yet the streets of Konoha were still bustling with activity. Accustomed to dining out, he decided to head to his favorite ramen shop, Ichiraku, for a hearty meal. The lavish meal prepared by Master Kushina earlier had rekindled his craving. Weaving through the crowd, listening to the lively clamor around him, Kakashi passed numerous shops and paused briefly at a bookstore named Shuedo. Finding no new books of his preferred genre, he shook his head regretfully and continued on his way. Before long, Kakashi noticed a squad of the Konoha police force approaching. Instinctively, he tugged at the ninja forehead protector covering his left eye. Although his Sharingan was a voluntary gift from his close friend Obito before his death, and had even been acknowledged by the third Hokage and the Uchiha clan head, this did not mean the matter was settled. For many prideful and radical Uchiha, regardless of the circumstances, the Sharingan, which they considered the Uchiha's exclusive heritage, must never be allowed to leave the clan. As a result, Kakashi had secretly clashed with provoking Uchiha members on several occasions. Now merely seeing the Uchiha clan crest gave him a headache. He did not care much about the Sharingan itself. But as a gift from Obito before his death, he had to carry on with the latter's sentiment and keep moving forward. Thus he would never back down. As the most prosperous district of Konoha, the commercial street saw heavy foot traffic, so the Konoha police force tasked with maintaining order naturally patrolled here. Not only did Kakashi spot the police force members, but the Uchiha also noticed him. To Kakashi's surprise, however, they merely glanced at him expressionlessly a few times before brushing past him. Strange. Kakashi was puzzled. Based on past experience, although these people would not start a fight here, they would at least throw some sarcastic remarks. But today they let him off so easily. He simply could not understand. However, the Uchiha clan understood perfectly well. Because of Yunting's awakening of wood release, these immensely proud Uchiha instinctively thought of Hashirama Senju, and then of their own ancestor Madara Uchiha, who had been defeated by Hashirama. Aside from the Senju clan, no one else had a more profound impression of would release than the Uchiha, their sworn rival, precisely because of their understanding. Once the news of Yunting spread, the militant faction that had just risen within the Uchiha was immediately suppressed. A bloodless revolution. Not even a single Mangekyo to oppose would release. Moreover, because their clan head had long aligned himself with the Fourth Hokage, and Yunting had not forgotten their contributions, nor looked at the Uchiha through the prejudiced lens of the second Hokage's disciples, circumstances were favorable. Under the influence of various factors, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's leadership had unexpectedly eased. Now facing the olive branch extended by the Fourth Hokage, Yunting, the Uchiha were willing to accept it. To demonstrate sincerity, the latter also showed a conciliatory attitude. This included ceasing their harassment of. It also addressed the issues with the police force itself. This was the reason why the police force members Kakashi saw now no longer dared to act as arrogantly as before. Yunting had not forgotten that when he first visited the villagers, many had complained about the police force's excessive strictness. During this period, he had specifically mentioned this matter to Fugaku Uchiha. Apart from the era of the first Hokage, this was the most politically lenient time for the Uchiha clan. To cherish this hard-won political environment, maintain their relationship with the fourth Hokage Yunting, and improve the Uchiha's reputation in the village, Fugaku Uchiha earnestly listened to Yunting's concerns about the police force and genuinely carried out reforms. During this period, he even firmly suppressed some stubborn and inflexible elders within the clan. After such sweeping reforms, the atmosphere within the police force improved considerably. Consequently, the Uchiha's standing in the village also improved somewhat. Yunting, taking note of this, reciprocated by offering the Uchiha a position in the Shadow Guard. This result made the previously discontented Uchiha elders overjoyed. A position in the Shadow Guard was no small. As the most trusted unit of the Hokage, its status was self-evident. For the Uchiha clan, which did not even have a single Umbu member, this was a meteoric rise. To this end, the Uchiha high-ranking members held several heated meetings at the Naka Shrine, recently nearly tearing the shrine apart in their fervor to compete for that single Shadow Guard slot. An outsider might find it hard to understand why the prestigious Uchiha would value a Shadow Guard slot so much. A simple analogy can explain it. In Yunting's past life, Japan was a giant in economy, but a dwarf in politics, thus it was extremely fixated on the latter. The Uchiha clan similarly could be described as a giant in military might, but a dwarf in politics. Even if the door to upward mobility was only slightly ajar for them, they would unhesitatingly squeeze through. So as for the police force, since it had to be reformed, they would reform it thoroughly. Therefore, the police force reforms were to be carried out to the fullest extent. Returning to the present. Seeing that the Uchiha individuals did not trouble him, Kakashi continued on his way. On the way, Kakashi passed by a dango shop filled with enticing aromas. He was pondering whether to give up Ichiraku ramen for this place, when his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a familiar Uchiha fan. Just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark, the person bearing the Uchiha fan fully entered his line of sight. Instantly, the words on his lips halted. It was merely two Uchiha kids. Itachi, try this three-colored dango, it's delicious. The Uchiha girl, named Izumi, raised the three-colored dango in her hand and offered it to the other boy. Uchiha Itachi felt helpless. At this moment, he should still be practicing shuriken techniques, but unexpectedly, he saved this bullied girl, and in gratitude, she dragged him here. Seeing that Uchiha Izumi would not give up until he tasted it, Itachi could only helplessly accept it. He reluctantly took a bite, and was about to feign praise when suddenly his eyes lit up. It's really delicious. Itachi sincerely praised, then quickly finished the entire three-colored dango. I'm sorry, I didn't notice and forgot to save some for you. Looking at the empty skewer in his hand, his rarely flushed face showed embarrassment. In response, Izumi not only wasn't angry, but was even happier after seeing Itachi finish, saying, it's okay. We can buy more after this. How about we get a few more sticks of three-colored dango? Attracted by the food, Itachi hesitated for a moment, then nodded, unusually less mature than usual. Watching the two Uchiha kids happily dash towards the dango shop, Kakashi rubbed his chin and mused, what about me? Shall I also go have some of that three-colored dango? Kakashi, equally drawn, and followed suit. However, what followed? The owner of the dango shop informed him that the last few sticks of dango had already been bought by the two kids who had just entered. Logically, there should have been plenty left at this time. It was just unfortunate that a big eater had arrived today. The owner pointed to a little girl in the corner devouring a stick of dango, clearly having consumed all that remained. It's true that one cannot judge a book by its cover. Kakashi remarked, however. This girl seems somewhat familiar. He thought for a moment and quickly recognized her. Isn't she from the Yuhi family? If I remember correctly, she was previously a new disciple of Orochimaru. Realizing this, Kakashi understood why she was gorging herself. Without disturbing her, he left the dango shop with a hint of regret. However, after walking a few steps, a strong arm suddenly wrapped around his shoulder, and a familiar voice said in his ear, Hey Kakashi. Long time no see, let's have a long-awaited duel. Kakashi casually replied without turning his head, Kai, when did you come back? I heard you've been on missions lately. The visitor was none other than Might Guy. He was still wearing his ever-present green jumpsuit. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face at Kakashi's question, but he immediately reaffirmed his resolve, saying, Youth does not allow for cowardly evasion, and passion does not allow for empty words, so I've returned. To prove that my youth has no regrets. Kakashi did not understand the meaning behind Kai's words, nor did he care to. But he knew that he had to agree to the duel, or else this guy would persistently bother him. So, let's have a race to Ichiraku Ramen. Now begin. Haha, let my youth bloom. The day ended with this race. The next morning, as Kakashi yawned and reported to the Umbu, Yunting had already arrived at the office early, starting a day of Hokage. Yamato, you will work in the Umbu from now on. I've found you a good senior, remember to learn well from them. In front of him, the former Team 10 member, now dressed in Umbu attire, Yamato respectfully said, "Understood, Hokage-sama." Then go ahead. Yunting waved his hand. Regarding Yamato, after taking him away from ROD, he had not treated him as an experiment. Although a member of ROD, he had not been brainwashed into a cold and ruthless killing tool, but had maintained that rare kindness in his heart. With good potential, he could grow into an elite Jonin level and make significant contributions to Konoha. After extracting some blood cells needed for the experiments, Yunting sent him to the Umbu for training, conveniently assigning him to Kakashi. Now, although these two had not yet crossed paths, they were bound to spark fate's flame. With Yamato having left, only Yunting and Yamanaka Ritsuko remained in the office. After signing a document, Yunting handed it to Ritsuko, saying, "Deliver this to the head of the Wood Release Laboratory." The document contained consent for the appropriation of funding from the Senju clan into the Wood Release Laboratory. With the cells of Hashirama Tsunade and Yamato's blood now available, the Wood Release Laboratory was well equipped for experiments, and it was time to officially invest funds into research. As Yunting's trusted aide Ritsuko understood the highly confidential nature of the Wood Release research, she nodded solemnly, took the document, and walked out in her high heels. Afterward, as the Hokage's assistant Nara Shikaku and Namikaze Minato arrived punctually at the office. Following their usual greetings, they took away most of the day's work documents. Looking at the few remaining documents on the table, Yunting nodded in satisfaction. There was still plenty of time to slack off. This was how a leader should be. However, today was different from usual. There were several new matters that Yunting needed to address. Uchiha, eyeing, looking at the ninja information card in his hand, and then at the tall, slender, cold, and indifferent female ninja standing before him, a hint of surprise appeared on Yunting's face. Long ago, when Uchiha Fugaku aligned with him and obediently reformed the security team as requested to show goodwill, he specifically set aside an Umbu slot for the Uchiha clan. He had heard that the various branches of the Uchiha clan were fiercely competing for this spot. Even Uchiha Fugaku himself had faced significant challenges in selecting his preferred candidate. Originally, Yunting thought this matter would drag on for a long time, but unexpectedly a candidate had already come forward. What surprised him even more was that the Uchiha visitor was a young woman. Is she trying to use her beauty to her advantage? Yunting thought to himself. After all, the woman named Uchiha Ayane, while somewhat flat, was still quite attractive. However, after seeing the detailed information about Uchiha Ayane in his hand, his doubts began to fade. Uchiha Ayane, a Jonin of the Uchiha clan, once served as the captain of the Konoha Guard sub-team. She has opened her Sharingan to 3 Tomo and excels in swordsmanship, fire release, and lightning release. This woman before him, though outwardly beautiful, undoubtedly possesses formidable strength. Judging by her credentials, she can be considered outstanding among Jonin. After all, the 3 Tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha has long been validated by the ninja world's enduring principle of unknown escape at all costs. Clearly, the Uchiha clan intentionally selected such a young and powerful woman, not merely for a beauty trap as he had imagined, but also to showcase their own strength. Yunting, however, did not care. He was not the aging Sarutobi Hiruzen. No matter how powerful the Uchiha clan was, nor whether this woman named Uchiha Ayane had secretly received orders from her clan to report the information she gathered in the Umbu, he remained indifferent. For in the face of absolute strength, all obstacles would crumble to dust. Yunting had this confidence. "So, Yama," Yunting called out. "Lord Hokage." Hayama Yama quickly appeared. "Uchiha Ayane will become a member of the Umbu. As her captain, you should set aside your work today and take the time to properly teach her the necessary tasks," commanded Yunting. "Understood." Hayama Yama nodded. "Uchiha Ayane, you have 1 day to acclimate to the Umbu's operations." "Yes." Uchiha Ayane, who had maintained a calm demeanor throughout, replied evenly. The two departed. Looking at the back of the newly joined Uchiha woman in his close-knit team, Yunting's eyes held a hint of intrigue. Whether Uchiha Ayane would relay information back to the Uchiha clan could be inferred from the expectations placed on Itachi once he joined the Umbu, as his clan hoped he would return with intelligence. If Yunting had any worries, they were non-existent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have conceded a position to the Uchiha clan. In truth, it was not only the Uchiha. The Hyuga and Akimichi clans had all inserted members into various functional departments of Konoha, relaying intelligence back. In fact, these clans gathered more information than the Uchiha, who had always been marginalized. Take Nara Shikaku, for instance. As the leader of the Nara clan, he currently assists Yunting with various affairs in Konoha. Wouldn't he receive a substantial amount of intelligence from the village? Yet the higher-ups of Konoha have always remained vigilant towards the Uchiha clan. Why is that? Ultimately, they never regarded them as part of Konoha. Even if they don't admit it vocally, deep down they always see them as potential enemies. Thus their policy has been to keep the Uchiha firmly within the Konoha Guard. They do not allow them to join the Umbu, nor permit them to instruct students graduating from the Ninja Academy, and they even limit their participation in wars with the four great nations. As a result, even if there are Uchiha clan members willing to align with Konoha under such subtle oppression and veiled hostility, their voices have grown quieter. This led to the strengthening of the faction advocating for violence within the clan, ultimately deciding to instigate a revolution against Konoha's higher-ups in despair. Unfortunately, they encountered Uchiha Itachi, who had inherited the will of fire and possessed extraordinary strength. It can be said that the Uchiha clan walked the path to self-destruction, with significant responsibility resting on the shoulders of the third Hokage Danzo Mido gatekeeping and Narashikaku, among the second Hokage's disciples. Among them, although the third Hokage's attitude was not as resolute as the leader of Konoha, his indecisiveness in handling the Uchiha matter caused him to miss many opportunities for peaceful resolution. In a sense, his responsibility is even greater. The past is like smoke. Now that Yunting is in power, he will no longer adopt the fearful policies of those old timers wary of Uchiha strength. For him, opening a position in the Umbu for the Uchiha is merely a beginning. If the latter continues to perform well, he is willing to gradually unlock the shackles restraining the Uchiha, ultimately aiming to integrate them truly into the village, preventing the Uchiha massacre from repeating under his watch. Of course, if the Uchiha do not appreciate his intentions, deviate from his plans, or become overly greedy, he would not hesitate to rectify the situation. After all, he has the strength and the time. After all, he is only in his 20s, unlike the third Hokage and Danzo, who still have decades ahead. That said, one wonders how Uchiha Ayane will choose. Will she, like Itachi, superficially appease her clan while secretly aligning with Konoha? Or will she choose, like a typical Uchiha, to prioritize her clan above all? Yunting is quite curious. Regardless, if she chooses the latter, even as a member of the Umbu, she would not be able to obtain crucial information about Konoha. Instead, she could become an important bridge between Yunting and the Uchiha, continuously conveying Yunting's impartial treatment and lack of discrimination towards the Uchiha, allowing them to feel more at ease. Of course, if Uchiha Ayane is in the first scenario, that would be even better. Not only would Yunting gain a trusted confidant, but he could also plant a nail within the Uchiha clan before Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi fully grew. Although the probability of this is quite low. But the world is unpredictable. Who can say what the future holds? Let's wait and see. Today is destined to be an eventful day. Shortly after Uchiha Ayane left, Yamashiro Ritsuko returned, leading Jiraiya, who had been waiting outside to visit. Jiraiya-senpai, you just returned to Konoha a few days ago. Are you leaving so soon? Hearing the intention, Yunting inquired in surprise. He was well aware that Jiraiya had only visited the Namikaze house. Jiraiya smiled and replied, I've seen what I needed to see. Konoha is thriving under the Fourth Hokage's leadership, which puts me at ease. So it's time for me to continue my unfinished journey of inspiration. A leisurely journey is indeed very alluring. Yunting, who had always been nestled in Konoha and never ventured out into the ninja world, felt a tinge of envy at Jiraiya's carefree lifestyle. Of course, being well aware of his responsibilities, he did not dwell on it further, and instead asked Jiraiya another question. Jiraiya-senpai, have you considered publishing a book recently? Publish a book? Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly. The sales of my first small book were so poor that it nearly drove me to bankruptcy. If I write another, no one would probably buy it. Not everyone is as captivated by the strong will of ninja as Namikaze Minato. Yunting himself had received this book from Minato and lost interest after just flipping through a few pages. The storyline was simply too cliched. Even the people of this world had no desire to read on, let alone someone like him who had experienced countless films and novels in his past life. However, this does not mean that Jiraiya lacks writing potential. He just hasn't found the right direction yet. Jiraiya-senpai, if you were to change the genre, perhaps your novel would become a hit. Change the genre. Jiraiya stroked his chin, pondering. Yes, Jiraiya-senpai, you should focus on your best direction. As he spoke, Yunting gave Jiraiya a knowing look, prompting him to glance towards Yamashiro Ritsuko's long black leg. Jiraiya followed suit. Then, as the intensity of Yamashiro Ritsuko's deadly gaze increased, his eyes began to shine, until a flash of lightning exploded in his mind, as if a door to a new world had opened. Inspiration surged into his heart like a fountain. Watching Jiraiya excitedly stride away, Yunting felt a surge of anticipation. With his prompting, the master Jiraiya would likely embark on his creative journey much sooner. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the renowned Paradise of Affection, which would fly off the shelves throughout the ninja world upon release, would make its debut. He had been eagerly looking forward to it. After all, having used transformation jutsu to purchase certain novels from the bookstore, he had already read them all and was in dire need of some mental sustenance. So, Master Jiraiya, do your best. Ritsuko, Ritsuko, Ritsuko. At night, in the home of the Senju clan compound, Yunting, dressed in casual, were called out several times before Yamanaka Ritsuko walked over with a cold expression, deliberately stopping 3 meters away, looking at him with an official demeanor, awaiting his orders. Yunting saw this and sighed helplessly. Speaking of which, all this originated from the farewell of Jiraiya a few days. For the welfare of the vast male population in the ninja world, he who had rarely become a life mentor could only choose the only long-legged girl in the room as his target when guiding Jiraiya's direction. Although the effect was achieved, his and Jiraiya's little moves were also discovered by Yamanaka Ritsuko. Jiraiya ran away before she got angry, leaving that aside. As for the only one left, himself, Yamanaka Ritsuko had not been giving him a good face recently. Moreover, the latter, who used to wear body-hugging skirts and black stockings, had deliberately switched to ordinary trousers during this period. This made Yunting sigh deeply. Fortunately, his female secretary was clear about public and private matters. Although she never gave him a good face, she still earnestly did what needed to be done. Indeed, as the Hokage's personal secretary, even after work, she now had to return to his home with him ready to receive orders at any time. Although Yunting's home was not located in the best part of the clan land like Tsunade's, who inherited her grandfather's estate, it was still in a prime location, vast in area, with an ancient architectural style complete with rockeries, flowing water pavilions and towers. One could say he had already exceeded his life goals early on. Such a large mansion naturally could not be inhabited by Yunting alone. Before this, there was already a group of hired servants responsible for taking care of his daily life and cleaning the house. Now, even with the addition of Yamanaka Ritsuko, there was no shortage of accommodation for her. It could be said that Yunting, having transmigrated here, was already a big winner in life. Why stay so far away? Come sit and talk. Yunting patted the chair beside him and beckoned to Yamanaka Ritsuko. Unlike some old fuddy-duddies, Yunting naturally arranged his home for maximum comfort. Previously, his home was of classical Japanese style, but after his renovations, except for the unchanged exterior, the interior was almost completely transformed into a modern living style. The so-called tatami mats and such were naturally no longer present. Yamanaka Ritsuko hesitated for a moment, but eventually sat down beside Yunting. Yunting's eyes lit up at the sight. It seemed the Cold War of the past period had finally come to an end. Unfortunately, he couldn't let her immediately return to her secretary attire, as she was about to accompany him on a long journey. Every new Hokage after taking office needs to take time to visit the capital of the Land of Fire, pay a visit to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, explain the policies of the new leadership, and strengthen the bond between them. Although Konoha was not controlled by the Land of Fire nominally, it still respected the daimyo of the Land of Fire as its lord. The first, second, and third Hokage had all visited the daimyo after taking office. Now Yunting, as the fourth Hokage, was no exception. Strictly speaking, his preparation to depart now was relatively late. But who could blame him given the previous circumstances of Konoha? Only after truly seizing power and essentially consolidating control over the village could Yunting now at ease find the time to visit the daimyo. And what Yunting said to Yamanaka Ritsuko at this moment was exactly this. So go back and prepare well. Not only for yourself, but also for the entire team's supplies and route planning. These matters are your responsibility. He'll give you 3 days. We will depart for the capital of the Land of Fire in 3 days. Understood. Knowing the importance of the matter, Yamanaka Ritsuko stopped being petty. She nodded solemnly at his words, then showed a hint of hesitation and said, Lord Hokage, you are only taking the Shadow Guard with you. Isn't the defensive force too thin? Do we need to add a few more Yimbiyu squads? Yunting waved his hand and said confidently, no need, the Shadow Guard is enough. Even if there is danger, isn't there me, the Hokage? Moreover, if he didn't reduce the visible strength, how would the hidden monsters and demons have the courage to strike at him? A cold gleam flashed in Yunting's eyes. This journey for certain rats in the shadows and hostile forces alike was undoubtedly the best opportunity to eliminate him, the fourth Hokage. Even though he possessed would release, no one would be willing to let go of such a golden opportunity. For power, politics, money, glory, and even the pursuit of the secrets of the wood release bloodline limit, all were enough to make people set aside their fears and strike at a powerful target. As for the legendary god of shinobi who swept the world with wood release, too much time had passed, so apart from old-timers like Inoki, few in the current ninja world truly appreciated its power. In their eyes, no matter how powerful a bloodline limit, the person himself was still a mortal being. Since he was mortal, there was naturally a possibility of being killed. Therefore, Yunting could imagine how many vultures would be drawn to probe upon hearing of his departure. This was destined to be a path paved with blood. He was prepared for this. Precisely, he would use the blood of these ill-intentioned people to awe the world. Let the world recognize the might of wood release and understand that as long as he existed, no one inside or outside the village could shake his position. At this moment, Yunting, sitting upright in the chair, was like a drawn sword radiating a sharp gleam. As his close aide Yamanaka Ritsuko quickly understood his thoughts and no longer tried to persuade him, instead her heart was filled with anticipation. As just said, the man before her was the Hokage. 3 days later, at the gate of Konoha, wearing the Hokage's Haori, holding a Hokage hat in one hand, Yunting briefly exchanged a few words with the Konoha people who had come to see him off, then turned his gaze to Nara Shikaku and Minato Namikaze, saying, Shikaku, Minato, the work of Konoha in the next period will depend on you. If you encounter any major issues that cannot be handled, send me a message via Hawk. Understood. Lord Hokage, rest assured we will manage Konoha well. The two replied solemnly. Yunting nodded. He was very confident in these two, both in their ability to handle matters and their personal character. As long as he didn't encounter trouble, he didn't need to worry about any mishaps in the village. Then let us part here. Everyone return to your duties. Finally, after bidding farewell to everyone amidst a chorus of farewells, Yunting put the Hokage hat on his head and led Yamanaka Ritsuko as they slowly left Konoha. Following secretly were his shadow guard, namely Bayun Yeshan Takumi, Hyuga Takuma, and the newly joined Uchiha. Thus the news of the fourth Hokage leaving Konoha spread rapidly to those with ulterior motives, and a surge of undercurrents began to stir. Konoha, at Jitsuin Tuanzang's residence. As someone who was ordered to be confined for a year by the Fourth Hokage Yunting Shimura Tuanzang should not have been receiving visitors at this time. But one person managed to evade the surveillance arranged outside, and came before him kneeling on one knee and respectfully said, "Lord Tuanzang, the Fourth Hokage has already left." Even at home, Tuanzang, who was accustomed to staying in the shadows, tapped his walking stick and snorted coldly. "Even I know that the other ninja villages are restless and want to take this opportunity to assassinate the Hokage. The Fourth Hokage cannot be unaware of that. Despite this, he set out with only a few people, truly young and reckless. Does he think he is the first Hokage? Even he, after all, eventually grew old and died." The visitor fell silent. After a moment he asked, "Lord Tuanzang, should the root also take action?" Hearing this, Tuanzang's single eye was filled with a cold, sharp light. He tapped his finger rapidly on the walking stick for several minutes, then suddenly stopped, and said, "The Fourth Hokage is too young and refuses to listen to advice. His policies completely violate the previous principles of Konoha. He even loosened the restrictions on the Yuzhibo clan, an evil family that ignores the existence of Konoha. Sooner or later he will suffer the backlash. If it were only him, it would be one thing, but it will also bring disaster to Konoha. That is absolutely intolerable to me." With that, Tuanzang stood up abruptly, and the shadows in the entire room expanded accordingly. "Therefore I have decided to set things right. Sacrifice the Fourth Hokage alone to bring Konoha back onto the right track." Lord Tuanzang. The root ninja named lowered his head in obedience. "Dispatch the four-symbol squad to carry out the rectification operation." Tuanzang issued the order with murderous intent. "Yes." As soon as the words fell, the man had vanished. The entire room was left with only Tuanzang and Hokage. Similarly, not only Tuanzang, but also various external forces who quickly received intelligence from Konoha's spies soon made their moves. Some remained indifferent, some merely probed to see if they could seize an opportunity, while others directly went all out to kill the Hokage. Moreover, spurred by the high bounty in the black market, many bounty hunters and even rogue ninjas began to stir. This was because the bounty on the Fourth Hokage Chinsho Yunting had reached 800 million ryo, the highest of the time. In the land of rivers, inside an underground black market. Having just exchanged a corpse from the bounty list for 10 million ryo, Jiru carried a case full of money and habitually walked to the bounty board to check for new worthy targets. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the very top of the list. 800 million ryo bounty. Such a staggering amount made even his usually calm breathing quicken. Instinctively, Jiru was about to tear off the bounty poster. But when his eyes noticed that the target was the Fourth Hokage, his hand abruptly stopped. Then, after also seeing that the target possessed would release as if struck by lightning, Jiru quickly withdrew his hand and left without looking back. For the first time, he chose to retreat in the face of money. It was because he thought of a person who, though long in memory, remained deeply etched in his mind. Chinsho Zhujian, also a wood-release user. Having made a mistake once against him and barely escaped with his life, Jiru would not make the same mistake again on the current Fourth Hokage Yunting. There are countless opportunities to make money. But life, there is only one. On the main road from Konoha village to the capital of the land of fire, Yunting, wearing the Hokage's Haori and a Hokage hat, walked with his female secretary Shanzhong Luzi. If a ninja were to travel at full speed, it would take about a day to reach the capital of the land of fire. However, since it was a rare outing, Yunting wanted to take in the scenery of the land of fire and the lives of the people along the way, so he was not in a hurry and simply proceeded at a normal pace. Along the way, the road was lined with lush, beautiful scenery, and the air was filled with the natural fragrance of green grass and flowers. Occasionally passing a village or two, the crops planted there were growing vigorously and thriving, indicating the fertility of the land. Only by seeing it with his own eyes could Yunting truly understand why it was said that the land of fire occupied the best region of the continent. No other reason. It was simply because the climate and geographical conditions here were too superior. The land of fire is located in the center of the continent, and its territory is almost entirely composed of fertile plains. The weather is favorable throughout the year, so it can be said to enjoy all the advantages of heaven and earth. Now look at the other four great nations. Most of the land of wind is Gobi Desert, the land of earth is covered with high mountains and rocky cliffs, the land of lightning is located on a high plateau, and the last, the land of water, is situated in an archipelago outside the continent. Compared to the land of fire, they can be called barren and remote. No wonder that whenever a great ninja war breaks out, the land of fire is the main target. After all, with such a superior territory, who wouldn't want to take a big bite? Especially the land of wind, which ranks last among the 5 great nations in power. Although it is much weaker than the land of fire, it always acts as the vanguard in every ninja war just to gain a huge profit from the land of fire's territory. These losses might be nothing to the wealthy and powerful land of fire, but for the land of wind, which is already dirt poor, it is undoubtedly a powerful tonic. Therefore, Yunting strongly disagreed with the kind of naive love peace of Zilai and the future Mingren, because this so-called peace can only last for a moment. As long as the superior resources of the land of fire remain regardless of morality or truth, the neighboring impoverished countries will eventually reignite war to sustain themselves. You must know that what truly connects nations is only eternal interests. Just like the two world wars in Yunting's previous life at their root, they were wars initiated by emerging powers against established interest groups due to unreasonable resource distribution. Through his observations along the way, Yunting reached many conclusions and ideas which would greatly aid his future governance. Lord Hokage, there is a tea house ahead. Would you like to rest for a while? It was already noon, and half a day had passed since Yunting left Konoha village. Beside him, Shanjong Luzi, dressed in a Konoha flak jacket, saw a tea house by the roadside ahead and asked. Yunting looked up, glanced around slightly, and nodded. Let's go in and rest. Also tell Yashan and the others to clean up the little bugs that have been following us along the way. Although they are harmless, it's still annoying to have them buzzing behind us all the way. Yes. As she spoke, Shanjong Luzi extended a slender fair hand behind her back, making a gesture to act. Thus, while Yunting and his female secretary enjoyed cold tea in the tea house, a bloody storm was brewing in the surrounding forests. 8 trigrams empty palm. A wave of colorless chakra shockwaves shot forth from Hyuga Dijian's hand, precisely striking each enemy around him. Soon all noise subsided. Shifting his gaze from the lifeless bodies around, Hyuga Dijian opened his Byakugan. Even louder than the commotion he made was the presence of Hanjitsu near the 10 o'clock direction. The latter, a master of traps, had his opponents, who had no Byakugan to see through everything, fall one by one to kunai and shuriken before they even reached him. On the other side, by Yuni Mountain, the captain of the Shadow Guard was much quieter, relying solely on his outstanding swordsmanship and incredible speed to eliminate the hidden foes. As for the last newcomer, despite the ongoing debates over who was the strongest eye technique in the ninja world, Hyuga Dijian could not help but silently marvel, as expected of Uchiha. Compared to the other 3, Uchiha Ling faced undoubtedly the most enemies at this moment. Looking at the 12 silent ninjas before her, a typical Uchiha battle intent appeared on her masked face. Crash! Drawing her long sword, Uchiha Ling swiftly vanished from her original position, launching the first attack against the 12. Before the leader could finish his words, his eyes met a pair of blood-red Freedomo, after which there was no more. Blood splattered through the air. Having claimed a life, Uchiha Ling did not hesitate to continue swinging her sword. Clang, clang, clang. With the high-speed dynamic capture ability granted by her Sharingan, Uchiha Ling easily engaged the remaining 11 foes, quickly slaying them one by one. After eliminating half of them, someone finally shouted in fear, "Watch out. She has the Sharingan." Upon hearing Sharingan, the remaining ninjas trembled, already feeling the urge to run. However, Uchiha Ling would not let a single one escape. Seeing this, the remaining 6 could only grit their teeth and charge again. Do not look into her eyes. Attack from a distance with ninjutsu. In an instant, various splendid ninjutsu were unleashed and hit one by one. Did we succeed? Is she dead? Haha. The Uchiha are nothing special. Looking at the one who had previously instilled fear in them, now reduced to a corpse, the remaining 6 rejoiced. However, at that moment, cold blades of ice pierced through their vital points. Before they could retaliate, all perished. One person, as he faced death, glanced forward only to see that the previously lifeless Uchiha Ling's body had completely vanished. Hejinjutsu. Understanding everything in an instant, he let out a bitter laugh before closing his eyes. Coincidentally, Hyuga Dijian, using his Byakugan, realized when he saw the enemies releasing ninjutsu at an empty space and rejoicing in their success. She truly is a formidable woman. Inside the tea house, Yamashiro Ritsuko, aware through her sensing ability that all the enemies had been eliminated, conveyed this news to Yunting. Yunting nodded, using would release his life force to purify the cold tea in his bowl, and drank it in one gulp before calling out, "Boss, the bill please." Coming right up. The tea house owner, an old lady with a hunched back, walked over slowly, took the money Yunting handed her, and smiled kindly. "Please take your time, dear customer." Yunting calmly nodded, then stood up and left. At that moment, as the old lady watched Yunting's back, within reach, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. With a speed unfitting her age, she drew a poisoned silver needle and aimed it at Yunting's back. Yunting showed no reaction. Just as the assailant displayed a pleased expression, suddenly, he found himself unable to move. Ninjutsu heart confusion technique. Beside her, Yamashiro Ritsuko calmly formed a secret seal, then under the terrified gaze of the assailant, directed his right hand to deeply insert the silver needle into his own forehead. Bang! The assailant died, and the disguise vanished, revealing what was once the old lad's face, transformed into a grim, middle-aged man's visage. In response, Yunting continued walking without a glance. Whether it was the recent assassination or the earlier poisoning, he found both methods too crude, clearly not from someone sent by a major nation. Yamashiro Ritsuko seemed to understand this as well. After inspecting the assassin's belongings, she found a wanted poster, opened it, and her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise as she quickly caught up to Yunting, saying, "Lord Hokage, that person just now, along with those who had previously bowed down, should all be bounty hunters from the black market. The reason they are so overconfident must be related to the bounty list." As she spoke, she handed the bounty list in her hand. Yunting took a look, and at the top was his name and likeness. Looking further at the bounty amount, he was startled to see it was a staggering 800 million ryo. Even someone as wealthy as Yunting could not help but entertain the idea of turning himself in upon seeing such a sky-high bounty. Not to mention those from the underground black market. The saying that people die for wealth applies to all worlds. Of course, the thought of turning himself in was just a joke. Coming back to his senses, Yunting shook the bounty list in his hand, coldly smiling. this is still the land of fire. The underground black market actually dares to openly put a bounty on my head as Hokage. They truly have some boldness. A malignant tumor, something I usually ignore, because I'm too lazy to deal with. Now they dare to provoke me, thinking that with some powerful patrons they can act recklessly. Notify Konoha village to issue an rank mission in the name of the Fourth Hokage led by Namikaze Minato to clean up the underground black market in the land of fire. Let some people remember Konoha's dignity is not to be infringed. Yes. Receiving Yunting's menacing order, Yamashiro Ritsuko swiftly wrote out the mission on a blank scroll, had Yunting sign it, and then summoned a messenger hawk using summoning jutsu to quickly bring it back to Konoha. It was easy to imagine that in the following period the underground black market of Konoha would face a storm of bloodshed. Especially since this operation included Namikaze Minato, who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, none would escape. All of this was the consequence of offending the Hokage. One must understand that in the past, while many famous ninjas from the 5 great nations appeared on the underground black market's bounty list, rarely did the 5 Kages show up. After all, the former were pawns, and a ninja village wouldn't anger themselves over one person. But the latter were leaders, the jewels. If one dared to put the Kages on the bounty list, the entire ninja village would seek revenge until death. Thus Yunting was quite surprised and puzzled as to what kind of audacity the underground black market had to dare list him. Could it be because of the unprecedented 800 million incentive? Perhaps. He was quite curious as to who would be wealthy enough to raise his bounty to such heights. That Tsuchikage Onoki must have a hand in this. After all, he is notorious for hiring bounty hunters, so it would be quite normal for him to offer a price to kill him. But this old man wouldn't be able to offer such a high price. There must be others involved. As for who among these people that would, the cleanup of the underground black market in the Fire Nation still requires time to unfold, so let's not discuss it for now. After dealing with the first wave of pursuers, Yunting continued on the road with Riko from the mountains. In the following time, despite the bloody reminders from past experiences, people still came in droves, ensnared by their own interests towards Yunting. However, they never even encountered the latter, as members of the Shadow Guard swiftly eliminated them one by one in the dark. With 2 Jonin and 2 Special Jonin providing protection, few organizations aside from the 4 great nations and a handful of other forces could break through. The first day passed in this manner, filled with chaos and commotion. After enjoying a night in a luxurious wooden mansion, the next morning Yunting set off again with Riko and members of the Shadow Guard. Unlike yesterday, today saw a noticeable decrease in the probing attempts from those who overestimated themselves. After walking for several hours, no unexpected incidents occurred along the way. In response, the vigilance of the Shadow Guard surrounding Yunting only increased. They all understood that this was likely the calm before the storm. After the incompetent were weeded out on the first day, what remained were the true dangers. At this moment, about 5 kilometers away from Yunting, a group of uninvited guests had gathered in a narrow valley. There were approximately 33 of them. Among them, the majority were ninjas wearing the headbands of the Cloud Village, totaling 11 individuals. The second largest group consisted of 6 ninjas wearing the headbands of the Mist Village. As for the rest, they could be powerful bounty hunters, or simply individuals sent by other ninja villages. However, unlike the Water and Lightning nations, which were still at war with the Fire Nation, they could openly reveal their identities. Yet none of them carried anything that would indicate their identities. Regardless, the fact that these people could gather here indicated that their strength was far superior to that of the cannon fodder from Yun. The Jonin, named Yun, leading the Cloud Ninja team, felt a flicker of joy in his heart after observing everyone in the same combat line. This time, the 11 Cloud Ninjas led by him were all of Jonin strength, and the Mist Ninjas beside him were similarly powerful. Coupled with these individuals of unknown identities who did not seem inferior to them, it meant that there were a total of 33 strong individuals gathered here. With such power, annihilating a small ninja village would be a piece of cake. Even the success rate of ambushing a cage-level powerhouse would be remarkably high. When Yun accepted this mission, his original goal was merely to probe the Fourth Hokage. If he found himself unable to do so, he only needed to collect his blood and retreat. There was no obligation to engage in a death struggle to assassinate the Hokage. However, looking at it now, the latter was not out of reach. What if he possessed would release? Just because he had the same bloodline limit did not mean that the current Fourth Hokage was the same as Shinja Hashirama. The latter had earned the title of God of Shinobi after decades of battle. He did not believe that the young Fourth Hokage had. Thus, if their group were to strike together, the probability of killing the Hokage would be very high. This way, Konoha would be left leaderless, allowing the Cloud Village to gain even greater benefits from this war. With this thought, Yun was filled with burning passion, and his gaze involuntarily turned to a man wearing a cold mask. It was this man's arrival that allowed the Cloud Ninjas, Mist Ninjas, and other miscellaneous forces to come together with a purpose, ambushing along the Fourth Hokage's inevitable path, without leaking any information. Although this person's contribution was significant, Yun still looked down on him. To be able to find their group in the Fire Nation and silently bring them here, it was evident that his influence was deeply rooted in the Fire Nation, and that he had close ties to Konoha village, likely being one of Konoha's higher-ups. Boring political struggles. Though his body was muscular, Yun's mind was sharp, and he naturally understood that someone within Konoha wanted to use people like them to eliminate the Fourth Hokage. No wonder the Fire Nation, as the #1 nation in the ninja world, always performed unsatisfactorily in wars. With so many schemers and saboteurs within, how could they exert their full strength against external enemies? Unlike them, the Cloud Village had no such convoluted schemes and had always struck with a united fist. This was also why the Cloud Village had continuously achieved victories over so many ninja world wars. Traitors are detestable wherever they are. Although Yun despised this man, he still asked him, knowing the importance of the mission. As far as I know, there are Byakugan users among the Shadow Guard beside the Hokage. If they detect our presence early, will the Hokage and his group retreat? The contact person could simply be referred to as a member of the Root. After all, the only force with strong intelligence sources in the Fire Nation that had a conflict with Yunting and dared to act decisively was likely them. Although Underlord Danzo's orders, the Root also dispatched an assassination team, they deliberately combined their forces upon discovering other factions adhering to the principle of utilizing every advantage to pose the greatest threat to Yunting. At this moment, the Root member replied indifferently, "Rest assured, we have set up a sealing barrier here. As long as we remain in the valley, the Byakugan cannot detect us." A sealing barrier. Yun sighed in relief after hearing this. The sealing techniques inherited from the Uzumaki clan made Konoha the envy of the other four great nations. Especially the Cloud Ninjas, who were accustomed to forcibly seizing various secret arts in the ninja world, had long coveted these techniques. Back when the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed, they had contributed significantly, and although they had acquired some sealing techniques, the essence had been destroyed by the former, making them far inferior to Konoha. Not only sealing techniques, but Konoha's Byakugan Sharingan would release, and so on, also made the thieving Cloud Ninjas drool with envy. This further solidified Yun's determination to assassinate the Fourth Hokage. Only with chaos in Konoha could their long-desired hopes possibly become reality. However, not everyone was interested in these matters. Just like one of the mist ninjas in front, who yawned and impatiently said, "Why go through so much trouble? I say we should just charge out and confront them, Heiden. Surely the dignified Hokage wouldn't flee without a fight. Do you think everyone is as brainless as you?" Facing more than 30 opponents of Jonin strength, even an elite would avoid confrontation. Yun silently criticized while glancing at the speaker. Soon a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. No wonder the speaker was so thoughtless. Looking at the speaker with white hair and 2 red dots between his brows, Yun quickly recognized him as a member of the Kagaya clan, having previously clashed with mist ninjas. The Kagaya clan, known for their shikatsumiyaku, was warlike and full of muscle, making it normal for them to speak such reckless words, even more so than the Cloud Ninjas. The Root member ignored him. Knowing his character, Yun couldn't be bothered to say more. Besides, he noticed that the Mist Ninja team seemed to be predominantly from bloodline limit families. Kagaya, Mizuki, and others, due to their uncovered faces, he could recognize these individuals who had made quite a name for themselves in previous battles. He had recently heard that the Mist Village's higher-ups had deep conflicts with bloodline limit families. This time, sending only bloodline limit ninjas, and so few of them did they intend to use them as a knife to stab someone. Yin shook his head in silence. Another boring political struggle. Perhaps aside from the Cloud Ninjas, other forces were more interested in taking advantage of the Fourth Hokage situation to achieve their own goals rather than focusing on the actual assassination. However, now that they had the Root as a contact, it was an unexpected surprise. Looking towards the direction where the Fourth Hokage was about to arrive, Yin clenched his massive fist, his eyes filled with anticipation. On the other side, Yunting continued his unhurried journey. He planned to take 3 days to travel from Konoha to the capital of the Land of Fire. Having only covered half the distance, the anomalies along the way made him aware of a great storm awaiting ahead, yet he remained unfazed, maintaining his own pace. Passing through a small village, he even took the time to clear out a nearby bandit den, conversing with the locals and earnestly inquiring about their living conditions. Luring and slaughtering overconfident fish was never the true purpose of Yunting's journey. Even visiting the daimyo was merely a secondary objective. What truly concerned him were these ordinary people, often overlooked, yet forming the vast majority. Only by understanding a nation's foundation through practice could one truly see its reality. Having become the Hokage of Konoha village at an early age, Yunting still harbored greater ambitions. Though his thoughts were still vague, his understanding of this land and the shinobi world grew clearer, and his ideas gradually. Now he was undoubtedly engaged in this very endeavor. Through his visits, Yunting discovered that the Land of Fire had fertile soil and favorable natural conditions, so most commoners should have lived well. Unfortunately, not every place was Konoha. The nature of aristocratic bureaucrats was the same in any world. The richer the region, the more relentless their exploitation. If the villagers of Konoha could still enjoy some unconventional technology, then these commoners of the Land of Fire were truly living in a backward feudal era. Such a disparity made it hard to believe they lived on the same continent. Yunting sighed softly. Watching him, Yamanaka Ritsuko, who was by his side, was deeply puzzled. She couldn't understand why the esteemed Hokage would ask these trivial matters of ordinary civilians. Shouldn't a Hokage focus on shinobi great nations, and even the noble daimyo? What? Don't understand the significance of this. Yunting cast a glance at his female secretary. Yamanaka Ritsuko nodded honestly. In this world, the existence of chakra often renders the resistance of the lower classes futile. Over time, their existence is ignored by those in power. But understand this: if a world is to avoid becoming stagnant like dead water, and if it wishes to develop toward a higher civilization, it cannot do without those whom they deem insignificant. Moreover, resistance has never truly ended. As long as exploitation and class divides persist, it will continue to burn like a spark. Especially now with the new force of ever-developing technology. Perhaps one day the so-called born nobility and all unjust systems will be swept away by this tide, powerless to resist. Combining his past life experiences with his current view of this distorted world, Yunting spoke with deep feeling. Yet seeing Yamanaka Ritsuko's bewildered expression, he sighed softly. The enlightenment of thought had not yet arrived. He shook his head. I won't explain it to you now, oh, just watch and think by my side. In time you will gain new insights. Yamanaka Ritsuko nodded silently. Though she did not grasp the true meaning of his words, she clearly recognized that this new Hokage whom she served was unlike anyone she had ever known. This difference did not create distance, but instead drew her closer. Perhaps he would stir up an entirely different storm. A strange light gleamed in Yamanaka Ritsuko's eyes. As his secretary, all she could do was meet his demands to the fullest and follow closely, witnessing this transformation firsthand. Due to delays along the way, Yunting arrived much later than the root operatives had anticipated. During this time, including Yun, the group grew increasingly anxious and uneasy. After all, this was an assassination of an enemy nation's leader on their own soil. One misstep could lead to annihilation before even catching sight of the target. Even the usually cold-faced root operatives showed rare signs of unease as the target did not appear at the scheduled time. After waiting in this paranoid state for another hour, finally, in the distance, the figure with the fire character on his straw hat finally appeared. It's up to you now. The root operative breathed a sigh of relief and said to those beside him. He would stay behind to erase the traces of the sealing barrier, leaving no evidence. For Yun and his group, one more or less made no difference. Yun waved his hand dismissively and said solemnly, everyone, let's proceed as planned. The others nodded heavily, their faces filled with murderous intent. Then let the operation to hunt the Hokage begin. On the wide straight road, only Yunting and Yamanaka Ritsuko walked alone. Suddenly Yunting uttered a soft exclamation, raising his Hokage straw hat slightly, exposing a pair of serious eyes gazing ahead. Though the road ahead seemed clear, his strength was such that he trusted his intuition. Finally, the main course has arrived. He thought to himself. Within less than 3 seconds, the shadow guard who had been secretly following him suddenly appeared on their own initiative, rushing to his side. Among them, Hyuga Takuma urgently reported, Lord Hokage, a large number of shinobi are approaching, from 232 in total, all with chakra levels of Jonin. At these words, everyone except Yunting changed expressions drastically. Even the proud and battle-hungry Uchiha Iane felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing the enemy's numbers, and Yunting, however, while marveling at the scale, focused more on the fact that Hyuga Takuma's Byakugan had failed to detect the ambush in advance. A secret technique to conceal one's presence. No, even if such a technique existed, it couldn't cover over 30 people at once. The only exception was something like a sealing barrier. Thinking this, a cold glint flashed in Yunting's eyes. Lord Hokage, should we retreat temporarily? Shirakumo Hazan asked with a grave expression. 30+ Jonin working together. On paper, even a cage-level fighter would have to avoid a heating clash. Shinobi were not samurai, they had no shame in strategic withdrawal. Thus Shirakumo Hazan felt no disrespect in suggesting this. Even the proud Uchiha Iane showed no sign. Yunting calmly shook his head, no need. Just protect yourselves. Yes. Shirakumo Hazan, Tiku, Hyuga Takuma, and even Yamanaka Ritsuko did not argue further. As those who had followed Yunting, they trusted the young Hokage implicitly. However, Uchiha Iane, who had recently joined, looked at Yunting with faint curiosity. Since the Hokage would not retreat as a proud Uchiha, she would not either. But did his confidence stem from complete assurance? Was it because of wood release? Uchiha Iane's usually cold face showed a rare hint of anticipation. A distance of 200 meters is but a fleeting moment for a ninja. Soon the combined assassination team, comprising Yunin and other unknown ninjas, rushed towards Yunting and his companions. Among them, a group of ninjas led by Munin, skilled in water release, took the initiative. Water release, great waterfall technique. Several streams of chakra surged together, rushing forward with the force of a raging torrent. Yunting and the others quickly dodged, but had to temporarily spread out. This played right into the enemy's hands. Attack! The leader Yun shouted immediately. In an instant, 5 people from the team burst forth, swiftly charging towards by Yun Yi and his group, tightly wrapping around them and leaving no chance for rescue. The remaining 27 charged towards Yunting with murderous intent, determined to slay him as quickly as possible. Fourth Hokage, today is your day of demise. The first to arrive was Yun in lightning release chakra mode. He exploded with a speed faster than anyone else, his strong physique bulging with muscle, and his sharp elbow accompanied by an intense gale slammed towards Yunting's head. Lightning release, heavy flow burst. Bang! The fierce wind dissipated. A large elbow was firmly pressed down by a pale hand, unable to advance an inch. In the incredulous gaze of Yunting slightly lifted his head beneath the Hokage hat, calmly saying, Yunin, your strength seems to not match your boasting. Saying this, he suddenly swung his hand that was holding Yun, throwing the one who could not respond into the path of another. Bang bang. The two flew backward uncontrollably like cannonballs. Whoosh. At that moment, just as Yunting had finished his move, a water figure unexpectedly emerged from the puddle accumulated from the previous waterfall technique, swinging a large knife fiercely towards his waist. Water transformation technique. From the Hozuki clan. Yunting observed without changing his expression. His speed far surpassed what the Hozuki clansman could imagine. Not only did he swiftly dodge the large knife, but he also flashed in front of the ladder, crushing his head with a single punch amidst the ladder's horrified gaze. Bang! The water replaced the blood, and brain matter splattered everywhere. Even without a head, the Hozuki clansman, now transformed into liquid, continued to retreat rapidly. Yunting did not give him another chance. Swoosh! Sharp lightning chakra gathered in his hand, and with a step he swiftly pierced into the dodging Hozuki clansman. Although the Hozuki clan's secret water transformation technique can nullify physical attacks, its weakness is also very evident. Lightning release. In an instant, under the paralysis effect of lightning release, the Hozuki clansman had no choice but to revert from his liquid form. Just as Yunting was about to take this opportunity to truly slay him, a series of ice mirrors suddenly formed in the air around him, with ice sunbon shooting towards him like flowers scattering from a heavenly maiden. The ice release of Mizuki. Yunting calmly watched everything unfolding before him. Just as the ice sunbon approached him, he transformed into a stream of water and dispersed. When he reappeared, he had already ghosted behind another person. Slash. Blood flowed profusely. The first life was claimed by Yunting's hands. It seems I need to let you all re-acknowledge what it means to be Hokage. Dropping the body in his hand, Yunting, who had already made several strong foes suffer, and even easily killed one, slowly took off the Hokage hat from his head, raising his eyes to coldly survey his surroundings. Even though more than 20 people were hunting him at this moment, it felt as though he was the hunter. Lightning released Dark Thunder. In response, the now steady Yun retaliated with a ninjutsu. At this point, both sides had no way out, determined to decide life and death right here. Yunting moved. Under the body flicker technique, he moved at incredible speed, swiftly dodging one ninjutsu after another, charging into the crowd, without retreating, initiating intense close combat. Bang! The fists collided. Those who faced Yunting felt their entire arm go numb upon contact. Although he lacked the monstrous strength of Tsunade, he had inherited the significant strength of the Senju clan. Without escalating the situation, Yunting slightly bent his body as a cold blade barely passed over his head. Not giving the opponent a chance to pull back, he swiftly grasped the opponent's arm with his right hand, tugging them into the path of another charging ninja. Yunting followed closely, his right leg kicking out like a long whip with a sharp cracking sound. For a moment, the two stacked together seemed to collide like a giant beast, blood spewing forth and creating long waves on the flooded ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few shuriken blocked Yunting's path. His expression unchanged, he stretched out 5 fingers, precisely grasping the flying shuriken in midair, returning them to the cinder before turning to launch an attack on a nearby opponent. The battle continued. Awakened to wood release, Yunting's physical attributes reached an unprecedented height. Whether in strength, speed, or physique, he far exceeded the jounin before him. Thus, even though the enemy had superior numbers when it came to physical combat, he completely dominated. Figures were flying uncontrollably from Yunting's location, resembling Uchiha Madara battling against the ninja. However, it wasn't long before he encountered a tough opponent. Shikatsumiaka 10 finger-piercing bullets. 10 finger bones flew at high speed like bullets. Yunting casually drew a kunai and knocked them down one by one. Then he saw a person covered in bone spikes. Shikatsumiaka dance of the pine tree. The cold killing intent radiating from Kagaya, Meihui, now came at Yunting with a fierce battle intent. Having activated the Shikatsumiaka secret technique, he was now unprecedentedly powerful in both offense and defense. And indeed, that was the case. After testing a few times, Yunting found that Kagaya Meihui was covered in bone spikes like a porcupine and could manipulate the bones to grow and change at will, combined with the unique physical techniques of the Kagaya clan, making him feel stymied for the first time in battle and retreat. While retreating, Yunting casually threw a kunai towards him. Clang, clang, clang. Kagaya Meihui didn't bother to care, letting the kunai hit him without suffering any damage. It's useless. My body surface is already wrapped in bone membranes. Not only can these little kunai not hurt me, but even ninjutsu can't damage me. This is the power of Shikatsumiyaku. Kagaya Meihui grinned widely, filled with pride. Then he pulled out 2 ferocious bone whips from his spine, accompanied by his bone spikes, charging towards Yunting again, while laughing maniacally. Ha! Let me, Kagaya Meihui, take the head of the 4th Hokage. Listening to the brazen words of Hui Yiming, Yunting's lips curled into a slight smile as he charged. With past experiences in mind, Hui Yiming wielded 2 bone whips confidently, continuing to unleash the dance of the pine on Yunting. Unexpectedly this time, Yunting deliberately brushed past him, leaving only an explosive talisman before rushing towards the others. What? The esteemed Hokage is afraid of me. Huh. Just leaving behind a mere explosive talisman. I have long said that the bone vein defense is impenetrable. Boom. The sound of the explosive talisman interrupted Hui Yiming. However, as he had said, a single explosive talisman indeed could not harm him in the slightest. Just as Hui Yiming turned to taunt Yunting again, Yunting, having just forced the surrounding people back, turned back with a dead-eyed gaze and formed hand seals saying explosion. In the next moment, as Hui Yiming looked on in confusion, another explosive talisman appeared out of nowhere on the spot where the previous one had been attached. What is happening? Before he could finish his sentence, the explosion sounded. Damn it! Hui Yiming's frantic voice emerged from the smoke. Then, unable to contain his horror, he shouted, "How is this possible?" It turned out that this was not all. One explosive talisman after another continued to stick to him. Although the bone vein defense could ignore a few explosive talismans, what about dozens, hundreds, or thousands? Soon, amidst Hui Yiming's terrified screams, explosions erupted one after another on his body. In the end, even the powerful bone vein body could not withstand such an impact and was shattered amidst the explosions. The second one. Yunting calmly withdrew his gaze and swiftly dodged a fireball that came at him. The technique of mutual explosive talismans. A forbidden jutsu created by the genius, the second Hokage. In a flash, an individual explosive talisman is affixed to the enemy, capable of endlessly summoning millions of explosive talismans and triggering a series of continuous explosions. Of course, to continuously summon explosive talismans, it must be used in conjunction with the impure world reincarnation technique. The second Hokage originally created the latter for this technique. Yunting had not practiced the impure world reincarnation technique. Although he could not summon explosive talismans indefinitely, his wealth allowed him to purchase a large quantity of explosive talismans for use in the mutual summoning technique. Just like before, less than 100 explosive talismans had indeed killed a powerful member of the Hui clan. Fire release, great fire destruction. As Yunting reappeared, he formed hand seals at an incredible speed, completing 6 seals in no time. A massive chakra gathered in his mouth, and as the surging flames transformed into a sea of fire rolling forward, this jutsu, originally only a brank, unleashed power comparable to that of an strength in his hands. Water release, water barrier. Earth release, earth rock wall. Water release. Faced with such a grand scale of jutsu, the approaching crowd hurriedly stopped each casting techniques for defense. After several seconds, they finally managed to extinguish the great fire destruction. However, as a price, 2 more were killed by Yunting in a brief moment. Is this the Hokage? Looking at the chaos on their side while Yunting stood across and scathed in his Hokage. At this moment, a cold sweat dripped down Yun's face. The fourth Hokage had effortlessly taken down 4 of them without even using wood release. This made Yun seriously doubt whether they could kill him. Meanwhile, Yunting looked at the remaining 23 people and shook his head. These people were much easier to deal with than he had anticipated. After all, they were a mixed team of different factions. While they seemed to cooperate well to a powerhouse like Yunting, there were flaws everywhere. Moreover, among these people, although their chakra levels were all at the Jonin level, there were not many who were as strong as elite Jonin. If Yunting were willing to take more time, he could defeat them one by one. However, seeing that the people accompanying him, especially Yamashiro Ritsuko and Taikyu, were in critical danger, he chose to end the battle quickly. Would release advent of the trees. Since the time of Senju Hashirama, Yun and the others, including Ritsuko, finally witnessed the might of wood release for the first time. In an instant, as Yunting clapped his hands, the terrain within a kilometer transformed drastically, with strong trees sprouting from the ground, rapidly growing and flourishing. Soon a towering forest replaced the original landscape, enveloping both sides of the battle. Are you kidding me? A mist ninja stared blankly at everything before him. He could hardly believe that a single person's power could reach such a level. This was a realm they could not even touch or imagine. Only by witnessing it firsthand did he truly understand why wood release was hailed as the #1 bloodline limit in the ninja world. Meanwhile, the original creator of all this did not cease his actions. One after another, wooden clones sprouted from his body and broke away, charging towards the enemies from all directions. Unlike shadow clones or water clones, wooden clones inherited more of the original strength, bolstered by the tree realm as the battlefield. Soon the forest echoed with the sounds of blood and carnage. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Ritsuko held a kunai, struggling to fight against an enemy skilled in swordsmanship. As a member of the Yamashiro clan, she was not adept at direct combat, and the clan's secret techniques she learned were primarily supportive. However, the current situation forced her to grit her teeth and confront the fight. Just as she was about to collapse, the advent of the trees technique arrived, and the surrounding trees shot up, as if alive, with thick branches and vines attacking the enemy from all sides. For a moment, the enemy was thrown into chaos. By the time the opponent finally managed to escape the encirclement at the cost of abandoning his ninja sword drenched in blood, Yunting's wooden clone had arrived, and after a few exchanges he was slain. Are you alright? Yunting's wooden clone asked Yamashiro Ritsuko. She nodded wearily, saying, just a small injury, it's nothing serious. Next, just rest well, I'll leave the remaining battles to me. After finishing, Yunting's wooden clone moved towards the next. Though she wanted to rest, Yamashiro Ritsuko still lifted her head, curiously watching Yunting's wooden clone's back and the surrounding forest. Having been by Yunting's side for so long, this was her first time witnessing wood release. On another battlefield, when Yunting's other wooden clone arrived, he found that the battle had already ended. The sword was drawn from the enemy's corpse, though he still wore a cold expression. The excitement in Uchiha Ling's eyes was evident as she noticed the wooden clone, her 3-demo Sharingan, quickly scanning. Yunting nodded at her, seeing that she was completely unscathed, and did not say more before turning to leave. Uchiha Ling remained silent, staring at the wooden clone's back for a long time, without moving. In the following time, after Yunting rescued the imprisoned Zhou and helped eliminate the enemies of Bayun Yesan and Hyuga Takuma, he devoted all his efforts to the remaining ninjas trapped within the range of the Tree Realm Descending Technique. Thus, the many ninjas who had been separated by the Tree Realm Descending Technique and forced to struggle alone were swiftly killed one by one under the combined force of Yunting's wood clones, turning into fertilizer for the trees. Such was the might of wood release. Seeing that the assassination squad of over 30 had been reduced to a mere handful, the remaining ones no longer hesitated and unleashed their final desperate measures, risking everything. Dead Bone Pulse Dance of the Early Fern. Water Release Great Waterburst Wave. Earth Release Mountain Earth Technique. Ice Release Ice Blade Storm. In an instant, a vast forest of bone swords erupting from the ground, a massive elliptical water prison, a condensed heavy earth mountain, and a storm of ice blades all exploded within the tree realm. Under the impact of this immensely powerful combined ninjutsu, rows upon rows of giant trees were shattered. In the blink of an eye, a large clearing was opened within the once vast tree realm. The only survivors, Yun Mizutsuki and Kagaya among 5 others, endured their fatigue and quickly regrouped, seizing the opportunity. They looked at the tree realm, which had once been a nightmare, now destroyed by their own hands. Just as joy spread across their faces, Yunting appeared before them and said calmly, "I underestimated you a little. As a sign of respect, I'll send you off with this technique. Wood Release Wood Dragon Technique." Watching a massive, majestic wooden dragon emerge from Yunting's hands, the fleeting joy of the remaining 5 instantly turned into despair. The wood dragon roared its colossal body, soaring as it charged toward the last 5. Rumble. The immense shadow fell, and amidst a violent tremor the 5 vanished without a trace. When the smoke cleared, it was all over. Yunting, having dispelled the wood dragon technique, walked to the final battleground. Under the dragon's strike, a massive crater had formed before him. The bodies of the 5 were nowhere to be found. Only a few bloodstains and scraps of clothing bore witness to their existence. No, one of them was found. Yunting's expression shifted. Suddenly, a blood-stained figure burst from the ground beneath him. Lightning released Lightning Hot Knife. With his last ounce of strength, the sole survivor, Yun, wrapped in scorching chakra, charged madly at Yunting. To be able to use Lightning Hot Knife, you must hold a high position under the rakeage. Yunting remarked without changing his expression, while simultaneously summoning layer after layer of resilient wooden walls to stack before his chest. Boom, boom, boom. The Lightning Hot Knife, infused with Yun's final resolve, shattered one wooden wall after another. After 4 walls, it finally came to a halt before the last one, its power extinguished. By then he had expended his last ounce of strength, leaving no trace of life. Yunting withdrew the wooden walls and nodded slightly toward this Kumo ninja, whose name he never knew. Thus a total of 32 elite jonin, a truly magnificent assassination squad, were annihilated single-handedly by Yunting. Lord Hokage, the inspection of the enemy's hiding place is complete. No abnormalities found. After the battle, on Yunting's orders, Hyuga Takuma, who had specifically checked the enemy's hideout, returned to report. Yunting nodded calmly, showing no surprise. This was quite in line with Root's style. Whether they succeeded or failed, they meticulously erased all traces, leaving no evidence for others to discover. But did they really think that without evidence I couldn't make a move? A cold glint flashed in Yunting's eyes. Regarding Root, he had originally planned to deal with them slowly, like boiling a frog in warm water, since time was always. However, after witnessing their audacity, his mindset changed. It seemed he would have to accelerate the pace once he returned. Otherwise, having a time bomb at his side, though it wouldn't kill him, would still demand considerable attention. Lord Hokage, the bodies have all been sorted. At that moment, Bayun Yeshan, who was in charge of cleaning the battlefield, came to report. Even in death, the bodies of ninjas were great treasures, especially since many of the attackers possessed Kekkei Genkai, making their research value even higher. The only pity was that the strongest few had been reduced to blood mist by Yunting's wood dragon technique. With a faint regret that he should have held back earlier, Yunting looked at the surroundings, now all tidied up, and asked Yamanaka Ritsuko, "How long until the reinforcements arrive?" "About an hour," Yamanaka Ritsuko replied. After the battle, she had summoned a falcon to send a message to the nearest Konoha ninja outpost. A total of 28 well-preserved ninja corpses could not be taken to the capital of the Land of Fire. Naturally, they needed personnel to send them back to Konoha village. In that case, everyone should take a good rest during this time, Yunting said. A major battle inevitably brought injuries and exhaustion. There was no medical ninja in the escort team, so they had to tend to their own wounds. As for Yunting himself, aside from some chakra depletion, he remained full of energy, and the minor injuries sustained during the battle had long since healed completely. It could be said that after taking down over 30 enemies, his condition had barely declined. Such was the formidable power of the Senju clan's physique, inherited from the Sage of Six Paths. The only ones comparable in terms of self-healing and endurance were perhaps the Jinchuriki, capable of utilizing tailed beast powers. An hour later, the Konoha ninja squad sent as reinforcements arrived on time. Along with sealing the ninja corpses into scrolls, they had also brought a medical ninja to treat the wounded. After everything was settled, the ninja squad, each carrying a large scroll, bid farewell to Yunting. Lord Hokage will take our leave now. Yunting patted the leader on the shoulder and said, stay alert on the road. You're carrying a great fortune. Yeah, the ninja squad departed. Yunting wasted no more time and continued his journey to the capital of the Land of Fire with Yamanaka Ritsuko and the Shadow Guard members. A gentle breeze blew. The battlefield, once thick with the scent of blood, had lost its original odor under the passage of time. Except for the vast forest that had abruptly grown, few would know that a battle of extreme intensity had once taken place. However, no sooner had Yunting and his group left than a strange figure slowly emerged from the ground where they had been. The bizarre figure that suddenly appeared wore a long coat with a black base and red clouds, his body half white and half black, and was additionally wrapped in pitcher plants. Such distinctive features naturally belonged to Zetsu of the Shao organization. At this moment, White Zetsu exclaimed in his exaggerated tone, "Ah! What an impressive wood style. Compared to this, our own wood style is nothing but a mere counterfeit." Black Zetsu, deep in thought over whether this unexpected wielder of wood style would affect his plan to rescue his mother, merely replied indifferently, "You were always a counterfeit. Aren't you one too? You were just dyed in a layer of black, nothing more." "He'll dye myself too someday," White Zetsu muttered discontentedly. "Of course, if you could take a dump, then I'd admit you're different from us." "Idiot." Black Zetsu couldn't be bothered with the deranged White Zetsu. He looked around solemnly and said, "We've gathered enough intel on the Fourth Hokage. It's time to report back to the leader." "Oh my, going back so soon? Not following the Fourth Hokage any longer?" White Zetsu said in surprise. "No need. After today's battle, no more fools will dare to assassinate the Fourth Hokage. Even if they do, they won't be able to force anything more out of him. We have other things to do, so let's not waste time here." "We'll stop." With that, Black Zetsu, without waiting for White Zetsu's response, directly manipulated their body to sink back into the ground. The battlefield finally regained true tranquility. Another day passed. With no further disturbances along the way, Yunting's party arrived smoothly at the capital of the. Gazing at the city before him, which seemed almost boundless, filled with dense buildings of various styles and bustling crowds, Yunting's eyes held a glint of interest. To be honest, given the foundation of the Fire Country, this city should be the largest in the entire ninja world. After a brief survey, Yunting withdrew his gaze and slightly pressed down his Hokage hat. At that moment, he spotted the person sent to welcome him. "Lord Hokage, welcome to the capital of the Fire Country. The daimyo has been eagerly awaiting your arrival," said the leading Fire Country official, stepping forward warmly to greet Yunting's party. "I cleared away some trash along the way which delayed us. I apologize for keeping the daimyo waiting," Yunting said with a faint smile. Time was short, and aside from a few involved parties, the outside world had yet to learn of what transpired during Yunting's journey. Though puzzled, the Fire Country official smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries before leading Yunting's party into the capital. It was dusk and not the right time to meet the daimyo. After all, this was a political show jointly staged by the new Hokage and the daimyo to demonstrate their close alliance, leaving no room for error. After some discussion, they set the meeting for the next morning. Yunting then declined the official's offer to stay at the guest house and instead headed to the Konoha ninja garrison. As the most powerful force protecting the Fire Country, although the daimyo was guarded by the 12 guardian ninja, Konoha had also dispatched elite troops to stand by his side. The commander of the Konoha forces stationed in the Fire Country capital was Nara Lujian. He was Nara Lujia's elder cousin. The reason he held this position was that Konoha needed a sharp and astute individual to handle affairs between the village and the Fire Country's high echelons. In this regard, the Nara clan, renowned for their high intelligence, naturally took the lead without hesitation. Upon arriving at the garrison, after meeting and greeting the local Konoha ninja one by one, and sending Yamanaka Ritsuko and the Shadow Guard to rest, Yunting entered a secret chamber with Nara Lujian. In the following time, Nara Lujian briefed Yunting in detail on the recent situation in the Fire Country. Overall, Konoha and the Fire Country were mutually reliant, with a close and harmonious relationship naturally devoid of any conflicts. Yunting's meeting with the daimyo was merely to get acquainted and exchange pleasantries. However, Nara Lujian also mentioned that among the daimyo's 12 guardian ninja, a recent trend of thought had emerged that was unfavorable to Konoha, advocating that the Hokage should not exist and that all power should be vested in the daimyo. Yunting responded directly, "As long as the daimyo isn't a fool, such a thing would never happen. Konoha was built from scratch by its own people. All ninjas, villagers, and even clans within the village only recognized the Hokage. Even though the daimyo provided Konoha with funds, the village's own income was already developing healthily. The former's contribution was at most a bonus, and it would be difficult to use economic means to constrain Konoha." Knowing this, Yunting confidently made that statement. Nara Lujian, being a clever man, understood this well, but he still cautioned, allowing such a trend to spread is still not good. The daimyo might not be affected, but it's hard to ensure that the subordinates, or even the entire 12 guardian ninja, won't develop hostility toward Konoha. The current daimyo is a wise man. If this trend crosses the line, he will handle it himself without our intervention. Yunting recalled from the original story that the moderate faction within the 12 guardian ninja had eventually destroyed the radical faction, and no penalties were imposed afterward, clearly with the daimyo's backing. Of course, necessary precautions are still needed. Sarutobi Asuma has been recently expressing his desire to serve in the 12 guardian ninja. Since the Guardians are currently unstable, his joining could play a significant role. Sarutobi Asuma. Nara Lujian clearly knew his identity. Is it the third Hokage's intention? Yunting waved his hand no. It's his own idea. A radical thought from someone who never wants to live forever in his father's shadow and hopes to break. I initially didn't plan to agree, but now it seems it could be a clever move. Nara Lujian wisely refrained from probing further into the third Hokage's family affairs, instead nodding in agreement. The son of the third Hokage joining the 12 Guardian Ninja to protect the daimyo carries immense political significance, fully demonstrating Konoha's support for the daimyo. The latter will surely not refuse. Moreover, Asuma's presence can also suppress the Guardian's hostile tendencies toward Konoha from within. It's indeed a strategy that kills two birds with one stone. In that case, it's settled. Yunting clapped his hands. I imagine that Asuma Kid has been waiting impatiently. I just hope the third Hokage won't blame me for this. He probably won't. Nara Lujian hesitated. Yunting thought for a moment and smiled. He really won't. After all, the third Hokage is a man who understands the bigger picture. After the secret conversation between Yunting and Narashika ended, they each returned to rest. Once the official ceremony was concluded, when Yunting met with the daimyo again privately, he saw the daimyo of the Land of Fire, holding a small folding fan covering half of his face, greeting him enthusiastically in a somewhat peculiar tone. Yunting, you shouldn't have any problem with me calling you the fourth Hokage, right? Looking at the daimyo before him, who appeared ominous in both attire and demeanor, Yunting couldn't help but internally scoff, while maintaining a smile, saying, in public you are the daimyo, and in private you are an elder. It is more than appropriate for you to call me by my name. The daimyo chuckled heartily. Then I will call you by your name directly. I was quite surprised when Ryu Zhan recommended you. After all, you are quite young, Yunting. However, upon seeing your last name Senju, I felt much more at ease. You should know that both the first and second Hokage of Konoha were Senju. They had a very pleasant relationship with my father back in the day and helped elevate the Land of Fire to the position of the strongest nation in the ninja world. Now, as we inherit the will of our ancestors, we should work together to make the Land of Fire thrive once again. Thanks to the daimyo's generosity, Konoha will certainly do its utmost. Yunting nodded in agreement. He had little prior knowledge of this daimyo. In contrast, he had interacted frequently with the daimyo's wife since becoming Hokage. There was no choice. The daimyo's wife had dozens of cat-searching tasks issued each year in Konoha. Every time a cat was found, it would soon escape under the pressure, and then it would be found again and once again lost. This cycle continued, and it could be said that just the daimyo's wife alone supported quite a few lower ninjas in Konoha. She even lived there for extended periods. Previously, Yunting had wondered why the daimyo allowed his wife to be out and about so freely. However, upon seeing the frail figure of the daimyo before him, reminiscent of a thin reed that could be blown over by the wind, he immediately found his answer when recalling his wife's round figure. Looking at the daimyo with a hint of pity, Yunting spent the next period not only engaging in emotional exchanges, but also focusing on the current war situation. Although the Third Great Ninja War was nearing its end, the war in the Land of Fire continued, albeit at a significantly lower intensity compared to the previous large-scale assaults. Yet one could not rule out the possibility that an unexpected skirmish could spark a new round of major conflict. In this regard, Konoha, which held the military power of the Land of Fire, undoubtedly needed strong backing from the official government of the Land of Fire and should maintain a consistent tone. This was also one of the reasons Yunting, as the Hokage of Konoha, came to meet with the daimyo. It is said that when a person takes office, political reforms follow. Yunting needed to propose his foreign policy to the daimyo and gain his support. Overall, Yunting continued the previous strategies of Konoha, but compared to the third Hokage's conservative retreat in foreign affairs, he was much more assertive and unyielding. In a nutshell, although Konoha currently does not wish to escalate the war and hopes for true peace to arrive, they would not yield an inch if the enemy took a mile. Having witnessed the third Hokage's case, where he achieved victories on the battlefield against the Land of Earth yet suffered defeats at the negotiation table, leading to a significant internal uproar in Konoha that forced him to resign and appoint a new Hokage, Yunting was naturally clear on how to handle external affairs moving forward. In response, the daimyo of the Land of Fire pondered for a moment, asked Yunting a few questions, and ultimately nodded in agreement. Thus, the conversation between the Hokage and the daimyo, the two most important figures in the Land of Fire, was perfectly concluded. The overall policy of the Land of Fire was also adjusted accordingly. Overall, after this meeting, Yunting had a fairly good impression. While the daimyo may not be exceptionally wise or powerful, he was certainly not the type to drag his allies down. He knew how to cooperate where necessary and did not have overwhelming ambitions beyond his capabilities. Yunting was quite satisfied with this nominal vassal and actual partner. After leaving the daimyo's residence, he did not leave immediately, but chose to stay for a week, during which he met with various internal factions of the Land of Fire and strengthened relationships while negotiating many economic cooperation matters for Konoha. Of course, during his free time, he also wandered around the capital, experiencing firsthand the bustling atmosphere of the strongest city in the ninja world and learning about the details within. He even intentionally gave the Shadow Guard and Yamanaka Ritsuko a break. As for the former, he had witnessed the latter returning from shopping every day with large bags filled with clothes, jewelry, and cosmetics. Indeed, regardless of the world, women have an intense dedication to shopping. Oh, there is one exception. That would be Uchiha Aya. During these 7 days, even when Yun Yishan went out to play, she endured the solitude and persistently trained in the courtyard. The few times she did step out were merely to visit a nearby ninja tool shop for weapon supplies. So it seems that even women from the Uchiha clan are similarly focused. 7 days passed. Yunting and his group were preparing to return. Originally, they planned to hurry back to Konoha at full speed since they had met everyone they needed to meet. However, after hearing from the daimyo that the new envoy from the Land of Fire to Konoha would also be heading there, Yunting decided to take him along. Just as Narashika held an important position in the capital of the Land of Fire, each envoy from the Land of Fire to Konoha was equally significant. In many decision-making aspects regarding Konoha, the influence of the Konoha envoy was second only to that of the daimyo. Since it was merely a matter of raising his hand, Yunting would not miss out on this opportunity. The new Konoha envoy was a short, stout man named Imai Daisuke. Upon seeing Yunting, he immediately approached with a beaming smile and greeted him warmly. After some pleasantries, Imai Daisuke pointed to the palanquin behind him, inviting, "Hokage-sama, the journey is long, why not take a seat in my palanquin?" Yunting glanced at the small palanquin nearby, barely big enough for one person, then looked at the broad figure of Imai Daisuke, chuckled, and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Daisuke, but as a ninja, I am not accustomed to riding in a palanquin. Moreover, the road ahead may be quite unsettled, so I will keep watch outside. With Hokage-sama here, what petty thief would dare to offend?" Imai Daisuke was indeed full of confidence in Yunting. However, seeing that Yunting was resolute in his decision, he could only regretfully give up. Unlike the ninjas who could go anywhere, being an ordinary and rather chubby person, he would likely take a week to reach Konoha. Thus, the palanquin, a tool for nobles to travel outside, was naturally the best option. Soon the group set off. The team set off. The Shadow Guard had already retreated into the shadows for protection, with only Shanzhong Lizi. In terms of grandeur, it was indeed greater than even his own role as Hokage. Yunting paid no mind. He casually scanned the crowd, finding nothing out of the ordinary, and continued on his way. Time passed slowly, and the massive silhouette of the capital of the Land of Fire gradually faded beneath the sunlight. To accommodate Jinmu Daifu and his entourage, Yunting did not speed up, but returned at the same leisurely pace as before. Even so, those accompanying him had to take breaks along the way, especially the two bearers carrying Jinmu Daifu, who were sweating profusely from exhaustion. Suddenly, as one of the bearers stepped on a loose stone and fell, the entire palanquin toppled over. Inside the palanquin, Jinmu Daifu let out a blood-curdling scream, followed by a torrent of curses directed at the bearers. The two bearers could only tremble in fear, begging for mercy while trying to right the palanquin. Yet whether due to panic or something else, they could not manage to lift it, only inviting even more of Jinmu Daifu's wrath. Yunting, observing all this with a furrowed brow, did not wait for others to act, but went up to help, hoping to end this. Shanzhong Lizi followed closely behind. However, just as Yunting reached the side of the toppled palanquin and was about to lift it, an unexpected event occurred. The two bearers, previously cowering in fear, suddenly raised their heads towards Yunting, their faces now filled with a cold indifference, as if they were ready to face death. Without a word, they unleashed the techniques hidden within their bodies at lightning speed. In an instant, blood gushed forth. What was unsettling was that the blood they spewed was an eerie black. Damn it. At almost the same moment, Yunting's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately realized what was happening. He felt an intense sense of impending death for the first time. With no time to spare, he forcefully pulled Jinmu Daifu out of the palanquin, then grasped Shanzhong Lizi's hand, and retreated as quickly as possible amid another round of Jinmu Daifu's agonized screams. At that moment, two more servants burst forth from the rear of the group, and like the previous bearers, they too unleashed black blood without a word. This was a meticulously planned and lethal trap. In an instant, Yunting found himself surrounded by black blood from all sides, even from above and below, with no escape in sight. Accompanied by the manifestation of a divination seal for expanding spheres of surging black blood rushed towards him. The four symbols sealing technique and strength sealing ninja technique. The caster had inscribed the four symbol seal within their body in advance, sealing everything around them to the underworld at the cost of their own life. It was an immensely powerful technique of mutual destruction. Almost no one in the ninja world could withstand this technique. This was the strongest killing move specially prepared for Yunting by Danzo. The four symbols team refers to the four individuals who bear the four symbol seal within them. They were the absolute death warriors of the Root organization. After years of control over the Root, Danzo was only able to inscribe the four symbol seal on these four individuals apart from himself. Not only does this technique require extremely high qualifications for the caster, but the four symbols sealing technique itself also demands a vast amount of resources to be successful. To expend this decisive trump card on Yunting shows their immense determination. Therefore, for Konoha, for Lord Danzo, let the fourth Hokage perish here. At the brink of death, the four members of the four symbols team looked towards Yunting with eyes filled with hope, eagerly anticipating that moment. The four symbols sealing technique, what a grand design. Looking at the ominous black blood surging from all directions, and then glancing at the four death warriors who had shown no sign of hesitation earlier, Yunting's expression was cold. As expected of the darkness of the ninja world, compared to other factions, the former was undoubtedly superior in both scheming and prepared killing moves. In the most unsuspecting moment, he had unwittingly stepped into an unprecedented life and death crisis. Even if he possessed would release if he were to be hit by the four symbols sealing technique, there would likely be no escape, only an eternal descent into the underworld. It could be said that this was an infallible assassination plan crafted by the opponent knowing his capabilities. Had it been some time ago with his wood release and combat strength reaching the pinnacle of the ninja world, he might have been frustratingly killed without any chance. However, right now, Yunting's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Help! No! Just then screams of impending death echoed behind him. It was from the closest group of samurai and servants. Seeing his subordinates submerged by the black blood, and the black blood rapidly surging towards him, Jimu Dafa's face turned pale, disregarding his own pain, trembling as he stuttered, "Hokagesima, what should we do?" He had thought that with one of the 5 Kage known as the strongest ninja accompanying him, he was undoubtedly the safest person in the world. But now he realized how naive he had been. Even Hokage has their limits. The thought of this made Jimu Daifu tremble. In contrast, Shanzhong Lizi, who was also beside Yunting, appeared much calmer. Though she did not understand what kind of ninja technique was causing the bizarre black blood around them, and knew that with her strength there was no chance of survival, looking at the person she served, her heart felt reassured. No one understood better than the people of Konoha the significance of the name Hokage. The latter truly did not disappoint her. Seeing his female aide still striving to maintain her composure, Yunting nodded in appreciation and said, "Hold my hand." Without hesitation, Shanzhong Lizi's long fair hand, slightly sweaty, tightly grasped Yunting's hand. On the other side, facing the trembling Jinmu Daifu, Yunting was less courteous and directly lifted him up. In the next second, as the black blood surged towards the position of Yunting and the others, he finally moved. Whoosh! The 3 of them vanished without a trace. For waves of ominous black blood collided with one another strangely, making not a single sound. What? Watching their plan about to be completed, yet the target suddenly vanished. The 4 Root Death Warriors could not believe their eyes, as the black blood ultimately drowned only in vain. So close. The 4, having bled their last drop, could only close their eyes in deep unwillingness and confusion. Outside the reach of the 4 symbols sealing technique, a special kunai that had just been thrust into the ground a moment ago suddenly appeared here alongside the 3 members of Yunting, who had previously been surrounded by black blood. Jinjing Daisuke, trembling all over, still kept his eyes tightly closed, desperately awaiting the arrival of death. Yet after waiting left and right, he found that he was still able to breathe. Finally, he couldn't help but open his eyes. Seeing the vibrant green filled with life in his field of vision, completely different from the eerie black, before he instantly realized he had escaped a calamity and let out a long sigh of relief. He hurriedly expressed his heartfelt gratitude to his savior beside him, saying, "Hokagesima, thank you so much." Yunting calmly nodded. Speaking of which, it was because of him that she had suffered an unwarranted disaster, as not only did all her subordinates die, but she herself almost perished. In terms of misfortune, no one could surpass that. Meanwhile, in contrast to Jinjing Daisuke, who was not a ninja, and thus was unaware and indifferent to how he had just escaped, Yasha Ritsuko's face was undoubtedly filled with shock. The ability to instantly relocate the 3 of them to another place was undoubtedly a time-space ninjutsu. And for time-space ninjutsu, the one she remembered most deeply from the 3rd Great Ninja War was the Yellow Flash, who had made a huge name for himself in the ninja world relying on the Flying Thunder God technique. So, when Yamashita Ritsuko noticed Yunting putting away a special kunai marked with the technique's symbols from the ground, a look of realization suddenly appeared on her face. Even so, the shock in her eyes still showed no sign of diminishing. When did her Hokage learn the Flying Thunder God? It is known that over the years in Konoha, only the 2nd Hokage and Namikaze Minato were able to master it, and even the 3rd Hokage, revered as the doctor of the ninja world, could not grasp it. Now the 4th Hokage before her had actually mastered this technique. Coupled with the incredibly powerful wood release, Yamashita Ritsuko could hardly imagine how strong the other party's strength would be. At that moment, Yunting also noticed the gaze of his female secretary. Compared to that, he was not too concerned, simply ordering, "Do not let this news leak out." He had already experienced the benefits brought by keeping his strength a secret. It was precisely because Danzo was unaware that he had learned the Flying Thunder God technique that he could easily break the perfect assassination trap he had set. When he had seen the 2 bearers erupting with black blood while quickly rescuing Jinjing Daisuke, Yunting had also not forgotten to throw a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique outside. The fact proved that his cautious approach was indeed the right one. After 2 more Death Warriors emerged from within the 4 symbols sealing technique surrounding him entirely, it was that kunai thrown far away and marked with the Flying Thunder God technique that provided him with a way out. This was also something that these people had completely not anticipated. If Danzo had known that Yunting could use the Flying Thunder God, then this assassination attempt would not have had such a huge oversight, wasting his greatest trump card. This illustrates the importance of intelligence. Yunting decided to keep the Flying Thunder God a secret for now, so he could continue to use it in the future. After all, among the 2 who had just witnessed everything, Jinjing Daisuke was an ordinary person who had kept his eyes closed out of fear and had no idea what had happened. Moreover, with his identity as a special envoy of Konoha, no one would force him to answer questions, so there was no need for concern. As for Yamashita Ritsuko, his personal secretary and trusted aide, he was even less worried. As for the Shadow Guard team, they had been on the periphery and were unaware of what had happened inside due to the cover of black blood. Now the only one who truly knew Yunting's secret was Yamashita Ritsuko, so naturally the Flying Thunder God could remain concealed. Hearing Yunting's instructions, Yamashita Ritsuko, although confused, obediently nodded seriously, saying, "Yes, Hokage-sama." At this moment, when she looked at Yunting again, her eyes sparkled more than ever. Not only had the latter saved her life, but with such a powerful Hokage, how could Konoha not thrive even more? Soon a rush of sound cutting through the air erupted. It was the members of the Shadow Guard team who had been anxiously pacing outside the range of the sealing technique, rushing towards Yunting and the others upon discovering them. "Hokage-sama, it is our negligence. We did not realize that the assassin was hiding among the team. Please punish us," said the leader Hakinyama, half kneeling on the ground with a face full of self-reproach. "Even I had no inkling, let alone you. It can only be said that this time the enemy was particularly powerful and cunning. You need not blame yourself. Stand up," Yunting said, reaching out to help Hakinyama up. The others stood up. Then under Yunting's guidance, everyone returned to the site where the four symbols sealing technique had. At this moment, with the four death warriors already dead, the four symbols sealing technique had also been lifted. The black blood disappeared, leaving behind a massive pit nearly 400 to 500 meters wide. Inside there was nothing left, as everything had been greedily dragged into the underworld by the four symbols sealing technique. Limited by their perspective, everyone who witnessed this scene fell into immense shock. At the same time, apart from Yamashita Ritsuko, they were even more astonished at how Yunting had managed to escape from such a terrifying technique. However, seeing that Yunting remained silent, the people present rationally did not ask questions. Among them, Uchiha Aya regretfully withdrew her gaze from Yunting. Focusing on strength, she was indeed very curious about the means Yunting had used to escape from such a powerful technique. However, as the Hokage, she was well aware of her subordinate position. Ultimately, she could only touch her eye corner. The three-to-mo Sharingan would definitely not survive under such a technique. The clan elder mentioned that there were higher levels of the Sharingan. She wondered if they could withstand such damage. Meanwhile, Hakinyama also came back to his senses from the shock and inquired about the most pressing issue at hand. "Hokage-sama, do we have any leads on the identity of the attacker?" The assailants were all death warriors, and they would not disclose any information. However, at this point Yunting's lips curled into a smirk, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he said, "With such a powerful sealing technique that conflicts with me, who else could it be?" Sealing technique. Hakinyama and the others' eyes flickered, clearly picking up information from Yunting's words. However, since this concerned the upper echelons of Konoha, they had no authority to question further. What they could do was to be a sharp blade when Yunting needed it the most. Meanwhile, Jinjing Daisuke, who had been listening to the conversation beside him, finally realized something and anxiously explained to Yunting, "Hokage-sama, those two bearers, and the other two, although they were my men. Oh no, they must not have been mine, they were definitely swapped. Hokage-sama, please investigate thoroughly. None of this is related to me." Jinjing Daisuke was clearly worried about being implicated in this matter. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the assassin was hidden within his team. And according to the political style within the Land of Fire, if Yunting were to escalate this matter, then even if he was innocent, he would still be in serious trouble, leading to the loss of his hard-earned identity as a Konoha special envoy. "Of course, Mr. Daisuke is also a victim and has nothing to do with this matter," Yunting comforted him. With the capabilities of the roots, it was easy to quietly replace the servant of an official. Yunting had no grudge against Jinjing Daisuke, and moreover, after today's experience, he could interact more closely with the other party in the future. Thus, he would not take actions detrimental to him. However, to prevent any further accidents, Mr. Daisuke, it would be best if you could be carried by one of my subordinates. We must return to Konoha as quickly as possible," Yunting added. Jinjing Daisuke, feeling relieved naturally, did not object. Thus the group began to speed up their journey. Destination Konoha, let's set off. Yunting took the lead, his eyes under the Hokage hat filled with cold determination. It was time to take revenge. At the entrance of my village. Within less than a day, Yunting and his party had hurried back, dust-covered and weary. As ninjas, they were fine, though a bit fatigued. They could recover after a rest. However, Jinjing Daisu, who was lying on the back of the largest Shijiujian, had not expended any energy, but after the bumpy ride his face turned pale, and as soon as he landed, he couldn't help but vomit. The difference in physical fitness between ordinary people and ninjas was clearly evident at this moment. "Lucy, take Mr. Daisu to my hospital first, and let the doctor take care of him," Yunting instructed. Shanzhong Luzi nodded, then led Jinjing Daisu, who barely managed to thank Yunting. Yunting looked at the members of the Ingwe team beside him, his eyes cold, and continued to order. "Next target, Jitsun Tuanzang's residence. Move out." No one objected, even though they knew full well that the place they were heading to with such momentum was the home of the My Elder. Unlike other My Elders who placed their homes in the bustling central area of the village, Jitsun Tuanzang's residence was on the outskirts of my village. It was remote and desolate with few passers-by, which suited the style of the darkness of the ninja. Although it was called a home, Tuanzang rarely returned here in the past, spending most of his time at the Jinbu base. However, due to Yunting's house arrest order, this rarely inhabited residence had gained a bit of liveliness over the past few days. Apart from Tuanzang himself, there was only an ordinary old servant in the house responsible for his daily needs, simple and plain, completely unbefitting his status. In addition to monitor his every move, Yunting had specially arranged a squad of Umbu ninjas outside. However, it now seemed to be in vain. Inside Tuanzang's home, although the sun outside was bright, he habitually kept the windows and doors closed, sitting upright in the darkness of the room. Back then, because he was a step too slow, he missed the position of Hokage and had to immerse himself in darkness. Although he never forgot the Hokage position he had missed over the years, he perhaps did not understand or was unwilling to admit that he who had sunk into darkness was no longer accustomed to the light. Even if in a moment of pride he returned to the light, the scorching sun would completely expose the darkness within him from clearly incompatible, yet he still persisted only to end up in destruction. Yet even so, he would continue just as what he was doing now. At this moment in the dim room, the sound of fingers tapping on his cane was much more urgent. Tuanzang was not as calm as he appeared. If nothing unexpected happened, the Xishan squad would have already acted. Calculating the time, it should be the moment for news to return. So what would the result be? The Fourth Hokage's body and bones completely destroyed. That would be perfect. Although the death of the Fourth Hokage would put the currently war-torn Mai in a bad situation, it was ultimately just a temporary pain. With Risen and myself, Mai would quickly recover thanks to its deep foundation. This was better than letting Mai be destroyed in the future by that arrogant brat, the Fourth Hokage. It was one thing to blindly expand his own faction and suppress the old-timers, but the most unforgivable thing was to relax the shackles on the Yuzhibo clan. Even the second Hokage, a wise and mighty leader, maintained a strong wariness of the evil Yuzhibo clan. How could a junior like Chinsho Yunting dare to overturn the former strategy? Arrogance, bellicosity, unprecedented extremism, coupled with immense power. These synonymous traits of the Yuzhibo were like a powder keg placed inside Mai. At the slightest provocation it might explode, and the only ones harmed would be themselves. Tuanzang, who had witnessed the arrogance and self-will of Yuzhibo Ban, bore a deep shadow in his heart. He did not wish to see another such being born within the Yuzhibo clan. Therefore, for the future of Mai, a leader like the Fourth Hokage, who had completely deviated from Yui's original path, must die. As for the possibility of failure, Tuanzang shook his head. No one understood the power of the inner Xishan seal better than he. The Xishan squad had been established from the very beginning with the purpose of taking down powerful ninjas in a mutual destruction. Therefore, during their training, they were not trained in the ninja mode, but rather focused more on speed, concealment, stealth, disguise. Even their chakra reserves were extremely low to avoid detection by the enemy. The purpose was to make the enemy let down their guard, so that at the critical moment, they could bare their fangs and deliver a fatal strike. By the time the enemy noticed something wrong, it would already be the moment of their death. To deal with the Fourth Hokage, the Jinbu had laid out an intricate plan. With all 4 members of the Xishan squad deployed, Tuanzang, who had invested so much effort, believed that even if the Fourth Hokage possessed the wood style, he could never escape such a deadly trap. You can only blame yourself for standing in Yui's way. Tuanzang's tapping fingers paused, his eyes full of sharp light. Time passed minute by minute. The sunlight outside had dimmed considerably compared to before. The tapping sound inside continued, even quickening, revealing the master's increasingly anxious state of mind. According to the time, the messenger should have arrived. Why hasn't he come yet? Has something gone wrong? Having not moved from his spot for several hours, Tuanzang's brow furrowed involuntarily, and he even began subconsciously to consider another possibility he had previously been unwilling to mention. If the plan failed, and the Fourth Hokage was still alive, what then? If that were the case, what to do next? Perhaps he had no longer considered it. What he really needed to worry about was himself. Because the profound sealing technique of the inner Xishan seal could now only be obtained and mastered within Mai. And this sealing technique, rated as rank, could only be accessed by a few high-ranking members of Mai. Chinsho Yunting was no fool. Without guessing, he would know it was most likely Tuanzang's doing. Although the Xishan squad would die cleanly, leaving no evidence, since this situation had occurred, the other party might not kill him due to lack of evidence, but the thunderous blow that should come would definitely not be spared, and outsiders would have nothing to say. In that case, it would be a complete loss. Tuanzang's hand gripping his cane tightened with all his strength. In fact, he had been fully aware from the beginning that once the Xishan squad was deployed, there would be no room for turning back with the Fourth Hokage. So it must succeed. It could only succeed. Thinking of this, Tuanzang's single eye was as firm as a wolf's gaze. But some things do not change according to human will. Just then a creaking sound of the door being pushed open echoed. Tuanzang's body jolted suddenly. With the Umbu watching outside, his subordinates could not enter so blatantly, and the old servant would not come in without notice, so the visitor was. He slowly raised his head, and a glaring redand white hem instantly came into view. The glaring red and white corners of the robe were unmistakably the Hokage's divine robe that Danzo was all too familiar with, and had always hoped to wear. So the plan has failed. As Danzo watched the person in the Hokage's divine robe push the door open, and then turned his gaze to the young and familiar face, his heart suddenly contracted, and his previously straightened back slumped as if all the air had been let out. It truly has failed. Meanwhile, Yunting strode in, his tone cold and unmasked, as he said, "Danzo, are you surprised and regretful to find out I'm not dead?" At that moment, the atmosphere in the room became exceptionally oppressive. After a few breaths, Danzo suppressed the tremor within his heart and forced a calm expression as he asked, "Why do you say that, Fourth Hokage?" "I have been under house arrest for some time, and am unaware of events outside. If there is any misunderstanding, please clarify it, Fourth Hokage. Seeing Danzo's reaction, Yunting sneered coldly. The four-symbol seal technique. Elder Danzo indeed possesses remarkable skills. When did Root manage to cultivate such powerful four death warriors? The four-symbol seal technique. I do not understand why you would say that, Fourth Hokage. The roster of Root is known to you, Fourth Hokage. Such people do not exist. At this point, Danzo could only deny. Even if everyone could guess the outcome, as long as there was no solid evidence, he, as a senior elder of the Konoha Advisory Council, would not have to worry for his life. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. Seeing this, Yunting naturally understood Danzo's thoughts. He mocked with a smile. It's surprising to see someone who claims to selflessly contribute to Konoha now behaving like a coward for personal gain. Danzo, you truly disappoint me. If at this moment Danzo had shouted for Konoha and ripped open his robe to unleash the four-symbol seal technique to perish together with him, then he would have regarded him a little higher. However, from the looks of it now, this old man had already assumed the posture of watching his allies stand still when the future. Danzo wanted to rebut, but Yunting had grown tired of talking and directly announced the four-symbol seal as a high-level sealing technique of Konoha is being used by an enemy against the Hokage. This is a grave matter. Only a few high-ranking Konoha members are qualified to master the former, and only the Umbu and Root possess the capability to cultivate death warriors and have a powerful intelligence network to assassinate the Hokage. The Umbu are all my people. They cannot harbor death warriors, so the greatest suspicion falls on Root. Although there is no direct evidence, serious suspicion is still serious suspicion. Before sufficient evidence is found to conclude this case, Root will cease operations, and its personnel will temporarily join the Umbu. As for you, Elder Danzo, who is also under serious suspicion, your house arrest will be indefinitely extended until you can prove your innocence, and no one is allowed to visit you. After saying this, Yunting flicked his sleeve, no longer interested in hearing Danzo's arguments, and turned to leave. However, just as he was about to exit, he suddenly thought of something, and turned back, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Danzo, and said, Danzo, I would be very pleased to see the infamous pawns of the dark side of ninjas getting their claws broken, forever confined in this small room, their remaining years becoming that of a clawless tiger for the world to watch. I think this would be a fitting punishment for you. Of course, you could also ignore my orders and go out on your own. In that case, I would happily put an end to your life. At that time, no one else would have a word to say. With that, he left, leaving behind an air of chilling silence. To the victor go the spoils. As a loser, the moment Danzo saw Yunting appear, he already had accepted the loss of everything and sunk down, waiting for the future's determination. He had experienced such moments before in his previous encounters with Hiruzen. However, when Yunting's last words echoed in his ears, especially the phrase "a clawless tiger for the world to watch," no matter how much he tried to comfort himself, his heart remained difficult to express, as if it had opened a dye shop. Regret. Danzo sat still for a long time, not moving. After leaving Danzo's house, Yunting waved his hand. In an instant, an Umbu ninja appeared before him, respectfully saying, Hokage-sama. Double the personnel, monitor. Furthermore, include the Byakugan ninjas in the team. I need to know everything Danzo does every day, Yunting ordered. Previously, because Danzo was only under house arrest for a year as a minor punishment, his status as an elder still held weight, so Yunting could not treat it like a criminal case when sending people to monitor him. This leniency allowed Danzo's subordinates to find an opportunity. Now he would not be so indulgent anymore. Not only would he strictly monitor Danzo's every move, but he also had other plans for those Root subordinates. As loyal members of ROD, even if the curse seal on them was lifted, they would still continue to serve Danzo in secret due to years of brainwashing. Therefore, pausing Root's operations and incorporating them into the Umbu was merely a temporary measure. Yunting would have further arrangements later. 3 days had passed since Yunting returned to Konoha. During this time, his assassination incident naturally spread. What ordinary villagers knew was only about his overwhelming prowess in counter-killing over 30 ninjas. After all, those 20 or 30 corpses brought back were not fake. As for the even more perilous four-symbol seal assassination, it only circulated among Konoha's higher-ups, the ninja clan, and a few upper ninjas. After all, this was an internal conflict within Konoha, and it was not good to let it spread. Including Yunting, everyone tacitly limited the matter to a select few and concealed it from the general public. Of course, just because it was concealed did not mean Yunting would not seek revenge for it. The ruthless punishment against Danzo and Root had already spread among the ninja community. For this reason, the two Konoha advisors Mito Gate Flame and Tsunade Koharu, who had rarely visited before, could no longer sit still and came together. Fourth Hokage, punishing Elder Danzo like this without any evidence of assassination seems a bit out of procedure, doesn't it? In the Hokage's office, Mito Gate Flame questioned Yunting. As a member of Konoha's advisory council, Danzo was the most powerful elder among them. However, now the latter had lost everything overnight, ending up under house arrest at home, which only worsened the already diminishing influence of the Konoha Advisory Council under Yunting's increasing power. Thus, for both public and personal reasons, Mito Gate Flame and Tsunade Koharu had to make an effort to see if they could rescue Danzo. They even specially called upon the retired Sarutobi Hiruzen, but unfortunately the latter did not agree. At this moment, facing Mito Gate Flame's questioning, Yunting, who was processing documents, merely glanced up and said lightly, the four-symbol seal technique is only accessible to high-ranking members of Konoha. If it weren't Danzo, then was it you, Elder Flame? Mito Gateflame was startled and hurriedly waved his hands in denial. As a Konoha advisor, I would never engage in an assassination of the Hokage. Indeed, Elder Flame and Elder Koharu, you would have no such motives. But what about Danzo? Yunting's lips curled into a cold smile as he said, as an old comrade of several decades, I believe you are well aware of Danzo's character. Mito Gateflame and Tsunade Koharu fell silent. It was precisely because they understood that they had no major complaints about Yunting's punishment, which was so out of line and bypassed procedures. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was reluctant to step forward. Now the only thing they both wanted was to rescue their old friend. As for ROD, they had long since given up on it. Aside from power struggles, Danzo had fought alongside them for decades for Konoha and made significant contributions. As elders, they did not wish to see the others' remaining years end in the identity of a criminal. Inside the Hokage's office, Mitaminen was about to say something more, but Yunting interrupted him impatiently. Let's stop discussing evidence. For ninjas, they naturally have the ability to judge things. Some matters are clear to anyone with a shred of intelligence. They merely choose to feign ignorance for the sake of Konoha. That is all well and good, but punishment must be meted out. If a crime as grave as the assassination of the Hokage is handled with leniency, how will others view the Hokage in the future? Where will the Hokage's prestige stand? Where will Konoha's prestige stand? Harsh words were spoken without any courtesy from Yunting, demonstrating his unwavering resolve. Mitaminen N and Koharu Yutane sighed deeply, feeling utterly helpless. They could only blame Danzo for having gone too far in this matter. Yunting wasted no more time on this issue and promptly saw them out. If the two elders have nothing else, I'm afraid I must end the audience here. I have many matters to attend to at present, especially the numerous agreements with the Land of Fire that need to be resolved. Time is pressing, and I cannot afford further delays. Mitaminen could say nothing more. Seeing Yunting's firm stance, he knew his mission had come to naught, so he rose and bid farewell. Then the fourth Hokage should attend to your own affairs. But allow me one final reminder, though Konoha's younger generation has risen, you must not forget the immense contributions made by the predecessors to this village. Danzo. His merits to Konoha far outweigh his faults. With that, he turned and left, accompanied by Koharu Yutane, who had remained silent and cold-faced throughout. Only after they had departed did Yunting raise his head again, glancing at the closed door with a dismissive sneer. Even if his merits outweighed his faults, could that absolve the treasonous crime of assassinating the Hokage? These old fogies have been perched on high for too long, treating Konoha as their own private domain. As for others, they are never regarded as equals. Even as Hokage in their eyes, he was but a junior. Juniors should respect and follow the elders, for the latter are the true pillars of Konoha. Thus, the killing of a junior by an elder is merely a momentary lapse of selfishness. An admission of error, an apology, a promise not to repeat, and a modest compensation should suffice. There is no need to dwell on it. After all, this is a great contributor who has shed blood and tears for Konoha. This was the sentiment underlying every word of Mitaminen N. Even their joint plea for leniency was rooted in this mindset, and they saw nothing wrong with it. No wonder Akimichi Torafu, their fellow disciple, was rarely heard of associating with them. No wonder the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, now seldom involved himself with them. The latter was after all more reasonable and discerning. As for these two, they owed their positions as advisors to the fact that they were disciples of the second Hokage, fellow disciples of Hiruzen, and had survived long enough to accumulate seniority. In terms of true ability, Hiruzen and even Danzo far surpassed them. Fortunately, the former had wisely retired to enjoy his post-retirement life, while the latter was now confined by Yunting. The remaining two, isolated and weak, posed no threat to Yunting, who now held the reins of power. He could naturally refute them without mercy. Were it not for the fear of causing too great a stir, he would have killed Danzo outright. But to execute an advisor of a ninja village without conclusive evidence was unprecedented among the 5 great shinobi villages. Yunting, caught in the political chessboard, could not recklessly overturn the table. After all, he was no longer a barefoot man unafraid of wearing shoes. Occupying the high seat of the Hokage, one could not always act on impulse. Even with great power, one must not willfully tear everything down. It is like a nation. You may be the sovereign on high, wielding great power, but if you treat your ministers as less than human and drive them to resign en masse, what good is your power? Your edicts might not even leave your bedchamber. Maintaining the systems and rules that bind people together is crucial. Even the mighty Hashirama Senju relied on a multitude of talents to keep Konoha running, and Yunting was no exception. Thus, even though it was obvious to all that the one capable, willing, and scheming enough to assassinate the Hokage was almost certainly Danzo, he could not be killed without irrefutable proof. Especially since Danzo, as an advisor to Konoha, and for a long time the Hokage's assistant, wielded influence that extended far beyond the root. The ninja clan's administrative departments, the broader ninja forces, especially the hawkish faction, many of them leaned. Yunting's ability to impose the punishment of imprisonment and dissolution of root, which bordered on exceeding the rules, was also due to his reputation as a senju possessing would release the immense prestige it brought, and the understanding that his fury at escaping the 4 symbols seal assassination plot was understandable, so some overstepping was tolerated. But if he now revealed his intention to kill Danzo, one could imagine the flood of dissuasion from all sides. He could of course go his own way, but the resulting rift would be difficult to heal with time. For Yunting, this would undoubtedly be a loss outweighing any gain. Moreover, as he had said to Danzo earlier, a mighty tiger stripped of its claws and fangs caged for display is a form of punishment more humiliating than death for the former king of the mountains. Yunting had already locked the tiger in its cage. Now it was time to sever all its claws and fangs. Yunting. Soon a high-ranking Umbu operative in beige uniform and masked appeared before him. Have all root ninjas been accounted for? Yunting asked. The Umbu high-ranking replied. Reporting to the Hokage, all root personnel currently on duty have been taken in and fully accounted for by the Umbu. In that case, extract them again and form them into squads to carry out the most dangerous missions, Yunting said coldly. From the very beginning, he had never considered absorbing root. He knew it was impossible. His initial move to incorporate them into the Umbu was mainly to fully understand and master the information about root. After that, it would be time for these people to sacrifice everything for Konoha. Since root had been the blade of darkness for Konoha, and these individuals had abandoned all emotions upon joining root, putting missions above all else, then it would be a pity to use such a sharp blade against one's own, or simply discard it. Now with the borders of the land of fire, land of lightning, and land of water plagued by constant conflict and numerous missions, it was fitting to send these people to support them. Even if they died in battle, it would be a regretless end for them. In short, for the ticking time bomb, that was Root Yunting plan to use them as a blade that would never return. This way he could both gain benefits for Konoha and gradually weaken, then completely destroy Danzo's power. The struggle for power is indeed cruel. For these root ninjas deeply branded with Danzo's mark, Yunting did not treat them as traitors, but informed them of their posthumous affairs as heroes of Konoha. One could say he had done his utmost. Of course, there might still be some hidden survivors like the Four Symbols squad who were not recorded on the roster and had slipped through the... But with funding, logistics, intelligence, and everything else now gone, these so-called survivors could not stir up any trouble. Even if they tried to contact Danzo again, the solid prison bars would only lead them into a trap. Yunting's resolve and actions to sever Danzo's claws were absolute. Time flew by, and we have now arrived in June of the 48th year of Konoha. For the village of Konoha, aside from the events surrounding Shimura Danzo a little over 2 months ago, nothing significant has happened since. Alright, if we were to talk about lively events lately, it would be the birth of a chubby baby boy, the son of Akimichi Choza, and to celebrate the newborn, named Akimichi Choji, he generously booked a barbecue restaurant to host a banquet for guests attending the full moon celebration. Yunting, who was invited, also contributed money for the celebration. But that is not the main point. What truly caught everyone's attention was the rumor that after the banquet, Akimichi Choza was carried back with a pale face. It was said that the total amount of money received as gifts was far from enough to cover the expenses of that day, and Akimichi Choza had barely managed to settle the bill without resorting to selling his pants. The reason for this situation was the uninvited Akimichi clan members who joined the feast. This served as a reminder to others that when hosting a banquet in the future, one must be cautious not to invite too many members of the Akimichi clan, otherwise the joyous celebration could easily turn into a funeral. Even Yunting, who was financially robust, fell silent when he witnessed the towering and hefty Akimichi clan members devouring the barbecue at an alarming speed, as if it were a race. In the end, the foresight Yunting cast a sympathetic glance at Akimichi Choza, who was smiling broadly in the crowd, his face glowing red, and shook his head as he left. He was someone who was soft-hearted and could not bear to witness the ups and downs of life. Sure enough, soon after, Akimichi Choza submitted a leave request for a week, citing practice errors as the reason, and when it reached Yunting, he gladly signed it and extended it to half a month with a wave of his hand. He had deeply experienced the hardships of poverty, so it was better to let him take his time to recuperate. In the Hokage office, after signing the last document, Yunting stretched widely and looked out the window. Above, the most eye-catching sight was undoubtedly the 4 Hokage statues on Hokage Rock. His own statue was on the far right, quite conspicuous. After all, he was the youngest and most handsome of all Hokage. Below, the bustling and lively streets of Konoha filled his view. Although not as massive as the capital of the Land of Fire, there were still many ninjas wearing forehead protectors coming and going, and numerous people jumping from rooftop to rooftop, adding a unique vibrancy to the place. Suddenly, Yunting's gaze sharpened as he focused on 2 pregnant women chatting and laughing on a distant street. One had black hair and the other had red hair. The former's belly was noticeably more pronounced. Yunting recognized both of them. They were Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina. Considering the timing, it wouldn't be long before Sasuke and Naruto were born. Yunting had arrived in Konoha in October of the 47th year, and he had been living here for over 7 months, which meant the QB incident was less than half a year ago. If he was still uncertain at the beginning, he now had ample confidence in the future. He withdrew his gaze from the 2 pregnant women and smiled calmly. From this year onward, a new generation of Konoha has begun to emerge. Among the Konoha 12, Niji Tenten and Lee were already born last year. As for this year so far, Yamanaka Ino, Haruno Sakura, and Akimichi Choji have also been born in succession. He had also contributed money for Yamanaka Ino. After all, many of the Konoha 12 were second-generation ninjas. As for Haruno Sakura, her father was just a chunin, so naturally he had no grand reason to invite him. Calculating this way, the remaining 6 would also be born successively in the second half of the year. A new chapter for Konoha was officially opening. However, Yunting calculated that he would have to give money for 6 more celebrations in the second half of the year. You see, Sasuke is the son of the Uchiha clan leader, and as Hokage he would obviously need to congratulate him, especially since he now has a good relationship with the Uchiha. Hinata is the daughter of the Hyuga clan leader, the future heir of the main family. The Hyuga clan had previously helped him during the Orochimaru incident, so he also had to go. Additionally, Shikamaru, Ino, and Kiba are all children of clan leaders and second-generation ninjas. He couldn't neglect any of them, and had to express his regards individually. As for Naruto, both Minato and Kushina are top-tier combatants of Konoha, and as Hokage, he could not allow such allies to disappear. Thus, he would inevitably change the fate of these two. Therefore, he would also have to attend Naruto's full moon celebration. After all, Minato is now his capable assistant, and he couldn't afford to disregard Kushina, the host of the Nine Tails. Adding it all up, it seemed he would face quite a financial drain in the second half of the year. Although he had a rich family background, he felt uncomfortable with the one-sided nature of social obligations. It is important to note that this is only the beginning. Who knows what other celebrations for various children would occur in the future, such as full moon celebrations, 10th birthdays, marriages, and funerals. As Hokage, even if he didn't attend, he would still have to give money. Would he ever have an opportunity to reciprocate these social favors? Yunting thought for a moment, and sadly shook his head. The only event he could host to receive gifts would be his own wedding. But it seemed unlikely to happen in the near future. Tsunade, that woman, was indeed impervious to persuasion. For him, the road ahead is long and arduous. What if? He considered changing partners. After thinking for a while, Yunting quickly shook his head in seriousness. For the sake of the Senju clan's legitimate bloodline, for the inheritance of wood release, and for the wishes of the clan elders, if he does not go to hell, who will? Oh, I am truly too great. In the Whetbone Forest, Yunting arrived here with great familiarity. After greeting a small living slug, he as usual came to the training ground to continue his sage arts training. Calculating the time, he had been practicing sage arts for over half a year. Without relying on the system, he was now able to absorb natural energy from the surroundings independently, without assistance from the slug. Although he had not fully mastered it, yet it was merely a matter of time if all goes well. This seemed to take longer than Naruto, as the latter appeared to have greater natural talent for sage arts. However, the reality was not so. Yunting was practicing the Whetbone Forest sage arts, which was undoubtedly much more difficult compared to the Myaboku Mountains techniques. Additionally, Naruto practiced sage arts all day, while Yunting, due to his duties as Hokage, could only spare limited time each day, and sometimes had to interrupt. Naturally, this extended the time he needed for training. Ultimately, the sage arts Yunting needed to master were not the kind that could be charged for 2 hours and used for 5 minutes, but rather the kind that could stay powered on for a long time, as demonstrated by his ancestor, making it inherently more challenging. Considering all these factors, it was perfectly reasonable for Yunting to be slower than Naruto. The cultivation begins. Yunting sits calmly by a lake filled with natural energy, liquid, breathing in the overwhelming natural energy visible to the naked eye, as instructed by the living slug. Due to the environmental influence, the natural energy in the Whetbone Forest is not only denser than in the other two sacred places, but also more vibrant in terms of life characteristics, because of the living slug. This is undoubtedly very comfortable for Yunting, who possesses wood release. Hence, compared to others, the risk of him being petrified during his cultivation of immortality techniques is much lower. Half an hour later, just as Yunting was wholeheartedly continuing his cultivation, a sudden white smoke erupted in the Whetbone Forest, and a figure walked out. Now only Tsunade could reach this place. She approached Yunting's cultivation spot with a clear purpose, not disturbing him, but standing with her arms crossed, staring intently at him. This kid looks like he has made progress compared to before. There is indeed a great possibility that he will master the Whetbone Forest techniques after Grandpa. Although this is a great thing for the Senju clan, and Konoha, the thought of her previously falling for this guy's wager infuriated her. So cunning. Tsunade habitually snorted. She was now very worried about what unfavorable conditions the other party might propose. As for backing out of the bet, although Tsunade always loses at gambling, she has a good reputation and never owes anyone money. The most is just delaying payment for a while. Although this period might be a bit long, she would eventually repay it right. As for Yunting's demands, at that time would they drag on? Tsunade thought for a moment and reluctantly shook her head. No way. Now, because of the wood release experiments, she could meet Yunting frequently. How could she delay? After witnessing Yunting's demonstration of wood release, and now seeing a technique she had tried and failed with about to succeed in his hands, how could Tsunade not feel envious? Especially since she had recently heard that there were some advancements in the wood release experiments, there was no way she would stay away. So everything returned to the initial question. What would she do if Yunting made unfavorable demands? When Yunting completed a cultivation cycle and opened his eyes to see Tsunade, he noticed the rapid changes in her expression. He walked up to Tsunade thinking she would react, but she seemed lost in thought, so he waved his hand in front of her eyes and playfully shouted, "Hey!" Tsunade was suddenly startled and instinctively jumped back. After realizing it was Yunting, she huffed, "You little brat. What are you going crazy about?" Yunting smiled and curiously asked, "What were you just thinking? You didn't react when I walked up to you. That's not like you." Naturally, Tsunade wouldn't reveal what she was thinking. Seeing Yunting still in his shorts while cultivating, she changed the subject. "Why aren't you properly dressed? Do you think your little kid body looks good?" "It's certainly not as good as yours." Yunting shrugged and replied honestly. The woman in front of him was well endowed, and he hadn't found anyone in Konoha who could compare to her in terms of physique. Boom. Just as Yunting's words fell, a thunderous sound erupted. The living slug nearby glanced up and then continued with its own business as if nothing had happened. 15 minutes later, on a ground pockmarked with craters and broken trees, Tsunade, who showed no signs of redness or breathlessness, brushed the dust off her fists, feeling refreshed all over. What had appeared to others as an intense battle was merely an appetizer in her eyes. Yunting shared the same sentiment. After all, in terms of physical endurance, the Senju clan and its close relative the Uzumaki clan were both renowned. Yunting had already put his clothes back on. Aside from some dust, his condition was similar to Tsunade's. He looked up at her. To be honest, in terms of physique, aside from lacking the overwhelming vitality brought by wood release, Tsunade was not inferior to him. Compared to previous Senju clan members, her potential for awakening wood release should have been the greatest. It's just a pity that she ultimately lacked some luck. However, now that the wood release research has made some progress, there was a glimmer of hope in sight. After the usual warm-up, Tsunade asked the most pressing question of the moment. How is the wood release research progressing? Yunting replied, not bad, there have been some breakthroughs. Through comparative research, Tsunade, your physique already meets the requirements to activate wood release, but it's lacking the influence of certain key factors, making the dormant wood release in your blood unable to activate. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for you to awaken wood release again. But I'm here. I was able to awaken wood release at my age because I inadvertently found those key factors. With me as the template, as long as we identify and cultivate these key factors, there is a high probability that you who already meets the conditions can also awaken. Of course, all of this still requires time and luck. The research team still has a long way to go before achieving final success. Tsunade, you need to be patient. Even a scientific master like Orochimaru requires a long time to achieve results in research, let alone Konoha's research team. Moreover, the research subject is wood release. In the past, countless forces have attempted research, but ultimately, aside from the one who inherited a subpar version of wood release, due to sheer luck, all others have failed. Yunting, however, had confidence in the wood release research he had established. After all, his unexpected awakening of wood release was extremely precious. Not to mention, the underground black market had offered an astronomical price of 800 million for his body, and the dozens of jonin sent by the Raikage initially only wanted to retrieve a bit of his blood. Additionally, Tsunade's own conditions also meet the criteria. If it were other Senju clan members, even if they found the key factors, their physique wouldn't meet the standards for awakening. Therefore, the prospects are undoubtedly bright. But as he said, the process is bound to be tortuous. It has been almost half a year, and the research has only made slight progress. If they were to wait until the breakthrough is completed, it would likely take years. As a mature single woman and a veteran of the Second Shinobi World War, Tsunade's temper is still fiery, but in certain aspects, she can still be reasonable. Although wood release holds a significant place in her heart, the excitement and urgency of rekindling a thought she had long given up on is something outsiders cannot imagine. Yet, being aware of the arduous process, she can suppress her urgent emotions. Occasionally, if she needs to vent, she can find Yunting, someone she knows so well that she doesn't have to worry about seriously injuring him. It's fine. After being disappointed for so many years, I don't mind waiting a few more years. Just consider it a gamble. If I lose, I won't be at a loss, and if I win, it will be a huge gain. Tsunade responded casually. Yunting heard this, and a strange look flashed across his face as he hurriedly said, I say, Tsunade, you must not take this as a gamble. Aren't you aware of how your gambling ends? Isn't that cursing yourself? Tsunade always loses at gambling due to the law of causality. He feared that her crow's mouth would ruin the wood release research he had built with significant investments in funds, manpower, and resources. Even if it succeeds, it would be even more terrifying. After all, every time she wins, someone important around her suffers greatly. Looking at it now, he was the one most likely to be affected due to their close blood ties. So this gamble must not be established. Nonsense. I am the great gambling god. Tsunade's light yellow eyebrows knitted tightly, and just as she was about to get angry, she suddenly remembered that this was a matter concerning her awakening of wood release. After recalling her past gambling results, she finally stopped deceiving herself and said with little enthusiasm, well, all right, no more gambling. Yunting breathed a sigh of relief. Wise decision. Then he thought of something and added, while this gamble cannot be established, Tsunade, please don't forget the wager we made. Oh, by the way, if the wood release research is successful, then Tsunade, you owe me a huge favor. Have you thought about how to repay it? After another passionate exchange, Yunting returned to the Hokage office, and before he could catch his breath, he saw Ritsuko Yamashiro walk in, reporting that Minato Namikaze had returned after completing his mission. Prior to this, upon learning of the exorbitant bounty on his head from the underground black market, Yunting, in a fit of anger, ordered Minato Namikaze to lead a team to clean out all the underground black markets in the Land of Fire. It has been 2 months. The reason for such a long duration is not that the underground black markets in the Land of Fire are particularly strong. Rather, it is because these rats have been hiding too deeply. Those trading locations are one thing, but the real difficulty lies in the vast intelligence network that has been built up over the years by the opposing side. Even with Konoha's capabilities, it would take considerable time to uncover them one by one to completely eradicate the network. As the person in charge of this operation, Minato Namikaze was not always out and about. He He would only lead the team to clean up once the intelligence department discovered a lead. During other times he continued to assist Yunting with the matters at hand. Yunting has always used capable subordinates like Minato's report of mission completion clearly indicates that the underground black markets within the Land of Fire have all. Indeed, after skillfully pushing the door open, Minato reported to Yunting, Lord Hokage, all 32 underground black market trading points and 106 intelligence points within the Land of Fire have been completely cleared. Additionally, during the cleanup process, we obtained numerous spoils which you can take a look at, Lord Hokage. Yunting took the detailed list compiled by Minato, and his eyes lit up upon seeing it. The cash alone seized from all the underground black markets in the Land of Fire amounts to 600 million, not counting the money stored on cards. Once we interrogate the captured individuals for their account passwords, the amount will only increase. There are also 113 highly valuable ninja corpses preserved from the underground black markets. In addition, there are over 200 crank and brank, as well as a few rank ninja technique scrolls, 6 precious ninja blades capable of conducting chakra, and countless shuriken, kunai, exploding tags, and other ninja tools. It can be said that this time Konoha has made a significant profit. For Konoha's finances, which have been continuously declining due to years of war, this is undoubtedly a major boost. Yunting's side, especially since the targets were underground black markets that always maintained a steady supply of resources. The latter has been entrenched in the ninja world for a long time and has long lost its vigilance. Caught off guard by Konoha's sudden strike, everything was unable to be moved, ultimately leading to a situation where they were. Looking at the list in his hand, Yunting harbored thoughts of expanding the scope of the attack, considering launching another raid outside the Land of Fire. However, he quickly shook his head. Not to mention that the underground black markets have already become alert, but sending troops to another country in the current ninja world situation would also invite misunderstandings and unnecessary incidents. Thus, Yunting merely entertained the thought before discarding the impractical idea. Now that the underground black markets in the Land of Fire have been annihilated, we need to ensure it is more thorough. We cannot allow them to rise again. Within the Land of Fire, aside from Konoha, no other uncontrolled large organizations are allowed, Yunting commanded. Minato, I will leave this matter entirely to you, as I just stated. Remember, we must not allow the underground black markets to reopen in the Land of Fire. Minato Namikaze replied earnestly, rest assured, Lord Hokage, I will do my utmost. Those who roam the underground black markets are mostly ruthless bounty hunters and rogue ninjas. These individuals entrenched within pose a potential security threat to Konoha and the Land of Fire, as they receive intelligence and protection from the underground black markets. Moreover, there are many well-known figures from Konoha and the Land of Fire on the bounty list of the underground black markets. Eliminating them is undoubtedly the right thing to do. As for the pressures from certain powerful individuals in the Land of Fire who have intricate ties to the underground black markets and are willing to act as protectors, since Yunting issued the mission, he has received many overt and covert persuading and threats. To these threats Yunting scoffed. If it were merely intimidation, he could overlook it, as a great person would not hold grudges against small matters. However, if they were to get serious, such as some claiming to cut off the war funding from the Land of Fire to Konoha or deliberately not cooperating with Konoha, then he would have to take serious action. Yunting is not a native of the ninja world, possessing power, but willing to act as a weapon while unwilling to point the blade at those noble high-ranking individuals. If truly provoked, he would not hesitate to eliminate all those who obstruct him, ensuring no traces are left behind. It should be known that in the assassination industry, he is a top figure. He is never lacking talents like that. After discussing official matters, Yunting then smiled and asked Minato, during this time, it seems many of our generation are becoming parents. Minato, you must be close right. Considering the time, Kushina isn't far off. Mentioning Kushina and thinking about becoming a father, a radiant smile could not be contained on Minato's face. Yes. If we calculate the time, Kushina will be due in about 3 months. Yunting said, I really envy you. When the child is born, remember to invite me for a celebration. Absolutely. It would be our honor to have you, Lord Hokage. With Yunting saying this, Minato could not help but imagine the beautiful scene of him and Kushina holding their child, receiving blessings from family and friends after the birth. In the future, Kushina will be a great mother, and he will strive to be a great father, raising their child Naruto to become a great ninja like the protagonists in the books. Seeing Minato's happy expression, Yunting secretly resolved that he would not allow the tragedy of the Namikaze family to occur in this life. Since he has replaced Minato as the fourth Hokage, then the responsibility of that night with the 9 tails, which originally belonged to Minato, should also fall upon him. The fate of Minato and Kushina will thus change. If Minato were to know all of this, he would undoubtedly set aside his Hokage obsession, without hesitation choosing to live with his wife and give Naruto a perfect childhood. As he was about to leave, Minato suddenly remembered something and helpfully said, Lord Hokage, among our acquaintances, it seems you are the only one who hasn't settled down yet. Do you have someone in mind? Do you need me to help introduce someone? Yunting's face darkened at these words. Why bring up such things now? So it turns out he is the only single one among their acquaintances. He refused with annoyance. As the fourth Hokage of Konoha, how can I let personal matters delay important village affairs? Now is a time of great turmoil for Konoha, and I need to devote more energy to it. As for matters of romance, that can wait until Konoha is safe and prosperous. No wonder you are the Lord Hokage. Minato expressed his admiration upon hearing this. Then a hint of shame appeared on his face. Has he been focusing too much on his wife lately? This won't do. The Lord Hokage trusts him so much, and Konoha is certainly not in a time of peace. He must gather his spirits and contribute even more to Konoha. With this thought, Minato's expression became serious, and he immersed himself even more in his work. Yunting was quite surprised to see this scene. The casual words he said were taken seriously by Minato. Truly, naively respectable. Thus, to express this respect, Yunting handed over a significant portion of his work to Minato. Then he happily led Ritsuko Yamashiro to leave work early. On July 7th, year 48 of Konoha, Inazuka Kiba, son of the Inazuka clan head, was born. Yunting contributed a monetary gift. On July 23rd, year 48 of Konoha, the renowned Uchiha Sasuke, son of the Uchiha clan head, was born. Uchiha Itachi instantly transformed into a devoted brother-obsessed sibling, and Yunting contributed a monetary gift. On September 22nd, year 48 of Konoha, Nara Shikamaru, son of the Nara clan head, was born. Yunting contributed a monetary gift. The very next day, September 23rd, Omanaka Ino, daughter of the Yamanaka clan head, was born. To show his regard for the nearby Yamanaka Ritsuko, Yunting contributed double the monetary gift. Among the remaining Konoha 12, only Naruto and the youngest Hinata had yet to receive a monetary gift from Yunting. However, as time steadily progressed, the former's birth was imminent. October 10th, year 48 of Konoha. This was an exceptionally special day. Earlier, the Konoha hospital had specifically chosen this date for the delivery of Uzumaki Kushina. Unlike before, Yunting postponed all his affairs early that day, making thorough preparations for Naruto's birth. Not only he but also the retired third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen came to lend a hand. This was because Uzumaki Kushina's childbirth was not merely a personal matter, but a critical event concerning Konoha's security, as she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. On that day, due to childbirth, Uzumaki Kushina would be at her weakest, potentially causing the Nine-Tails seal to become unstable. Everyone in Konoha understood the catastrophic disaster that would ensue if the Nine-Tails broke free. Additionally, there was the need to prevent external forces from exploiting the situation. Thus, not only did the third Hokage personally participate, but under Yunting's orders the entire village presented an appearance of outer calm while maintaining inner vigilance. All ninjas remained on combat alert, ready for action at any moment. Kushina had been taken to a secluded hideout specially prepared by the Umbu for the delivery. Not only were Umbu guards stationed nearby, but barrier techniques also surrounded the area. Of course, Yunting, who knew everything, did not believe this would be sufficient. So he had given Minato Namikaze the day off, allowing him to stay by his wife's side at all times. As for himself, after arranging everything, he would go to Uzumaki Kushina's location and stand guard outside. Unfortunately, he could not enter the delivery room. Otherwise, things would have been even more foolproof. Yunting, it would be best for Kushina to have a familiar and experienced companion in the delivery room. How about I ask Biwako to assist? At that moment, seeing Yunting free, Sarutobi Hiruzen made the suggestion. Yunting glanced at him, and to prevent the old man from losing his wife in old age, kindly declined. Biwako-senpai is indeed excellent, but I have already prepared a better candidate. With her, Kushina will be even safer. Sarutobi Hiruzen, not bothered by the rejection, asked curiously, "Who is it?" Yunting replied, "Tsunade." Tsunade. An expression of disbelief immediately spread across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Then he added, "Tsunade as a medical master is indeed the best choice. But is she willing to return to Konoha?" Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Tsunade's temperament well. In the past, he had tried to persuade her to return, but was rejected each time. Even now that Senju Yunting had taken power, she had not returned, revealing her resolve. "Just a temporary return. Third Hokage, rest assured. Since I said it, I can certainly accomplish it," Yunting said with full confidence. Then he told Sarutobi Hiruzen, "He'll be away for a moment and will return immediately," before vanishing in a puff of white smoke within the office. Reverse summoning technique. The experienced Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly deduced how Yunting intended to summon Tsunade back to Konoha from afar. However, he wondered when Tsunade and Yunting had become so close that he could make such a guarantee. If it were truly so, then the matters he had been persistently thinking about while staying by his side might indeed become reality. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. Regarding would release not only the Senju clan, but also Konoha deeply hoped that this immensely powerful bloodline limit could continue to be passed down. At the Shikatsu forest, when Yunting arrived, he did not see Tsunade, who had agreed to meet him punctually several days earlier. She must have been gambling again, having become too engrossed and lost track of time. At this crucial moment, she was actually standing him up. Fuming with anger, Yunting said to Katsu, "Katsu, you reverse summon that woman Tsunade here. You heard earlier that she and I agreed to meet at this time today." Katsu was a very principled entity. Under normal circumstances, without the contractor's permission, it would not perform a reverse summoning. Just like before when Tsunade, upon learning of Orochimaru's death, had hoped it would summon Yunting, but was refused. However, this time was different. Since both parties had an appointment, Katsu was not so obstinate and inflexible. Moreover, Tsunade had assured, patting her chest, that she would arrive on time before leaving a few days ago. Therefore, to uphold Tsunadesima's credibility, Katsu nodded in agreement. "Very well, Yunting-sama." Meanwhile, inside a gambling den in the Land of Rivers, Tsunade, clad in a green battle robe bearing the character Gamble, was shaking the dice cup with great excitement while shouting "big, big, big" with eager anticipation. At this moment for her it was a critical juncture. She would not respond, even if the gods themselves came. As for the agreed meeting with Yunting, it had long slipped her mind. Beside her, Shizun, holding a pink piglet named Tauntaun, could only watch tearfully as the money on the table dwindled piece by piece. If this continued, they would be sleeping on the streets again tonight. If only someone could stop Tsunadesima. Shizun cried out in her heart. The next second, as if answering her prayer, a puff of white smoke suddenly rose from Tsunade. When the smoke cleared, Tsunade, along with the dice cup in her hand, had vanished. Shizun, having witnessed this many times, showed no surprise. She knew that Tsunadesima had been summoned to the Shikatsu forest. Although she did not understand why she was summoned at this time, it was for her the best news possible. She wouldn't have to sleep on the streets tonight. Shizun's little face lit up with joy as she prepared to gather the money on the table. However, at that moment, a rough, hair-covered hand slammed heavily onto the money with a bang. Shizun looked up instinctively, only to see a menacing face full of fierce flesh smiling at her. Little girl, you know, when adults leave, children shouldn't run around, or they might get lost easily. Stay here until your adult returns, and you can continue the unfinished gambling on their behalf. That's not good, Shizun stammered. Nothing wrong with it. We're just taking care of you for your adult. As he said this, Shizun found herself surrounded by muscular tattooed men. Tauntaun was so frightened that it buried its head into Shizun's meager chest, leaving only its pink rear exposed. Shizun nervously gulped. Faced with this situation, she could only nod stiffly. Then okay. Thus Shizun took Tsunade's place at the gambling table. As for Tsunade, she was now holding the dice cup, looking bewildered, having arrived at the Shikatsu forest. Within the Shikatsu forest, Tsunade, who had just arrived, shouted in exasperation, Katsu, why did you summon me at this moment? I had a feeling I was about to win everything in this round. Win everything? Are you sure it wasn't you being the one cleaned out? Just then a familiar male voice reached her ears. Tsunade paused, then turned her gaze, and noticed Yunting was also there. Observing all this, Yunting spread his hands helplessly, and said, Tsunade, you didn't forget that this was our agreed meeting time, did you? The memory suddenly surfaced in her mind. Hearing this, Tsunade recalled that it was indeed true. Immediately she laughed nervously, haha, how could I forget? I had already planned to come over right after I finished the last round. Time was pressing, so Yunting refrained from exposing Tsunade's lie, and cut straight to the point. Right now Konoha needs your help, Tsunade. Come back with me to the village. Return to Konoha. Tsunade was startled, and reflexively shook her head. No. She was enjoying her freedom outside, and had no desire to return to Konoha's constraints. Moreover, there was a lingering barrier in her heart that prevented her from going back. Yunting was not surprised by Tsunade's reaction. That was precisely why he had waited until now to inform her. If he had explained this earlier, even if he managed to persuade her, there was no guarantee she wouldn't change her mind and vanish without a trace in the meantime, making it impossible to find her again. It was better to tell her and take her away on the same day. Seeing Tsunade shaking her head vehemently, seemingly impervious to reason, Yunting patiently explained, I'm not asking you to return permanently. Just for today. You can leave tomorrow without anyone stopping you. Tsunade still wore the expression of someone who had been well-read and refused to be easily fooled. Yunting continued, today is Kushina Uzumaki's due date. As a medical expert and a woman, I hope you can stay by her side during this time. Kushina is giving birth today. Time really flies. But even so, I don't see the need to go back. Having the Konoha hospital staff around Kushina should be more than sufficient, Tsunade said in surprise. Yunting shook his head. Kushina, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, is at her most vulnerable during childbirth, when the Nine-Tails seal is weakest. There is also the possibility of external forces launching an attack. Therefore, I need a powerful female ninja to protect her and prevent any unforeseen incidents. With your immense strength and exceptional medical ninjutsu, you are the most suited person for this task. After hearing this, Tsunade's attitude softened. With some hesitation, she said, Konoha's defensive forces are formidable, and with you Saratobi Sensei and Minato around, what could possibly go wrong? Yunting sighed. That may be true, but we cannot enter the delivery room. If an accident occurs, such as the Nine-Tails rampaging or an enemy infiltrating, we would need time to break in. During that time, Kushina and her child could be in mortal danger. As a woman, you can be with her at all times. And if something does happen, you have the power to suppress it. Tell me who else in Konoha is more suitable than you. Don't think of me. When it comes to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, not a single detail can be overlooked. We must ensure absolute certainty. I'm sure you understand the devastation that would befall Konoha if the Nine-Tails were to run wild. Additionally, I have received intelligence that a powerful enemy will specifically target Kushina today. So Konoha Tsunade fell silent. Though she was reluctant to return to Konoha on a personal level, she could distinguish between right and wrong in matters of great importance. Thus, facing the sincere request of the Fourth Hokage Yunting, she finally nodded slowly, and then emphasized, just this one day. Of course, just this one day, Yunting assured with a smile. He had finally succeeded in persuading her. With Tsunade protecting Kushina along with Minato Namikaze and himself standing guard nearby, the risk of a Nine-Tails rampage was minimized to the lowest possible level. All the preparations he could make were complete. Now it was time to thoroughly correct this great tragedy in the Naruto world. In the Hokage's office, Yunting reappeared, first nodding to the waiting Hiruzen Sarutobi, then biting his finger to perform the summoning technique. Poof! The white smoke cleared, revealing a human's eyes. Katsuyu. I'm sorry for the trouble, Katsu, Yunting said. It's no trouble, Lord Yunting, Katsuyu replied gently before using the reverse summoning technique. Soon another puff of smoke appeared, and Tsunade stepped out. I've finally returned after all. Looking around, she found herself in the Hokage's office. Then she glanced out the window at the familiar streets and could not help but sigh. Long time no see, Tsunade. Hiruzen Sarutobi greeted her with deep emotion. Tsunade turned to face her teacher, who was dressed in casual clothes. Without any pretense, she teased him bluntly. Old man, long time no see. You look even more energetic. What found a second spring? Ahem. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was in the middle of taking a habitual puff of his pipe, coughed for several seconds at his student's remark. Once he recovered, he retorted, nonsense. What second spring? You're never serious. Tsunade, after all these years, you're still as reckless as ever. Can't help it. He'll always be this young. Tsunade shrugged indifferently. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at his student, who remained youthful and unmarked by time, and then at his own wrinkled skin, momentarily speechless. Yunting listened with great interest to the banter between this unconventional master and student. Speaking of which, in the original timeline, Tsunade never returned to Konoha after leaving it, not even to see the third Hokage before his death, let alone have a face-to-face conversation. This time he had altered history. Coupled with what would happen to Minato and his wife, he felt he could call himself a dream-fulfilling master. After the master and student finished their reminiscing, Yunting said to Tsunade, "He'll have someone take you to Kushina, Uzumaki's location. He'll leave her in your care today." "He'll do what I promised." Tsunade waved her hand. "All right then," Yunting said, and summoned Riko Yamanaka to lead Tsunade to the secret location where Kushina was to give birth. Since returning from the capital of the Fire Nation, Yamashiro Ritsuko had changed back into a black silk body-hugging secretary outfit. The moment she walked in, Sarutobi Hizashi, being a lecher, instinctively cast a glance. Tsunade's expression shifted with a hint of amusement. After giving Yunting a half-smile, she followed Yamashiro Ritsuko. Cough. After the two women left, Sarutobi Hizashi coughed twice under Yunting's knowing gaze, and then, as if nothing had happened, he said seriously, "I didn't expect you to really bring Tsunade back, Yunting. With this, the protection of Kushina is absolutely foolproof." Foolproof. If one was unaware of the truth, Yunting also believed that such a level of defense must indeed be foolproof. However, thinking about the enemy's extraordinary infiltration abilities and their almost invincible presence akin to a bug in the system, Yunting didn't have that much confidence. "The matter of the Nine Tails is of great importance. Oh, I still need to go myself later," Yunting said cautiously. "Also, I will trouble the third Hokage to keep an eye on the village today to prevent any trouble from the rogue elements. The news of Uzumaki Kushina's pregnancy cannot be concealed from the outside world. After all, for such a long time the former has been seen with a large belly wandering around the streets, and it is not hard to determine her months of pregnancy and speculate when she will give birth. Of course, this speculation can only be accurate to the month, not the specific date. In the last phase, Uzumaki Kushina had been hidden by the Umbu, leaving no opportunity for external speculation. If nothing goes wrong with Kushina today, perhaps everything will remain peaceful. However, if something unexpected occurs, it is hard to guarantee that the spies from the outer villages won't take the opportunity to cause trouble. For this reason, Yunting specifically asked Sarutobi Hizashi to stay in the village to deal with any potential emergencies. After all, he is a seasoned ninja. Even though he is older, he still possesses a fearsome shadow-level combat power, which can certainly deter any threats. Moreover, after some observation, he found that Hizashi had indeed laid everything down and was enjoying his retirement life, which allowed him to feel at ease in letting him assist. "I understand, old friend. Yunting, you can rest easy and go to Kushina. I will take care of things here." Although he did not understand why Yunting insisted on going, Sarutobi Hizashi still respected the decision of the Fourth Hokage. In addition to not disappoint the latter's trust, "I must do my utmost today." On the rooftop of the Hokage building. After arranging everything, Yunting stood above, overlooking the surroundings. As always, Konoha remained prosperous. Villagers enjoying their lives wandered through the streets and alleys. For them, it was just an ordinary day. Little did they know that on this day, dangerous undercurrents were about to surge. As dusk approached, Uzumaki Kushina's delivery was nearing its later stages, and Yunting prepared to set off. He had never considered that Uchiha Obito would not receive news of Kushina's delivery. Even if Kakashi hadn't revealed this matter at his grave, with his formidable intelligence-gathering abilities, Obito could acquire all the information. In fact, compared to other forces, he could even find out the exact time and place of Uzumaki Kushina's delivery. Therefore, he must not harbor any delusions. Finally, glancing at the lively scene below, filled with laughter, Yunting swiftly vanished from the rooftop. No matter how prosperous the exterior appears, it can never cover up the falsehood and dirt within. At almost the same time, in a remote corner of Konoha, Uchiha Obito, draped in a black cloak and wearing an orange whirlpool mask, returned to the homeland where he had spent much of his time. His gaze coldly observed the bustling streets illuminated by lights from which he expressed thoughts completely different from before. From the very beginning, this ninja world has walked down a wrong path. War, bloodshed, slaughter. Even if one gains fleeting beauty, it is destined to be lost, and ultimately only greater despair awaits. Therefore, this hypocritical and despairing world must be changed. It shall be I who takes action, creating a perfect world of love and peace, where innocent beings need not suffer, heroes need not repent at graves, and lovers can remain together forever. Clearly aware of what he was about to do, Uchiha Obito firmly affirmed his belief. At that moment, a strange man wrapped in a pitcher plant silently rose from the ground beside him. Obito, O Lord Madara, we have located the position of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who is currently giving birth. It sounds quite painful. Giving birth is so troublesome for humans, why can't they be planted like us from trees? The speaker was White Setsu. Possessing the ability of the dandelion technique, he could easily traverse underground, while cloaking all traces of himself, making him the best at gathering information. Just like now, even though Konoha had hidden Uzumaki Kushina deep, he still managed to find her. Following this, Black Zetsu took over the conversation, speaking more seriously. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is in labor, unexpectedly accompanied by one of Konoha's legendary 3 Tsunade, along with the guarding Minato Namikaze outside, and possibly the Fourth Hokage arriving soon. This lineup is unimaginable. Lord Madara, what do you plan to do? Uchiha Obito's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment, then said, now is not the best time to act. Once the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has given birth, it will be her weakest moment, and the seal on the Nine-Tails will also be at its most vulnerable. At that time, acting will allow for easier control of the Nine-Tails, and we can use the newborn baby as leverage. Thus, the initial plan will also need to be adjusted. Zetsu, we may need your help later. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu exchanged glances and nodded. The former, having been commanded by the real Lord Madara to obey Obito, would naturally follow all of his orders. As for the latter, Konoha's weakening was beneficial to its grand scheme, so it would not refuse. Also, change out of the Akatsuki uniform. Now is not the time to expose the organization. After Uchiha Obito finished speaking, he set off as soon as Zetsu changed his appearance. As he set off, he suddenly noticed an elderly lady walking slowly, hunched over, one hand carrying a basket, and the other using a cane to make her way here with great difficulty. Uchiha Obito paused slightly, and then quickly vanished from sight, leaving behind only the lonely sound of the cane tapping on the ground in the night. Inside the secret base, specifically set up for Uzumaki Kushina, her anguished cries have echoed in the delivery room for quite some time. Beside her, Tsunade, revered by all medical ninjas in the ninja world, found herself seemingly unable to offer much. She had no experience in childbirth at all. In contrast, the doctors and nurses from Konoha Hospital who had delivered many newborns were much more useful than her. However, her presence was not without value. A person's reputation can provide a shadow of reassurance. With their idol watching over them, the Konoha doctors and nurses were filled with determination. When Kushina saw Tsunade had come, she felt a significant relief during her first childbirth. With this esteemed figure present, both her and her unborn child's safety felt much more assured. Every profession has its specialties. Tsunade, who had established the code of conduct for medical ninjas, naturally wouldn't try to show off. While observing Kushina's condition, she remained vigilant of her surroundings. Before coming, Yunting had specifically warned her that there might be enemies attempting to infiltrate tonight. Though she couldn't fathom how such strong external defenses would allow enemies to enter, she trusted Yunting and stayed alert. In this atmosphere, Naruto's journey into the world continued. The birth of a new life has never been a swift affair. Even with the chakra-infused physique of a ninja, one cannot simply pop a child out. Like any woman, it is a lengthy process. Since Kushina was pushed into the delivery room, more than 10 hours have passed. The time had transitioned from day to night, and while Kushina battled with the medical staff, they were all focused on her. Outside, besides the Umbu members dutifully guarding Minato, had been anxiously pacing outside the door for quite a while. Facing numerous enemies, including the Fourth Hokage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, he had never felt the slightest tension. Yet at this moment he was experiencing a complex mix of anxiety, excitement, happiness, and fear at the prospect of becoming a father. Not far away, Kakashi, who was on duty and specifically guarding here, glanced at his teacher before turning his attention to the delivery room just a wall away. There was his teacher's wife and her Suntoba-born child. Accompanied by October, witnessing the gradual growth of new life, Kakashi's previously cold heart began to warm. At this moment he appeared calm on the outside, but inside he was as tense as his teacher. "Senpai, are you okay?" Next to him, Yamato, who had been following Kakashi for some time, noticed that this usually calm captain seemed a bit off, so he asked with concern. "I'm fine." Prompted by Yamato, Kakashi quickly composed himself and replied softly. At present he was in Umbu and could not conveniently stay by his teacher's side. He could only do his part by guarding out. In the outside world, Yunting, who had been here for quite some time, was concealed within the canopy of a tree, not focusing on the base enveloped by a barrier, but carefully observing the surroundings, hoping to spot Uchiha Obito beforehand. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, no one appeared. It seemed that the other side would not choose to force their way in this. After all, this was not the original story, where Kushina was only protected by Umbu. The number of Umbu ninjas guarding here was not only greater, but also included Minato and Tsunade. If he were to join them, would Obito simply choose to give up upon seeing them? Thinking this way, Yunting decided not to wait passively, and revealed himself walking towards the base. "Who goes there?" The guarding Umbu members were very serious. Even upon seeing Yunting, they maintained their vigilance. After a thorough check and confirming there was no sign of transformation jutsu, they respectfully said, "Hokage-sama, good job. I'll go in and take a look." Yunting had no complaints towards the subordinates of the person in charge. After passing through the barrier and arriving at the entrance of the delivery room, Minato, who was anxiously pacing back and forth, noticed him and exclaimed, "Hokage-sama, you're here too." Yunting patted Minato's shoulder and said, "This is a matter of great importance. I had to come and see." Minato understood it was due to the Ninetales incident. Even so, he was undoubtedly grateful that Tsunade was specifically invited by Yunting, and with such tight security the latter had come to add an extra layer of assurance. How's it going? What's it like to become a father for the first time? Yunting joked with a smile. Minato scratched his head. Right now I'm quite worried about whether I can be a capable father in the future. Don't worry, it will definitely be fine. Even Naruto, who was raised freely, grew into a sun-filled righteous young man, let alone with both of you teaching. Yunting had more confidence than Minato. Then he turned his gaze to the door of the delivery room. Unfortunately, this world does not allow husbands to accompany their wives during childbirth like in the world he originally came from. The tradition of not allowing men inside the delivery room was still deeply rooted here. Without clear evidence of a threat, Yunting could not suggest breaking this tradition to allow Minato in. After all, if the husband did not have this thought, what would others think if he, an outsider, acted so? Fortunately, Tsunade had replaced the previous midwife inside. Plus, with Minato outside, he could quickly enter if anything went wrong. Looking at it this way, it wasn't too bad. Retracting his gaze and observing Minato, who had once again become anxious and was pacing in front of him, Yunting shrugged. Whether in his past life or this one, having never been a father, he could not empathize with the journey of becoming a father. At this moment, Minato truly lived up to his reputation as the fastest man in the ninja world. To prevent his head from getting dizzy from Minato's pacing, Yunting looked around, and upon spotting a notable white-haired figure, waved his hand. Kakashi. Kakashi without hesitation immediately approached and said, Hokage-sama. Yunting said, today is your teacher's day of childbirth, so put aside your Umbu duties for now. I'll give you a break, take off your mask, and accompany your teacher for a while. Though Umbu concealed their identities from outsiders, they were well aware of each other internally after working together for so long. Plus, Kakashi's distinctive white hair made him easily recognizable. Thus, there was no need to worry about exposing his identity here. Upon hearing this, Kakashi obediently removed his mask and came to Minato's side. Minato had recognized Kakashi when he arrived, but due to Umbu regulations they had not communicated. Now that the Hokage had made his stance clear, he felt no hesitation in patting Kakashi on the shoulder. At this moment, Minato indeed needed someone close to him by his side. As his only disciple, Kakashi naturally qualified for this role. Half an hour later, with a final forceful scream from Kushina, the loud cry of a newborn filled the delivery room. In the next moment, the medical staff, including Tsunade, let out a joyful sigh of relief. It's a boy. A nurse wrapped the newly born Naruto in cloth and handed him to Tsunade. As Tsunade carefully took Naruto, a pale and weak Kushina, gasping for breath, eagerly smiled and said, Lady Tsunade, let me hold my child. She wanted to see her child's face as soon as possible. Tsunade nodded in agreement. However, at that instant, an unexpected figure in a black cloak suddenly emerged from the ground beside the bed, swiftly reaching for Kushina on the sickbed without uttering a word. Just after the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had given birth, Tsunade, the only threat in the room, was distracted by the baby, making it the perfect opportunity for Uchiha Obito, who had stealthily infiltrated with the technique of absolute invisibility. However, he underestimated the capabilities of one of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. Bold moved. With a reminder from her instincts, Tsunade reacted surprisingly quickly. As she saw the cloaked figure emerge from the ground holding Naruto with one arm, she didn't think twice and stomped her foot hard on the ground. Crack, crack. Like an earthquake, a deep fissure spread from the point under Tsunade's foot, rapidly extending to Kushina's bedside, while the ground shook violently, the width of the crack expanding swiftly. Obito, preparing to grab Kushina, suddenly realized the distance between them was not closing, but rather increasing, causing his pupils to shrink. Fearsome power. He then propelled himself off the ground again, trying to reach for Kushina once more. However, at that moment, a sharp sound pierced the air and Tsunade had already positioned herself in front of him. Though holding Naruto in one arm, she did not diminish her fierce demeanor and threw a powerful punch with her other hand. Die for me. The striking force came with a ferocity that was completely incongruous with her delicate appearance. Obito had no doubt that if he took this punch, he would meet his end immediately. However, as long as he avoided being hit, he would be fine. Thus, he seemed to ignore the approaching fist and continued. Tsunade's eyes flashed with surprise, yet she did not hesitate to continue her attack. What followed, however, was completely. Despite landing a hit, the feedback was that there was no one there. What was going on? Then, as she saw her fist pass through the cloaked figure's abdomen without any obstruction and the latter continued forward unaffected, Tsunade was utterly shocked. She thought she had fallen victim to an illusion. However, her rich experience quickly dispelled that notion. At that moment, just as Tsunade's fist completely passed through Obito, the last part of his body was also breaking. Obito's eyes flashed, and he quickly flipped a hand that had been hidden behind him, instantly producing several explosive tags, which he quickly affixed to Naruto's wrappings. Seeing this, Tsunade furiously lunged at his arm, but his body once again became intangible, causing her attack. With that, this woman would no longer be able to stop him. Obito continued charging towards Kushina without looking back, and indeed that was the case. As the explosive tags on Naruto's wrappings began to sizzle about to explode, Tsunade had no time to think further, swiftly tearing the wrappings off and throwing them away. Then, with no time to dodge, she crouched down, shielding Naruto beneath her, ready to withstand the impending blast. Fortunately, at that moment, a very special three-pronged kunai suddenly appeared beside the wrappings, and just as the explosive tags were about to detonate, it along with the wrappings vanished from the delivery room. Not only that, but at almost the same time Kushina on the sickbed also disappeared. When Obito stopped and turned to look to the left, he saw a familiar golden figure coldly gazing at him, holding Kushina. The newcomer was Namikaze Minato. He had inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique within his wife to protect her. Upon hearing the commotion from the delivery room, he quickly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Although Tsunade's struggle with Obito seemed to take some time for such a strong opponent, the combat frequency was incredibly rapid, and the sound reaching the outside world also required time to travel. Thus, by the time Minato arrived, the scene he witnessed was already in its later stages. Fortunately, there was still time. Minato first used the Flying Thunder God to teleport away the explosive tags to prevent harm to Tsunade and his child, then quickly pulled Kushina away from the enemy. Even without using the Flying Thunder God, his speed was among the top in the ninja world. Obito naturally could not catch up. Coldly glancing at his former teacher, Obito suddenly said, "I didn't expect that the illustrious Yellow Flash would not falter at this critical moment." Minato, not understanding the situation, looked at the unfamiliar masked man and questioned, "Who are you?" "Who am?" Obito replied coldly with a smirk, shaking his head. "If you want to know my name, you'll have to see if you can catch me. But I don't think you'll have that chance." "Minato, be careful. This cloaked figure has the ability to let attacks pass through his body without harm when under attack," Tsunade reminded Minato while holding the crying Naruto. Before Minato could respond, a new voice suddenly echoed in the delivery room. Rather than explain, seeing is believing. As soon as the words fell, sharp wooden spikes suddenly erupted from the ground around Obito like venomous snakes, accompanied by the sound of slicing air mercilessly stabbing at his unprepared body. In the next second, the expected scene of blood and flesh flying did not occur. Clearly, Obito stood there, yet the surrounding wooden spikes seemed to pierce only the air passing through his body without leaving a scratch. Minato's expression tightened as he fully understood Tsunade's words. Obito, expressionless, directed his gaze towards the entrance would release. Fourth Hokage. There, wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robe, was Yunting, stepping confidently into the room. Inside the delivery room, in the Yunting of my Minato, Tsunade and Uchiha Obito faced each other. With such a lineup, it could be said that almost no one in the current ninja world could survive beneath them. However, Uchiha Obito was an exception. It must be said that Kimui is a rather overpowered ability, especially since he had transplanted Hashirama cells, showing no fear of the consumption of his Mangekyo Sharingan. It could be said that as long as he did not recklessly seek his own death, it would be nearly impossible for outsiders to kill him. At this moment, seeing Uchiha Obito surrounded, but neither dodging nor leaving, Yunting was well aware of this fact. Even if he possessed would release, he could not stop the opponent if the latter was determined to escape. After all, with Kimui combined with the ever-available Izanagi, the margin for error was exceedingly high. However, Yunting knew of a way to counter him. That was Kakashi's left eye, which also possessed the ability of Kimui. Although Obito's Sharingan, which belonged to him, had only activated the Mangekyo once during Rin's death, it was ultimately a fleeting moment. The latter could truly master it only after the start of the Shippuden arc in the original story. Naturally, the current Kakashi was far from achieving that. Thus, all Yunting hoped for now was that Obito would make a mistake. Given that the opponent showed no intention of escaping immediately, it seemed not entirely impossible. This is a space-time ninjutsu, isn't it? It can transfer one's real body to another location when attacked. I didn't expect that apart from the Flying Thunder God technique there exists such space-time ninjutsu in the ninja world. To avoid alarming the snake, Yunting naturally would not foolishly mention the name Kimui at this moment. However, using just now's probe, he could name its abilities under the guise of deduction so that Tsunade and Minato could be prepared. Sure enough, Tsunade and Minato showed expressions of realization. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito was taken aback, not expecting the Fourth Hokage to guess his background with just one move. To avoid prolonging the night and dreaming too much, he had no interest in answering, swiftly dodging through the wooden stakes and continuing to charge towards Kushina. Bang, bang, bang. A row of wooden stakes stood in front of Uchiha Obito. While Yunting was moving, he instructed Minato, "You use the Flying Thunder God to move Kushina to a safe location first. Tsunade, you do the same, take Naruto away first. Leave this to me." With a weak wife and a newborn baby, it would be difficult to exert strength here. It was better to first send them to safety. Tsunade and Minato, who had great faith in Yunting's strength, nodded without hesitation. Uchiha Obito's expression suddenly changed. If Minato used the Flying Thunder God to take Kushina away, then his long-planned revenge scheme would have no chance of being This was something he would never allow. No way. Uchiha Obito shouted immediately. "Here I come." The cheerful voice of Zetsu echoed in the delivery room. "Now it's my turn. Robe technique." In an instant, among those present, excluding Uchiha Obito and Naruto, who had not trained in chakra, Yunting, Tsunade, Minato, Kushina, and even the medical staff, who had yet to evacuate, suddenly grew white robes that absorbed chakra from their bodies, continuously swelling. Due to this disruption, the Flying Thunder God technique Minato had just prepared had to be interrupted, as he quickly focused his energy on the rapidly growing pale figures on them. Seizing this opportunity, Uchiha Obito rushed forward, finally making contact with Kushina. Just as his expression brightened, ready to use his ocular technique to send her into the Kimui dimension, suddenly a sharp pain struck his waist. Immediately his entire body was sent flying back like a cannonball. as the true owner of would release the robe technique, just used by Zetsu, could cause disturbances to others, but for Yunting these robes in his body were merely supplements. In an instant of their appearance he absorbed them cleanly, and his chakra not only did not decrease, but increased instead. This was the reason behind the swift kick he executed just now, without being affected. After being kicked into the air, Uchiha Obito spat out a mouthful of blood, before quickly stabilizing himself. Seeing Yunting in such a state, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, as he yanked out an iron chain to attack. Yunting, unafraid, charged forward, as well quickly extending one hand. The next second, just as he had anticipated, his palm passed through the opponent's body, without any obstruction. Swish! Swish! The iron chain whistled sharply through the air. As Uchiha Obito passed through Yunting's body, he suddenly yanked the chain behind him, viciously aiming to strangle Yunting's waist. Rip! Yunting was torn in half. At that moment Uchiha Obito had no chance to utter the famous line, "I will," for just as he made his move, another Yunting appeared before him. Behind him was merely a wooden clone. When did this happen? Uchiha Obito's expression changed drastically, but he had no time to think further. A sharp blade of light was already before him. Everything happened very quickly. The ambushed Yunting almost emerged from the ground at the moment Uchiha Obito truly made his move, swiftly swinging the Kusanagi sword he had taken from Orochimaru. In such a brief moment Uchiha Obito had no time to re-enter his intangible state. Instantly a spray of blood splattered into the air. Retrieving the Kusanagi sword, Yunting shook his head in regret. Although he had done his best, it was still a bit too slow. As the Kusanagi sword cut through Uchiha Obito's flesh and was about to go deeper, the Kimi finally arrived, causing the sword to be rendered ineffective. It seemed the sudden urge to finish off the opponent here had to be abandoned. At this moment Uchiha Obito was still quite inexperienced compared to his future self, and his use of Kamui was far from being as proficient as it would later become. However, due to this slip-up, if the opponent was now on guard, it would be very difficult to attempt another attack. Especially considering that the opponent likely also possessed Izanagi. It seemed that at this moment he would not dare to be overly confident. And indeed that was the case. Seeing the dire situation, Uchiha Obito quickly activated the Freedomo Sharingan in his left eye, and then he looked at Yunting with extreme caution. At this moment, he had a long wound across his chest, blood flowing profusely, looking quite disheveled. Since awakening his Mangekyo, especially with the ability of Kamui, he had always defeated his enemies with ease. He never expected that after barely starting a fight with the Fourth Hokage before him, he would be heavily injured by him. This undoubtedly left him with a deep psychological scar. Swish! Swish! He threw several kunai from his hand, but seeing them pass through Obito, Uchiha, without any resistance, Yunting shook his head, and without wasting more time summoned another wooden clone to help Minato remove the cloak from his body. Not only was Obito Uchiha present, but there was also Zetsu watching in the shadows. To avoid any mishaps, he still wanted Minato to quickly take Kushina and leave. Meanwhile, he himself blocked Obito Uchiha's path, his bloodstained Kusanagi sword tracing arcs in the air as he calmly stated, "When you attack, or rather when you are about to truly touch a person or object, your body becomes tangible. Am I correct?" Hearing Yunting's words, Obito Uchiha's face twitched violently. In his eyes, the Fourth Hokage before him was his nemesis. He had figured out his ability so quickly. This forced him to acknowledge a reality: with the current strength on his side, there was almost no chance of taking Kushina away again. This meant his original plan to release the Nine Tails and destroy Konoha would come to nothing. He was deeply unwilling. Even if the original plan couldn't be completed, he couldn't let the Konoha folks have it easy. As Obito Uchiha thought this, his gaze subtly caught Kushina's movement as she looked at Naruto in Tsunade's arms. As a mother, Kushina had not yet seen her son's face even once. With the crisis not yet resolved, even though she knew Tsunade was protecting Naruto, her worry made her glance over from time to time. Seeing this, Obito Uchiha's eyes lit up, and he coldly chuckled, deliberately saying, "Since I can't capture the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he'll take her child as compensation." As he spoke, a spiral distortion force suddenly erupted from the eye socket beneath his mask, and he quickly vanished into the next instant. Space twisted before Tsunade, and a hand from Obito Uchiha abruptly emerged from within, reaching for Naruto in her arms. Among everyone, thanks to her powerful chakra control, Tsunade was the second to quickly rid herself of the cloak inside. Although the enemy's appearance was very strange this time, with Yunting's summary of his ability just now, she was no longer unfamiliar and quickly took defensive measures. However, her confidence in herself did not mean that Kushina, whose view was blocked and unaware of all this, could feel at ease. Especially after seeing the black-robed man's even more bizarre method of appearance, she couldn't help but cry out in panic, "Naruto," and hastily leaned forward to look. Concern leads to chaos. It was precisely this maternal love that gave Obito Uchiha an opportunity. Facing Tsunade's obstruction, he withdrew his hand indifferently, then quickly turned and positioned himself directly in Kushina's line of sight. At the same time, beneath his mask, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his single eye socket emitted an ominous gleam. At that moment, his gaze met Kushina's exactly. Then the Mangekyo Sharingan activated. Cold damp. Inside the ceiling space, the enormous nine-tailed demon fox was coldly observing the prison that had held it for so many years, now at its weakest, when it suddenly sensed something and raised its head sharply, saying, a nauseatingly familiar scent. "That's the damn Sharingan's aura." As the words fell, Obito Uchiha's figure appeared before the prison. The Mangekyo Sharingan reflected the Nine Tails image. Looking at the immense-tailed beast behind the iron bars Obito sighed. Nine Tails, what a tremendously powerful force. The nine-tailed demon fox coldly glanced at him and said, another Uchiha. And from the power of your eyes you are only second to Uchiha Madara of old. The resentment of being forcibly controlled as a puppet by Uchiha Madara, beaten by the first Hokage and sealed inside a Jinchuriki for decades, it had never forgotten. Splash splash. Outside, the prison bubbles suddenly rose from the waterlogged ground, quickly forming a massive nine-tailed fox head. The head moved, then lowered itself maliciously, looking at Obito Uchiha right below, and said seductively, ambitious Uchiha, what brings you here? Do you wish to borrow my power? Then come closer, step up to the bars, and I will grant you immense strength. Obito glanced at it expressionlessly and said to himself, originally I intended to use the tail release seal to free you Nine Tails from the seal and throw you into Konoha as revenge. Unfortunately, that plan is no longer feasible, so we'll change my approach. Though the intensity is much lower, something is better than nothing. I imagine the Nine Tails Jinchuriki's rampage will be enough to give the Konoha folks a hard time. Without waiting for the Nine Tails' response, he reached out and grabbed, crushing the foam-like head, then cast a Mangekyo Sharingan-level illusion on its true body. Today, with the Nine Tails seal at its weakest, he could easily do this. Instantly, just as the Nine Tails was about to speak, its pupils turned red, and its rationality gradually faded. Then, with a ferocious, beastly roar, the immense chakra from within the Nine Tails erupted, instantly flooding the entire. As the violent red chakra swept over, Obito Uchiha had already vanished from the ceiling space with satisfaction. The flow of time inside the ceiling space is different from the outside. Just as Obito Uchiha deliberately made eye contact with Kushina, Yunting, sensing something amiss, was too late to stop. The next instant, the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern reflected in Kushina's pupils, and then a violent red chakra erupted, not only destroying the cloak on her body, but also forming a thick chakra cloak covering her. What's more, behind Kushina, one tail, two tails, a total of 4 tails instantly formed, and without any delay they lashed out fiercely at the nearest Minato. All this happened too suddenly. Unable to act in time, Minato, in his rational mind, could only set down his wife first and dodge the attack of the 4 tails. Seeing this, Yunting frowned. Due to habit, he had always thought Obito Uchiha's goal was to extract the 9 tails from the Jinchuriki, so he never expected the enemy to lower his standards and do this. Fortunately, everything could still be remedied. Now it was just the 9 tails rampage, not its extraction, so Kushina was not yet in immediate danger of death. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Yunting and the others being held up by the rampaging Kushina, Obito Uchiha, who had achieved a small part of his goal, prepared to withdraw. A spiral spatial distortion once again rippled from his body. He gave Minato one last look and said, enjoy the gift I've brought to Konoha. Oh, you're leaving without calling me. Bye-bye everyone in Konoha. Then Zetsu, who had never revealed his true form, also cheerfully bid farewell. But the next second an accident occurred. The sound of 1,000 birds chirping suddenly rang out in the delivery room. In an instant, a flash of lightning, Kakashi, who had been lying in ambush in the shadows, dashed at high speed toward a spot on the ceiling. As someone who had earlier stood with Yunting and Minato, he had also heard the commotion in the delivery room. However, knowing his strength was far inferior to the two, he calmly chose to lurk in the shadows, waiting for a good opportunity. He had also been searching for the second enemy, who had stayed outside the battlefield and never shown himself. Just then, Zetsu's careless remark before leaving gave him a chance to discover him. Without any hesitation, Kakashi used his strongest Chidori at the moment and charged at him with incredible speed. Soon Zetsu's agonized scream came from the ceiling. At the same time, Obito Uchiha, who was about to disappear, also turned his eyes to stare fixedly at Kakashi until his entire body vanished completely. The enemy has retreated, but they left behind a troublesome situation. Would release thorn killing technique. Thick wooden pillars shot up rapidly from the ground, binding Kushina, cloaked in the chakra of the 9 tails, tightly like vines. However, it wasn't long before an explosion echoed. The sturdy wooden pillars were destroyed by the frenzied 9 tails chakra. When the irrational Kushina emerged again, a new tail had formed behind her. Seeing Kushina's body now completely covered in ominous deep red 9 tails chakra, almost unrecognizable, and the building swaying precariously, Yunting frowned and commanded, Tsunade, take Naruto and go first. Kakashi, notify the surrounding personnel to evacuate. Watergate, please evacuate all medical personnel from here. I will handle the situation with Kushina. Rest assured, I will safely deliver her to you later. Kakashi nodded swiftly without hesitation, while Tsunade could only glance at Naruto in her arms. Watergate gazed deeply at his wife, suppressing his anxiety, and acknowledged, then I leave it to you, Hokage. Roar. Just as Watergate finished speaking, a strange, beastly roar suddenly erupted from the now foxhead, Kushina, and her 5 tails slammed violently in all directions. Crack, crack. Debris flew and cracks rapidly spread across the floor and walls. The entire building where the delivery room was located shook violently. Move quickly. Yunting clapped his hands, and a wooden platform swiftly lifted the about to strike Kushina up, driving it into the ceiling. Kakashi and Tsunade, carrying Naruto, hurriedly rushed outside. Meanwhile, Watergate quickly adjusted his mindset using the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer the medical personnel who had no time to escape from the delivery room. Seeing Yunting nodding, he could now focus on dealing with the rampaging Ninetales. Whoosh. Now appearing as a smaller version of the Ninetales, Kushina's 4 sharp claws dragged long marks on the ground as she broke free from the wooden platform, charging towards Yunting at incredible speed. Hiss. The sound of Ninetales' chakra burning in the air grew closer. Yunting's gaze sharpened, and instead of retreating, he charged forward. Roar. Kushina let out a loud roar, her sharp claws aimed at Yunting. But Yunting was faster. In the next instant, he vanished from her line of sight. When he reappeared, he was like a ghost behind her. Boom. Yunting delivered a powerful kick, catching Kushina off guard, sending her flying as though struck by a truck, crashing through several walls and continuing to slam into numerous trees outside before finally stopping. Even so, when Kushina stood up again, there was still no sign of injury on her body. Or rather, the previous injuries had quickly healed. However, having taken such a heavy kick, Kushina was now extremely furious. The angrier she became, the more violently the Ninetales' chakra surged within her. Soon a 6th tail began to form behind her. Even the 7th tail was on the verge of taking shape. Yunting could no longer remain calm. Boom. A piercing sound explosion erupted. He flashed forward at incredible speed to Kushina's front, delivering another punch that sent her flying, interrupting her transformation. Boom. Trees were uprooted one after another. In pain, Kushina unleashed her 6 tails and fought fiercely against Yunting. To put it seriously, even in the 6-tailed state, Kushina was far stronger than Naruto would be in the future. Because at this moment she was sealed with the complete form of the Ninetales, while Naruto only possessed the yang attribute of the Ninetales, representing half of her power. Of course, even so, she was still being suppressed and beaten by Yunting. Merely being in the 6-tailed state was completely insufficient against the latter, who was at the peak of power in the ninja world. Bang! Another punch struck her face, and Kushina, unable to dodge, was sent flying, dragging a long trench on the ground. Yunting was relentless, and as she attempted to rise, he struck again, this time hitting her in the abdomen. In an instant, dust flew and debris scattered as Kushina, nearly folded in half, was driven into the ground. Yunting did not give her another chance. Vines tightly bound Kushina's neck, limbs, and 5 tails. Then he opened his right hand, and a character for seat suddenly appeared in his palm. It's time to end this, Yunting said calmly. Just as he was about to move to suppress the Ninetales, an unexpected event. Yunting had ultimately underestimated how quickly the Ninetales could transform during the moment of the weakest seal. Just as he was about to put the final touch on today, Kushina, one of the main characters, suddenly vanished from his sight. Yunting's pupils constricted, and just as he was about to retreat, it was already too late. Boom. Kushina suddenly burst from beneath him. As if their roles had reversed with her desperate strike, Yunting was sent flying like a cannonball. A fierce wind whipped around him, and as he fell back, Yunting caught a glimpse of Kushina's 7th tail forming. Not only that, but her 8th tail was also defying logic, visibly growing rapidly. Bang! 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 He didn't know how many trees he crashed into, and when Yunting got back on his feet, most of his god robe was torn apart, and his chest, which had just been struck by Kushina, bore 5 bloody claw marks. This was the first time in a year he felt so disheveled. Fortunately, his Senju physique, enhanced by wood release, had excellent healing abilities. By the time he stood up, the wounds on his body had already scabbed over, and he could see that they would soon heal completely. However, Yunting could no longer afford to worry about that, because not far away, Kushina was already waving her 8th tail behind her. Moreover, her entire body was rapidly expanding. In the end, the Kushina, in Yunting's eyes, had nearly assumed the true form of the Ninetales. Or rather, she could now be directly referred to as the Ninetales. The eerie and surging Ninetales chakra rampaged above the forest, filling the air with an ominous aura full of taboo as an overwhelming pressure radiated from the Ninetales in all directions. At this moment, aside from Yunting, Kakashi, still holding Naruto, Tsunade, who had just returned from the Flying Thunder God Watergate, and numerous Umbu ninjas, all felt an overwhelming sense of dread as they looked up at the distant view of the enormous red figure with its tails dancing wildly, exuding a terrifying and bizarre chakra. Even if they had never witnessed it before, they instantly recognized it at first sight. It was the Ninetales. Furthermore, many people in the distant Konoha village suddenly felt an indescribable oppression at that moment. When the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stationed in the Hokage building, sensed it, he abruptly lifted his head and quickly looked towards the secret base, wondering, that aura. Is it the Ninetales? Having once witnessed the power of the Ninetales, he would never mistake it. Could something have happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow deeply. This was serious. Since there was nothing happening in Konoha village, he could no longer sit idly and rushed towards the direction of the Ninetales. At this moment, facing the immense pressure from the Ninetales, there was no one more affected than Yunting, especially as the latter was swiftly condensing a large, deep purple-tailed beast orb aimed directly at him. Boom. The Ninetales moved quickly. It was as if the heavens were collapsing. The massive tailed beast orb rapidly formed, and then without a moment's pause it surged towards Yunting, carrying boundless light like a bolt of lightning. Spirit communication, 5 heavy path of life gates. At this moment, Yunting, who would not easily give in, suddenly slammed his hands onto the ground. 5 enormous, ghostly-faced iron gates rose one by one in front of Yunting, blocking the path of the tailed. Compared to the triple path of life gates cast by Orochimaru in the past, this 5 heavy path of life gates from his own ancestor Senju Hashirama undoubtedly had a stronger defensive power. The next moment, as the tailed beast orb crashed into the 5 heavy path of life gates, a deafening sound erupted, while endless explosion of light burst forth from the point of collision, illuminating much of the night. When everything settled, looking at the last ghostly gate still standing, Yunting let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the tailed beast orb in the 8-tails state wasn't that overwhelmingly powerful yet. However, as the smoke cleared and he saw the 9th tail of the massive 9 tails beginning to take shape behind Yunting, fell silent for a moment before his gaze instantly filled with sharpness. He could not allow the 9th tail to manifest. If that were to happen, even if Kushina did not have the tailed beast extracted from her, she would be completely eroded by the 9 tails, leaving no possibility of revival. So I can only use this move. Yunting did not hesitate any longer, and suddenly brought his hands together with a clap. Instantly, deep red patterns rapidly appeared at the corners of his eyes, and formed a circular pattern on his forehead. At the same time, an abundance of natural energy surged within Yunting, and after perfectly merging with his chakra, a powerful aura that greatly surpassed his previous state erupted from his body. This was Sage Mode. In this urgent situation, Yunting chose to exchange for Sage techniques through the system. The 9 tails was ultimately not like the other 8-tailed beasts, being on a completely different tier of power, especially since it had not yet been split in two. Even Senju Hashirama could only contend with it in Sage Mode. Now the 9 tails before him was nearing its peak, and to swiftly conclude the battle, Yunting did not dare to take any chances, and finally used his last resort. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. When truly exchanging for Sage techniques, he found the cost was half compared to the original price, allowing him to save a significant amount of reputation points, which he immediately invested into various would-release Sage techniques. Thanks to the system's capabilities, he could form a powerful combat strength in an instant. Now was the perfect time to utilize it. Then let's finish this with one blow. With the Sage mark engraved on his forehead, Yunting appeared even more ethereal than before, confidently stating, "The calm before the storm." At this moment on the battlefield, one side was the already 8-tails state 9 tails, while the other was Yunting in Sage Mode. The former was frenzied and eerie, while the latter was rational and transcendent. "You've been out causing mayhem for too long. It's time to go back and reflect, 9 tails." Yunting said coldly in Sage. The 9 tails responded with a roar, then shook its increasingly solid massive body, toppling towards Yunting like a mountain amidst the earth-shattering noise. "They'll finish you off with one move." Yunting's gaze sharpened as he once again brought his hands together. Instantly, an immense amount of Sage chakra was consumed from his body. The effects were remarkably significant. Sage technique would release true 1,000 hands. In an instant, a roar erupted that was dozens of times more intense than the disturbance caused by the 9 tails. Amidst this earth-shattering sound, a giant statue of cannon with 1,000 massive arms rapidly rose from beneath Yunting's feet. The 9 tails already possessed a size far beyond human imagination. However, now the statue of cannon summoned by Yunting was several times larger. In comparison, the 9 tails, which had previously appeared ferocious and terrifying, now resembled a small kitten. At this moment, not only did those witnessing this scene recall the past, but even the 9 tails itself rarely displayed a hint of fear. In the distance, Tsunade, Kakashi, Minato, and a group of Umbu ninjas had also stopped, staring blankly at everything unfolding before them. Is this the limit that humanity can achieve? An Umbu ninja dared to voice his disbelief, echoing the thoughts of everyone present. Kakashi thought of the Raikiri system he was continuing to develop. Could he possibly sever one of the 9 tails' arms if he rushed? As he took over from Tsunade to comfort Naruto, he also thought of his renowned flying thunder god technique in the ninja. Unlike many who fell into feelings of helplessness, he instinctively began to think of ways to deal with such an opponent. A direct confrontation would be tantamount to seeking death. The only chance of victory was to strike at the core and locate the caster. Possessing the flying thunder god and Rasengan, yet lacking large-scale lethal techniques, his fighting style was quite similar to that of the former Konoha White Fawn, suitable for solo combat. But against a colossal entity like the 9 tails, it often had little effect. This was why he was excluded by Yunting and left to watch from the sidelines. Of course, with a wife bearing the Uzumaki surname, Minato had decent proficiency in sealing techniques. However, to deal with the current 9 tails, aside from the Reaper Death Seal, which was a mutual destruction technique, he had no other. Moreover, since they had not reached a desperate situation, and with the Fourth Hokage currently demonstrating incredible power, he naturally would not consider that. Meanwhile, Tsunade, feeling unburdened, had initially thought about helping Yunting. However, upon seeing the colossal statue of cannon, she more than anyone else understood everything and spoke to herself with nostalgia and emotion. Sage technique would release true 1,000 hands. Next should be the transformation into Buddha. Right. This kid Yunting has truly mastered Sage techniques. He resembles my grandfather now. Another cycle of manifest. As Yunting stood atop the giant statue of cannon, not allowing the 9 tails any chance to grow stronger, he charged forward with immense momentum. The massive 9 tails with its eerie chakra may have lost its rationality, but the fear ingrained in its bones was. However, soon after, with a furious roar, its madness returned, and ignoring the vast difference in size, it charged headlong into Yunting. At the same time, an even larger-tailed beast orb was also being condensed. Observing this, Yunting pressed his hands down once more, continuing to execute, as Tsunade had said. Everything should come to an end. Sage technique would release true Thousand Hands transformation into Buddha. Mystical art would escape true Thousand Hands top transformation into Buddha. As if commanded by a deity high above, the countless giant arms on the Avalokiteshvara statue moved. In an instant, massive fists clenched with the terrifying force to destroy mountains, and meteors struck towards the Nine Tails. Immediately, the latter was like a small boat tossed in turbulent waves, instantly lost in its direction. It wanted to resist, but whether it was its own powerful physique or the destructive tailed beast jade in its mouth against the countless giant arms that struck unceasingly, it was akin to an infant's feeble scratches causing only negligible damage. Soon it could only give up entirely. This was the most powerful move of Yunting at that moment. To deal with the Nine Tails, which was merely in its eight-tail state, was undoubtedly overkill. However, in order to ensure that Kushina's ninth tail would not show itself, he still chose the most foolproof method for a quick resolution. Of course, there was also a hint of desire to replenish his empty reputation points. The subsequent developments were reminiscent of the battle between Senju Hashirama and the Nine Tails during the Beast difficulty event. Even though Yunting believed he was still not comparable to the god of shinobi in his peak state, the fact that the Nine Tails had not even revealed its true form and was merely in its eight-tailed state would make it even weaker. In such a comparison, the time taken for the end would only be shorter. In fact, this was indeed the case. The Nine Tails before Yunting had almost no power to resist, and was being beaten brutally by the top transformation into Buddha amidst its painful wails. Quickly, its body was firmly pressed to the ground by the giant arms, unable to move an inch. Standing atop the Avalokiteshvara statue, Yunting once again raised his right hand with the character seat visibly pointed at the Nine Tails. The Quoin Ru Tan was used specifically to suppress tailed beasts. After a few breaths, the originally surging and rolling red chakra of the Nine Tails visibly dissipated, and its massive form rapidly shrank. In the end, when all the Nine Tails chakra returned to the seal, the real Kushina reappeared before him. Seeing that the task was accomplished, Yunting exited the sage mode and dispersed the true Thousand Hands beneath him. As he walked towards Kushina, the onlookers in the distance, seeing the battle concluded, rushed over. The first to arrive was the renowned Minato Namikaze, known as the fastest in the shinobi world. With the Flying Thunder God technique inscribed on Kushina's sealed body, upon seeing the battle end and her true form reappear, he instantly teleported over with a whoosh. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Looking at Minato, who was holding Naruto in one arm, and the still unconscious Kushina in the other, Yunting nodded in acknowledgement. Though there were some hiccups in between, regardless, this family of three was still intact. The future had already changed. Naruto was no longer an orphan, and the Uchiha clan was highly unlikely to face extermination. Everything was heading in a positive direction. To Yunting, this was evidence that he was doing better as Hokage than the third. After a while, the large troop that followed also arrived. At the moment they arrived, they all looked at Yunting with awe, clearly shocked and deeply impressed by the previous scene. Amidst the notifications from the system of rising reputation, Yunting maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, while his heart was filled with joy. The reputation points visibly began to grow back. With grain in hand, he was naturally overjoyed. At this moment, Tsunade also walked over. Having also contributed a significant amount of reputation points, she had many words to say to Yunting, but there was still the injured Kushina present. She simply congratulated Yunting briefly before swiftly moving to Kushina's side to begin treating her injuries. Having just given birth, Kushina was already severely weak, and with the tailed beast rampaging, had she not been of the Uzumaki clan's physique, she would have likely perished long ago. Even so, the injuries from the tailed beast transformation remained, requiring Tsunade's intervention. In this regard, she was undoubtedly the highest standard among medical ninjas. With the existence of Tsunade, renowned for her medical ninjutsu in the shinobi world, Yunting was completely at ease. Even Minato shared the same sentiment. Sure enough, not long after, amidst the astonished gazes of the Konoha hospital staff under Tsunade's treatment, the originally pale face of Kushina gradually regained color, and her breathing became as calm as an ordinary person. Next, send her to the hospital for a week's rest. With Kushina's physique, she will recover quickly. Tsunade concluded her work and spoke to Minato standing nearby. Minato breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, his face filled with gratitude, as he said, "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, and then stood up to make way. Seeing this, Yunting addressed the sealing squad waiting nearby, saying, "Reinforce Kushina's seal." Having been subjected to his Quoin Ru Ten, the Nine Tails would not be able to awaken in a short time. This was also why he had Tsunade treat Kushina first, allowing the sealing team to come later. Yes, Lord Hokage. Upon hearing this, the highest-ranking sealing experts in Konoha nodded and began to take action. Earlier, Yunting had already arranged for the sealing team to be on standby nearby, specifically to prevent any unexpected events and to avoid having to call for reinforcements back to Konoha. Now it was just the right time to put them to use. Each member of the sealing team might not possess a strong combat ability, but each of them had considerable expertise in sealing techniques. Initially, transferring the Nine Tails from Uzumaki Mido to Kushina and reinforcing the seal was done by the sealing team. Now doing it again was naturally second nature. Quickly the prepared scrolls inscribed with profound sealing techniques were spread out by the sealing team members around Kushina. As they formed hand seals, the sealing techniques within the scrolls rapidly emerged, arranging themselves into an incredibly complex sealing formation in the air, ultimately shrinking down to integrate into Kushina's lower abdomen. Reorganizing the seal was not something that could be achieved in an instant. Seizing this opportunity, Kakashi suddenly approached Yunting, handing over a white severed arm, saying, "Lord Hokage, after I attacked the second hidden enemy, although I hit them, they still managed to escape, leaving only this arm behind. But this arm is quite strange, but doesn't appear to be made of flesh at all." Yunting took the white arm and sensed a faint familiar aura from it. He naturally knew what it was. It was a white zetsu, a biological weapon birthed from the god tree. Later, Uchiha Madara used Hashirama cells and the Outer Paths Golem to mass-produce copies. Though these beings were not particularly powerful aside from their stealth and reconnaissance capabilities, when the numbers increased there would inevitably be a few special individuals. For instance, Akatsuki's Zetsu, who had just attacked, was clearly a special case. Being able to merge with Black Zetsu indicated that this white Zetsu also possessed unique qualities rather than being a mere product. In this case, the white Zetsu arm that Kakashi had obtained indeed held some research value. Lurking in the shadows, striking decisively, and heavily injuring the enemy, Kakashi, you did quite well. Moreover, this arm has significant value. They'll give you credit for it. Consider it in strength mission and remember to collect your reward when you return. Yunting patted Kakashi on the shoulder in appreciation. "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Kakashi, typically expressionless, rarely showed a hint of joy, not only because he added a significant item to his ninja resume, but also due to the strength mission reward. Even he cared about money. Especially recently, he had purchased quite a few books for emotional regulation and spiritual nourishment, and he had nearly exhausted his funds. Now unexpectedly he had received such a substantial income, which naturally made him very happy. The only regret was that the current novels were all too similar, lacking the awe-inspiring feeling he once experienced when discovering a groundbreaking work. Now he could only force himself to find solace in quantity. He wondered when the next epic-making novel would be released. At this moment outside a certain women's bathhouse, Jiraiya with a flushed face murmured, "Great material. Top-notch material." While peeking, he swiftly began to jot down notes in his book. After Kakashi left, Yunting approached Tsunade to express his gratitude. This time it was indeed thanks to her presence. However, the involved party hardly seemed to care. Having played the role of a caretaker for a day, Tsunade felt burdened by the thought of fighting. Today she was entirely focused on evasion, which was quite infuriating. If she's called again, next time it better not involve more babysitting. Regardless of her temperament or fighting style, Tsunade with her dragon-like fury was indeed acting contrary to her usual self today, which explained her complaints. Yunting naturally nodded in agreement. After all, this was the only time the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would give birth. It should, perhaps, not be that Minato and Kushina had no plans for a second child. Yunting shook his head, quickly suppressing that thought. Then his thoughts returned to the present, focusing on Tsunade's words about "if you call on me again next time." It seemed that after this incident, it would be much easier to call upon her in the future. He smiled, just about to say something, when suddenly he heard the anxious voice of the sealing team's leader not far away. "Lord Hokage, there's an emergency situation." Upon hearing this, Yunting frowned and quickly walked over, followed closely by Tsunade. On the other side, Minato, holding Naruto, also tightened his expression and hurried over. Soon the sealing team's leader spoke rapidly. "Lord Hokage, there has been an unexpected incident during the reinforcement. As a vessel, Kushina's current physique cannot fully withstand the power of the Nine Tails, which was something we did not anticipate." "Why can't Kushina's physique meet the requirements?" Yunting asked, puzzled. The sealing team's leader explained. To put it simply, Kushina's physique was like a sturdy and sufficiently large cell capable of containing the Nine Tails' size. But on the day she gives birth, that sturdy cell becomes fragile. Then with the Nine Tails going berserk, although the cell was not broken, many places became collapsed and damaged, making the current cell much smaller than before, unable to contain the Nine Tails' volume. Currently the Nine Tails is still in a slumber, so it has not attempted to break free from the reduced cell. However, once it awakens, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Is there any solution from the sealing team?" Upon hearing this, Minato asked anxiously. "The reduction of the cell is only temporary. As long as Kushina's body fully recovers, the Nine Tails issue can be. However, during this period we need to keep the Nine Tails asleep." "How long can the technique you use to suppress the Nine Tails last, Lord Hokage?" Yunting shook his head. According to Tsunade, Kushina needs a week to recover to normal. The technique used to suppress the tailed beast can only maintain its effect for at most a day. Even if used continuously, the effectiveness will only diminish over time, unable to last a week. However, there is another. As Minato's gaze was about to dim upon hearing this, he suddenly brightened at Yunting's change of tone. Then he noticed that Yunting's gaze was directed toward him. To be precise, it was directed at Naruto in his arms. Sometimes one must admit that fate is indeed unpredictable. Clearly, having strayed far, it has stumbled back to the starting point. This made one marvel at the unpredictability of life. Yunting looked at Naruto and felt a deep sentiment. The solution he had in mind was very simple. Since the cell's area is insufficient, one could cut off the excess portion of the prisoner and throw it into another new cell. Just like what Minato did in the original story, splitting the Nine Tails in two. However, this time the Een aspect of the Nine Tails would remain within Kushina, allowing her current physique to bear it. As for the yang aspect of the Nine Tails, it would be sealed within Naruto, just as fate intended. This would solve the problem perfectly. Yunting shared his solution. The sealing team's leader was initially startled. He had never thought of splitting the tailed beast in two. But soon he felt joy because he realized that this was indeed the best solution at present. He naturally nodded in agreement. Next, it would depend on Minato's opinion as Naruto's father. In fact, from the moment of his birth, Naruto was endowed with the mission of becoming the next Nine Tails Jinchuriki, just like his mother Kushina took over from the first Jinchuriki Mito Uzumaki. This was because the Uzumaki clan's physique was more suitable for being Jinchuriki compared to the Senju clan. Minato was very clear about this. He just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Of course, saying that it barely fits now, both the powerful Yunting and Tsunade could also serve as Jinchuriki. But as a strong weapon, the tailed beast must maximize the village's benefits. The latter two were already very powerful ninjas and did not need any additional enhancements. Therefore, for the sake of Konoha, sealing half of the Nine Tails into a new body would undoubtedly be the best choice to add strong power to the village in the future. Minato, as the determined heir of the Will of Fire, would certainly not refuse this proposal. Although Jinchuriki often face hatred and disdain from others due to their immense and uncontrollable power, he believed that his child would, like his mother Kushina, be strong enough to overcome all of this and control the tailed beast independently rather than being manipulated by it and turning into a destructive monster. With the power of the Nine Tails, Naruto would, as he hoped, become a great ninja, just as written in Jiraiya Sensei's book about. Thus, facing everyone's gaze, Minato gently looked at the now quiet Naruto in his arms, then raised his head, nodding firmly. Lord Hokage, I have no objections. The plan proceeded smoothly. Everyone immediately began to take action. Lord Hokage, if we are to split the Nine Tails in two, the sealing team currently does not have enough personnel. I need more assistance. The sealing team's leader promptly stated. This was not an urgent situation, so there was no need to use the Shiki Fuin, a sealing technique with great cost. However, the replacement sealing technique would require significant manpower and resources to support it. In the entire ninja world, only Konoha could accomplish this. Yunting nodded. Minato, you and the sealing team leader go back to Konoha. Whatever is missing must be supplemented. Be sure to make the preparations perfect. Yes, Minato and the sealing team leader replied in unison. At this moment, Minato could no longer hold Naruto, and Tsunade was now responsible for medical support on site, so he handed the child to his apprentice Kakashi. Thus, the stiff-bodied 14-year-old Kakashi began his journey of taking care of a child. Swish! Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring the sealing squad captain back to Konoha. The other sealing ninjas on site began preparing for the subsequent separation work. Medical personnel led by Tsunade continued to attend to Kushina. The remaining Umbu ninjas quickly dispersed around the perimeter, vigilant against any further enemy intrusion. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Yunting, seated at the center, then whispered something into the ear of the arriving Shadow Guard Captain Yishambayan. The latter nodded and vanished in an instant. During the battle with the Nine Tails earlier, he had sustained a minor injury and shed some blood outside, which he naturally could not allow outsiders to obtain. It was now the perfect time to have his trusted subordinate retrieve it. 5 minutes later, Minato had used the Flying Thunder God technique dozens of times back and forth, finally gathering all the personnel and materials needed for the seal. Now the formal sealing of the Nine Tails, splitting it into two halves, could commence. By this time, the ground had been inscribed with a massive sealing formation by the sealing squad ninjas. Kushina lay quietly on one array node while Naruto, after being handed over by Minato, was placed on another parallel node. Leaving the sealing formation, Minato gazed at his wife and son within, took a deep breath, and then nodded firmly to Yunting. Yunting understood and spoke. Let us begin. With those words, the sealing ninjas, who now numbered over a dozen times more than before, encircled the formation and began forming hand seals in unison. Instantly, the massive sealing formation on the ground blazed with brilliant light. Tadpole-shaped runes rose up, coalescing into a peculiar symbol, far more enormous and complex than the previous one. Next, from within Kushina's abdomen, the soul of the Nine Tails was dragged out, writhing and clawing. After a tense struggle against the sealing ninjas, accompanied by a final unwilling roar, it was finally pulled into the peculiar symbol, suspended in midair. At that moment, the sweat-drenched sealing squad captain, ignoring his exhaustion, shouted loudly, "Split!" In the next second, all the sealing ninjas changed their hand seals. Suddenly, the peculiar symbol flared brightly. Amid the Nine Tails' agonized screams, it was visibly torn into two halves. At this point, even the usually tense Minato could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The most difficult part was over. All that remained was to seal the two halves of the Nine Tails, one yin and one yang, into Kushina and Naruto respectively, and then reinforce the seal. In this regard, Konoha's sealing ninjas were well versed. It was merely a matter of time. Sure enough, as they watched the two halves of the Nine Tails being reluctantly sealed into Kushina and Naruto's abdomens, everyone present relaxed and smiled. Yunting surveyed the surroundings and noticed that Obito Uchiha had not suddenly reappeared to cause trouble, confirming that the man had truly fled. This was a wasted effort on the trap he had meticulously prepared for him. In front, where Kushina lay, there seemed to be no defenses, but a very covert sealing trap had been laid, waiting for the enemy to step into it. Pity that fellow was simply too cautious. In truth, after provoking the Nine Tails rampage, Obito Uchiha had not truly left as Yunting suspected. Instead, he watched from afar looking for any exploitable opportunity. However, after witnessing Yunting's tremendous power grasping the nine tails in his palm and beating it soundly, he fell silent for a moment, abandoned all intentions, and fled far away. Unless absolutely necessary, he never wanted to return to Konoha again. This fourth Hokage was simply too much, unaware that he had just intimidated the future instigator of the fourth great ninja war. Yunting was soon greeted by the hurried arrival of Hiruzen Sarutobi. When the third Hokage saw the vast ceiling formation with Kushina and a baby inside, his mind was blank with Fortunately, Yunting explained the entire situation to him, and he finally understood, nodding in agreement. Yunting, what you did is absolutely correct. How could it not be? Minato and his wife survived the Nine Tails rampage, never truly erupted, and not a single tile of Konoha was damaged. Far better than in the original history. I almost forgot, Bawaka would not have to die this time either. In fact, the third Hokage should be grateful to him. After all, if he had previously lost his son and daughter-in-law, and now an elderly wife who had been with him for years, the blow would have been even greater. Too bad it was not something he could mention. It seemed he would have to be a good man who did good deeds without leaving a trace. Glancing at the third Hokage beside him, Yunting, feeling incredibly noble in his self-righteousness, nodded inwardly. Hiruzen Sarutobi had no idea what Yunting was thinking. At that moment, seeing the Nine-Tails seal nearing completion and the situation about to reach a happy conclusion, he relaxed and took a puff from his pipe. Then, like many an elder, advised his disciple Tsunade. I say, Tsunade, you're not getting any younger. For your own sake, and for the continuation of the Senju clan, it's time to consider marriage. As he spoke, his eyes deliberately glanced at Yunting, the implication clear. It was not without reason that he spoke so urgently at this moment. Tsunade was simply too difficult to meet. Missing this opportunity, he would not know when the next chance would come. Especially after learning that Yunting had effortlessly crushed the Nine Tails with his wood release, he became even more determined to see the two unite. This was not only the long-cherished wish of the former Senju remnants, but also the sentiment of the current Konoha higher-ups. Even Hamura Mitokado and Kohar Yutane, who had a strained relationship with Yunting, and even Danzo, before held the same view. Regardless of their ambitions, no one wanted the wood release to disappear from Konoha. It was not only due to its immense power, but also its great symbolic significance to the village. Had it not been that after the news of Yunting's awakening of wood release spread, he encountered almost no resistance in taking over authority. This was not solely due to him defeating Orochimaru and the third Hokage's voluntary retreat. Wood release played a huge role in that. Before Yunting awakened wood release, the people of Konoha had already hoped the two would marry despite their age difference. Only because both bore the Senju surname, and theoretically it was more likely to produce a child with the wood release Kekkei Genkai. After all, the direct descendants of Hashirama Senju had all failed to awaken it, a living example. They naturally did not want Tsunade to marry outside the clan. Even the Uzumaki clan was unacceptable. Comparatively, Yunting, who also possessed Senju blood and had awakened wood release, was undoubtedly the best choice. Unfortunately, Tsunade, one of the parties involved, did not feel the same way. At that moment, she shot a fierce glare at her teacher, then cast an even sharper glare at Yunting, who seemed to be acting aloof and indifferent. She had heard such words so many times before that her ears were numb. Now, recalling the past, she could easily let them go in one ear and out the other. At the same time, she muttered impatiently, "This is also one of the main reasons I don't want to return to Konoha. Just wait, if I awaken wood release too." If that were the case, those guys would probably be even more frantic in pushing her and Yunting together. After all, with two wood release users, as long as their luck was not terribly bad, their child would almost certainly awaken wood release as well. The thought of being forced into marriage regardless of the circumstances made Tsunade feel quite vexed. As a woman who had never truly been in love and had lived a carefree life until now, her initial reaction was always one of refusal. Thus, faced with the relentless persuasion of Sarutobi Hiruzen, she finally said impatiently, "Since there are no issues here, my task is considered complete, so I shall take my leave." Seeing this, Yunting immediately stopped Hiruzen from continuing to speak and advised, "You finally returned. Let's have a drink before you leave the village. I'll cover all expenses. Don't worry, we won't discuss anything that might annoy you." Tsunade hesitated for a moment. To be honest, having guarded Kushina all day and witnessing so much, she indeed felt like having a drink. "Are you sure we won't discuss anything else, and only drink?" She confirmed. "Of course, I've drunk with you before. Have we ever talked about anything else?" Yunting affirmed. "Then it's settled. Just like that." Tsunade nodded excitedly in agreement. She thought that if she returned now, she would probably not only miss out on drinking, but may also not have money for lodging. It was better to drink to her heart's content here, before heading back. Yet she felt as if she had forgotten something. Just as she began to ponder, the recently concluded sealing drew her attention, and she brushed it aside. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the interaction between the two with a smile. With the impression they had built among Tsunade, Yunting didn't need reminders, and naturally strategized in a roundabout way, making the effect even more pronounced. What a master! Hiruzen looked at Yunting with a sense of mutual respect. At that moment, the sealing work of the Nine Tails had reached its conclusion. As the last hand seal of all the sealing ninjas was completed, the massive sealing formation finally vanished. In its place were the Nine Tails sealing marks engraved in the abdomens of Kushina and Naruto. Naruto let out a powerful cry, as if celebrating his rebirth, his voice resounding through the air. He truly was a member of the Uzumaki clan. If it had been any other newborn who had gone through so many tribulations at birth, they would hardly have the strength to cry out loudly. Just as Minato was about to step forward to hold Naruto and comfort him, it seemed that the sound of the crying had stimulated Kushina, who had been unconscious until now. She slowly opened her eyes and instinctively uttered, "Child. Where's my child?" Minato quickly held Naruto up and brought him to Kushina, gently saying, "Kushina, this is our child." Naruto. For the first time after giving birth to her flesh and blood, Kushina finally saw her son's appearance. Immediately disregarding her frail state, she tightly embraced Naruto, and the tears she had accumulated finally flowed down drop by drop. Once a blood-red pepper, now a loving mother. Time flies swiftly in such unremarkable moments. Only in those unguarded moments when you look up and suddenly realize it, do you let out a heartfelt sigh. Oh, so much time has passed already. Looking at Kushina holding Naruto, and Minato holding Kushina, creating a warm scene of the three of them, Yunting then noticed that he had been in this world for a year. In Konoha village at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. Being the restaurant with the best meat in the village, the highest craftsmanship and secret seasonings passed down for hundreds of years by the Akimichi clan, even though it was already late at night, the restaurant was still bustling with diners. This was where Yunting had invited Tsunade for drinks. After all, without meat to accompany the alcohol, it would always... Sitting in the private room, Tsunade had momentarily recalled the thoughts she seemed to have forgotten along the way, and just as she was about to remember the final answer, suddenly, a rich aroma of wine wafted to her nose. Good wine. Instantly ignited by her craving for alcohol, Tsunade's eyes brightened, and her attention shifted to a large chubby man bringing over exquisite liquor. As for her earlier thoughts, they probably weren't anything important, as she could think about them later after enjoying herself thoroughly. Meanwhile, in the land of rivers at a casino, Jingyin shivered as she glanced around, her eyes filled with blood red as she looked at the gamblers who seemed eager to devour her, and then at the coins piled up before her like a small mountain. Having replaced Tsunade in gambling for a whole day, she never thought her gambling skills would be so remarkable. Looking at the numerous people who had been carried away and the countless batches of gamblers, she trembled and asked, "Do we still want to gamble? Gamble. We'll bet everything." The gamblers shouted indignantly in unison. They refused to believe that someone as inexperienced as a young girl who had no gambling skills at all could completely defeat a seasoned gambler. Hearing this, Jingyin could only nod in disappointment, then half-heartedly shook the dice cup, and upon revealing it she peeked in and exclaimed in a dazed, Six, a leopard. A full house." The gamblers at the table also stared blankly. Watching as their pile of coins grew even larger, Jingyin was filled with tears of frustration. She really didn't want to win anymore, especially when she noticed the increasingly fierce gazes of those around her. "Tsunade, Tsunadesima, when are you coming back? I'm so scared." While Jingyin continued to win reluctantly with tears in her eyes, she kept praying in her heart for her Tsunadesima. Not bad. At this moment, Tsunade, whom Jingyin missed dearly, was indulging herself in fine wine and delicious food. Across from her, Yunting smiled as he picked up a piece of meat, enjoying his meal while surveying the lively surroundings. The villagers reveling in the nightlife had no idea that if history had gone as it should, this place would have long been destroyed by the Nine Tails, and those sitting here, chatting, would never know how many would lie in pools of blood. However, everything had changed now. The sense of accomplishment brought by this temporal divergence could only be deeply appreciated by Yunting alone. This was also one of the reasons he invited Tsunade for drinks. Not only had Tsunade experienced much today, but his feelings were even stronger. This drink represented his long-accumulated burdens from the past year finally being lifted. Ever since crossing over here and knowing he had become the Fourth Hokage, Yunting felt excitement and joy, yet more than that he felt unease. All of this was due to the Nine Tails incident that was to occur a year later. He did not want to end up like Minato Namikaze, becoming the shortest-lived Hokage in history. But having already become the Fourth Hokage, when the Nine Tails truly appeared, he as the leader would have to face it head-on. He knew exactly how capable he was, and he feared that he would be taken down by the Nine Tails in just a few encounters. Fortunately, the emergence of the system gave him a glimmer of hope. To earn reputation points, he disregarded the bewildered gazes of others and mingled among the villagers every day, all for that little bit of accumulation. Later, meeting the benevolent guy accelerated his progress immensely. Finally, after awakening the wood release, his previously restless heart gradually settled down, and he began to feel more confident about the Nine Tails incident, allowing him to finally focus on serious planning. Orochimaru's defection was a carefully prepared scheme of his own. It not only allowed him to grasp true power, but also greatly increased his reputation points, thereby enhancing his strength further. At this point, his precarious situation could be considered resolved. After today, Konoha would face no further turmoil for the next 10 years. If he wished, Yunting could truly relax and enjoy this time. However, knowing the course of history, he did not want to waste these, especially now that he had fully integrated into this world, understood its distorted society, and realized that every ambitious person, regardless of their character, was pursuing their ideals of peace in their own way. As Hokage, how could Yunting, who was most qualified, not have aspirations? With the entire world as his blueprint, he wished to paint a vibrant scene of peace, allowing future generations to enjoy the beautiful fruits of his labor. Such grand ambitions were what every true man aspired to achieve. Now possessing the power to dominate the entire shinobi world, Yunting also hoped to accomplish this. In Yunting's view, the god of the shinobi world, bound by the nation and village he established through his own thoughts, as well as the tailed beast distribution system, was quite unreasonable. It merely united the previously scattered ninja clans into a true grand army, transforming minor skirmishes into bloody and ruthless battles. Indeed, this was the case. Shortly after Senju Hashirama's death, the first great ninja war swiftly broke out. However, the prophecy child entrusted by Jiraiya Naruto's ideals of love and peace, as well as the paths of peace taken by Obito Pain and others, all faced significant issues. Even if so-called peace were achieved, it would be merely temporary or illusory. The true path had already been illuminated by past experiences. It is not that one must necessarily believe in society, but the prerequisite for achieving peace, especially under the perfect conditions of a unified language and infrastructure across the shinobi world, is undoubtedly unification. Ultimately, the wars between nations and ninja villages boil down to struggles for interests. There is no true fairness in this world, thus interests will always vary. Those with fewer interests are naturally envious of those with more, leading to conflicts. Perhaps a person of great charisma can temporarily pacify this, but over time, or upon their death, everything would revert to its original state. Therefore, the best solution is to merge the various nations into one, transforming external conflicts into internal ones, thereby preventing disputes from escalating into the same reckless slaughter as before. Especially in the current world where technology is relatively advanced, there is also the potential to vigorously develop productivity, create numerous industries related to interests, and increase vast job opportunities, thus greatly alleviating internal conflicts. Only then can long-lasting peace be achieved. However, if such measures are taken, the obstacles along the way will not be. Yunting's thoughts were far too ahead of their time for the people of the shinobi world. The idea of unifying the ninja world had never crossed anyone's mind before. To them, the land of fire is the land of fire and the land of lightning is the land of lightning. Both have coexisted for so many years. How could they possibly merge, and how could they coexist after merging? If he were to truly do this, the conservative faction within the village would rise up in rebellion. In their limited perspective, this would only bring more war to Konoha. Thus it must start from ideology and education. Yunting couldn't help but think. But, should it really be done? Is it necessary to add such a huge trouble for oneself? Yunting was momentarily dazed. Just then a fair hand shook vigorously in front of him, and its owner shouted, "Hey, Yunting, wake up. It's time to drink. Don't be like the third Hokage, always thinking about serious matters." Tsunade's dissatisfied voice reached his ears, and Yunting curiously asked, "How do you know I was thinking about serious matters?" Tsunade rolled her eyes and said, "As Hokage, how could anyone in this position not be thinking about serious matters? But right now we agreed to drink together, so don't zone out. Indeed, as Hokage, one must handle serious matters." Yunting sighed, then suddenly added, "What if one day, while handling serious matters, the Hokage is not recognized by many, and they think of overthrowing him? What should be done?" "Handle serious matters." Tsunade, having just finished a large bowl of sake, got angry and slammed the table, saying, "Then screw it. Those who only hold back progress." "Exactly. Screw it." Yunting laughed heartily as he filled his cup with more sake, and the two of them began to drink. "Yes. If all else fails, screw it. In life, one must achieve results that others cannot reach at all. Only then will it not be in vain for me to have crossed over and taken this journey." Cheers. The sound of clinking glasses echoed continuously in the private room. Tsunade, an old drunkard, was now blushing, yet her eyes remained clear. Just a little drink was far from enough to make her drunk. Yunting, who had previously shared many drinking experiences with her, was very aware of this. He had no intention of trying to get her drunk. As previously mentioned, he genuinely needed to drink well, to bid farewell to the past, and welcome a new stage of life. During this time, having a beautiful woman as company was certainly better than facing old men or being alone. However, Tsunade's thoughts were different at this moment. Perhaps it was because she had witnessed how Kushina, who once matched her temperament, had now become a mother, or perhaps it was the stimulation from Yunting's would release prowess in sage mode, or maybe it was the words of the third Hokage that disrupted her mindset once again. After revisiting familiar places, she suddenly felt a strong urge to get wonderfully drunk. After all, it was a treat from a rich patron today. If she didn't drink to her heart's content, it would be a disservice to herself. Thus, she generously ordered bottle after bottle of wine. Even when the stock in the store ran low, she showed no sign. For this reason, in the time that followed, a group of chubby waiters continuously rushed out, repeatedly going to nearby taverns to buy more wine. The customer was none other than the Sage of Six Paths. Moreover, the one in the private room was still the fourth Hokage and one of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. Although they were in a barbecue restaurant, since the customer requested alcohol, it was not an issue for them to transform into a tavern. At this moment, there were many empty bottles in the private room. In the rich atmosphere of wine, the two were not just drinking and eating meat, they also discussed a great many topics. From astronomy to geography, ninja techniques, personal experiences, childhood, embarrassing moments, they covered a wide range of subjects encompassing a vast array of topics, and could talk endlessly as the mood struck. Among them, Tsunade especially loved to talk about childhood embarrassing moments, as her age gave her the advantage. As Yunting recounted various cringeworthy incidents from his childhood, Tsunade, caught up in the moment, couldn't help But even if that particularly outrageous soccer ball bounced around in laughter, Yunting had no intention of appreciating it. Instead, he glared at Tsunade with a dark expression, pondering whether he should silence her here. He never expected that his original self had done such cringeworthy things as a child. If Tsunade spread these stories, wouldn't his reputation as Hokage be utterly ruined? Fortunately, Tsunade, having experienced 2 great ninja wars, was very sensitive to crises. Upon noticing Yunting's increasingly strange expression, she let out a big yawn and simply changed the subject. It would be irrational to offend the patron when the drinking had not yet reached its peak. After all, these words were all in her heart. There was no need to rush. So after downing another cup with Yunting, Tsunade, her brown eyes finally showing a hint of haziness, shifted the topic, saying in the previous battle that man in the black robe stirred the 9 tails within Kushina with just one glance. It must be the Sharingan, right? Although the man in the black robe had his back to her, as the one most familiar with the Uchiha clan, Senju, Tsunade was still able to quickly deduce that it was the work of the Sharingan. After all, there was a precedent of Uchiha Madara using the Sharingan to control the 9 tails. In just an instant, it could provoke the 9 tails into a frenzy. Aside from the Sharingan, she simply couldn't think of anyone else who had such capability. Indeed, it is the Sharingan, and even the Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, even if Kushina's seal on the 9 tails was weak, it wouldn't be so easily triggered by just 3 tomo. Yunting, who was quick to accept the situation, responded. He had no intention of hiding anything, and even revealed further information. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Is it the same kind of eyes as Uchiha Madara's? When did such a person appear? What about the Uchiha clan? Tsunade couldn't help but rub her temples. Usually carefree, she now wore a rare, serious expression, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. Yunting shook his head and said, "It's not what you think. This matter has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. Setting aside the current circumstances, they have no need to act this way. Moreover, the current Uchiha clan does not have anyone who has awakened the Mangekyo, so it couldn't possibly be their doing." Seeing that the Hokage Yunting was so certain, Tsunade felt a weight lift off her heart. Although she didn't particularly like the Uchiha as a member of the village, she still hoped to avoid a situation where they would turn. But even if it wasn't the Uchiha of Konoha, who could the man in the black robe be? To awaken the Mangekyo, one must have Uchiha blood. Could it be a stray bloodline of the Uchiha? Or could it simply be Uchiha Madara resurrected? Tsunade downed another cup of alcohol, shrugging as she spoke. Yunting glanced at her, thinking that even if it wasn't Uchiha Madara, it was still closely related to him. This was a drunken revelation of sorts. Whoever it is, someone with the ambition to orchestrate the 9 tails, will surely cause waves in the future. There will be a day when he is exposed. Just like now, haven't we uncovered information about his abilities? Yunting said lightly. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded in anticipation. Today's encounter with the man in the black robe was unsatisfactory due to her hesitance stemming from Naruto's involvement. If given another chance, she truly wanted to engage in a proper battle. By the way, regarding the fact that the man in the black robe possesses the Sharingan, Tsunade, you must not speak of this to outsiders. Although we know it isn't the work of the Uchiha clan, once it spreads, it's hard to guarantee that outsiders won't make assumptions. For the vast majority, they will simply think that possessing the Sharingan must be the doing of the Uchiha clan. At that point, what is not true may become accepted as fact. Currently, the Uchiha clan has only just managed to improve their relations with Konoha under my leadership, and we cannot afford to have any unnecessary rifts arise. Yunting reminded Tsunade. She nodded, indicating that she would not be foolish about major matters. In fact, it wasn't just Tsunade, Kakashi, who was also present and familiar with the Sharingan, as well as Minato, who witnessed everything beside Kushina, were aware of the man's possession of the Sharingan. However, like Tsunade, he had specifically warned them beforehand to keep this matter private. Thus, there were a total of 4 people in the know, and after they all agreed to keep it a secret, no one else learned of the cause of the 9 tails rampage. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, when informed by Yunting, had specifically avoided this issue. Better safe than sorry. Yunting was about to undertake significant matters and did not want Konoha to fall into a path of internal strife. Compared to the third Hokage, who had lost his ambition due to age and frailty, the young and powerful Yunting had a high spirit of exploration. After discussing the man in the black robe, Yunting and Tsunade returned to their merrymaking, and as time went on, they became even more exuberant. In the midst of their revelry, Yunting even tested the waters by asking Tsunade what she would do if he were to face strong opposition like the third Hokage while aiming to accomplish great things. When the latter confidently pounded her chest and immediately assured him, "I'll help you out. Just leave the third old man alive," Yunting chuckled, disregarding whether she was drunk or not, and replied, "I'll remember that." He then focused back on drinking and eating. Let's see who gets drunk first. Sure. The two began to compete with enthusiasm in a different manner. This was the first time in a year that Yunting let loose like this, and likely the last time as well. Both of them were of the Senju constitution. While they wouldn't say they could drink indefinitely, their alcohol tolerance was far superior to that of ordinary people. Since they started drinking and feasting late at night until the shop was empty and the staff were snoring from exhaustion, the sounds of their clinking glasses continued. Even after an entire night had passed, as dawn gradually broke outside, the clinking of their glasses in the private room was not as frequent as at the beginning, but still occurred from time to time. One couldn't help but wonder where their limits were. Also, their stamina was truly impressive. A member of the Akimichi clan, yawning and bleary-eyed, looked enviously at their room as he got up to relieve himself. As a man, he was truly envious. An entire night passed. At this moment, the private room was in complete disarray. Although Yunting and Tsunade were still holding on, their eyes were glazed over, and the fact that they occasionally closed their eyes only proved that they had reached their limits. They likely didn't even know what they were doing now. They were merely holding on for the sake of winning against each other. Unconsciously, their sitting positions had changed. Unlike before when they sat facing each other, they were now quite intimately leaning against one another. Tsunade was now in a state of drunkenness, while Yunting, in order to protect himself, had his hand inside her clothes, holding her tightly to prevent her from going wild. Additionally, to continue their competition, they made sure to keep their cups in hand. A few minutes later, Yunting, who had habitually dozed off for a bit, suddenly opened his eyes and instinctively moved a cup to his lips while squeezing a rather sensitive area, muttering sleepily, "Hey Tsunade, are you asleep? Are you still drinking? If not, then I win." This method of waking her up was one he was quite familiar with. Tsunade, equally familiar with this indeed, opened her eyes. Without a word, she clinked her cup with Yunting's, and just as she was about to bring it to her lips, she suddenly realized, why is there no alcohol? No alcohol? I don't have any here either. Yunting casually tossed his cup aside, and with his other hand he fondled a soft area, preparing to take the opportunity to nap for a bit. Tsunade had the same thought. However, after a few minutes, Yunting opened his eyes again, and for some unknown reason suddenly asked, "By the way, is the little girl beside you doing okay?" "The little girl beside me? Who? There's no one." "Wait." Tsunade, leaning against Yunting's embrace, suddenly opened her eyes wide in shock, spilling a good portion of her drink in her panic, exclaiming, "Oh no, I forgot about Shizen." At that moment, she finally remembered the matter she had been neglecting. That was Shizen. It was important to note that when she had been called away, it was during a gambling session. A whole day had passed to what could have happened. The more Tsunade thought about it, the worse it seemed. Without a second thought, disregarding Yunting's hand still deep in her clothing, she transformed into white smoke and hurriedly returned. Where is she?" Just as Yunting had finished speaking and was about to sleep again, he suddenly felt the softness in his hand was no longer there and opened his eyes to inquire. Then he stared blankly at the emptiness before him. If Yunting were fully lucid, he would surely give himself a fierce slap for what he had just blurted out. He ought to have known that was Gangshou's prized delicacy. A sanctum to countless fans. What an opportunity, so splendid and yet wasted by his own folly. He had spent most of the time half-dazed, robbing the moment of its savor. Who knew if another occasion like this would ever present itself? Such a pity. The thought alone made his heart ache. No, this is not the time for grief. Having found himself alone, and believing he had won, Yunting closed his eyes and settled into a foolish, profound sleep. This was Muyi Village, his own territory, guarded by the shadow sentinels outside. He felt no fear of accidents. Everything could be attended to after he woke. Gangshou, roused by the unexpected, sobered herself as she hurried back through the wet bone forest. As one seasoned in the taverns and winehouses, she possessed methods to clear her head, even when drunk. Otherwise, this voluptuous beauty who loved her drink would long ago have been taken advantage of by many. The one most likely to have tried when they were young was still Xiao Laiyi, but the other man had already paid dearly before seeing her several fractured ribs and a near-fatal outcome. And now add Yunting. His offense had been worse. For the moment, however, Gangshou, anxious for Jing Yin's safety, could not think of anything else. Previously, she had been gone at most half a day. This was her first venture to the river country's gambling den, and the place was unfamiliar. She could not imagine what fate might have befallen Jing Yin. She was already resolved to sweep the river country and the surrounding human trafficker dens to find the miserable Jing Yin. Oh, she nearly forgot. There was a good chance Jing Yin had been thrown into the slaughterhouse. With the help of the living slug, Gangshou had finally rushed back. What she saw next surprised her greatly. It was still the same gambling den, but where once had been a clamorous crowd, it was now eerily quiet. The once brazen club thugs lay scattered on the floor, writhing and howling in pain. Jing Yin alone remained standing, apart from Tun Tun. Lady Gangshou, you have finally returned. As if abandoned by some scoundrel, Jing Yin met Gangshou's eyes with a hollow, expressionless tone. Blame Yunting for hauling me off to do labor in Muyi. Oh, I only just got back now, so I came at the first chance. I never expected to see you fight before Jing Yin. When did you become so formidable? I thought you might have been sold off. Embarrassed, Gangshou hurried to explain, nearly revealing her true thoughts. Jing Yin merely twitched her nose and replied with greater dolefulness, Lady Gangshou, when you said you were busy, did you mean drinking? That day had been filled with terror for Jing Yin. When the outraged gamblers at last surged upon her, she had been yet she had forgotten one thing. Although most of what she learned from Lady Gangshou was medical ninjutsu, and she had few chances to fight over the years, she was still a chakra-bearing ninja. Against a group of ordinary brutes, she could still, through tears, lay them all low. Thus came the scene they were witnessing. It matters not, I am but an unimportant pawn. It is natural that Lady Gangshou might not remember me. Having reached a kind of worldly resignation, Jing Yin sank further into self-abasement. What could Gangshou do for her error? She could only play the weary mother, consoling her petulant little daughter. In the end, Jing Yin's gentle nature softened and her ire faded. Gangshou exhaled in relief. Then a dull ache in her chest made her take notice. She looked down to find many red palm marks staining what had been white. Damn Yunting. Memories surged and Gangshou's temper flared. It was the first time anyone had taken such liberties with her. By her temperament, she would have gone back to punish the culprit thoroughly, but upon seeing Jing-in she reconsidered. If she left now, the comforted Jing-in might flare up again. There was of course another reason she would never admit, even to her. When Xiao Lai Yu once tried to spy on her in the hot springs, she had truly intended to kick him to death. She would show no mercy to anyone with ill intentions. Yet with Yunting, who had already had his moment of advantage, her anger was not as she might have expected. Even if she returned to confront him, she imagined she would only demand an explanation and perhaps land a few punches at most. Her reaction to him differed entirely from how she treated others. She did not dwell on the reason. Come on, Jing-in. You must be exhausted after such a day. Let us soak in the hot springs. She tugged her collar up, looked up again, and waved a grand hand. Very well, Lady Gangsho. No longer resentful, Jing-in cradled Tun-Tun. As she was about to step away, she suddenly remembered and pointed to the mound of coins on the gambling table. Lady Gangsho, this is the money I won yesterday. Let us take it with us. This is the money you won. In an instant, Gangsho's eyes lit up like lamps. After Jing-in confirmed and answered a few of her questions, Gangsho, as if discovering treasure, regarded her with increasing tenderness. Jing-in, here. Whether we can live carefree days henceforth depends on you. Muyi Village. When Yunting awoke, the first thing he noticed was a pair of black stockings. Instinctively, he compared the beauty of the stockings to that of a great threat. Why did he think to compare the two? Yunting pondered. Soon a rush of memory flooded his mind. Damn. At once he was filled with regret. What a splendid chance squandered by a single slip of the tongue. If not for Shanzhong Luzi sitting by his side to protect the Huoying image, Yunting rather wished he could have slapped himself hard. Lord Huoying, drink a bowl of sobering soup. Seeing him awake, Shanzhong Luzi, who had waited faithfully, handed him a steam. Thank you. Yunting sipped the broth and felt his head clear almost immediately. He looked around. He was still in the place where he had dueled Gangsho and drink. The previous disorder had been meticulously cleaned, likely by the attentive secretary at his side. What time is it now? Shanzhong Luzi replied, October 11th, 3 in the afternoon. Yunting understood only a single night had passed, no time lost. He rose and stretched, then noticed the heavy scent of alcohol on his clothes and frowned. He was about to say he would change when a clean set of Huoying's ceremonial robes was already presented to him. As a secretary who had served him for half a year, Shanzhong Luzi had, without prompting, made many preparations for Yunting. Watching the new garments and her practiced assistance as she dressed him, Yunting could not help but remark in the future, I truly cannot do without you, Luzi. He could not deny that his choice in a secretary had been excellent. Shanzhong Luzi, golden-haired and long-legged, handled matters with precision and had become the capable steward of Yunting's household. She anticipated his needs and prepared everything so he need not worry. Accustomed to such meticulous service, Yunting found he had indeed grown dependent on her. Shanzhong Luzi accepted his praise with an unchanged expression. There was one flaw: her temperament was too composed, lacking the lively volatility expected of someone her age, not at all like a typical girl of the Shanzhong clan. Still, a stoic, restrained secretary had her own charm compared to a coquettish one. Yunting's mouth tilted in thought. Just then, as she smoothed his collar, Shanzhong Luzi paused with her hands and glanced at Yunting with puzzlement. For a fleeting moment, she felt an urge to raise her fist. Though his face remained unchanged, Yunting's heart skipped. Was this a woman's sixth sense? He could not fathom it. Thankfully, he recovered in time to preserve his Huoying dignity. Ahem. Yunting cleared his throat twice and resumed his serious tone. While I slept, nothing untoward happened. Shanzhong Luzi, having noticed nothing amiss, replied, no major matters though. Because of last night's Nine Tails incident, the two advisory elders did send people to inquire during the day. Those two old men, unwilling to enjoy their twilight, and yet eager to assert their presence. Yunting had never been fond of the pair, whose talents were far below the third and Danzo, yet who could not tolerate obscurity? Even though they had supported his candidacy for Huoying, it had been chiefly to secure their own power. Better to recommend a mediocre puppet than a figure with overwhelming renown like both feng shui men. Sometimes Yunting envied the Wind Village's Kazekage. They had two advisory elders who truly retired and stayed away. Yet the fates of those Kazekage had not been kind. The so-called strongest third Kazekage was undone by a 10-year-old scorpion. The fourth was assassinated by Orochimaru. The fifth was kidnapped by Didala. Were it not for Granny Qiandea's sacrifice, she too would have perished. Viewed thus, the Wind Country deserved its place at the end of the five great nations. The Kazekage had become a bitter shame among the five shadows. Of course, times were different now. Perhaps future events might yet take another course. That aside, after Yunting changed, settled the day's expenses, and strode out under the cheerful farewell of Chiu Dao de Pongzi, he walked the main street of Mu Yi and stretched broadly. A new day had begun. Lord Huoying, what shall we do next? Shanzhong Luzi asked with conscientiousness. Yunting drew his gaze from the children playing ninja games nearby, turned back, and smiled brightly. Right, nurture. Preach the way. In the 49th year of Mai, within the Uchiha clan grounds. Early in the morning, Uchiha Yu carefully held his infant brother Uchiha Zuoju in his arms, hugging him again and again before reluctantly handing him over to his mother. You, it seems Zuoju is more attached to you, Uchiha Meichin said as she took Zuoju, who immediately started fussing, forcing her to quickly soothe him while teasing you. Yu smiled shyly, his eyes fixed on his younger brother as if he wanted to hold him again. But at that moment his father's words made him abandon the thought. You, it's getting late. Today is your first day at the ninja school, don't be late. Uchiha Fuyue looked at his eldest son. He was fully satisfied with you. Not only was he calm and composed at such a young age, but his talent as a ninja also filled him with immense admiration. Given time, he would surely become an immensely powerful ninja, elevating the prestige of the Uchiha clan. Even now in his view, Yu's strength was far beyond what the ninja school could teach him, as there was nothing left for the school to offer. However, for political reasons, as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, you had to go through the ninja school. Since the second Hokage founded the ninja school, although it was not mandatory for all children of ninja clans to enroll, the children of clan leaders and high-ranking officials were essentially required to attend. This was not only a demonstration of the ninja clan's support for the village system, but also a way to instill the will of fire deeply in the next generation, fostering a stronger sense of belonging to the village. Regardless of its teaching quality, the ninja school was undoubtedly unparalleled in ideological education. The ninja clans were not constantly plotting to betray the village. Thus, entrusting the next generation to the ninja school gave peace of mind to both the clans and the village. I understand, you replied, helplessly nodding before picking up his school bag. Then I'm off, father, mother, and Zhuozhu. At the entrance, you bid farewell to his parents with a serious expression, then gently said goodbye to Zhuozhu, unconcerned whether the latter could understand. Go, and at the ninja school, do not tarnish the reputation of the Uchiha clan, said his father Uchiha Fuyue. You remember to heat up your lunchbox before eating, came his mother Uchiha Mikan's reminder. Yes, father. And he'll remember about the lunchbox, mother. After responding to each, you turned and left. Are you sure you don't want us to take you on your first day? After a few steps, his mother Mikan's voice came from behind. No need, I know the way, you said without turning back, waving. Having declared himself a little adult, he had long stated that he didn't need his parents to escort him. Finally, Mei-chin watched Yu's figure grow distant and sighed helplessly. A child too well behaved also robs us of the joy of parenthood. That so-called joy is just your own opinion, Mei-chin. I'm very happy that Yu is so sensible. As the clan leader of the Uchiha and captain of the My Police Force, Yu Fuyue was very busy day and night. He was naturally delighted to have a son who caused him no worry. Now he only hoped that this second son would be as obedient as the eldest in the future. As his wife, Mei-chin naturally knew that her husband had been under considerable pressure recently. Upon hearing this, she gently refrained from contradicting him and instead asked with concern, I heard the police force is going to undergo reform again. Yes, Fuyue sighed. After all, they had a Hokage who was young, vigorous, and possessed the courage and strength to change. The police force had remained unchanged for decades, but now in the more than a year since the latter took office, it had undergone many changes, especially this time, which was more thorough than ever. I heard some in the clan complain that if the reform continues, the police force will no longer be the Uchiha's police force. Seeing that Zhuozhu in her arms had fallen asleep, Mei-chin asked curiously. From now on, the police force will no longer consist solely of Uchiha members. People from outside the Uchiha clan will also join. Fuyue calmly stated this news, which was absolutely a thunderbolt for the Uchiha clan. As expected, Mikan's expression changed, and she blurted out this. Can the clan agree to this? For a long time, the My Police Force had been regarded as the Uchiha's exclusive possession. If outsiders tried to take it, they would surely face strong retaliation from the Uchiha. In Mikan's view, Yunting's action was like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth, which explained her reaction. However, surprisingly, Fuyue, as the clan leader, remained calm and even spoke with a hint of admiration. How could we? After all, our Hokage's methods are extremely skillful. It turned out that Yunting had never taken a direct and rough approach to reforming the My Police Force from the very beginning. Since he became Hokage, he had loosened many of the policies that had previously confined the Uchiha clan. In the past, only a few Uchiha members were eligible to serve on the battlefield. This was because the My high-ranking officials feared that the clan's power was too strong to control. After all, the Sharingan improved faster through actual combat and slaughter. Confining them to the My Police Force, a prison without danger, would undoubtedly gradually dull the tiger's claws and fangs. Thus, they would rather not unleash the fierce tiger of the Uchiha to kill enemies, but instead grind away its ferocity, ensuring it would never have the slightest chance to harm them. This is also why in the original history, Yu and Obito alone could annihilate the renowned Uchiha clan. If it were the Uchiha of the Warring States period, even if these two possessed the Mangekyo, let them try to completely destroy them. Now with Yunting in power, his vision was farther, his ambition greater, and his strength stronger, so he was naturally different. By now he had already removed many restrictions on the Uchiha. Those who wished to sharpen themselves on the battlefield could report at any time by submitting a request. When this news broke, it caused a stir among the Uchiha. As battle maniacs, they had been suppressed in the village for too long. Once liberated, countless people could not restrain themselves and immediately signed up for the front lines. This included many from the My Police Force. Later, Yunting also opened up the position of Jonin instructor. The Uchiha, well aware of the importance of the master-disciple relationship, naturally had another batch of Jonin attracted away. Finally, Yunting, citing that the My Police Force was crucial to the village's safety, deliberately added many new positions to the police force. Was this a good thing? Of course it was. An increase in the number of ninjas meant greater power in the police force. But the problem was the Uchiha clan no longer had enough ninjas. Under Yunting's three-pronged strategy of open schemes, the Uchiha, while delighted, unexpectedly discovered that the number of idle ninjas within their clan was far from sufficient to fill the vacancies in the police force. Moreover, Yunting had indicated that the Umbu would soon be recruiting Uchiha ninjas, which would attract many more clan members. So what should be done about the vacancies in the My Police force? The funding for the security team has been secured, and the personnel structure has been established. It cannot be wasted for nothing. Thus, Yunting naturally proposed to recruit ninjas beyond the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan was eager to oppose, but after Yunting's remark, as long as you can provide personnel, then everything is negotiable, they were left speechless. For the first time, the Uchiha felt that their numbers were too few, especially compared to the colossal Konoha. Currently, Yunting treated the Uchiha quite well, and they understood that they must not provoke him without reason, otherwise the favorable political environment they had gained for the first time in over 40 years would be lost. In the end, the Uchiha had no choice but to reluctantly accept the fact that outsiders would join the security team. After all, the captain of the security team would still be from the Uchiha clan. However, for Yunting, this was undoubtedly the achievement of his goal. The security team was no longer solely a force of one clan, which significantly enhanced his control over Konoha. Moreover, these individuals only saw the surface and did not perceive the deeper implications. Yunting's increase in positions within the security team was accompanied by reforms in various departments. He particularly strengthened the positions related to systems and regulations. This meant that the Konoha security team would continuously improve its functions and standards. The previous regulations that allowed for arbitrary arrests would no longer be legally viable. In practical terms, while the number of the Konoha security team seemed to increase, their power would not be as great as before. Most Uchiha would not understand this change, but Fujitaka, as the captain of the security team, would certainly be aware of it. To this end, Yunting specifically held an in-depth discussion with him for half a day. When he emerged from the Hokage's office, Fujitaka ultimately agreed to this point. As for why, it was simply because he understood that everything Yunting was doing was to genuinely integrate the Uchiha clan into Konoha, allowing them to enjoy the same treatment and obligations as other ninja clans. For this reason, the mere security team was of little significance. It was just a consolation to the Uchiha when they were being entirely ostracized by the village. However, now that Konoha was gradually opening up to the Uchiha without any obstacles, the status of the security team became less important. Moreover, since the Hokage had already shown such goodwill, the Uchiha should reciprocate with sincerity. The Konoha security team was that gesture of goodwill. The moment many non-Uchiha ninjas joined it marked the true fusion of the Uchiha and Konoha. At home, Fujitaka briefly informed his wife about all this. Mikoto sighed in relief and said, "This is great. Previously, there were many voices within the clan opposing Konoha, which made me anxious. I couldn't understand why everyone being part of Konoha had to create such discord. Now everything is fine. The Uchiha and Konoha have merged into one, and we are genuinely one big family. Yes, we are all one family now." Fujitaka embraced his wife's shoulders, gazing at the Uchiha land where they had lived for decades, feeling deeply moved. As Fujitaka and Mikoto were discussing clan affairs at home, on the other side, Itachi with his backpack was about to leave the Uchiha territory. Due to the fact that the Nine Tails incident did not truly occur, the Uchiha territory remained in the heart of Konoha, thus avoiding the distress of relocating to the outskirts. Although the beautiful lake was gone, Itachi found he had more time, at least not needing to wake up too early every day. At this moment, Itachi walked while surveying his surroundings. Compared to before, the Uchiha territory felt much quieter now. It was said that many clan members had cheerfully gone out on missions, no longer complaining about this, and that within the territory. The one who brought about this change was the Fourth Hokage, whom he had briefly met before. This is wonderful. With this thought, a knowing smile appeared on Itachi's face. Though young, he had heard the complaints and dissatisfaction within the clan towards Konoha's higher-ups and the village. With his mature mindset, he understood that if this atmosphere continued to permeate the clan, it would inevitably lead to adverse consequences one day. Thus, at his young age, he pondered how to alleviate the conflicts between the two. However, he did not expect that the Fourth Hokage would achieve results first. The Uchiha had previously harbored much, but now, even though the fourth surname was Senju, a vast majority of the Uchiha had changed their attitudes and praised him without reservation. Among them, some Uchiha who revered strength even grew to idolize the Fourth Hokage. Especially when Uchiha Ayum occasionally returned to speak of the Fourth's various strengths, it further expanded this group. The Uchiha were undoubtedly proud and arrogant. However, those who adhered to the principle of prioritizing strength would willingly submit when they encountered incomparably powerful forces. Just like when Uchiha Madara defected, not a single Uchiha followed him, although this was partly due to the latter settling down and not wanting to wander anymore. But equally, there was the key factor that Senju Hashirama was stronger than Uchiha Madara. Pursuing strength and revering the powerful was ingrained in the Uchiha's very genes. Itachi was an exception, but that did not mean he was not a fan of the Fourth Hokage. This admiration was not for his power, but for his broad-mindedness, openness, and charismatic personality. "I want to learn from the Hokage and become a great ninja like him in the future." As Itachi walked, he amused himself with this. At that moment, a familiar voice of an old lady suddenly called out, "Itachi, why are you out so early? Have you had breakfast? Come and grab a baked pancake." Itachi came to his senses and realized he had reached the entrance of the Uchiha territory. Nearby in the early opening pancake shop, old man Uchiha was reading the newspaper, while old lady Uchiha Jean was the one who had just greeted him. No thanks, Granny Jean. I've already eaten breakfast at home. As Itachi spoke, he politely bowed to the two elderly people before continuing on his way. What a polite child. Looking at Itachi's departing figure, old lady Uchiha Jean said with a kind smile. Then she seemed to recall something, sighed, and reminisced. I remember in the past there was another child who was even more polite, always enthusiastically helping me along and carrying my things without a hint of annoyance. What a pity such a good child just disappeared. Uchiha Obito, the hero of the Sharingan. Sigh, old man Uchiha will put down his newspaper and sighed. I say, old lady, we should go pay respects at this child's gravesite. He has no siblings at home, and this line will end with him. We must help continue the family line. All right, he'll prepare right away. We'll go today. The old lady was a woman of action and quickly started making arrangements. Leaving the Uchiha clan grounds, Itachi continued toward the Ninja Academy. The surroundings were much livelier than what he had seen earlier within the clan compound. Along the way, he noticed some children his age also heading in the same direction, accompanied by adults. These were likely his future classmates. However, Itachi shook his head ruefully. If given a choice, he would be extremely reluctant to attend the ninja. In his eyes, it was a complete waste of time. Practicing alone was far more efficient. Unfortunately, father won't. Just then a familiar voice rang out ahead of him. Itachi, are you going to school? A boy walking toward him, also wearing clothes embroidered with the Uchiha fan crest, called out upon spotting Itachi and the backpack he carried. Itachi looked up and, recognizing the boy's distinctive round nose, suppressed his inner frustration and greeted with a smile, Shisunii, today is the opening day of the Ninja Academy. I've reached the age, so I have to go. The boy was none other than the recently renowned genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui. Itachi knew that his senior clansman had made a name for himself on the water country battlefield, earning the moniker Shursui of the Body Flicker, and had even been marked as a top-tier threat by the Mist Ninja. This was the result of the Mist's high-ranking ninja, Ao, having briefly encountered Shursui, and then immediately retreated, reporting back to personally arrange the threat level. It was precisely due to his fame on the water country battlefield that Shursui had recently been recalled from the front lines by Konoha, rumored to be assigned a significant role. Itachi had come to know Shursui during a training session. Although the latter was immensely powerful, he possessed a gentle temperament and had selflessly imparted a great deal of knowledge to Itachi during this time, for which Itachi was deeply grateful. Thus Itachi held Shursui in great admiration. Now, hearing Itachi's response, Shursui subconsciously rubbed his round nose and said, I almost forgot you've just reached school age. When Shursui first met Itachi, he was astounded by the boy's extraordinary shuriken jutsu. In their subsequent mentor-student-like training sessions, he was further amazed by Itachi's astonishing learning speed. So much so that he had completely forgotten Itachi was only 6 years old, just old enough to start at the Ninja Academy. Given your current strength, going to school would probably not teach you much, Shursui said, initially intending to say waste time, but reconsidering to avoid belittling the academy. For someone who had been dragged to the battlefield by his father at age 4, Itachi had begun his ninja training early. With the guidance of his clan and now Shursui, he was far more skilled than most academy instructors. He was well aware of this, but there was no choice. He still had to go. In the end, Itachi could only shake his head helplessly. Seeing this, Shizui's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. I have a way to get you out of going to school. Itachi's eyes also brightened, and he quickly asked, Shisunii, what is it? Shadow clone. Shadow clone. Yes. Itachi, you can leave a shadow clone at school while you go practice elsewhere. I used this trick quite a few times to skip ahem to train outside, Shursui said, patting Itachi's shoulder. It's getting late, and it's the first day of school. You should still attend. After school, meet me at the usual place. They'll teach you the shadow clone technique, so you can balance school and your own training. Thank you so much, Shisunii. Itachi nodded repeatedly with excitement. After resolving his inner dilemma, he bid farewell to Shursui and headed to the Ninja Academy in high spirits. Today was the first day of the new term at the Ninja Academy. Upholding a fine tradition, the Fourth Hokage, revered and adored by countless people, would spare time from his busy schedule to deliver a speech to the new generation of Konoha saplings. By the time Itachi arrived, children his age were already waiting on the playground. His appearance caused quite a stir. Not that they noticed the Uchiha crest on his clothes. Few children of this age had such awareness. Otherwise, the famous scene of common-born kids bullying the heiress of the Hyuga main branch, Hinata, mocking her Byakugan only to be saved by Naruto, would never have occurred. If it were adults, even with 10 times the courage, would they dare to bully Hinata. The reason for the commotion was simple, one word: handsome. Inheriting the Uchiha clan's tradition of producing handsome men and beautiful women, young Itachi was both adorable and strikingly handsome. Naturally, he drew the attention of many little girls on the playground. After all, children in the world of Naruto matured early. Just then, a little girl with a golden ponytail, her clothes embroidered with a purple bush clover crest, clearly from the Yamanaka clan, declared loudly, I saw him first. He's mine. However, the other little girls who had been acting like close sisters moments ago instantly revealed their plastic friendship, protesting indignantly. You say you saw him first, but I say I saw him first. Yeah. Why does this handsome boy belong to you? I'm the oldest, so you should all give way to me. am the tallest, so I should. And so before the subject of their attention could even speak, these precocious girls, unable to take their eyes off the handsome boy, and unable to convince each other, flew into a rage and started throwing wild punches. Itachi stood there dumbfounded, witnessing the scene. For the first time, he truly grasped the fact that women were indeed. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, a younger man named Yunting, who now occupied the same crystal ball and the same hobby of peeping, happened to catch this scene. He chuckled and pointed to Ritsuko, saying, "Do you recognize that little girl with the golden ponytail, Ritsuko? As expected of a Yamanaka girl. Compared to her, you seem a bit out of place." The Yamanaka clan's crest was the bush clover flower, whose symbolism is passionate love. Influenced by this, the girls of the clan were bold and direct in matters of love, just like this little Yamanaka girl, now much like the future Ino. Yamanaka Ritsuko did not respond, as she simply stared fixedly at the instigator of the chaos on the playground through the crystal ball. By seniority, she was the girl's aunt. She decided that upon returning she would report the matter to the girl's parents and have them discipline her properly. To declare ownership upon first sight without even knowing the person's character. How severe was her infatuation? "Don't take children's antics too seriously," Yunting said, smiling as he comforted her. He then closed the crystal ball, stood up, straightened his clothes, and prepared to depart. It's time to meet the future blossoms of our Konoha. At the Konoha Ninja Academy's training ground, a Chunin instructor assigned to the new students stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the chaotic spectacle of girls brawling en masse. He had only glanced away for a moment. How had things devolved into this pandemonium? The Hokage was due to arrive. If the Hokage witnessed this scene, his failure as an educator would be glaringly evident. At the thought, fury surged through him. He charged forward with a thunderous shout, "Silence! Silence!" To these impressionable children, their unfamiliar teacher still commanded a measure of authority. Almost instantly, the scuffling girls broke apart, and the jeering boys fell silent. "Everyone, fall into formation as instructed earlier. The Hokage arrives shortly. Do you wish to disgrace yourselves before him?" Panting heavily after swiftly reassembling the unruly cohort, the Chunin finally noticed Itachi, standing awkwardly to one side, unsure where to go. "You are Uchiha Itachi, correct? I am your homeroom teacher this year. Come quickly and take your place. The Hokage is about to address you." As a faculty member, he naturally recognized every incoming student. Unaware that Itachi had instigated the entire commotion, the Chunin gently ushered him into the ranks. Having witnessed the preceding chaos, Itachi, deeming the girls' behavior excessively volatile, voluntarily slipped into the boys' formation. Yet the boys, unimpressed by his conspicuous presence, glared at him with palpable hostility. Itachi subtly rolled his eyes. Indeed, this ninja academy held little appeal. Still, the Hokage's speech promised genuine anticipation. At that thought, his eyes brightened. As an ardent admirer, he was perhaps the most eager among all present to hear Yunting speak. Soon order was restored across the academy's training ground. Precisely then, Yunting made his grand entrance, already prepared and resounding with commanding presence. A sudden vortex spiraled upward before the assembled students on the viewing platform. Amidst swirling autumn leaves, Yunting appeared, clad in the ceremonial Hokage robe of divine sovereignty. His bearing effortlessly charismatic, his smile radiant as he greeted the next generation of Konoha. "Hello everyone. I." His opening words were instantly drowned out by wave upon wave of ecstatic shrieks from the children raised under Konoha's enduring legacy. The Hokage had always embodied their highest ideal, the ultimate paragon of strength, wisdom, and virtue. And this Hokage was no aging patriarch, but a youthful, strikingly handsome elder brother, making him all the more beloved. Unsurprisingly, the loudest cheers erupted from the very group of girls who moments earlier had fought over Itachi. To girls of that age, charm was never in short supply, and yet abandoned by their adoration, Itachi remained utterly unmoved. Like the others, however, his cheeks flushed deeply the moment Yunting appeared. Only after the teacher's concerted efforts did silence finally settle over the grounds. Meeting their wide-eyed, reverent gazes, Yunting offered a gentle smile and resumed his address. The Konoha Ninja Academy upheld a time-honored tradition regardless of schedule or burden. The Hokage personally welcomed each new cohort, offering encouragement and inspiration to Konoha's future guardians. Yunting now stood upon the very podium once graced by the second and third Hokage, most frequently by. For the third Hokage was a consummate orator, not only addressing newcomers at term's outset, but repeatedly returning during their studies to deliver impassioned lectures, instilling in them the indomitable flame will. Yunting's address, while echoing familiar exhortations to diligence and growth, also expounded upon the essence of the flame, yet interwove it with his own profound reinterpretations. The third's conception of the flame, though noble, emphasizing self-sacrifice for posterity, remained fundamentally abstract, focused solely on continuity, lacking structural coherence or philosophical depth. Worldview, life, philosophy, and ethical framework, these shaped the soul, and for the great endeavors ahead, transformation was imperative. Naturally, the Academy's newest students, still blank pages awaiting inscription, would be the first to receive this new ideological current. Yet for children so young, such concepts remained profoundly elusive. Thus Yunting introduced only its faintest contours today. Its deeper dimensions would unfold over the next 6 years, through newly commissioned textbooks authored entirely by him, which would permeate every facet of their curriculum. By then they would become devoted adherents of Yunting's reimagined flame well. Soon his address drew toward its conclusion. Therefore, students before me, you will spend 6 years mastering ninjutsu, not as cold, lifeless weapons. Ninjas remain human beings. Your power exists not to amplify violence, but to protect loved ones, safeguard the village, and shield the countless souls afflicted by fate's injustice beyond our walls, eradicating bloodshed and frenzy, forging instead a world truly harmonious, peaceful, compassionate, and just. Should you embody these ideals, then perhaps true peace across the shinobi world may no longer lie beyond reach. His closing words, though earnest, edged subtly beyond their comprehension. When Yunting concluded, the attending instructors exchanged puzzled glances, sensing something unprecedented in the Hokage's discourse, yet unable to articulate precisely what had shifted. If even seasoned adults struggled to grasp it, how much less could the children comprehend? Amid deliberately polite applause, Yunting offered a wry, resigned smile. Yet he soon realized his words had not fallen on barren soil. Among the crowd, Itachi listened with rapt, unwavering focus, his gaze growing ever brighter. Even as Yunting prepared to depart, Itachi darted forward, his small face solemn, as he asked earnestly, "Hokage-sama, if we truly live by your words, will peace then truly come?" For generations, peace had been the paramount aspiration of every conscientious shinobi. From Indra's ancient conviction that might alone secures peace to Azura's belief that compassion bears the same fruit, from Madara's dream of a warless Tsukuyomi realm to Pain's grim calculus of tailed beast deterrence, all sought the same end. Their methods varied wildly, but their intent remained unified: authentic, enduring peace. And those who have known unceasing war yearn for peace with unparalleled intensity. Yunting regarded Itachi not as an ignorant child, yet full explanation demanded time. Time neither permitted nor possible in this fleeting moment. Placing a firm hand on the boy's shoulder, he replied with equal gravity, "These ideals alone are insufficient. Philosophy may awaken some, but not all, unless every person attains sainthood. Yet philosophy fortified by robust institutional safeguards can indeed forge peace. You will study these principles thoroughly in your academy ideology courses. True understanding cannot blossom overnight. Should questions arise later, come to me anytime. I welcome your inquiry." In Itachi, Yunting perceived extraordinary promise, and nurtured a sincere hope that this gifted youth would one day stand beside him in service to Konoha. Itachi nodded firmly, his expression resolute, marking the first time he genuinely looked forward to class. After Yunting departed and formal instruction commenced, Itachi, having completed only the briefest self-introduction, immediately withdrew a thick textbook from his issued materials. The Flame Will Konoha Year 49 Revised Edition, authored by Yunting, Fourth Hokage of Konoha Village. With unwavering focus, he turned to the first page, and thus a new world opened before him. In the Hokage office, after returning from the speech, Yunting reopened the crystal ball, intentionally directing the image towards the classroom, and naturally noticed this scene. A slight smile crept at the corner of his mouth. It seems this child will be shocked for quite some time. After all, this is a thought system perfected by countless capable individuals in his past life, and now Yunting has made certain modifications to fit the current situation of the ninja world, making it more suitable for contemporary thought. It is hard to imagine how much progress it has made, since even the original will of fire could influence many in contemporary times. Among them, Yunting had considered incorporating the concept of unification and peace into the teaching material. However, considering his current sensitive position and that Konoha has just emerged from the tail end of the Third Great Ninja War and lacks the capability to achieve this goal, he decided to remove it for now to prevent external precautions, planning to revisit it later. Of course, while he cannot publicly promote this idea, he will still teach it to those who recognize the new will of fire in private, gathering more like-minded individuals. For those who are fundamentally indifferent to any ideology and only see knives, this book, even if it is not a complete version, still appears incomprehensible, easily forgotten. However, for those like Itachi who genuinely wish to improve the ninja world, it is undoubtedly a profound impact. During the following time, Itachi's gaze remained fixed on this book. Even when the teacher noticed him zoning out and asked him to answer questions as he perfectly answered each one over time, they no longer paid attention to this initially budding talented individual. It wasn't until the philosophy class arrived that Itachi finally lifted his head and listened attentively to the young new teacher, who looked quite youthful. Teaching is indeed crucial. Prior to this, Yunting specifically recruited a group of young, energetic ninjas who were brave and responsible enough to change everything to first convey his thoughts to them. Then they would teach the next batch. Currently, the one instructing students like Itachi is among the most outstanding of them. Yunting felt quite at ease regarding this person's teaching skills, so he did not continue to observe, instead turning his gaze thoughtfully toward the window. Regarding his newly compiled Will of Fire, it is not only being taught in the ninja school, but has also begun to spread outward. Yet there are very few who pay attention to this. After all, among the ninjas, most still prefer to use knives to kill. Philosophers like Itachi are ultimately just a rare few. Thus, this new thought trend is only spreading within a limited range and has yet to attract significant attention. However, it seems that day is not too far away. After all, good things will always attract pursuit. When that day comes, many stubborn individuals will probably jump in anger. Yet with his own power, as long as he does not truly act, these people are unlikely to strike back. Yunting is not in a hurry. He understands very well that while power can kill a person, it cannot conquer a person. But thought can. Therefore, for the sake of a smooth future, it is better to let this bullet of thought fly first. Flying towards Konoha village, flying towards the land of fire, even towards the entire ninja world, penetrating into the vast groups overlooked by the daimyos, nobles, and ninjas. Just waiting for him to ignite the flames. Then a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. In Konoha at the Uchiha training ground. Swish swish. A sky full of shuriken and kunai shot towards Uchiha Shursui in a dazzling manner. At this moment, Shursui had not activated his Sharingan. He was merely using a ninja blade in hand to precisely block one tricky attack after another. Bang. Suddenly, a flying kunai received a boost from another kunai thrown from behind, sharply increasing its speed as it shot towards Shizui's forehead. Shizui's expression tightened. He took a more serious step back than before, then abruptly bent his body, allowing the kunai to narrowly graze his hair. However, it wasn't over yet. The kunai that passed by seemed to have a premeditated collision with another kunai that was shot earlier but had come to a halt. The latter spun sharply, miraculously changing its direction to shoot towards Shizui's blind spot. This was just the beginning. Following that, the kunai and shuriken near Shursui seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand as a series of clashing sounds rang out, turning and shooting towards Shursui from all directions without leaving a single gap. Impressive. Unable to evade, Shursui did not retaliate, but looked appreciatively at the initiator of this display. Just as the multitude of kunai and shuriken approached, his figure flickered, and he vanished in an instant. Itachi, your throwing technique is truly astonishing. Probably not many in the entire clan can surpass you. In the next moment, Shursui emerged from the other side, sincerely complimenting him. The Uchiha clan is renowned for its throwing techniques, especially after activating the Sharingan, which grants them extraordinary dynamic tracking ability, allowing them to perform unimaginable tricks with their ninja tools. Even so, in Shizui's eyes, this 6-year-old clan member, who has yet to activate his Sharingan, has already surpassed the vast majority of clan members in throwing skills. This is truly an unparalleled talent. Especially this talent doesn't only show in throwing techniques. Itachi also demonstrates remarkable progress in chakra cultivation, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even jinjutsu. Currently, Shursui is referred to as the #1 genius of the Uchiha clan. Yet he is well aware that it won't be long before the title of the #1 genius shifts to Itachi. In this regard, he feels not a hint of jealousy, but rather great joy. For Itachi's talent not only strengthens the Uchiha clan, but also enhances Konoha. In his view, this is the best outcome. Similarly, Itachi respects the gentle and selfless Shursui, especially since the latter, like himself, possesses a vision far exceeding that of the clan and an immense love for the village. Thus, like attracts like, it is entirely normal for Shursui and Itachi, two rare anomalies in Uchiha clan history, to come together. Let's take a break. Shursui sheathed his ninja blade, looking at the panting Itachi. Despite his great talent, Itachi is still just a 6-year-old boy, and after a round of intense combat, his stamina is somewhat lacking. Alright, brother Shursui, Itachi readily agreed without trying to show off. He then sat down, took out the book he had been studying for a long time, New Will of Fire, and continued to read with utmost seriousness. This has already become his routine. Aside from practicing as a ninja and taking care of his younger brother Sasuke, most of his remaining time is spent reading this book. Even though the majority of his time in ninja school has turned into his shadow clone, whenever there is a philosophy class, he always attends in person, earnestly asking the teacher about many questions he cannot understand from the book. For this scene, Shursui has long since become accustomed. Itachi's behavior had long been something Shursui was accustomed to. In fact, under the former's guidance through words and actions, he had also bought the book to read. However, due to the lack of a teacher's instruction, Shizui's comprehension was slow. At this point, Itachi, who had taken the lead, began to teach him. After a period of study, Shursui had developed many thoughts on this book, personally written by the current Hokage. He fully agreed with the ideas that ninja are not tools but human beings, that the existence of ninja should be for protection rather than killing, that everyone should cultivate virtue and establish a correct outlook on life and values. However, when it came to the theory of natural rights, he couldn't help but frown slightly. It wasn't that he disagreed with the theory, but having experienced more, he saw deeper than Itachi. Although ninja attracted absolute attention in this world, it was actually the daimyo and nobles who truly ruled over the many nations. For the latter, they considered themselves born with noble blood, inherently different from the vast majority of commoners whom they saw as lowly. They enjoyed all privileges as a matter of course, passed down through generations. In their view, it was the truth that commoners could never rise above their station. The concept of natural rights was undoubtedly a major shock to their rule. Itachi was born in Konoha, which to some extent was a place of considerable harmony and equality, so he took natural rights for granted. But outside Konoha, even in the richest land of fire, the system, where nobles were high above with strict hierarchy and insurmountable barriers, was the norm. Therefore, Shursui was somewhat worried about the Fourth Hokage's proposal of the concept of natural rights. With the latter's insight, it was impossible that he was unaware of the potential rift it could cause with the powerful figures of the land of fire. However, since the Hokage still did, so there must be a reason that Shursui did not know. As a Konoha ninja, all he could do was to follow closely. After all, the starting point of the concept of natural rights was indeed correct. The Uchiha clan, though a 1,000-year-old family, never boasted about their ancestors. On the contrary, they who valued power above all had always looked down on the decadent and idle nobles. Consequently, they also held a low opinion of the Hyuga clan, which shared similar aristocratic tendencies. Although Shisui was an anomaly among the Uchiha, he still inherited the Uchiha style in this regard. Despite worrying about possible conflicts, if it came to action, he would not hesitate. Today's teaching continued. Whenever Itachi relayed the knowledge taught by the teacher to Shisui, it also allowed him to review and deepen his understanding. Compared to the school's ideological courses, what he had learned far exceeded the curriculum. This was not only due to his tremendous effort, but also because the teacher specially tailored lessons for such diligent and talented students. As the day grew late, the teaching ended. Sensing that his shadow clone had dissipated, Itachi quickly packed up and said, "Shisui, I'm going back. Would you like to come to my house for dinner?" Shisui smiled and said, "I'll pass. I need to prepare well tonight. I have an audience with the Hokage tomorrow." "Oh, Shisui, has the day finally come?" Itachi's eyes lit up. Everyone in the Uchiha clan knew that the high-ranking officials of Konoha would certainly assign important duties to such a powerful ninja as Shisui upon his recall. Among their speculations, the most common was the Umbu position. After all, before this, Yunting had indicated that the doors of the Umbu would open for the Uchiha, and at this time the return of the renowned Uchiha Shisui naturally led them to think of that. Itachi was no exception. Knowing that Shisui would likely be the first Uchiha ninja in the Umbu, Uchiha Ling was a member of the Hokage guard responsible for protecting the Hokage. Personally not part of the Umbu, he felt both joy and envy. In response, Shisui remained calm and steady. "It will be confirmed only after I report to the office tomorrow." Then he encouraged Itachi, "Study hard. I believe your future achievements will surpass mine." Itachi nodded heavily upon hearing this. Nevertheless, for the first time he felt regret because of his young age. Konoha was undergoing earth-shaking changes. If possible, he would rather experience and help drive these changes himself rather than waste these crucial years in the Ninja Academy playing childish games. So should he find a time to graduate early? He had heard that a senior in the school had graduated early before. If he remembered correctly, his father had mentioned that person. Hatake Kakashi, the only genius without Uchiha blood, but possessing a Sharingan. If he could also graduate early, his father would surely be pleased. After all, in the latter's view, this would greatly enhance the Uchiha's prestige. As Itachi walked home, thinking, the light in his eyes grew brighter. The next day at the Hokage's office, Yunting met for the first time Uchiha Shisui, a tragic figure who had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan among the Hokage, but was only briefly mentioned in history, ending prematurely. At first glance, his round nose left a deep impression on Yunting. Of course, what made him notice the uniqueness of this person was his cheerful and gentle temperament, so unlike the typical Uchiha. It had to be said that Yunting, as the current Hokage, was very fortunate. The two genius Uchiha who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan were both anomalies within the clan, loving the village far more than the clan. If they had been like Uchiha Madara, even he would be troubled, and his attitude toward the Uchiha would have changed drastically. He didn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking in the original history. With two such excellent cards in hand, just when the village's strength should have been growing, he played them terribly. Because Shizui's vicious dog was not properly managed, and out of selfish motives the former was forced to commit suicide. Itachi, due to the Uchiha rebellion, had to act as the executioner and then leave. For these outcomes, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the leader of Konoha, was inexcusable. After all, he was old. If it were the young shinobi no Q, the strongest ninja, such things would not have happened. So let him retire peacefully. Now that Yunting was in power, these tragedies would not occur. Just like now with Danzo permanently confined at home, an all-root ninja thrown into the battlefields against the Cloud and Mist ninja, causing great losses to the latter. Although they themselves suffered heavy losses, it was as they had wished when joining Root, truly serving Konoha. Therefore Shisui no longer needed to worry about someone plotting to take his eyes. At this moment, Shisui, unaware that this person was his lifesaver, was meeting the Fourth Hokage for the first time. He held great respect and goodwill toward this man, the greatest contributor to improving the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha, and even mentally compared him to the almost deified First Hokage. For the same reason, would release overwhelming power and a broad and tolerant heart. Hokage-sama. Shisui knelt on one knee, respectfully greeting Yunting. Lord Hokage. Jishui knelt down, respectfully greeting Yunting. Upon hearing this, Jishui stood up. Though only in his teens, his impressive height of 1.80 m made him appear exceptionally mature, complemented by an aura steeped in the trials of war, truly living up to the name Shunshinshi Jishui. Yunting nodded appreciatively and said, "I believe you have guessed the purpose of your return, but before that there is one more matter." Ritsuko. Soon the sound of high heels echoed on the floor. When Ritsuko arrived, she was holding a jonin vest with both hands. Yunting took it and handed it to Jishui, saying, "Congratulations, Jishui. From today onward your rank will be elevated from special jonin to jonin." The position of jonin is not one that everyone is qualified to hold. Even at the frontline command center, the highest promotion for meritorious ninjas is typically limited to special jonin. To be promoted to jonin 1 must be endorsed by Konoha through discussions in the jonin class, and must receive the Hokage's personal signature of consent. This is because jonin are not only elite combatants of a ninja village, but also possess greater authority. For instance, the Jonin Council holds a trust vote on whether to approve a new Hokage. While this is often just a formality, the status remains paramount. Therefore, even though Jishui had achieved great merits on the battlefield, he had only been a special jonin until now due to limitations of authority and time. Now that he has returned, Yunting is here to remedy that. Jishui was naturally very pleased. After all, for ninjas, the titles of Jinin Shunin and Jonin are akin to those of Master's Doctorate and Academicians, who wouldn't want their name to be a rank higher. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Upon receiving the Jonin vest, Jishui cherished it dearly. Yunting observed this and patted his shoulder, saying, Jishui, you are so young to have been promoted to Jonin. In Konoha, only Kakashi has achieved something comparable in recent years. Keep striving. My expectations for you go beyond just being a Jonin. I truly believe you have the potential to become a great ninja. At those words, Jishui was instantly filled with motivation, excitedly, saying, thank you for your praise, Lord Hokage. I will not disappoint your trust, and I will strive to achieve this. If reality were a game, Jishui's loyalty towards Yunting would have skyrocketed from 100% to 200%. When Yunting first traversed to this time, he felt a sense of regret for achieving the position of Hokage in one fell swoop, thus completing the aspirations of most Hokage fanfictions, and thereby missing the joy of striving, making it difficult to form genuine connections with those he was familiar with. However, upon reflection, having the many heroes of Konoha pledge their unwavering loyalty to him did feel quite rewarding. Ahem. It seemed a bit too ostentatious. Back to the main topic. Yunting continued, although you have been promoted to Jonin, you may not have many opportunities to wear this vest in the future. You can probably guess the reason behind this. Jishui thought to himself, as expected, and nodded earnestly. Seeing this, Yunting did not keep him in suspense any longer, saying, Jishui, from this day forth I appoint you as the captain of the 3rd squad of the 1st division of the Yambu. As the first Uchiha to join the Yambu, you have undoubtedly made history, but you also bear an important mission. As a bridge between the Uchiha and Konoha, I hope you will demonstrate Uchiha's loyalty to Konoha through your actions. Jishui answered solemnly, rest assured, Lord Hokage, I will use my life to demonstrate Uchiha's loyalty. I look forward to your performance. Next, I will send someone to take you to the Yambu. Adapt to the work in the Yambu as soon as possible. There will be plenty of tasks waiting for Shunshin Jishui. Yunting concluded his instructions. Yes, Lord Hokage. Jishui respectfully bid farewell and turned to leave. At this moment, history underwent a small change. Under Yunting's special arrangement, Jishui replaced Itachi and became the first Uchiha to join the Yambu. Placing him in such an important position serves not only to reassure the Uchiha regarding the Konoha garrison, but also to fully bring this talent closer to him. If he remembered correctly, Jishui had now activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and possessed the infamous ability known as Kodoame Tsukumi. Although the other party had not explicitly stated it, he understood it very well. After all, personal abilities are the most confidential matters for ninjas. Konoha has never issued a policy requiring every ninja to disclose their abilities. This is akin to requiring every ninja clan to submit their secret jutsu, which is an utterly unrealistic request. In the original work, Jishui revealed the secret of Kodoame Tsukumi to the higher-ups of Konoha in the hope of changing things amidst the irreconcilable conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. However, he was too naive, overestimating the integrity of the 3rd Hokage and others. For a power like Kodoame Tsukumi, which can alter thoughts without detection, any normal ruler's first reaction would be to eliminate it or completely appropriate it for themselves. After all, this ability can change others. Who knows if one day it might unconsciously change oneself. Manipulating thoughts is far more abominable than killing. Although Yunting was wary of this, he was not overly apprehensive. His strength far exceeded that of the 3rd Hokage Danzo and others. Not to mention, even if they were to engage in a real fight, Jishui's strength was insufficient for Kodoame Tsukumi to hit him. Furthermore, if he were in would release Sage Mode coupled with the various anti-illusion techniques he had researched over a millennium, as the Uchiha's arch-nemesis, his resistance to illusions far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. If Kodoame Tsukumi were to hit him, its effectiveness would still be uncertain. Moreover, given Jishui's character, he would never harm Yunting, the Hokage of Konoha. In the original work, even when he was ambushed by Danzo and lost an eye, he did not seek revenge, but rather sacrificed himself for the continued peace between the Uchiha and Konoha. Thus, regarding Jishui both in terms of strength and character, Yunting felt very assured, especially as he would need to rely on the power of Kodoame Tsukumi in the future. In the early morning at Shumen's home, with the sound of 2 doors opening almost simultaneously, a tall and a short figure, both clad in matching pajamas, emerged from their respective rooms. Good morning, Mom, Mingren said, rubbing his sleepy eyes in greeting. Good morning, little Mingren, Jixinai replied, scratching her messy red hair while yawning. Then the two went to the bathroom together, brushing teeth, rinsing, washing faces. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, even the final pats on the cheeks to signal the end of their grooming routine matched in rhythm. Truly a mother and son cut from the same cloth. At the dining table, seeing the breakfast of milk and bread lovingly prepared by their warm-hearted father Shumen, who had already left for work, Mingren's appetite surged. His eyes lit up and he clasped his hands together, saying, Mom, I'll start eating. And I'll start too, Jixinai said, already reaching out first. Seeing this, Mingren instantly tensed up as if facing a formidable enemy and quickly followed suit. For a moment, the breakfast on the table visibly dwindled rapidly. Mother and son, as if in a race, both wolfed down their food, afraid of falling behind. And indeed, that was the case. After giving birth to Mingren and playing the role of a virtuous wife and mother for a while, Jixinai could no longer suppress her true nature and reverted to her red-hot blooded pepper ways. This applied not only to outsiders, but also to her own son. Therefore, facing his mother's childish food-grabbing behavior, Mingren, who had learned from many painful lessons, dared not be careless. At this moment, he had a slice of bread dangling from his mouth, several more slices in one hand, and a milk carton in the other, as if on a battlefield. While eating and drinking at lightning speed, his eyes were locked on his mother's every move across the table, fearing she might resort to cheating techniques, like using Yingfinchen. Other mothers would never do such a thing, but his mother was definitely the exception. However, although he often lamented his mother's shameless behavior, deep down Mingren was more than willing to accept it all. Because his interactions with his mother were more like those of playful friends. That was something Mingren found very luxurious and longed for at this moment. So when it came to his mother's occasional cheating, he, being magnanimous, would turn a blind eye. Full in, full two, soon with two voices of full bellies followed by synchronized burps, Mingren and Jixinai lazily leaned back in their chairs, patted their stomachs, looking utterly carefree. Mingren was very happy because in this breakfast battle, he had eaten one more slice of bread than his mother, undoubtedly representing victory in this struggle. This time, little Mingren, you win. Next time, mommy will use her full power, so don't cry when you lose. Jixinai looked at her silly son, who was waving his arms and legs, first smiled, then furrowed her brows, and pretended to be unwilling. Huh. Mom, bring it on. When it comes to eating, I will never admit defeat. Mingren raised his fist high, full of fighting. A new day began amidst this playful mother-son banter. However, adults always had their own matters to attend to. After resting for a while watching Jixinai put on her Jonin uniform, Mingren knew his mother was going to work. Mom, don't worry. I've made plans to go out and play with some friends later. Mom, you take care of yourself. Jixinai was silent for a moment. Knowing the truth, she did not expose her son's comforting words. Instead, she vigorously ruffled his golden hair inherited from his father and smiled. Little Mingren, have a good time with your friends outside. Although she also wished to spend more time with Mingren, as the Joei Renzali and an indispensable top combat power in the village, would not let her idle at home. It was only because Yunting had specially extended her leave that she could accompany him for so long. Fortunately, as a mother, she was very reassured about Mingren. Cheerful, passionate, upright, brave. Even after experiencing many setbacks, this child still maintained a shining. Looking at her obedient son, whose face was full of bright smiles to reassure her, Jixinai felt both heartache and, just as Shishuamin and Zili Yezensai had hoped that Mingren would grow up to be a great ninja. Now she was absolutely. Don't forget lunchtime while playing. I won't be back at noon, so remember to go to your father's place to eat. Don't worry, Mom, I remember. Mingren still replied energetically. Only when the door closed did he deflate like a pricked balloon, instantly becoming listless. Staring at the empty house, Mingren sat for a long time before finally deciding to go out. It was now the year 52. Compared to when Yunting began governing in my 47, the entire my village had developed at an unprecedented speed over these 5 years. Guided by Yunting, who valued science and technology, various technological products had spread throughout the village. At-home appliances like TVs, refrigerators, and air conditioners had entered more households than ever before. Outdoors, compared to the old-style buildings, there were now many high-tech skyscrapers, giant screens, neon lights, and so on. Such changes naturally evoked deep emotions from the elderly in Mai. But for Mingren, who had seen these since he opened his eyes, they were nothing special. Pushing out his children's bicycle, Mingren, who was about to turn 4, mounted it, pedaled, and skillfully maneuvered the 2 wheels through the streets and alleys of Mai. At this time, not only him, but many people on the street were riding bicycles, a mode of transport that had become popular just a few years after its introduction. However, compared to bicycles, Mingren still wished he could run on walls and rooftops like a ninja. Noticing a few ninjas wearing my forehead protectors leaping over rooftops and passing by him in a few bounds, his eyes lit up with anticipation. 2 more years. Then he could, as his parents said, attend the ninja academy and become a real ninja. Mingren rode his bicycle aimlessly, lost in his dreams. After a while, he heard sounds of play. Following the noise, he saw a group of children his age playing the most popular ninja game. Among them were several he had known before. Feeling very envious, Mingren mustered his courage and was about to ask if he could. It's that monster. The monster is coming, and run. In an instant, before he could even speak, the children all ran away. The smile on Mingren's face froze. He lowered his head deeply and silently pushed his bicycle away. Again, he didn't understand why, when he had played well with these people before, suddenly one day they looked at him in terror, shouting monster, and fleeing far away. He didn't know what he had done wrong to make his former playmates hate him. Since then, he had never had a friend by his side. This made Mingren feel extremely depressed. The childhood of every Renzali was miserable. It wasn't just a matter because their young bodies could hardly suppress the occasional leakage of Waiso Chikila. This led to harm to the people or things around the Renzali. Even if unintended, when faced with the threat of evil and terrifying power, most people found it hard to stay complete, especially those who had suffered losses during a Renzalis rampage directed their hatred at the Renzali. Thus, the childhood of a Renzali was basically spent under the gaze of outsiders who regarded them as monsters with fear, hostility, and hatred. The reason Mingren was called a monster by his former playmates was that during a play session, the Juwei's Chikila acted. Fortunately, the accompanying Umbu acted swiftly, preventing any harm. However, those former playmates saw it and developed a genuine fear of Mingren. The name monster spread among the children, and no one was willing to play with him anymore. Mingren had been unconscious when the Jiuwei Chikila leaked, so he knew nothing of what happened and naturally didn't understand why his friends' attitudes changed. Fortunately, born with a resilient and optimistic heart, he buried all the harsh words deep inside and still faced the world with a positive attitude. After all, in the original story, he grew up under the hatred of the entire village, yet remained sunny. Now his environment, under Yunting's specific instructions apart from a few people in the news that Mingren was the Jiuwei Rinzali had not spread to the outside. For now, Mingren just couldn't make friends. The so-called monster label in the eyes of villagers who hadn't experienced the Jiuwei attack was just children's play and not taken seriously, so they treated Mingren normally. Moreover, with parents Shuemin and Jixinai still alive, it was impossible for Mingren to grow up twisted. Instead, through their words and deeds, he faced the world even more positively. Of course, even the most optimistic person could feel down sometimes. Just like now, feeling very wronged, Mingren pedaled furiously and unknowingly arrived at a small river. He sat by the river and dejectedly threw stones into the water. At that moment, not far away, another little boy, who also seemed to be in a bad mood, walked over. Soon they spotted each other. Then, almost simultaneously, a snort of contempt sounded. Like fated rivals, both disdainfully turned their heads away. A river, two people, neither of whom can stand the sight of the other. The one who provoked such a reaction in Naruto is naturally his lifelong rival Uchiha Sasuke. Even without various events occurring, the reincarnated descendants of Ashura and Indra would be drawn together, like while the Minato couple is still around, the good friends Jushinai and Uchiha Mikoto have maintained their friendship, and naturally their sons became acquainted from an early age. However, this acquaintance is not very pleasant. For some reason, Naruto cannot stand Sasuke's arrogant face. Sasuke also dislikes Naruto's foolish demeanor. Their relationship not only hasn't improved, but has instead grown more estranged. Just like now, after noticing each other, they both let out a cold snort in response. Sasuke coolly shoved his hands into his pants pockets, preparing to change locations to adjust his mood. Today was originally the day he had planned to practice with his brother. However, Itachi suddenly had a mission, and with an apologetic look, he habitually tapped Sasuke's forehead before having to leave. This made Sasuke very unhappy. All along, he had idolized his older brother. Especially since Itachi enrolled at the age of 6, graduated early at 7, and now historically has successfully passed the Chunin exam on his own, directly recruited into the Umbu, becoming a genius of the Uchiha and the new generation of Konoha. This fills Sasuke with immense pride, and thus he eagerly anticipates receiving praise from Itachi for his own performance. Unfortunately, the other party missed their appointment today, leaving Sasuke without an opportunity to showcase his shuriken skills that he had prepared for a long time. In a bad mood, Sasuke came out alone to clear his head, only to unexpectedly encounter someone he didn't like very much. Just as he was preparing to turn and leave in frustration, a terrified barking sound suddenly echoed from the river. Sasuke's gaze sharpened as he quickly looked over, only to see a small white dog desperately struggling in the river, its life hanging by a thread. Instinctively, he stepped forward to save the dog. Yet after just a few steps, he couldn't help but stop. This river is too swift. With my current strength, I might not only be unable to save the dog, but could endanger myself as well. Sasuke hesitated, analyzing his thoughts. In the midst of this hesitation, he could only watch helplessly as the dog quickly drifted past him. Then a splash resounded behind him. Sasuke turned back, his gaze frozen. This idiot. It turns out that Naruto, who also noticed the dog's plight, jumped into the river without a second thought, struggling mightily with his small frame to swim towards the dog. Does this guy have no fear of death? Sasuke, clenching his hands, felt a burning heat on his face as he watched Naruto's actions. Soon, amidst a flurry of splashes, Naruto finally reached the exhausted little dog, picked it up with one hand, and comforted it cheerfully. Don't worry, little dog. With me, Naruto Uzumaki, you will be safe. With that, he turned to swim back. However, being just a 4-year-old child, plus the river's current being very swift, Naruto's return was extremely perilous, causing Sasuke, on the shore, to feel his eyelids twitch. So close. Although his body was tired, Naruto, still holding the little dog, encouraged himself as he looked at the last few meters left. However, just as he was about to succeed, a sudden undercurrent surged in the river. Naruto's body shuddered, feeling powerless. Just as he was about to shout that something was wrong, a small hand reached out and grabbed his other hand. Don't think you can be the hero all by yourself. Sasuke, who also jumped into the river, pulled hard with determination, finally stabilizing Naruto. Then with both of their efforts, they quickly returned to the riverbank, and the little dog was saved. Thank you for earlier. Holding the little dog, Naruto scratched his wet hair, feeling a bit shy as he expressed his gratitude. However, Sasuke pretended to be indifferent, holding his head high as he coolly walked away, completely ignoring the fact that although he had also helped, Sasuke still felt he lost to Naruto in the comparison just now. Therefore, he was unwilling to linger around someone he usually looked down upon, choosing to leave in a hurry. Naruto, who saw all this, simply commented habitually, ice block face. Yet he didn't feel angry. After all, today he discovered that this guy, despite his cold demeanor, still had a warm heart. Finally, Naruto happily patted the little dog in his arms. You're safe. Remember, don't play near the river again. It's very dangerous. Haha, no need to thank me. Don't lick my face. Don't lick. It tickles. Hokage's office. It was already noon when Ritsuko Yamanaka entered with takeout bento, and Yunting was at that moment Naruto, whose clothes seemed to have rolled in mud, ran excitedly towards the Hokage building, just like usual, to have lunch with his dad. The staff in the Hokage building, who had no prejudice against this optimistic little boy with exceptional social skills, had long grown accustomed to it. So amidst the enthusiastic greetings of uncle and aunt and brother and sister, Naruto skillfully dashed towards his father's office. If that brat Naruto comes in later, Ritsuko, you have to stop him for me, Yunting reminded Ritsuko as he turned around. 3 years have passed, yet his appearance remains as youthful as before. The only change is the heavier authority accumulated from holding power. However, it is evident that Yunting, now holding the great power of Konoha, has encountered difficulties. As Naruto has aspired to be Hokage since childhood, meeting Yunting, the current Hokage, naturally excites him immensely, and he has countless questions to ask. At first, Yunting was still interested in answering, but as Naruto bombarded him with endless questions, his energy drained, and he could no longer handle it, leading to his previous remarks. As a person with a strong presence, even when cold, Ritsuko Yamanaka was still quite intimidating in front of a child like Naruto. Understood, Hokage-sama. Ritsuko's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement as she handed over the takeout, while nodding. After enjoying ramen from Ichiraku, Yunting breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Naruto had indeed come, but was stopped outside by Ritsuko. Although it was lunchtime, such precious time could not be wasted on that little brat Naruto. Since Naruto has not deteriorated in the new environment, and it is still early for the wind of change, Yunting naturally would not focus on him too soon. He figured he would be better off focusing his energy on more important matters. For example, Yunting looked around, ensuring no one was watching, before carefully pulling out a book with a yellow cover. It was the famous Paradise of Affection, written by one of the legendary three of Konoha, which sold out immediately upon release, creating a literary sensation. Thanks to Yunting's reminder, Jiraiya completed this work ahead of time, and even personally sent a signed collectible edition of Paradise of Affection to Yunting to express gratitude for the inspiration. Yunting had already read this book before, yet he still could not resist rereading it. There was no helping it. The writing style, the plot, and the deeply resonant descriptions were simply too captivating. Even after experiencing bombings in his past life, he still regarded this book as a masterpiece, illustrating its incredible brilliance. Unfortunately, Yunting ultimately could not be as blatant as Kakashi, who could read this book openly on the street. It would seriously damage his image as Hokage. Now he could only savor it when no one was around, or during the quiet of the night. Therefore Naruto, this little brat occasionally interrupting his precious reading time, was naturally unwelcome. After flipping through another exciting scene in Paradise of Affection, Yunting sighed in admiration. The more he read, the more he felt regret over Jiraiya's death in the original work. Such a great talent should have produced more astonishing works. Alas, fate is unkind to the gifted. This further solidified Yunting's determination to save Jiraiya, for the sake of all male compatriots in the world. Under his leadership, the latter would never repeat the same mistakes. This master ought to fight for his noble ideals for a lifetime. By the way, if I remember correctly, Naruto helped Jiraiya with some writing during their training trip. Naruto was only about 13 or 14 at that time. Moreover, considering that he created the seduction technique and harem technique at such a young age, it seems that Naruto also possesses abilities comparable to Jiraiya. Yunting's eyes brightened the more he thought. If in the future Naruto inherits Jiraiya's legacy, the combination of the two heroes would indeed be a blessing for all men. Thus Yunting made an early decision regarding Naruto's future development. If Jushinai knew his true thoughts, she would surely be furious and tear down her own office. As for Minato, cough cough, don't be fooled by this guy's serious exterior. Yunting discovered by chance that he also had that book in men. Yunting understood very well. However, to be serious, the true teacher for Naruto, including Minato and Kushina, was already decided to be Jiraiya. Not only because of their relationship and strength, but also because Jiraiya indeed had the ability to teach Naruto to become a great ninja. As for the concerns Kushina had regarding the 3 ninja prohibitions, there is Jiraiya's apprentice Minato as an example. The former is a lecher while the latter is a good boy. Kushina believes that Naruto will definitely turn out like his father. It's just that one wonders how Kushina will react when Naruto uses the seduction technique in front of her. It ought to be in the capital city of the Land of Fire, within the residence of the left minister. The official had just returned from court assembly, his expression grim and unsettled. Attended by a retinue of maidservants, he shed his elaborate ceremonial robes and sat alone in his study, clad only in a light, thin garment. A gentle breeze wafted from an electric fan nearby, offering him palpable relief. Yet the very sight of that fan manufactured in Konoha darkened his countenance further. Konoha, Konoha, Konoha. Who could have foreseen that over these past years Konoha would not only surge forward with astonishing momentum, but also boldly extend its influence across every corner of the Land of Fire, especially along the contested frontiers, where the Land of Fire bordered both the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water. Konoha had recently arrested numerous corrupt officials under the charge of embezzlement, bureaucratic negligence, and battlefield dereliction. That perhaps could be tolerated. After all, the evidence was irrefutable and wartime exigencies demanded swift accountability, the Land of Fire's authorities could simply replace them with new appointees. Yet what followed was unprecedented. An unimaginable Konoha invoking military priority assumed direct administrative control over those regions. For generations, the Land of Fire and Konoha had adhered to the one country, one village system. The former retained sovereign authority over politics and economics, while the latter functioned solely as a military entity, effectively a mercenary force. But in recent years, Konoha had repeatedly overstepped its bounds, prompting growing vigilance among the Land of Fire's elite. The left minister was no exception. Particularly galling was Konoha's seizure of the Firewater Border Zone, a domain long under his family's dominion. Each year, their illicit trade with the Land of Water yielded staggering profits. With Konoha's occupation, that revenue stream vanished entirely. Worse still, though the Land of Fire and the Land of Water had already signed a formal peace treaty, Konoha refused to withdraw its forces, citing precautionary defense as justification. This incited his profound enmity. To cut off another's livelihood is tantamount to killing their parents. Thus, within the burgeoning anti-Konoha movement sweeping the Land of Fire, the left minister, among its highest-ranking proponents, exerted extraordinary effort. Tools dare presume to possess independent thought. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a book on his desk titled The New Will of Fire, and a cold, contemptuous snort escaped his lips. Know your enemy, know yourself, and thus victory becomes certain. As his opposition to Konoha intensified, the left minister undertook a comprehensive study of the village. Naturally, The New Will of Fire, authored personally by the Fourth Hokage, came into his purview. Upon finishing this volume, which he deemed profoundly erroneous, he finally grasped the root of Konoha's restlessness. The Fourth Hokage, a figure utterly unlike his three predecessors, whose ambition dwarfed anything seen before. His sinister intent bled through every page of the text. Innate human rights, dismantling class monopolies, universal education. Since when did commoners, mere mud-stained peasants, deserve equal standing with nobles born to privilege? This was undeniably a heretical tome, yet its allure for the masses was undeniable. Though he had successfully banned its sale throughout the Land of Fire, its ideas flowed like subterranean currents, seeping unseen into every province. As a traditional aristocrat, the left minister lacked the foresight to comprehend how transformative this tide of thought might become, if ever unleashed in full force. Yet the increasingly frequent and volatile uprisings among the burdened populace over recent years had kindled within him deep-seated apprehension. He knew his efforts were merely palliative, not curative, for the true source of corruption lay entrenched within Konoha village itself. During the reigns of the first, second, and third Hokages, Konoha and the Land of Fire stood in seamless unity. Now the fourth dares violate the foundational order established by his ancestors, expanding his power unilaterally for personal ambition, sowing discord between two entities long unified. He is a traitor beyond measure. For the sake of the Land of Fire, and for Konoha's own salvation, we must eradicate this criminal, declared the left minister, voice trembling with righteous fury. Yet even as he spoke, he realized the undertaking was fraught with difficulty. After all, nearly the entirety of the Land of Fire's military strength resided in the hands of the Hokage of Konoha. Though the left minister possessed he wielded little actual power. Wait, there remained one force outside Konoha's control, the 12 Guardian Shinobi. He recalled that certain members led by Hamura harbored deep resentment toward the Hokage, insisting that all authority in the Land of Fire should reside solely with the daimyo. This faction could be nurtured, accelerated, into a formidable counterweight. His eyes gleamed. Then he added, but my own influence alone is insufficient. Nor is Konoha truly a monolith ruled solely by the fourth. The third Hokage, the Council of Elders, and even Danzo, who remains imprisoned to this day. These veteran figures surely object vehemently to the fourth's wholesale revision of Konoha's principles. Though they no longer hold office, decades of service have granted them loyal retainers in abundance. Should they unite to depose the fourth and restore Konoha to its rightful path, that would be ideal. Without hesitation, he set his plan in motion, summoning aides, drafting letters, executing each step with unbeknownst to him, every move he made was observed without omission by a masked ANBU operative clad in black, concealed in the shadows. Konoha, the Hokage's office. Upon reading the latest intelligence report from the capital of the Land of Fire, Yunting smiled faintly. Our left minister is indeed impatient. Present in the office were only two others, Shizun Yamakaze, his secretary, and Nara Shikaku, the Hokage's most trusted advisor. Minato Namikaze was absent. Given the matter's entanglement with the legacy of the third Hokage's faction, and despite Minato's current alignment with the New Will of Fire, Yunting, out of consideration for his mentorship under Jiraiya, had discreetly assigned him other duties, sparing him moral conflict and averting unforeseen complications. Nara Shikaku, head of the Nara clan, had over the past several years, through a blend of persuasion and pressure, fully aligned himself with Yunting. There was no need for concealment. The left minister's reaction falls precisely within our expectations, observed Shikaku, Konoha's chief strategist and co-architect of Yunting's grand design, his tone calm and measured. It is only natural that ministers like him, whose interests have been undermined by Konoha's expansion, would thrash about in panic. Now that the fish has taken the bait, it is time to reel in the net. Then, shall we act inward first or outward? Shikaku's gaze sharpened as he asked softly. Internal matters can wait. For now, they are merely autumn grasshoppers incapable of leaping far. Act outward first. Eradicate the 12 Guardian Shinobi, an external force never bound to Konoha, and suppress the left minister and his allies. The Cloud Village's diplomatic delegation arrives shortly, for the future Sake, the Land of Fire, requires a period of internal stability. At mention of the Cloud Village delegation, Yunting's expression hovered between smile and solemnity, charged with profound implication. Shikaku, fully apprised of Yunting's strategy, nodded in assent. Understood. I will instruct Shikamaru to initiate operations against the 12 Guardian Shinobi. By the way, Hokage-sama, should we inform Asuma? Asuma Sarutobi, following historical precedent, had joined the 12 Guardian Shinobi with Yunting's approval. A staunch supporter of the Hokage, he stood ideologically opposed to Hamura's faction, whose aim was to dismantle Hokage authority, making their rivalry irreconcilable. Yunting shook his head. Asuma is guided by emotion. He would recoil at the thought of the 12 Guardian Shinobi turning on one another. Exclude him from this operation. Let the Anbu carry it out exclusively. He shall merely follow the current once it flows. Yes, sir. Shikaku bowed in compliance. Moments later, a messenger hawk soared skyward, bearing sealed orders toward the capital of the Land of Fire. Almost simultaneously, a covert Anbu unit departed as well. Among them, a shinobi wearing a feline mask, slighter in stature than his comrades, glanced back at the village behind him, guilt gnawing at him for yet again breaking a promise to his younger brother. Yet his resolve quickly hardened. For Konoha, all sacrifice was justified. Meanwhile, Yunting stood at the window, gazing into the distance, as if watching that Anbu unit recede into the horizon. Below, villagers basked in greater happiness than ever before. But Yunting, who understood all, knew with certainty from the moment the Anbu unit departed, history's tectonic shift had begun. He had waited over 3 years for this moment. Now, with Konoha strong and surrounded by like-minded allies, hesitation was no longer an option. It was time to take the first true step forward. The new wind has begun to blow. In a secret base hidden within the land of rice fields, Orochimaru, who the world believed long dead, sat in his laboratory surrounded by intricate instruments, his hands still stained with fresh blood, as he reviewed intelligence reports gathered from across the shinobi world. Foremost among them were dispatches from the Land of Fire, particularly captivating to him. Senju Yunting. Orochimaru murmured the name of the man who had nearly slain him, yet his tone held no trace of hatred, only the exhilarated curiosity of a scientist encountering something wholly novel. Initially, he had assumed Yunting's governance style would mirror that of the second Hokage. Yet upon observing Konoha's bold maneuvers across the Land of Fire, Orochimaru, possessing unparalleled political acumen, realized Yunting's vision transcended all prior precedent. He was not aiming to become another second Hokage. He sought to redefine the very title, to become the first Hokage unlike any before him. No, perhaps Hokage no longer sufficed to contain his magnitude. Even Orochimaru had never conceived such a possibility. How I long to witness this spectacle firsthand, he whispered, extending his long forked tongue to lick his lips. To behold the birth of this new wind, and stir upheaval in a world long frozen in stasis, was for him the ultimate delight. Alas, his current identity forbade such indulgence. With a sigh of regret, Orochimaru shook his head and redirected his focus to his ongoing experiments. Delight aside, even the most monumental revolutions crumble to dust before the relentless passage of time. Only immortality endures as absolute truth. On that path he had already forged far ahead. And now, forward he must continue. The 12 Guardian Ninjas. As a personal elite force dedicated to the protection of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, they are the private troops directly under the daimyo. The so-called 12 Guardians refer to 12 elite ninjas, each immensely powerful, always adorned with a waistcloth bearing the character Fire to signify their identity. As the son of the third Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi joined the 12 Guardian Ninjas, and ever since he began protecting the daimyo of the Land of Fire, everything has been smooth sailing. However, recently the growing tensions between Konoha and the Land of Fire have drawn many malicious gazes towards him who occupies such a position. With a slide of his thumb across the wheel, a crisp sound echoed as a spark leapt from the lighter in his hand. Asuma lit a cigarette for himself, taking a drag as his peripheral vision swept over the figures stealthily following. Then he pretended as if nothing had happened and continued on his way back. Upon returning to the base, the closed door blocked out the outside gaze, and Asuma extinguished the few remaining puffs of smoke in his hand, striding towards his friend and colleague Riku. At this moment, the sound of daily chanting echoed unwaveringly from Riku's room. Asuma stood outside for a moment, waiting for the chanting to end before he pushed the door open. Lately, the number of people monitoring me has been increasing, he stated directly. Rick, addressed as a wise monk, rose without a hint of surprise and replied, "It's not just you, I've also been monitored during this time, along with Hokage Saima Hashido and Doyoki." Hearing this, Asuma couldn't help but frown deeply. The individuals Riku mentioned were all steady faction members among the 12 Guardian Ninjas, firmly opposing the radical faction, led by Saima, which proposed that the Hokage was unnecessary, and that the real power of the ninjas should be in the hands of the daimyo. In the grand capital of the Land of Fire, the ability to brazenly monitor those who are part of the daimyo's direct troops surely came from a particular source. It was just that during this time the intensifying conflicts between Konoha and the higher-ups of the Land of Fire had rendered the positions of these steady faction supporters quite awkward. The group led by Saima has recently garnered support from high-ranking officials in the Land of Fire, and their arrogance has grown increasingly outrageous. The other party is radical by nature, making it hard to guarantee that no incidents will arise. Asuma, has Konoha briefed you on anything recently? Riku inquired. Historically, the Fire Temple has maintained a close relationship with Konoha, and even though Riku is currently on duty with the Guardians, he still leans towards Konoha. Not only him, but also Hokage and Saima have various connections with Konoha. Their consistent alignment with the steady faction naturally has its reasons. The 12 Guardian ninjas, while ostensibly directly under the daimyo, could hardly have become powerful ninjas without the influence of Konoha, who possesses the knowledge of the ninjas of the Land of Fire. This is also why Konoha has always allowed the existence of the 12 Guardian ninjas who operate outside the ninjas. Although Riku and the others have expressed some remarks regarding the Fourth Hokage's unusual actions recently, they can only follow the path that has been laid out for them. Asuma shook his head and said, ultimately this is an internal matter for the 12 Guardian ninjas, and given the current situation, Konoha should refrain from intervening. Riku fell silent, finally saying, Saima is not one to be ignored, Asuma. We must remain vigilant, especially in these recent times. Lighting another cigarette, Asuma silently nodded. As the leader of the radical faction among the 12 Guardian ninjas, Saima has recently been riding high, especially after gaining various support from high-ranking officials in the Land of Fire, which has made his radical faction more powerful, allowing him to successfully suppress the steady faction led by Asuma for the first time. But that wasn't enough. Even though his ideology received support from the nobles when facing the colossal first ninja village Konoha, it was still far from sufficient. Saima was well aware of this fact. To that end, he had previously proposed to the daimyo to strengthen the forces of the support from high-ranking officials like the left minister pales in comparison to support that comes directly from the daimyo and the entire Land of Fire, which would undoubtedly give him the power to truly confront Konoha without fear. What surprised him was that a proposal clearly beneficial for the daimyo's authority was rejected by the latter with the reasoning that it was to avoid conflict with Konoha. Damn it. The thought alone made Saima furious. He had been striving for everything to ensure that the daimyo of the Land of Fire held all the real power. Though everything he did was for their benefit, the other party even blamed him for being overly aggressive. Saima's mood was akin to, we wish to fight to the death, yet your majesty seeks to surrender first. Clearly Konoha has already provoked us first, yet the daimyo still thinks of retreating. This is far too weak. Saima's anger kept escalating, leading him to consider the bold thought of perhaps we should change the daimyo. At that moment, envoys from the left minister and others came to meet him. After a private discussion, he increasingly found this newly arisen thought to be reasonable, and even after laying it all out, the envoy unexpectedly did not rebuke him, but instead discussed the feasibility of the matter. This delighted Saima, further solidifying his belief that this decision, which he considered to be decisive and correct, was indeed the right path. However, he was unaware that at the moment the envoy was leaving, deep within their pupil a pair of blood-red Sharingan were revolving restlessly. The captain of the Umbu team executing the mission in the capital of the Land of Fire was Uchiha Shursui. Though renowned for his body flicker technique in terms of Jinjutsu, even without considering the Kodo Amatsukami, his level is among the top in the ninja world. It is known that back in the day when he encountered the Mist Shinobi led by Ao, he directly used long-range Jinjutsu to incapacitate two of the Mist ninjas, forcing Ao to retreat. Now bewildering an ordinary envoy is naturally a piece of cake. While the left minister and others certainly lacked the courage to assassinate the daimyo, with the help of the Umbu this task could easily be accomplished. The aim of this Umbu operation was clear. It was to incite internal discord within the 12 Guardian ninjas, to obliterate their organization, and to take this opportunity to crush the opposition led by the left minister in Konoha. To achieve this, Yunting and others had already prepared to target Saima. This man who dared to kill the daimyo for his ideals was just the pawn they needed. In doing so, not only would it lead to the demise of the 12 Guardian ninjas as in the original history, but it would also allow them to use the assassination of the daimyo as evidence to capture the left minister and others. To ensure that the plan went off without a hitch, Yunting personally appointed the highly skilled Uchiha Shursui as the team leader. Late at night, as Shursui returned to the secret base of the Umbu in the capital after reapplying Jinjutsu on the envoy, a cat-faced masked ninja on guard outside sensed something amiss. Shursui naturally recognized that this was his clan's younger brother Itachi, but due to the Umbu's rules he silently accepted Itachi's inspection. After confirming the signal was correct, he was finally allowed to enter. Gazing at Itachi's silhouette standing guard behind him, Shursui couldn't help but feel a tinge of emotion. Time has truly flown by. The child who once attended the Ninja Academy can now contribute to Konoha, especially since this contribution is not merely the duty of a tool, but a genuine struggle for ideals. He couldn't help but recall a debate they had 2 years ago. In the Uchiha training grounds, the familiar woods remained unchanged. After finishing their training at Yunting's request, Itachi began to convey the idea of unification and peace to Shursui. This was not mentioned in the Book of Fire's will. Only those trusted confidants close to Yunting would impart this philosophy. Having been influenced by Yunting's thoughts since childhood, Itachi naturally had this qualification. Even now Itachi had the ability to share this concept with Shisui, who also qualified to understand it. However, after grasping part of it, Shisui first expressed his disagreement, saying this is too extreme. Outside the realm of the Land of Fire there are 4 great nations and countless small countries. If we truly seek to unify into one nation, how many wars must be waged, and how many lives lost to achieve that? If things do not go smoothly, the duration will only be prolonged. This would not usher in peace, but rather incite more chaos. Itachi countered, on the road to unification there will inevitably be growing pains, but once we overcome these hardships, true peace can indeed come. Just like the Land of Fire in its early days, which was once merely as small that on the current map, it became the great nation it is today after countless wars of expansion. While there were many casualties along the way, once unified there have been no further upheavals within the territory aside from foreign invasions over the years. The same principle applies to the entire ninja world. If all countries unite into one, true peace will also arrive. For this, any sacrifice made is worth it. As someone who historically sacrificed his own clan for the sake of the village, Itachi was never one to be moved by pity and lacked no willingness for sacrifice. Whether sacrificing himself or others, as long as the ultimate goal could be achieved, he deemed it completely worth it no matter how many lives were lost. He naturally scoffed at the cost Shisui mentioned. How could true peace be achieved without a price? Regardless of how great the cost, when peace finally arrives, any sacrifice is completely justified. It's akin to the numerous ninja world wars that have erupted over the years from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd to the future 4th, 5th, 6th, and beyond. Itachi argued passionately. Although Shisui's expression often changed, he evidently had not truly altered his viewpoint in the end. His nature was gentle and kind and capable of the resolute indifference Itachi displayed. While he understood that a long-lasting pain was less desirable than a short one, the thought of all the comrades sacrificed on the battlefield of the Land of Water weighed heavily on his heart. If what Itachi spoke of came to pass, the number of sacrifices would likely multiply by several tens. Why resort to military unification? Can't there be other methods? Or is it possible to maintain the status quo forever? This was Shisui's sentiment 2 years ago. However, now, after 2 years of Yunting's direct teachings, witnessing the opulence of the nobles, the exploitation and oppression of the common people, and experiencing Konoha's burgeoning prosperity under Yunting's leadership, Shisui's thoughts have changed. He, who originally had a kind heart, had only focused on how much his comrades had to sacrifice. He hadn't noticed how many ordinary civilians in the vast ninja world suffered and died under the oppression of the nobles each year. The number of commoners who perish is far greater than the ninjas who died in the ninja world wars. This realization, having broadened his perspective beyond just Konoha, was immensely distressing for Shisui. Thus he willingly accepted the idea of unification and the principle that a long pain is better than a short one. Of course, in his heart, he still hoped that all battles would come to a swift end. After all, with the powerful wood release of the Fourth Hokage combined with his own Mangekyo Sharingan and the abundance of strong figures in Konoha, replicating the god of ninjas' sweeping victories from history is not out of reach. In this way, perhaps some deaths could be reduced. Shisui thought to himself, determined to do everything in his power. 1 week later, deep in the night, after a clandestine meeting with the left minister's envoy, Hema finally resolved to assassinate the weak and incompetent daimyo on this very day. Though the fact that he had never met the left minister in person aroused some suspicion, he reasoned that since all previous contacts had been through the envoy and assassinating the daimyo was a matter of grave importance, minimizing direct contact to avoid exposure was only prudent. Of course, the most crucial reason was that Hema was a noble idealist. His ideals in some respects closely mirrored. Both believed that the Fire Country did not need 2 jade seals. All real power should be vested in the daimyo, so that the Fire Country could become a true unified whole. Yunting shared the same view. Weary of the one country and village system, he also believed that the Fire Country and Leaf Village should merge into one, but the supreme authority should be placed in the hands of the Hokage himself, who had the ability to lead the Fire Country toward prosperity. Idealists all possess a fearless spirit of self-sacrifice. When the daimyo, whom Hema regarded as the rightful sovereign, rejected his proposal, Hema was plunged into the despair of a shattered ideal. Yet his resolute heart soon steadied itself. He believed that he was not wrong, therefore the one who was wrong could only be the daimyo. Thus he began to entertain the radical notion of replacing the jade seal to realize his own worth. Even without the envoy, controlled by Shisui, fanning the flames, it was only a matter of time before Hema's personality drove him down this path. Especially now that the Hokage of Leaf Village had begun to reveal his ambition. Such an action would only come sooner. Like now, the 5 members of the 12 Guardian Ninja who shared his ideology were threading through the sprawling daimyo's mansion alongside him. In the past, they had been responsible for protecting the master of this place. Now they were coming to take his life. Familiar with every tree and shrub of the daimyo's mansion, Hema and his men wasted no time and advanced toward the Tiancho Pavilion. Along the way, noticing that the usual guards were nowhere to be seen, Hema breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the envoy had said, these men had been deliberately diverted by the left minister and his faction, sparing them the risk of alerting the enemy. As they drew closer, joy began to spread across Hema and his companions' faces, their mission seemingly on the verge of success. Suddenly, a sharp kunai shot out from the shadows, embedding itself in the path ahead. Hema, What are you lot skulking around here in the dead of night? The owner of the kunai stepped out of the shadows. It was Yunting. Hema's heart sank, for after the latter appeared Dilu, Bagan Chungma, and the others emerged one after another. In an instant, all 12 members of the Guardian Ninja had gathered within the daimyo's mansion in the dead of night. What's going on? Didn't the envoy guarantee that Asama and his men would be diverted on another mission tonight? A foreboding thought flashed through Hema's mind. But the arrow had already left the bow. There was no turning back. If they missed this chance, there would never be another opportunity to assassinate the daimyo. They had to press on. Gritting his teeth, Hema waved his hand, murderous intent radiating from him. You lackeys of Leaf Village. For the sake of the Fire Country, take them down. In an instant, the radical faction led by Hema charged at Asama and his group. The civil war among the 12 Guardian Ninja erupted. Just as I thought. You were actually plotting to assassinate the daimyo. Asama drew his chakra blade, named Flying Swallow, and while fending off the enemy, he spoke with a grim expression. Earlier he had received a warning from Leaf Village that Hema and his men were planning to assassinate the daimyo, but he had found it hard to believe. After all, these men clearly regarded the daimyo as the sole jade seal of the Fire Country. Why would they lay a hand on the very person they were supposed to serve? If anyone were to assassinate the daimyo, it would be more likely those who had close ties with Leaf Village. Yet seeing Hema and his men infiltrating the mansion in the dead of night, fully armed, Asama's doubts vanished in an instant. Now, even though he was reluctant, he had no choice but to join the internecine conflict among the Guardian Ninja. Asama, don't put on that innocent face. If it weren't for you and Leaf Village, we would never have been forced down this path. Something like a Hokage should never have existed in the first place. Hema roared through gritted teeth, rapidly forming hand seals as he shouted. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Jutsu. A massive Earth Dragon rose from the ground with a thunderous roar, showing no mercy as it charged at its former comrades. At the same time, the battle between the other 10 members quickly unfolded. Every ninja who qualified to join the 12 Guardian Ninja was at least at Jonin level. Thus, the moment the civil war erupted, it caused an uproar within the daimyo's mansion, naturally alerting the master of the house. Inside the Tiansho Pavilion, the daimyo of the Fire Country stared outside with a mix of shock and anger. He never imagined that his own retainers would come to assassinate him. Your Excellency, the intelligence from Leaf Village was correct. The daimyo was not alone. Beside him stood Nailong Lujian, the commander of the Leaf Village garrison stationed in it. He had informed not only Asama, but also the daimyo himself about Hema and his men's plan to assassinate the daimyo. Seeing is believing. The daimyo, who had previously been incredulous, could only nod gloomily. Nailong Lujian continued, it's not just Hema. He lacks the resolve for such a bold move. He is ultimately a mere tool. Behind him stand the left minister and his faction. If you, Your Excellency, were assassinated, they could install your young son as the new daimyo and take full control of the Fire Country. The left minister had indeed been in contact with Hema, but he had not been involved in the assassination plot. However, since Leaf Village had intervened, what was not fact became fact. The daimyo naturally took the words to heart. Afterward, Leaf Village merely needed to present the carefully prepared evidence, and the faction within the Fire Country that harbored the greatest hostility toward Leaf Village would be overthrown. Seeing that the grand drama had begun smoothly and his own task was complete, Nailong Lujian made another suggestion. Your Excellency, the battle between ninjas has a wide area of effect. For your safety, let me escort you away from here. As for Hema and his traitors, even if the Guardian Ninja cannot handle them, Leaf Village will lend a hand. The daimyo nodded, and with the 12 Guardian Ninja gone, his safety now depended on Leaf Village. Nailong Lujian waved his hand, and a squad of Leaf Village ninjas quickly emerged to escort the daimyo to safety. Thus, within the vast daimyo's mansion, only the 12 Guardian Ninja were left to slaughter one another. Farther out, an ANBU squad watched the scene in silence. Like seasoned hunters, they patiently awaited the final net to close. Fire Release, Ash Pile Burning. After forcing his enemy back with his signature fire technique, Yuanfei Asama panted heavily, recovering his stamina while surveying the surrounding battlefield. Having served together as the 12 Guardian Ninja for years, even with ideological differences, they knew each other's ability. Thus, in this civil war among the Guardian Ninja, despite fighting for some time, and both sides suffering heavy injuries, a true victor had yet to emerge. Unwilling to watch the Guardian Ninja continue to destroy themselves, Asama tried once more to persuade Hema, your plan has long been exposed to it, can never succeed. Surrender now. We were comrades after all. We will plead for mercy on your behalf before the daimyo. Hema, unmoved, retorted, if I can't save the Fire Country, at least I'll take down you Leaf Village lackeys. That will be worth it. With his plan in ruins and his path forward hopeless, he was reckless, determined to destroy everyone who had shattered his. The 5 who had always followed him had no second thoughts. They threw themselves into the fight without regard for their own lives. Men who shared the same ideal would not lack the determination to sacrifice themselves for it. The radical faction of the 12 Guardian Ninja was already formidable in individual strength, and now fighting with desperate abandon, Asama and his group found themselves in a perilous position. In the end, the 6 were on the verge of death. Bagan Qingma Xingdo and Dongyu, who had been largely silent, stepped forward at a fleeting moment, igniting their last reserves of chakra to unleash their most powerful combined technique. Lightning Release, Lightning Dream, Thunder Person. At its peak, the lightning dream thunder person could devastate an entire. Though Beijin and his 4 comrades were no longer in their prime, the last of their chakra was enough to kill Heima and his. The next instant, a blinding white light illuminated the entire night. After the earth-shattering thunderclap faded, a massive charred pit marked the spot where Heima and his men had stood, their bodies reduced to ashes. At the same time, Beijin and the other 3, having exhausted their final flicker of chakra, went silent forever. Thus the civil war among the 12 guardian ninja ended, leaving only Asama and Dilu alive. The evening wind howled in mourning. Dilu, covered in blood and grime, pressed his palms together and said sorrowfully, the 12 guardian ninja no longer exist. A click sounded as a lighter was flicked on. Asama lit a cigarette but did not smoke it. He stared in silence as the cigarette burned down slowly, letting the rising white smoke bid farewell to a battle that had left both sides defeated. After a long moment, when Asama and Dilu had left with the bodies of Beijin and the other 3, a faint sound suddenly emanated from the crater created by the lightning dream thunder person. A few minutes later, a man crawled out, his body charred and grievously wounded. It was Heima, Asama, Dilu, and Leaf Village. He growled in resentment, struggling to flee. But at that moment, a faint whistling sound cut through the air before him. Heima instinctively looked up, only to see a sharp kunai and a pair of blood-red Sharingan eyes that were unmistakable, no matter how they were concealed. Damn, Leaf Village. Uttering these final words, Heima fell to the cold blade, truly losing consciousness. Thus the radical faction that harbored malice toward the Hokage was completely eradicated. The ninja forces in the Fire Country that had remained independent of Leaf Village ceased to exist. The next day, in the capital of the Fire Nation, at the home of the Left Minister. After the fierce battle that erupted in the night at the mansion of the daimyo, especially the news that Hima dared to audaciously attempt to assassinate the daimyo, the Left Minister became restless upon learning of it. He never expected that Hima would commit such an act of treachery. Although he was unaware of this incident, he had previously interacted with those involved and feared that someone might connect him to the assassination attempt. No, we must quickly control Shouming. Shouming was the envoy who contacted Hima. The Left Minister immediately ordered his subordinates to bring this person under close watch. The latter was crucial to his innocence, and there could be no mistakes at such a critical moment. However, after a moment, the fact that his subordinates returned empty-handed made his face turn pale. As a veteran in political struggles, the Left Minister knew well that he had fallen into someone else's trap. No matter what, a clean conscience fears no shadows. As the Left Minister of the Fire Nation, how could I be brought down by someone else's slander? The Left Minister quickly gathered his spirits and decided to write to his vast network of connections built over the years for help. As an old noble family of the Fire Nation, the Left Minister had significant influence domestically. If he could leverage the political capital he accumulated over the years, he might truly escape this calamity. However, the well-planned Konoha would not give him this opportunity. At this moment, a figure clad in a black cloak and wearing a cat mask suddenly appeared outside the study. A group of guards, seeing this, prepared to draw their swords, when suddenly a pair of Thritomo Sharingan appeared in their line of sight. The newcomer was Itachi. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, after undergoing the life-and-death trials of the Umbu, his Sharingan had now awakened to 3 tomos. Naturally, the guards could not withstand the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. Thus, amidst the ignorance of the crowd, Itachi calmly pushed the door and entered the study. You are. The Left Minister, who was scribbling furiously, suddenly heard a noise and instinctively looked up. Before he could finish his sentence, he found himself locked in a gaze with Itachi's Sharingan. Then, completely under Itachi's control, the Left Minister set down his pen, took the poison prepared by Itachi, and drank it without hesitation. Soon the Left Minister died with a darkened face. The actions did not end there. Itachi continued to the desk, collected all the letters the Left Minister had just written. Then, with his gloved right hand, he took a pen and, utilizing the copying ability of his Sharingan, began to write on a new sheet of paper in the exact handwriting of the Left Minister. This document, a letter of confession from the Left Minister, acknowledged his role in conspiring to assassinate the daimyo along with a group of accomplices. After realizing that the plot had been exposed, he committed suicide in hopes of obtaining the daimyo's forgiveness for his family. Thus the entire plan was finally complete. As Itachi left the Left Minister's residence without alarming anyone, the previously enchanted guards began to awaken. However, they did not notice anything unusual and thought it was merely a blink of an eye. These guards continued to dutifully guard. Unbeknownst to them, their master had long since perished. It was not until the daimyo's envoy arrived to summon the Left Minister to the court that they discovered this once powerful official had been dead for quite some time. In the following days, the Fire Nation was in turmoil, providing plenty of gossip for the onlookers. First, there was the rare assassination of the daimyo, and the assassin turned out to be one of the 12 guardian ninjas, who was a trusted aide. Next, only 2 of the 12 guardian ninjas remained after internal conflict. Yet once the tools became untrustworthy to their master, this long-standing organization was destined to disband. Ultimately, the most explosive revelation was that the mastermind behind all this was the Left Minister himself. Before his suicide, out of fear of punishment, he personally named several accomplices in his letter. In the face of the daimyo's fury, a thorough purge swept through the upper echelons of the Fire Nation. Observant individuals would notice that the vast majority of these people had previously been staunch opponents of Konoha. Thus the goal of Yunting had been achieved. By deliberately drawing lines to bait those who were eager to oppose Konoha within the Fire Nation, they struck hard and eliminated them. In this way, not only were some persistent issues cleared away for future governance of the Fire Nation, but it also served to intimidate others and maintain domestic stability. After this upheaval, it was time for the Fire Nation to slow down. Governing a large country is akin to cooking a small fish. It cannot be rushed. With Konoha's strength, Yunting could easily conquer the entire Fire Nation. The reason for this gradual infiltration was to ensure a complete inheritance of the Fire Nation. Otherwise, even if he could seize the Fire Nation in a single day, such a violent takeover would only provoke tremendous internal upheaval. Afterward, he would need far more than just a day, perhaps a year, 2 years, or even a decade, to truly stabilize the Fire Nation. Not to mention the absolute possibility of the other 4 great nations taking advantage of the chaos to plunder. Power can kill many, but it can never manage a country. With Konoha's scale, it was impossible to replace the Fire Nation in a short period through a snake swallowing an elephant approach. Thus, everything had to proceed steadily. The current situation undoubtedly started off well. After eliminating the hardliners of the Fire Nation and the 12, Yunting chose to halt Konoha's expansion, deliberately shifting the blame for the previous conflicts onto the left minister and his associates. This allowed the relationship between the village and the upper echelons of the Fire Nation to ease and return to harmony. In the coming days, it was time for him to focus on the upcoming envoy for the Cloud Ninja peace talks and the underlying power of the Land of Lightning. For the Fire Nation to smoothly complete the transfer of power in the future, it would be essential to strike hard against the external spying forces. Who better to serve as a target for a warning than the Cloud Ninjas, who were notorious for their aggression and whose strength was only... Thus, after the initial cleanup within the Fire Nation, the second step was about to unfold. Konoha Hokage office. Looking at Sarutobi Asuma, who appeared worn and haggard, Yunting comforted him. Since the 12 guardian ninjas no longer exist, Asuma, you should take some time to rest in the village. I will arrange other work for you later. Yes, Lord Hokage, Asuma replied in a low tone. He indeed needed time to recuperate, to reflect on everything that had happened, and to reevaluate his own beliefs. As he left the Hokage building and passed through streets that felt much more unfamiliar, he arrived at his home. With a heavy heart, Asuma suddenly felt a deep sense of longing for home. This was because the rebellious youth of the past had now weathered storms and grown into adulthood. Without mentioning what kind of conversation would unfold between Asuma and Sarutobi Hiruzen. After meeting with the former, Yunting immediately inquired of his female secretary beside him, "Has the Cloud Ninja peace talk envoy been arranged?" Without hesitation, Yamashita Ritsuko replied, "It has been arranged." The arrival of the Cloud Ninja peace talk envoy was months ahead of the original timeline. This was undoubtedly due to Yunting's efforts. After sending a group of root ninjas to the battlefield against the Cloud Ninjas, a large batch of eager Uchiha ninjas also followed suit, significantly strengthening Konoha's frontline. Correspondingly, the casualties and pressures on the Cloud Ninjas increased. In the end, even though most people in the Cloud Hidden Village were still clamoring for a fierce battle, the rational leaders ultimately began to consider a ceasefire. If this continued, regardless of whether the Cloud Ninjas could win, the financial, human, and material costs would only become increasingly unbearable. The Land of Lightning was not as affluent as the Land of Fire, and if they engaged in a war of attrition, it would only be a trickle for the latter, but for the former, even with the daimyo's support being the strongest among the 5 great nations, they would still be unable to bear such a burden over time. Thus, the Cloud Ninjas sent an envoy to negotiate peace. I wonder if this time the leader of the Cloud Ninja envoy will attempt to kidnap Hinata again. Yunting thought to himself. It must be said that the actions of the leader of the Cloud Ninja envoy in the original history were quite audacious. Instead of negotiating peacefully, he went to kidnap a member of the Hyuga clan. Leaving aside whether he could escape pursuit in the heart of Konoha, one must ask, in such a crucial peace talk, did he not fear that such an incident would lead to an outright cancellation of negotiations and a resurgence of war? I wonder how the Cloud Ninja's upper echelons chose this person. Or perhaps the latter is secretly a hardliner deliberately causing disruptions to the talks. Of course, no matter what, this person probably could never imagine that there are always greater mountains ahead. The operations under the leadership of the third Hokage were even more extraordinary. Clearly, the Cloud Ninja had previously kidnapped the heir of the Hyuga clan, yet they twisted the facts and accused Konoha of deliberately killing, even demanding the life of the head of the Hyuga clan in exchange. Such an unreasonable request, astonishingly, the third Hokage actually compromised. Afterward, had it not been for the resemblance between Hinata and her cousin Hayashi, the head of the esteemed Hyuga clan might have lost his life under pressure from his own people, and in the end, even his corpse would have been sent to the Cloud Ninjas for study. Such a disgraceful act was indeed a violation of Konoha's reputation as the #1 in the ninja world. It would only serve to add to the ridicule. Now that Yunting was Hokage, he would certainly not allow such humiliating events to occur. Regardless of whether the Cloud Ninjas would attempt to kidnap a member of the Hyuga clan, he would make it a reality. And then, he would use this as a reason to strike back at the Cloud Ninjas, igniting a swift battle and inflicting significant pain upon them. He would strike fear into these bandits, ensuring that the surrounding nations would not dare to act lightly in the following year. In this way, he could ensure that during the forthcoming reforms of the Fire Nation, he would not have to worry about external threats, and would have ample time and energy to digest everything concerning the Fire Nation. At the Mai village, the Yun ninja delegation's lodging. At the break of dawn, the Yun ninja, hailing from the highlands with skin either extremely dark or strikingly pale, a stark polarization, began their unyielding daily training. These Yun ninja were all masochists. In no time, an unimaginable amount of training caused the courtyard soil, where they were to be drenched in sweat time and again. The Umbu ninja monitoring from the perimeter were astonished by the sight. They wondered whether these fellows always trained like this or were deliberately showing off their muscles here. Regardless, the nickname Muscle Brutes had spread throughout the village since the Yun ninja entered Mai. The sun was scorching. Rivulets of sweat dripped down from their muscular bodies, keeping pace with their steady breathing rhythm. When he completed the final exercise, the tall and swarthy body of the Yun ninja delegation leader, named Gao Shan, was completely soaked, with sweat glistening brilliantly under the sunlight. Even so, his face was not flushed nor his breath labored, as if the previous intense training was merely an appetizer. What did the Mai messenger just say? Gao Shan grabbed a dry towel prepared nearby, casually wiped his body, and inquired. Earlier, a Mai envoy had arrived, evidently regarding the arrangements for the peace talks. However, since he was at a critical point in his training, he had sent a subordinate who had already finished training to receive the envoy. A Yun ninja named Muin stepped forward and said, "Lord Gao Shan, Mai has sent word that the peace talks will officially begin tomorrow. We are to prepare." Hearing this, Gao Shan grinned and said, "Start the talks tomorrow. I thought those my fellows would deliberately keep us waiting a while longer. It seems they are quite eager." Muin also smiled and said, "After all, Mai has been at war with the 4 great ninja villages in succession. Even if their foundation is strong, their losses among ninja are considerable. Naturally, they wish to cease hostilities and hope for peace." With Mui's attitude like this, if you ask me, our village should have continued fighting. Then wouldn't it be better for Mui's peace delegation to come to Yunin village? At this, a Yun ninja beside Muin said with deep reluctance. Clearly, he was not willing to accept the village's initiative to negotiate peace. Not only he, but the vast majority of the delegation shared the same sentiment. Thus, after he finished speaking, each one was stirred up and began to voice their displeasure. "We Yun ninja haven't been defeated. In terms of ninja numbers alone, we are no fewer than Mai. Why should we take the initiative to negotiate peace? Exactly. Now is the time when Mai, having experienced multiple wars, is at its weakest. Shouldn't we strike while the iron is hot? That way the title of the #1 ninja village can also shift to our Yunin village. Even if we must negotiate, Mai should be the one to propose it. I don't know what the village is thinking." Regardless of what the village thinks, even though we've come to Mai, we must not yield an inch in the negotiations. We must take a big bite out of Mai. Agreed. The previous peace talks between Mai and the Yin ninja are a perfect example. Clearly the former won, yet the terms of the treaty made it seem as if the Yin ninja had triumphed, allowing those fellows who sprang from piles of rocks to gain a huge advantage. I don't know what those Mai people were thinking. They were just plain stupid. If the defeated Yin ninja could reap such a windfall from Mai, then we who are stronger should naturally gain even more. If Mai wants peace, they'll have to bleed heavily. Those weaklings in Mai, upon seeing the possibility of peace, will definitely not let it go. We'll just raise our demands as high as we want. They want dare to flip the table and continue fighting. Regardless, we must take a big bite out of Mai, right? Eat our fill. Facing the impassioned speeches of his subordinates, Gao Shan, as the delegation leader, did not stop them because he thought, although the Yun ninja had proposed peace talks, the village as a whole was still dominated by a militant atmosphere. Even if the upper echelons had rationally decided to cease hostilities, it did not mean that the majority of ninja approved in their hearts. Thus, even within the peace delegation, there were many who harbored the idea of continuing the fight, or at least insisted that the peace terms be overwhelmingly favorable to the Yun ninja. As the delegation leader, Gao Shan knew more than his subordinates. He understood that the village proposed peace not only because they could no longer gain an advantage from Mai, but also out of fear of the Fourth Hokage, who possessed Mutuin, would release. The incident where an elite squad of Yun ninja Jonin attempted to assassinate the Fourth Hokage and was completely wiped out had shaken the village. Moreover, with strong figures like Bo Feng Shuimin and the Jiuwei Renzali Ninetails Jinchuriki still present, the higher-ups ultimately abandoned the idea of continuing the fight. Thus his delegation was sent to negotiate peace. However, even knowing this, Gao Shan would still maintain a tough stance in the upcoming talks with Mai. No other way. Who could blame the far-reaching impact of the negotiations between Mai and the Yin ninja? Was Mai weak at that time? Bo Feng Shuimin and the Sannin were still there. The Yin ninja, on the other hand, had lost completely in the Battle of Shun Wu Pai Bridge. It was said that Yi Mu was so anxious that his old waist bent countless times. The disparity in strength between the two sides at that time was already enormous. Yet in the end, faced with the Yin ninja's hardline attitude, Mai the victor signed a treaty befitting a loser. This also revealed to the Yun ninja the appeasement mentality ingrained in Yui's bones. Now that it was their turn, they naturally would follow suit, aiming to extract even greater benefits than those Mai had granted the Yin ninja. This was not only the thought of Gao Shan and his group. The Yun ninja leadership that had demanded peace also thought the same. In their view, Mai was a large and wealthy village, so even if it had to give up some flesh, it would be nothing major for them. Even though the leadership of Mai had changed now, they believed that with the goal of peace within reach, Mai would agree to these terms. After all, everything is difficult at the start. Once there is a precedent, the second time the obstacles will be much fewer, right? Therefore Gao Shan fully agreed with the hardline stance his subordinates had displayed. Not only that, but he also silently pondered a secret task entrusted to him by a village higher-up before departure, if possible capture a member of the Mui's main family. The Yun ninja had long coveted the Baiyin Byakugan, a strategic weapon. Especially after hearing that a mist ninja named Qing had obtained a Baiyin from the main family, they became even more envious. In the past, to obtain what they desired, the bandit-like Yun ninja would simply resort to arson and plunder. However, the Baiyin was different. The main family of the Rishiang clan had always been secluded within my rarely venturing out, making it extremely difficult for the Yun ninja to acquire. Now that Gao Shan and his delegation were visiting my, some saw this as a potential opportunity, hence the secret commission. But was it appropriate to do such a thing during peace talks? Gao Shan was very hesitant. After all, if discovered, the peace talks would likely fall through. Unless it were done without it. Forget it, let's first see what Mui's attitude is tomorrow, Gao Shan thought to himself. The next day the peace talks between Mai and the Yun ninja began. Unsurprisingly, the Yun ninja peace delegation, led by Gao Shan, displayed an aggressive attitude from the start, as if they were the victors, and made exorbitant demands to Mai, presenting various humiliating terms. The Mai representative for the peace talks was Nai Liang Lujio. Upon hearing this, he and the other Mai ninja instantly turned grim. Although he had been mentally prepared, he had still underestimated the appetite of these highland barbarians. Had he not remembered Yunting's specific instructions to deal with the Yun ninja delegation with feigned diplomacy for the time being, he would have wanted to leave immediately in the next moment. Thus, in the following time, Lujio and his side had to suppress their anger and continue the peace talks with the Yun ninja with utmost effort. This also made Gao Shan and his group's eyes light up. Mai did not erupt even when faced with such humiliating terms. Although they had been arguing on principle, it revealed their true attitude to the Yun ninja. It seemed that Mai truly did not want to provoke another war. Perfect. Since they desperately desired peace, it was impossible for them not to bleed heavily. Thus, the Yun ninja delegation became even more stubborn in the negotiations. Moreover, after understanding Mui's current attitude, Gao Shan's previous idea of capturing a member of the Rishiang main family gradually resurfaced in his mind. Perhaps this matter was not impossible after all. The peace talks between the two great ninja villages could not be complete. After the first day's face-to-face talks, the Yun ninja, feeling that Mai was indeed as weak as they had imagined under the goal of peace, returned to their lodging with victorious strides. Meanwhile, Nai Liang Lujio also went to the Hokage's office to report the day's results to Yunting. These bandit barbarians have quite an appetite. One would think we might have suffered a crushing defeat against them. Yunting shook his head and scolded with a smile. It should be noted that in the current conflict between Mai and the Yun ninja, it was the former who had the upper hand, otherwise the Yun ninja would not have been the first to send a delegation. Even so, the Yun ninja dared to make such demands, which showed that the impression Mai had given the outside world under the leadership of the third Hokage was too mild. However, he was different from the third. It wouldn't be long before these Yun ninja fellows would deeply experience this. But not yet. To destroy someone, one must first make them mad. To have a good justification for mobilization for now, I'll have to ask you, Lujio, to endure the arrogant faces of those Yun ninja. Yunting comforted. Lujio said, Lord Hokage, I will do my utmost to accomplish what you have instructed. Yunting said, rest assured it won't be long. If I remember correctly, 3 days from now should be the autumn festival. Lujio nodded in understanding. Indeed, it is the autumn festival, a day when all my villagers take a holiday. Since it's a holiday, the peace talks will naturally be suspended. Yunting said with deep meaning in his eyes. I suppose the Yun ninja won't miss such a good opportunity. Lujio's eyes lit up. Given the Yun ninja style, it's very likely they won't miss it. Even if there is no opportunity, we will create one for them. Yunting said firmly. You know, this day Mai and you and I have been preparing for a long time. The autumn festival, a significant holiday in the world of Naruto, was a day when everyone, from nobles and officials to commoners and ninja, took a break from their duties to celebrate heartily. When the day arrived, Konoha village prepared numerous festivities. The streets were bustling with excitement. Men, women, and children donned beautiful new clothes and ventured out to enjoy themselves. Since the staff had the day off, the Cloud Ninja delegation naturally followed suit. With nothing to do, Gao Shan and his fellow Cloud Ninjas strolled onto the streets, eager to experience the autumn festival of a foreign land. Konoha is truly prosperous. Amu-in exclaimed, marveling at the lively crowds, the towering new buildings, and the dazzling neon lights. Ninja Village in the Land of Lightning was already considered quite bustling, but compared to Konoha, the difference was akin to a rural town versus a metropolis. At this moment, the Cloud Ninja resembled country bumpkins arriving in a big city, curiously peering left and right, utterly unaccustomed to such sights. Of course, if a true rustic's first reaction to the city was shyness and inferiority, what these Cloud Ninja displayed was fiery greed. In their eyes, such a prosperous place should belong to them. Even if they couldn't seize it all now, they intended to tear away a few. It seemed the negotiation terms would have to be even harsher. The Cloud Ninja delegation, as they wandered silently, agreed in their hearts. As for whether Konoha would agree, that was not a concern in their minds. Compared to their side, Konoha clearly desired peace. This they had already deeply experienced. So even if the price were raised a bit, they believed Konoha would grumble for a while, but eventually consent. Gao Shan shared this view. Before departing, when he learned he was appointed as the representative of the peace delegation, he had worried he might become a sinner of Cloud Village. Now it seemed he had been needlessly anxious. Konoha was still Konoha, possessing the strongest foundation in the ninja world, yet still the timid fool that clung to its own territory, unwilling to be disturbed, and hoping for perpetual stability. Even with the change of Hokage, the policies that had persisted for years would not be altered anytime soon. Thus far from being a mistake, this mission would earn him great merit. Thinking this, Gao Shan couldn't help but smile in delight. But soon his smile froze. For ahead of him, a blond man, extremely conspicuous in the eyes of the Cloud Ninja, was strolling with his wife holding their child's hand. Bo Feng Shui Min. Gao Shan gritted his teeth in his mind, filled with deep wariness. If the Cloud Ninja were to name the most memorable Konoha ninja, it would not be the third Hokage, the legendary Sannin, or even the current fourth Hokage. It would be Bo Feng Shui Min. On the battlefields of previous years, he had faced the combined might of the Fourth Hokage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, and not only held the upper hand, but nearly killed Killer Bee. An impression that the Cloud Ninja could never forget. It was hard not to think that the Cloud Ninja's initiative to negotiate was partly influenced by the possibility that Bo Feng Shui Min might be deployed to the fire and lightning battlefields. Beside Bo Feng Shui Min must be his wife, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I heard she was attacked during childbirth, and even the Nine Tails went on a rampage. What a pity. If only the Nine Tails had raged more violently, it could have eliminated not only the Jinchuriki, but also possibly Bo Feng Shui Min. Gao Shan sighed regretfully. If both Bo Feng Shui Min and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki were gone, this negotiation would undoubtedly yield even greater gains for the Cloud Ninja. What a shame. Finally, Gao Shan cast a cold glance at Bo Feng Shui Min and averted his eyes. Even if this man was immensely powerful, who knew if he would meet the same fate as Konoha's White Fang or Orochimaru? After all, Konoha might produce strong warriors, but its internal strife was renowned across the ninja world. Not to mention the recent past. The once renowned ninja hero had also been forced into obscurity. In the shadow of darkness, a ruthless figure whose name even the Cloud Ninja dreaded was now confined to his home by the Fourth Hokage. The outside world applauded this. So sometimes without needing to lift a finger, Konoha would eliminate its own. Considering Konoha's consistent external policies, Gao Shan could only give them a thumbs up. Truly a considerate ally. Perhaps before long, Bo Feng Shui Min would also fade into obscurity. After all, his prestige in Konoha was also extremely high. Moreover, being a protege of the third Hokage, the current fourth Hokage should be deeply wary of him. Gao Shan, projecting his own mindset, now looked at Bo Feng Shui Min with a hint of pity. What a pity. Such a formidable enemy should have shown brilliantly on the battlefield, yet Konoha insisted on playing political games like the nobles. Not like us Cloud Ninja. We never have such convoluted thoughts. The strong rise, the weak fall, that's all. With a faint sense of superiority, Gao Shan walked past Bo Feng Shui Min without a second glance. Just then Naruto, holding his parents' hands, suddenly asked in puzzlement, "Daddy, who is that dark-skinned uncle?" Dark-skinned. Upon hearing this childish voice, Gao Shan stumbled, his superiority instantly shattered, replaced by exasperation. "My skin is not dark. It's a healthy, positive, wheat-colored complexion that attracts women." Gao Shan wanted to retort, but when he noticed Bo Feng Shui Min's gaze, he decided to be magnanimous and let it slide, quickly moving away. Bo Feng Shui Min watched Gao Shan's retreating back calmly. He had noticed the man earlier, but since it was a rare leisure time spent with family, he chose not to engage. However, since his son had spoken up, he smiled and explained that uncle is a ninja from Cloud Village. "Naruto, did you see his headband? It's different from ours." Bo Feng Shui Min patiently explained while Naruto listened wide-eyed with curiosity. Beside them, Xin Nai watched the father-son interaction with a gentle smile, the scene incredibly warm. Similar heartwarming scenes could be seen throughout Konoha's streets and alleys. Families like the Uchiha, Sasuke with his parents and brother, and the older generation of Ino Shikacho, playing with the younger generation, all were enjoying the day. The autumn festival was indeed a perfect day for family fun. Yet there were some exceptions, such as the eldest daughter of the Hokage, Miss Hinata. "It's late, time to rest. We should go back now." A maid from the branch family bowed and reminded the little Hinata on the bustling street. "Okay, I understand." Hinata looked around disappointedly, lowered her head, and whispered. It was her nature not to just as before, when she had mustered the courage to ask her father to take her out, he refused due to work, and she could only bow her head in acceptance. She could only passively accept everything. Giving one last look at the lively street and the laughing children accompanied by their parents, Hinata, dressed in elegant clothes, yet like a puppet on strings, could only take the maid's hand and return to that stern hierarchical home. Unbeknownst to her, her every move had been noticed by Gao Shan, who had chanced upon her. Konoha was vast, and with the crowds today, Gao Shan's group had split up after gathering for a while, each going their own way. At first, Gao Shan had no particular plans, but after seeing Hinata, a wild idea surged in his mind. Byakugan, no caged bird mark on the forehead, combined with her luxurious clothes, and the maid. This child is clearly the daughter of the Hyuga clan head, the future heir of the main house. The Cloud Ninja had always kept a close eye on Hyuga intelligence. Therefore, the moment he saw Hinata, Gao Shan recognized. Now the question was, with such an opportunity, should he seize the Hyuga heiress? This was a perfect Byakugan without the caged bird, and its owner was a frail little girl. If he could take her back to Cloud Village, not only could they exploit this Byakugan, but with a long-term vision, when she grew up, they could continue the Hyuga bloodline in Cloud Village, forming a lasting clan. Then they would gain not just one Byakugan, but countless. The thought excited Gao Shan. Especially today, it was the perfect time to act. Because of the autumn festival, the Konoha ninja were all on holiday, meaning Konoha's defenses were at their lowest. Moreover, he had seen many Hyuga ninja out on the streets earlier, which also meant the Hyuga compound's defenses were unprecedented. All these factors gave him the perfect chance to kidnap her. He could quietly take Minato out and hand her over to the Cloud Ninja sleeper agents in Konoha, who stood a high chance of smuggling her out. Should he do it? Gao Shan hesitated for a few seconds, then a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Do it. Not only because this opportunity was once in a lifetime, but also because Konoha's previous behavior had emboldened him. He reasoned that if he succeeded, Konoha would investigate, but he could deny everything, and these people wouldn't dare to do anything to him, the leader of the Cloud Ninja delegation. Even in the worst-case scenario, if he were caught, Konoha, for the sake of the bigger picture, would release him quietly. So with no worries about the consequences. Let's get started.